All right, welcome back to the Here's the Deal channel / the disturbing illusion. And what a disturbing illusion it is. Everybody's excited to go out and cast their vote in the slave suggestion box, and we're going to track the demise. We're going to record the demise of America, it seems. I don't want America to be doomed, but it seems like everybody's lockstep in this psychological operation called the voting deal for the voting booth. And we're going to watch a couple videos here. We're going to watch cult members poke fun at cult members. We're going to watch some of Nick Shirley, who's in the tank for Donald Trump as he's over on Times Square, which me and Trish were there about 6 weeks ago. We should have stayed there and done some interviews. I can't stand these lopsided interviews. Matter of fact, we might even, I saw that. Who else is live right now? Oh, Alex Jones. Watch the election here. The democracy is on the ropes. If Kamala Harris gets in, we're doomed to destruction. So let's take a look at this right here. Thank you guys for joining. Appreciate you being here. You know, we might as well have some fun while people are voting for the chains of their own oppression and voting for the chains of your oppression. Make no mistake, voting is your consent. It is your support. You may want to deceive yourself and talk yourself into believing that you're just a single issue voter and all the other evil that they're going to do isn't going to be done in your name because your intentions are pure. It doesn't matter. You're voting for the personality who is selected by the Zio International Banking Cartel and the major corporations and will act as the figurehead puppet for that cartel. If you haven't seen the video that I just released on my Disturbing Illusion channel exposing the nonsense and the psychological operation and psychological warfare being launched against us through Joe Rogan and Elon Musk, as Joe Rogan makes his wholehearted support for Donald J. Trump, you got to take a look at that because you can objectively see that something's going on here and it does not work in our favor. And you can try to pacify yourself and minimize this by saying, well, it'll be better if we have Donald J. Trump, but that is patently false. It's demonstrably false, especially when we know that the people who own Trump are the same people who own Biden and Harris. So let's just take a look at this. This is from Kyle Kolinsky. We will be stopping to make some comments along the way. Appreciate you guys being here. Les is here. Vic Riv's here. George Washington. Let's see, who's that? George WCMW's here. Hoppinson's here. Andrew, Les, Feisty, Anthony, Anti-globalist. We got a super chat. Appreciate the super chats and the support, guys. The people's ignorance is the fertile soil from which tyranny grows. Well said, Eli. Well said. So I'll throw up all the super chats on the screen. If you want to support without the 30 or 40% taken out by the YT censorship platform, you can always use the links below. I think there's Cash App and some other stuff down there. So appreciate you guys being here. Let's take a look at this.
All right, guys. So this video right here is actually really funny to me. It's an interesting week to make an argument like this from the Groyper Emperor Nick Fuentes. Here's what he said on his show the other day. Listen to this.
Garbage. And at the Trump rallies, they're yelling, trash for Trump, trash for Trump.
That is so freaking hilarious. You know, that reminds me. Listen, any of these videos that I play, this is not an endorsement of the people who make these videos, but Good Liars, I was watching them last night. And one of the very first interviews that they did was people dressed in trash bags. Where is it? Oh yeah, here it is. This was hilarious. I mean, people are actually thinking that, I apologize for these ads running. People are actually thinking that this is a gotcha, but they're actually getting themselves by dressing as trash in response to Biden's comment that MAGA supporters are trash, which is such a stupid comment coming from a political parasite. I mean, if you want to underpin the effectiveness of the propaganda, you don't want to just go out and roll out the black rug of offense right off the bat. Listen to these people. Oh,
States called Trump.
It was paused.
The current so-called president of the United States called Trump supporters garbage. So we
We're gonna
showed
wear
up as garbage.
Yeah, we're going to wear that
We're gonna
proudly
wear it proudly.
because we are Trump supporters.
Oh my God, I can't even. I can't believe how clueless people can be and think that they're juking and getting one over on somebody when they're actually getting one over on themselves.
And so, can you tell me how wearing the garbage bags proves that you're not garbage?
Just as the back says.
Right.
Yes,
But
Biden
but
can call us
we're not
garbage.
gonna-
Trump
we can
calls us
call-
Americans.
Trump calls us Americans.
right, but you're dressed as Biden defined you, not as Trump defined you.
Well,
Well, I think more of we're taking it as a joke at this point.
Well, like it would make sense if you were wearing an American flag and you said Biden calls us garbage and Trump calls us Americans. You're wearing an American flag.
The
uh,
the cognitive dissonance just became realized in these people. Listen to what this lady says.
I'm confused.
God, I'm not for the good liars. They are decidedly in the tank for Kamala Harris. But you know what? Let's call a spade, and let's call truth the truth. RJ says, I agree with many of your positions, but I struggle to figure out how to realistically create change when the deck is stacked against us. You know, I mean, that's a good question, and we can talk in depth about that. And what I'd like to do is invite people like Larkin Rose or Jeff Berwick or Derek Brose on, because the answer is to create a parallel economy and so that they can leave us alone. But you know what happens when you create a parallel economy? You're going to get Ross Ulbricht, or you're going to get Julian Assange. When you go against the machine, it's not so much the machine that is the biggest danger against you. It's the people who've been propagandized into believing that the machine is somehow legitimate. It's all the lemmings who give power and give rise to people like Hitler and Stalin and Mussolini and Mao Zedong and Donald Trump and Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and Barack Obama. That's what gives them power. So our job is to plant seeds of liberty in the most ardent supporters of this political cult. And it is a political cult. What I find interesting about Kyle Kulinski here is that he's making fun of Nick Fuentes, who Nick Fuentes is now making fun of Trump supporters, and he now views them as cult followers when Nick Fuentes has a cult following of his own, and he was a cult follower of Donald Trump until Donald Trump didn't measure up to his demands. So now you got cult follower Nick Fuentes calling Trump followers cult followers, while Kyle Kulinski is calling the Trump and Fuentes followers cults, when Kyle Kulinski is also in a cult, the Kamala Harris cult. It's just it's mind-bogglingly insane. So let's take a look at more of this stuff.
And I saw other people. I saw white guys. I saw Hispanic guys inside trash cans jumping out of them with Trump signs. White guys with garbage bags that say trash for Trump 2024. And that was kind of like, to me, that was the moment when I realized Trumpism was a cult.
That is the moment. Now, I haven't seen this yet, but I can only imagine what Kyle Kulinski is saying. But Nick, that is the moment you found out, oh, Trumpism is a cult. Guys, all of politics is a cult. It is a cult ritual. It is a religion. Matter of fact, I think it's more powerful and virulent than a religion, because I don't see Catholics trying to shove Catholicism down my throat like they're trying to shove Kamala Harris or Donald Trump down my throat. It's incessant. No matter where you turn on social media, when you go out to talk to people, you see signs all over the place, billboards, people wearing the merchandise of Trump or Kamala Harris. It is crazy. You don't see them wearing merchandise for the Virgin Mary. Sometimes you do, but it's not as prevalent as these Trump flags and Kamala Harris and Biden flags floating in the wind. It's literally crazy. So this is the point, Nick Fuentes, where the light turned on and now you realize that Trumpianism is a cult.
Was the moment when I realized liberals are right.
What? Now, by the way, really, it took you that long? It took you that long to notice that fact? Okay. All right, but better late than never. Look, to his point,
I agree.
Megyn Kelly dressed up as trash.
Oh,
Donald
God.
Trump Jr. dressed up as trash. This is
Oh,
for Halloween,
God.
of course. And then there were like,
I did not know that. I did not know that. We got it. Wait a second. Hold on here. Hold on. Hold the phone. Let's see. Megyn Kelly dressed up as trash. Let's see. Megyn Kelly is trash. Images. No way. Megyn Kelly dressed up as trash. Don Jr. Images. What? Gonna defeat the libs by dressing up as trash. Wow.
at least two others I saw, prominent names on the right, who dressed up as trash. If you remember them, post them below. And then there was a whole bunch of like normal folks, dressing up as trash for Halloween. Okay, you guys don't realize how ridiculous this looks.
Oh, you don't get you got to get the trash content or the concept and context. Joe Biden trash comment. Here's what Biden said right here.
The future of your business.
Doggone it. All right, here's what Biden said. Oops.
Donald Trump has no character. He doesn't give a damn about the Latino community. He's failed businessman. He only cares about the billionaire friends he has and accumulating wealth for those at the top. No, he says immigrants are poisoning the blood of our country. Give me a break. He wants to do away with the birthright citizenship. Who the hell has said that in the last 100 years? And just the other day, a speaker at his rally called Puerto Rico a floating island of garbage. Well, let me tell you something. I don't know the Puerto Rican that I know, or Puerto Rico where I'm in my home state of Delaware. They're good, decent, honorable people. The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters.
The only garbage I see floating out there are his supporters. So that's why all these people are dressing as trash bags, as if to spoof Joe Biden when they're actually spoofing themselves. It's lunacy.
By the way, interesting point here. A lot of people did not see the Biden comment.
Yeah, I've called out Mark Dice. He is a hypocrite. I mean, I'm telling you guys, statism causes you to be a hypocrite because whatever criticism you might launch to the other side can easily come back at you in the same vein, the same exact criticism for a different political parasite, which shows that it's all just a dog and pony show. Give them bread and circuses and they shall never revolt. Mark Dice is out there giving people, it's not even bread and circuses anymore. They don't even give you the whole loaf anymore. It's breadcrumbs and circuses because that's all people need. It's like, just give me breadcrumbs. You don't even have to you don't have to spend a lot of money propagandizing me because my brain is already pickled kind of thing. So yeah, I've called out Mark Dice. I just haven't called him out in a long time because I just don't keep up with him anymore. It almost seems like a lost cause.
It's where he said he was like mumbling and stumbling and bumbling and talking about the MSG rally and talking about Tony Hinchcliffe with his Puerto Rico joke. Tony said that there's a floating island of garbage in the ocean, and I think it's called Puerto Rico. And so Biden was trying to slam that, and he's like, he's only trash, the garbage he's in Puerto Rico. The only garbage I see are his supporters, right? And so Republicans took that and ran with it and were like, he's calling all Trump supporters garbage, bro. He's calling us all garbage. Meltdown mode. Ah. And then in order to try to flip it, they were like, oh, yeah, well, we are garbage. Here, we're going to dress up as garbage for Halloween. And they all started saying like, I'm proud garbage. But here's the
that is just freaking hilarious. This is so funny, man.
problem. Not many people saw that Joe Biden comment. And also there's a question as to whether or not he was really trying specifically to refer to Tony Hinchcliffe and the people at the rally, or if he was talking about all Trump supporters. But put that aside. The garbage comment that was way bigger and in the news way more was Tony Hinchcliffe calling Puerto Rico a floating island of garbage. So a lot of people, when they saw these Republicans dressing up as garbage, they thought, oh no, they're continuing to make fun of Puerto Rico. They thought the garbage outfit was related to Tony Hinchcliffe's joke that, yeah, we're making fun of Puerto Rico. Look, we're garbage. We say, oh, Puerto Rico is a giant island of garbage. Look, we're wearing.
Wow, I didn't know about that. I mean, that just goes to show you that you really need context for why people are doing things instead of jumping to conclusions. So I can see why people would feel like, oh, Trump supporters are making fun of Puerto Rico instead of Trump supporters are trying to, do a little spoof on Biden's comment about them being Trump supporters. Very interesting.
Wearing garbage. A lot of people.
God, I don't care what you say about politics. It is psychologically fascinating. It's interesting. I have a minor in psychology, and I think apart from a minor in psychology, even if I had a major in psychology, I would find this psychologically interesting because I'm just fascinated with the way the mind works and what the powers that shouldn't be actually get away with. Because you have to, cognitive dissonance comes through some means. You have to try to comfort. You have to cognitive dissonance. Dissonance means disharmony. Cognitive has to do with your mental functions. So it's basically mental disharmony. And you have to try to justify that disharmony in your mind so you can get some semblance of peace. We all want some kind of peace in our minds. And it's fascinating how the human mind works and what length it will go to justify the most horrendous evil just so you can sleep at night. And people do that all the time. And none of us are immune from entering into a realm of cognitive dissonance and illusion.
Didn't see that Biden comment. So they are further turning off voters. And this is how insular they are. And they're so hyper online and they have such online brainworms. They think everybody sees every little political thing. And it's like online is real life. Online is not remotely real life. It's not. It's just not. All right, let's keep going.
That was the moment when I realized it has gone too far. It is Frankenstein's monster. We have created a golem. It is a problem. For years, liberals said, it's a cult. You're in a cult. And I said, well, you're going to jail. You're going to jail. It is a cult and we are in it and you are going to jail. That's how I felt about it for the past 8 years. But then I saw themselves dressing up as trash, like uncritically just dressing up as garbage and saying, we're garbage. Yeah, we're garbage. And I said, yeah, I think we have a problem.
Oh, man. By the way, there was a poll that came out. I want to say it was like a year or two ago. And in that poll, Trump supporters said, I
don't want to assume what you mean there. The 100th monkey. He says, don't forget to get out there and waive your rights today. I don't want to assume what you mean by that, but what I think you mean is when you vote, you're actually giving away your consent. You're consenting to people are pathological, basically psyops. It's a psyops engineer and figureheads for the corporation. So if that's what you mean, that's a good way to look at it. You are out there waiving your rights by giving away your consent and your will, and you're doing it voluntarily at the voting booth. Is that what you meant by that, the 100th monkey?
I believe Donald Trump over my mom, my dad, my friends, scientists, experts, religious figures. There was a poll that basically, that was the verification back then of complete and utter cult, right? I mean, also, look, I think this is a fair point. He was charged with 91 crimes. He's already been convicted on some of those crimes in New York. He's already been found liable in civil court for tax fraud and insurance fraud and business fraud.
Oh no, tax fraud. Oh no, that's horrible, tax fraud. You got to give the government their due. This is crazy. I don't really want to go. I want to see what, here's Alex Jones.
Alien deterrence is obedience to God, 1776. So both of these shirts are our best sellers. I want to thank.
So he's just running a sale on his stuff. Let's see what else we got here. Oh, we got the Daily Wire, election night 2024 with the Daily Wire. Let's see what they say. We're going to be checking in on Democrats. We're going to be checking in on Republicans. So let's see what they're saying here.
And I think that's exactly what that tweet represented.
So, Batya, I'm interested in your take on this. I'm going to give you a fill in the blank for both candidates. Donald Trump loses tonight if what?
Oh, Donald Trump loses tonight if young men don't put down their whatever the thing they hold while they're playing video games and show up for the person who they actually like much better.
And Kamala Harris loses tonight if?
I would say Kamala Harris loses if we see what I think we might see, which is 40% of Black men voting for Donald Trump.
So when you look at the momentum here in the closing days, and I'll be honest with you, my feelings about what's going to happen tonight kind of whipsawed with whoever I last heard on cable news. What's your sense of who actually has the momentum right now?
I'm like you, Megan. Like, I feel like in situations where there's an eventuality that I want, where there's a side that I want to win, I don't trust myself to separate what I want from the momentum that I'm seeing. I do think, it did seem to me like Donald Trump ended strong, but I just can't separate that from what I want to happen. And so I really, really feel like I should not be making predictions. When I watch, cable news, I watch CNN, I watch MSNBC, everybody there is in a really good mood, which doesn't really bode well for us.
So, Batya, in your opinion, Pennsylvania, obviously, this is seemingly what.
All right, this is freaking boring. All right, sorry, I got a phone call, guys. I had to take that call. Let's see what else we got going on here. Oh, check this out. This is Nick Shirley. Again, guys, I don't have anything against these guys I'm pointing out, but when you have somebody who's promoting the psychological operation and warfare, this is psychological warfare against the people under the guise of voting for the left or voting for the right, voting for Kamala Harris or voting for Donald Trump. They actually unwittingly make themselves our enemies, and you got to call it out. Because if we keep doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result, that is truly the definition of insanity. Thanks for being a member for so long, Ellie. Appreciate that. Let's listen to Nick Shirley as he's down in Times Square in New York City.
We are live here in New York City. This is the day of the election. Everyone's been waiting for it. Right now, it's as close as it can get. Last night, Kamala Harris.
He really tries to. I think sometimes he tries to get what voters really are thinking about, but he also tries to push the fact that he is a Trump supporter and he approves of Trump supporters, but he doesn't talk about anything substantive, unfortunately.
Literally, we're gonna do a 12-hour live stream. So, right here is the spot to come if you want to.
What's up, Chuck Bronson? Justice, the Nut House is here.
The day goes. All right, here we go. Let's talk to somebody. How are you doing, sir? Good. Do you live here in the United States? Yes, I do. Who do you think wins the election today?
I haven't been keeping up with the with the votes or anything, but it's hard to say because isn't it like 50-50 right now?
It is pretty close right now. They do. So, but who are you hoping wins?
Oh, well, who am I hoping to win? That's tough. Personally, Trump.
Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where are you from?
Well, I'm from Connecticut.
Connecticut.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, I hope Trump wins as well. It's going to be.
He couldn't contain himself and he couldn't remain in a position of impartiality. He had to say, well, I'm for Trump too.
Come down to the wire. How's your life been under these past 4 years with Kamala Harris?
With Kamala Harris?
Yeah.
Not too well. Not too well. Yeah, struggling here and there, but we're getting through.
Getting through, yeah. Kamala Harris. Why do you think people trust her?
I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you.
Hey, thank you very much for your time. We appreciate it. Have a good one.
You too, buddy.
Thank you. Let's see.
Let's see. Don says you got to watch Tim Pool's stream when it comes on. That should be a gold mine of lunacy. If you guys detect and find out that Tim Pool has gone live, let's see. Tim Pool. Maybe he's live right now.
Reported crime is down.
I watched some of that Sam Cedar and Tim Pool. It sure looked like Sam Cedar just kind of dominated that. Let's see. But both of them gave way to statism. Let's see if they're live. Yeah, this culture war, that was a pretty interesting stream right there. All right, so if you guys see that Tim Pool has gone live, he's totally in the tank also for banker bot puppet Donald J. Trump. Let's go back to...
How you guys doing? Have you guys voted yet?
No, we're mine. 17.
17?
But hey, on my
Hey, keep it up. Lacey? What's good, bro? Nice to meet you. How you doing? Nice to meet you too. Chilling. Wait, they're saying that. All right, here we go. Let's see. We got lots of people coming through here today.
Nobody's out
How you
there
doing, ma'am?
holding
Have you
people
voted yet?
accountable.
Who did you vote for?
Nobody.
Kamala. And do you think she'll win actually tonight?
I hope so.
Okay, she hopes so.
Kamala.
What is it?
Kamala.
Is it Kamala, Kamala, or what is it?
Kamala.
Kamala. Awesome.
The propaganda kicked in. She said she called it. Let's see how she said her name the first time.
How you doing, man?
You know, the leftist media is constantly talking about how you got to say Kamala's name right, and if you don't say it right, then that's a show of disrespect to her.
Ma'am, have you voted yet?
Yeah.
And who did you vote for?
Kamala.
Kamala. And do you think she'll win actually tonight?
You did say it wrong because Kamala Harris pronounces her name Kamala, and they make this huge deal about it. And I don't know if she's thinking, oh, I just got recorded, I'm going to get railed on by my Democrat friends, but I better correct the record and say her name right.
I hope so.
Okay, she hopes so.
Kamala.
What is it?
Kamala.
Is it Kamala, Kamala, or what is it?
Kamala.
Kamala. Awesome. What do you think about her rally last night in Philadelphia? She pulled a lot of people.
That's good, but I'm late.
She's late for work. All right, keep going. Times Square. Today we're going to be hitting Trump Towers. We got the interesting.
Let's go to the next one.
So, New York, what do you mean? Okay, I'll leave you alone.
Let's see this
Have
again.
you guys voted yet? Yeah. Who did you cast your vote for?
Doesn't matter about New York.
So, New York, what do you mean? Okay, I'll leave you alone. Okay, I'll leave you alone. Wasn't even doing anything. A lot of people out here. Let's talk to this lady right here. How you doing, ma'am?
I personally loved being in New York City in Times Square. There's so many different people there with so many different opinions. It was very enjoyable to me to talk to people and try to at least plant some kind of seed of truth in them.
Ma'am, have you voted yet? Oh, you're not American.
Ray says, that's interesting. I pronounced her name Wicked Witch.
Who do you think wins the election here?
Who do I think wins?
Thank you. Come here. One sec. Can we talk to you real quick? Awesome. So, today's the day of the election. A lot of people
Oh, we got to talk to somebody who's sympathetic. I just went ahead and abandoned this right here.
Who wins the election?
I mean, they already know who won, but I mean, I don't get into the election. I don't vote.
So who do you think already won then?
Trump.
Trump.
Yeah.
Say Donald Trump does not win. Would you say this is a rigged election?
Oh, Donald Trump did not win, man. I'm moving out of the United States, buddy.
Yeah, why would you move out of the United States if Donald Trump does not win?
That's not a leading question, is it? Say Donald Trump does not win. Would you say it was a rigged election?
Because they got an agenda for civil war.
It's not just the election. I mean, people cry about the election being rigged. What about the entire system that everybody can acknowledge is corrupt? The two-party system works as a uniparty system, and we all know that they're corrupt from top to bottom. The RNC is a corporate entity. The DNC is a corporate entity. We saw what the DNC did to Bernie Sanders in preference to Hillary Clinton. We saw in the 2016 election that Hillary Clinton, quote, got the popular vote, but they gave it to Donald Trump because of the Electoral College. Your vote, according to the Constitution and according to the way things run, does not belong to the popular vote. It belongs to the electors in the Electoral College.
So, you know, there's a fight between left and right. So that's going to be part of the chaos coming. You know, they're going to put in Kamala Harris to then say, oh no, Trump is the winner. That's my prediction. That they're going to say that she won, to then say, you know, they're going to create chaos. Then they're going to say, no, Trump won. It's going to be chaos, man. This is going to be, in fact, for me, my opinion, this is going to be the last election ever in the United States. It's over.
And of course, he's saying that because he's been propagandized to saying that. That's exactly what Elon Musk told Joe Rogan last night in their interview. And he's just parroting bullet points and talking points from the Republican Party, the GOP, the RNC. He doesn't, these aren't original ideas. They're getting these from somewhere. They're getting it from rightist media or leftist media. Oh my God, this is the worst thing that's going to happen. This is probably going to be the last election of my lifetime if Donald Trump wins. Do you know the Democrats are saying if Donald Trump wins, this is probably going to be the last election in America? The Republicans are saying if Kamala Harris wins, this is going to be the last election in America. Guess what? Elections are the ruin of this country. because the same people stay in power whether your puppet gets in or that person's puppet gets in.
Really? Even if Donald Trump wins, you think it's the last election?
It is the last election. He's going to be the last one elected ever.
Yeah.
That's it. Then
What
it's
do you think-
coming.
So where do you think America is at in 8 years come? And come 8 years, where do you think we're at as a country then?
And the NWO.
NWO, what does that mean?
New World Order.
New World Order.
Yeah, that's the agenda, buddy. 2030, buddy.
You a big Alex Jones guy?
Huh?
You a big Alex Jones guy?
I'm not a nobody's guy. I'm just a me guy. You know what I mean? I can see with what I see, man.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are worried because literally if Kamala Harris wins and all these illegal immigrants are going to get given amnesty, it will literally make it impossible for Donald Trump or for any Republican to ever win the election again.
I just hope Trump wins because
Do people, I mean, just be honest with me. Do good-hearted, good faith, good intention people win presidential elections? Or do puppets for corporations and banking elitists get selected to a particular position? And are the cards stacked against us? I mean, historically speaking, do both parties work for what appears to be the same organization, the Federal Reserve? I mean, is that really how it works? Is that more in concert with what reality is rather than the fiction that these people try to peddle?
because Trump is not only just going to.
By the way, thank you, Ellie, for gifting one Here's the Deal membership to one lucky contestant in the room. Thank you very much for that.
Clean the house. He's gonna fucking clean the nation, my brother. I'm sorry. He's gonna clean the nation. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have problems with people coming to America, you know, getting a better life, getting this. But come on, man. You know, if you're gonna come here, do it right, do it the proper way, because we had people here before them, man, that did things the right way, and they're doing things, you know, the way they should be doing it. For them to come here and then put them down like that, it's just an embarrassment, not only for this city, because Mayor Adam, we can't say nothing.
God, I am just waiting for the day that they run upon the wrong person, like they run upon a Larkin Rose or somebody who actually knows what's going on in the political sphere and just completely blow this out of the water. It just makes me think if they ever ran into somebody like this, that they would maybe edit it out or explain it away.
About him, he's a total trash. But you know what I mean? If Kamala comes in.
Don't you wish you were interviewed by Nick Shirley or any one of these pro-rightist or pro-leftist puppets? I don't know if Nick Shirley's a puppet. I'm sure he's well-intentioned, but he's definitely acting as a surrogate for Donald J. Trump and the Republican Party.
It's a wrap, man. We got to get out of here, man, because this is just going to.
Where are you going to move to?
Where I'm going, I want to Switzerland, man. There's never issues over there.
There's never issues in Switzerland.
Never. So I'm going to Switzerland. There's peace over there.
There's peace over there. Maybe that's a good idea. Who do you think this lady voted for? How you doing, ma'am? Come.
Oh, she's a Trump.
She looked like a Trump baddie? Yeah. MAGA baddie right there?
Yeah. Yo, I like your videos, man.
Hey, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Have a good one.
When is this coming out tonight?
We're live right now. Awesome. A good guy right there. No, we're not interested.
Good guy because he supports
Have you voted
Trump.
yet? ¿Ha votado? No? Oh, sorry. He's taking his photo. Let's see. This guy said she's a MAGA baddie. Let's see. Ma'am.
Oh, she's on the phone.
Louis Vuitton on, a Rolex. Let's see if she gives me some time of her day really quick. You're looking very bedazzled out here. And that guy we were just talking to him, we're going all across the country, and today we're here in New York City for the election. He said you're going to be voting for Trump and that you think Trump would win. Is that true, or are you Kamala girl? Yeah. Why do you think so many people, they say the Republicans are the prettiest ladies. Why do you think so many MAGA baddies are voting for Trump?
I don't know. Go Trump.
Go Trump.
Yes.
Have you always lived here in New York?
Do what?
Have you always lived here in New York?
No, I don't live here.
Okay, where are you from?
Tennessee.
Tennessee. Yes. Ladies from Tennessee, she's going for Trump.
Yes.
Awesome. We love to hear it. Have a good one. That lady, I don't know what she does for work. She's obviously pulling in the bread. She had Louis Vuitton on, a Rolex. She had looked like she won a few Super Bowl rings as well. And she had a freaking, you know how Kamala wears pearls? Well, that lady was wearing diamonds on her neck. That was pretty impressive.
Real smart walking in New York like that.
All righty. Brooker T. Jones, she's on her way. She had to go do something. Our favorite woman on the internet, Brooker T. Jones, needed a lunch square just to do migrants from Ecuador, Peru.
By the way, if you want a 360 view of this right here is Times Square. If you want a 360 view of every inch of Times Square, I walked the entire thing. It takes about 8.5 minutes to go around from start to finish. And I did it in 360. So if you want to take a look at that, I've got it. And I think I have it at night and during the day. And I'll post that to the Disturbing Illusion channel. And I'll put that in the 360 file folder, the playlist.
Have you guys voted yet? ¿Se han votado?
No.
¿De dónde son? Where are you guys from?
Por Luis Abinader.
¿De qué país? What country?
República Dominicana.
All right, let's get back to English here.
You need to address, and I believe she will step up though.
Yeah.
Oh, he got a Kamala supporter. That's not going to go well. Let's see.
And are you guys voting this year? And who did you guys vote for? We're live right now. We're just talking.
I thought he was going to talk to Elmo. Hold on a second. Let's see if Alex Jones is doing something other than selling his merch. Let me see. Let me do a refresh on this. Everybody seems to be wanting to cover the election tonight from a left perspective or a right perspective. Let's go over it. I don't see it coming up. Why isn't it coming up? Google search discrepancy and election information display. Let me show you this right here. They're already calling for, fraudulent stuff going on. Let me, this right here is pretty heartbreaking. You've got either the Amish or the Mennonites with Trump flags, and your propaganda campaign is complete and thoroughly effective when you've got the Mennonites participating in the humiliation, demoralization ritual of voting. And it is the slave suggestion box. Always remember that Trump is, I like take the guns first, due process second. That is a direct quote from him. That is antithetical to the First Amendment. Remember, there are 5 key elements to the First Amendment: RAPS, RAPPS, religion, assembly, petition, press, speech. People making a big stink about this squirrel dying, the squirrel and the raccoon, and they make more of a stink about that than people dying at Waco and what happened to Randy Weaver's family in Ruby Ridge. Where were we going to go to? Yeah, this is what voting is like right here, guys. Yeah, you got a wheel in your hand and you're turning the wheel as though it were doing something, but somebody else is steering it, and it's the federal government. Your vote literally counts for what? When you know who controls the issuance and value of your currency. Where was it? Oh, yeah, here we go. I'm just going to go ahead and let me turn the sound on. This looks legit. I don't know if it is, because things can be messed with and manipulated, but check this out. It looks like he is trying to push the Donald J. Trump button. But once he pushes it right here, it turns the Kamala Harris button green. And people are freaking out about this, like, oh my gosh, there's already interference. It's like interference in what is already a corrupt political process, says everybody who has half a brain and is willing to be honest about what's going on. Okay, Alex Jones, watch the election here. What do we got here?
Down into Clark County, which has 2/3 of the state's voters. Indies, we really don't know how they're going to break. I do believe that we do have more independent voters that are coming in from California. And with the GOP surge that we were seeing in early voting, the GOP dominated early.
What's up, James Freeman? Hey, James, if you've got time, do you want to do a real quick interview about your last arrest? Just let me know. I don't want to put you on the spot. Well, I guess I just did. It's too late. But if you want to do a quick live stream, let me know.
Voting. The GOP was ahead by about 42 to 45,000 votes on average. The GOP was registering about 400. I think 400,000 independents have voted. And I don't know. I was just getting those numbers before we got on.
Oh, James says he's down.
Cumulative.
All right. I'm going to put I don't know how else to do this. I'm going to put the invitation link in there. If anybody else clicks the link, I'm only going to bring James forward. So please don't take offense at that. There's the link right there, James. And what I would like to do while we're talking about this, because this has everything to do with the political atmosphere and law enforcement agents just following orders. Let's see, James. says arrested and tased, but let's see. That's 4 years ago.
The number one question I am asked about these days is Paleo Valley's grass-fed organ complex. I take it every single day.
Let's see. I don't know what that is. Oh, this is just somebody talking about it. I want to actually go to the actual video. I think this might be it. Yeah, we'll just wait for James Freeman to come up, and I've got a guy that I'd like to have chime in on it as well. He says if I... Yeah, sure. Just tell me who it is, and we'll bring him up too. Yeah, we'll just wait for James to get ready. I actually want to go through the dash cam at the very first of it before this cop pulls James over, because there's an accusation that he makes against James that we need to take a look at. All right, this that looked boring. Let's see, Daily Wire, Tim Young's Election Day.
Realize this.
I think he's
to come on live with me.
He's a rightist statist
What a
as well.
delightful
As they
time.
should be.
As they should be. I'm gonna go retweet. Have you retweeted me lately? He's a rightist statist.
As they should.
All right, there's James Freeman. Let me see.
I'm gonna go retweet. Have you retweeted me?
Hold on a second. I think wait, let me remove him and bring him back.
There's James Freeman. Let me see.
Why isn't he coming forward?
Wait, let me remove him and bring it back.
Hold on one second, guys. Oh, there we go. What's up, James? How you doing?
Good. How are you, man?
Good. Do you want to talk about your arrest?
Yeah, let me make sure I've got my settings right, though. Got my camera. Oh, and turn off my... Oh, boy.
I know a lot of people have a lot of questions about it, so I just wanted to go directly to the source. I've already got the video queued up.
Perfect. Yeah, I'm just making... All right, I'm on the right microphone. Yeah. Yeah, man, I'm down.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and hit play, and you can kind of just talk us into this, talk us through it.
I guess you just ask me any questions you want. Well, actually, I'll tell you what happened before this.
Okay.
So this cop was sitting on the right side of the road. He had just finished extorting somebody, and all the traffic is bottlenecking over to that left side, right? Trying to get out in the left lane so that we're not passing the cop.
Right.
So as soon as I pass, he pulls out, and we can tell he's coming after me from the very beginning. I don't even know why, though. Right here, you'll see he's actually right next to a car, and he moves over, and he almost pushes that car off of the road already. There's some point where he's going to cross the line a little bit.
Yeah, and then doesn't he make a cut right as you're taking the exit, and he kind of crosses directly behind some vehicle? Is that what you're talking about?
Well, right now he's on the line right there. He's trying
Yeah.
to push that vehicle off the road to squeeze in there to get behind me, which is why I decided I'm going to get off the freeway, because I know he's coming after me, and I'm not stopping on the side of a freeway. And this is Arkansas State Police. If you don't stop immediately, they're going to pit maneuver you. So I know he's coming after me at this point. I'm like, all right, sweet, I'll get off at this exit then.
Yeah, and check this out, guys. Look at this. Just boink. I doubt he used his turn signal too.
He almost pushed that car off of the road too. He moved over while he was right next to him. So
Do you have a rear-facing dash cam?
No.
Okay. So now you're trying to find a safe place to go. Let me just speed this up real quick. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna fast forward this to where he actually gets out and makes contact with you.
So the cat's out of the bag now too. I'm going to tell you some secrets.
Okay.
That were secrets. I think Merb outed me my first year or so of doing auditing or whatever. I have had a suspended driver's license for 19 years.
You freaking criminal. I didn't know that. Okay, now we can't talk anymore.
Yep.
You're not a fellow slave with the rest of us. Damn it.
And the thing is, I'd prefer to be a fellow slave. It's so much easier to obey master's rules than to take the whipping. But it's one or the other. And so the thing is, I carry on about my life. I produce for my family. I work. And in order to do that, I've got to be able to go from one place to another. I can't afford a driver. So I've been driving myself for 19 years.
Wait, you mean you can get along in life without deceiving people and extorting them? Are you serious?
Yeah, I mean, it's shocking, right?
I didn't know there was any other way to make a living. That's crazy. That's news to me.
So the thing is that every time I get pulled over, I know that I'm most likely going to jail. Most states will lock you up and impound your vehicle for driving on a suspended. So as soon as the lights go on, anytime they go on, I'm not worried about doing anything except making the phone calls I need to make sure somebody knows I'm in jail so I get bonded out. So all I was doing this entire time is kind of trying to ignore him and stall. And I was casually making phone calls to my wife and this guy, Sean, who lives 30 minutes away from here. Because I know as soon as I unlock the doors and he finds out I'm going to jail. That's all there's to it. And at some point, man, after so many years, you realize, all right, I can either fight him and one or more people will die, or I can choose to let him kidnap me. I'll give him some money. I'll get out and I'll go and I'll do it again. I've been doing it for 19 years. It's not going to change. So all I'm doing is stalling and trying to make sure I get calls out to get myself out of the cage that I know.
And at no point, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, at no point did you say you weren't going to show your ID, right?
No, never.
Okay.
I told him I'm working on it.
Right.
You know? And I was going through my phone. I was trying to get the insurance pulled up. A lot of people don't know this too, but insurance companies insure unlicensed drivers now because there's so many of us.
Right.
When I first started doing this 19 years ago, you couldn't get insurance, but most of them insure unlicensed drivers. It's kind of like insuring a teenager though.
Yeah. It costs way more.
Yeah.
The premiums are through the roof. All right. So let's proceed with this right here.
Hey, good afternoon. I'm Trooper Hoyt with Arkansas State Police. The reason why I stopped today is maybe up on the interstate, you're falling too close to the vehicle in front of you, and then you made a quick exit. You got to signal at least 33 yards or 100 feet before you actually make that right-hand turn.
I was following too close to the vehicle in front of me?
Yes, sir. Do you got your driver's license proof insurance on?
How close was I to the vehicle in front of me?
Sir, do you have your driver's license proof
Did
insurance?
you realize that everybody had to move over because you were on?
In a country that's ruled by criminality, let me just say, this is about as petty as you can get. It has to be 33 yards or 100 feet before you have to activate your turn signal 33 yards or 100 feet before you actually turn. Do you feel like you did that though?
I don't know if I did or didn't. I also don't think it's really relevant. I think that we should do things like this to try to be courteous to the other drivers around us.
Yeah.
To try to signify and let everybody know what you're doing and what your intent is to do. But do I think that anybody owes anybody any money if they don't? No. And so I really don't know. I know that I exited last minute because I knew he was coming after me and I wasn't going to be pulled over on the side of a freeway. So
yeah, and along the lines,
100 feet, I don't know.
Along the lines of harassment, one of the most important and valuable things that you have in your life that you can never reclaim or get back is your time. So even I think people minimize this aspect of it. Anytime a cop pulls you over, they are interfering with your time, which you will never get back. What if James was on his way to work? What if he was on his way home to oh, you were? Okay.
Yes.
So what if you were on your way also to, a more pressing matter, on your way to your house because you got a call from your wife and your child is bleeding and you need to get there as quickly as possible. These cops do not care about you. They don't care about your time, and they don't care how much time they eat up on your clock. So,
Brian, I'm glad you mentioned that too, because this is Arkansas State Police. This is the same troopers that did a pit maneuver on a pregnant woman because she did not immediately pull over. I knew I was in Arkansas. There's a reason I jumped off of that freeway. These are also the same troopers that a few months after that were trying to pull over a vehicle that was speeding to a hospital. They had their hazards on and they're speeding. They get off at the exit. The exit only goes to a hospital. That's the only place it goes. And he does a pit maneuver on them. He does a pit maneuver on them right there on the exit. And then they find out, oh, her mother's having a heart attack or something. And but they still take their time, trying to figure out what's what, who's who. Oh, okay, your mom's dying. All right, give us a couple minutes. Let us figure. Yeah, all right, go ahead. Take her to the hospital. We'll give you your ticket down there. Yeah, nothing else matters except their arbitrary, what they want to do in this moment. All life, liberty, and property aside, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
you just broke the rules.
Oh, you were pursuing happiness? Well, you're not anymore, buddy. Give me your driver's license.
You were trying to save your mother's life?
Yeah. Yeah.
Forget it. You're getting a pit maneuver.
Yeah. You everybody who's watching, if you're not familiar with what we're talking about, you have got to understand that this stuff matters and criminality matters. And criminality is still criminality, whether you have a uniform and a badge and come with the authority of the state or not. This is just a human being. We've got to get ourselves out of this paradigm where some human beings reserve the right to get one over on us rather than other human beings because they're special people because they have those badges. It is an absolute illusion. It's a travesty, and it's the conduit through which most evil enters the world because we keep submitting to these order following puppets who are like, well, sorry, James, I didn't write the laws. I'm just here to enforce them.
So everybody had to move over.
Sir, do you have your driver's license proof of insurance?
What's your name?
Sir, do you
And I want everybody to pay attention to how many times this trooper asked for is some form of identification. It's almost like, buddy, do you have a line of coke? Do you have anything? I'll take anything. Drano, whatever it is, I'll take it. This guy's so desperate. Here, we're just gonna play it back. Let's count.
Hey, afternoon. I'm Trooper Hoyt with Arkansas State Police. The reason why I stopped you today is might be up on the interstate. You're falling too close to the vehicle in front of you, and then you made a quick exit. You got to signal at least 33 yards or 100 feet before you actually make that right-hand turn.
I was following too close to the vehicle in front of you?
Yes, sir. Do you have your driver's license proof of insurance on?
How close was I to the vehicle in front of you?
Sir, do you have your driver's license proof of
Did you
insurance?
realize that everybody had to move over because you were on the freeway? You were blocking everybody's way, and so everybody had to move over.
Sir, do you have your driver's license proof of insurance?
What's your name?
Sir, do you have your driver's
What's your
license?
name?
Sir, do you have your driver's license proof of insurance?
That's 5.
Sir, do you have your driver's license proof of insurance? Sir, do you have your driver's license proof of insurance?
That's 7.
14-8-20. You here to not to my location. I got one. Failed to identify himself.
I'm not feeling right. Identify myself.
Sir, do you have your driver's license proof of insurance?
Pause the backup. Pause the slam on
Sir, do you have your driver's license proof of insurance?
I got it on video.
Sir, do you have your driver's license proof of insurance?
Yeah, I'm going live.
So I was on the phone at this time too.
Okay.
So when I said I'm going live, I was talking to the person that I'm talking on the phone with. And most of the conversation that I have, I guess people thought that I was talking to the cop. Most of the conversation I had was the person I was on the phone with, which really pissed him off that I was ignoring him and talking to somebody else.
Which adds another layer of context because he can see that you can hear him, but he's continuing to ask for your driver's license or some form of identification, which in my world, if somebody kept doing that, it's like, wow, this guy has some kind of mental problem, or this is just it's something a child would do. It's like, Mommy, can I have a cookie? Mommy, can I have a cookie? About that cookie, Mama. Mama, can I have a cookie? He's like, man, no crack for you today, officer.
Your driver's license proof of insurance, or I'm going to go ahead and detain you, okay?
For what?
Sir, you're on a lawful traffic stop. Driver's license proof of insurance.
For what?
Driver's license proof of insurance.
13, 14.
I've already explained myself, sir.
That's bullcrap. You know it. I got it on video.
I don't know if you guys heard, but James Freeman just said that's bull crap and you know it. I got it on video.
Move on with your day and I'll move on with mine.
Sir, driver's license proof of insurance.
I'm going to reach in there for insurance. Is that all right?
I need your driver's license, sir.
All right, I'm going to reach in there for insurance.
That's completely fine, but I need your driver's license.
All right.
I need it now.
Reach in there for it?
I've already told you you can reach in there.
Oh, you guys need to get it on the phone.
Sir, driver's license proof of insurance.
Trying to get it on the phone right now.
You don't have it on you?
Trying to get it on the phone.
Why do you need it on your phone?
It's on the phone. Huh?
Okay, I need your driver's license.
God. Anytime you want me to stop, James, just let me know.
Okay. Anytime you got any questions, let me know.
Okay.
Or if anybody in the chat does.
I do have a question, like maybe on behalf of the audience. Do you ever get nervous when you get into these kind of confrontations with especially troopers?
I did this time. And the reason is because I haven't had this happen to me in about 7 or 8 years. I got pulled over for driving on a suspended 17 times in Arizona. And every single time I went to jail, and every single time they took my car. Every single time I would pay $500 to bond out and never show up to court. And I would go get my vehicle out of impound. So it was all a money thing every time. So when it used to happen to me every few months, every 6 months to a year or so, I'd gotten so used to it that it was just a routine thing. And so they'd pull me over. I'd get out of the car. I'd put my hands behind my back. They didn't have to ask for license or registration. It was, look, I know what you're here for. You're here to throw me in a cage and take my money. But I own a business. I had a lot of stuff to do. So I'm like, hey, let's just hurry up and do it. Because really what it comes down to at that point, when you realize what's really going on is you're either going to defend yourself or you're going to give the armed robber the money. I knew I wasn't going to shoot him. And that's the only way to actually defend yourself. So I might as well just get out, hurry up, put your hands behind your back and give him the money.
Yeah.
And so back then, there was one time that I was so relaxed about everything that it made the cops scared, and he called for 10 backup units. And after the fact, I was like, why'd you call so many people? Like, I was trying to voluntarily hand myself into you. He said, man, you were just so cool. I've never actually seen anybody be so cool about being arrested before that I didn't know what your plan was. But this time, I was nervous. And it's that you're never planning on this happening, right?
Yeah.
I was going about my day. I was headed to Little Rock, Arkansas to apply for a permit to protest government. And so, I had things to do. I wasn't planning on, and now I'm in the situation going, okay, well, I know what's going to happen now. Now I've got to readjust all my plans for the day. And that's really what I'm thinking about. It's not, and also it's Arkansas State Police. And so I'm genuinely scared of them. I'm scared that they're trigger happy. Like the whole, hey, can I reach in my glove box? That's not just, trying to poke at him. Like, no, I'm scared to death of this guy.
Yeah. It's not for show. You want to allay their fears and you want to calm them down and go, okay, here, my hands are here the whole time. I'm just going to reach in and I'm going to get the thing that you asked for. Please don't look 10-2, officer. Look, I want to make you as comfortable as possible because I know how you guys operate. So when you say I wasn't planning on doing this, it's because you weren't planning on hurting anybody or stealing their stuff, because you can expect to maybe be stopped by even just a regular citizen if you're trying to harm somebody. But if you're going about your business, not harming anybody, you wouldn't expect anybody but a psychopath to be interfering with your life.
That's right. Absolutely.
All right, let's get back to this.
Sir, you need to provide your driver's license, please. You said you don't?
I said I'm working on it.
You don't have a physical copy on you?
I'm trying to find out where it's at. You know what she's coming to. Hello? All right, send me a picture. You want a picture of it?
Your driver's license?
Yeah, and insurance.
If you have a physical copy, I need your physical copy of it.
So at this point, I was showing him the insurance on the phone.
Okay.
Are we in Arkansas?
Yes, sir, you are.
Okay. You guys are the ones who do pit maneuvers on pregnant women when they don't pull over right away, is that right?
Sir, I need your
Did
driver's
you hear that,
license.
Brian?
No, I didn't. What did he say?
I said, you guys are the ones who do pit maneuvers on pregnant women when they don't pull over right away, right?
I missed that. Hold on a second. I got to play that. I got to play it over.
Are we in Arkansas?
Yes, sir, you are.
Okay. You guys are the ones who do pit maneuvers on pregnant women when they don't pull over right away, is that right?
Sir, I need your driver's license proof of insurance.
My God. You guys are the ones who do pit maneuvers on pregnant women. Sir, I need your license right now. We won't talk about that. I know Barney, actually, and we actually all gave him a medal for that one.
Yep.
Jeez, man.
Right, you guys are the ones who
Sir, I need your driver's
What was that cop's name? Can you remember that? I don't remember it right off the top of my head.
I don't.
Everybody put a 1 in the room if you remember the Arkansas state trooper who did a pit maneuver on a pregnant woman as she had her hazards on, was slowing down, was clearly not running for the police. The reason she wasn't pulling over is because there were concrete barriers, if I remember right, on both sides. She was looking for an exit so she could pull over safely, which is well within your rights under the law to do.
And her consideration was the police officer too. She wasn't looking out for her own safety. This was a bootlicking, hardcore statist woman who supports the hell out of the police. She was looking for a safe spot for him. It wasn't even about her. And he almost killed her.
Yeah. If anybody in the comment section remembers that cop's name. Oh, Rodney Dunn. Trooper Rodney Dunn with the Arkansas State Troopers Association, or whatever it is.
insurance.
God, I'm so glad you said that thing to him about the pregnant women. Do you have that on a recording inside your car?
I do. I haven't released any of that stuff. I can send you stuff though. I'll send you exclusive stuff.
Are you planning on releasing any of that?
I wasn't planning on telling the public about any of this.
Oh, okay.
And the reason is because it doesn't align with what I normally do on my channel. I know some people think it maybe does. And I guess it kind of crosses into that area, but most people, especially my subscribers, I don't know. They say they want liberty, but then at the same time, a lot of people just really don't comprehend what it really means. And so if you're not following the written legislation, then you're doing something wrong to most people.
In what way in your mind? In what way in your mind are you thinking that it doesn't align with regular content on your channel? Because it does look like it fits.
Yeah, I can see, because I post stuff where I think that it's 100% provable that the government is in the wrong. And even though you and I see that the government is in the wrong in this instance, I don't think the majority of society sees that at all. And I think it's a stretch to try to get them to that point right now.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the way people are so propagandized and brain pickled, I would tend to agree with you on that.
What's that? Text or what?
I think there's a lot of dead space here. Let's see. Let's go over where the trooper goes to the other side of the vehicle. And let me just go ahead.
I'll say this too. The one thing that I think that everyone would agree with is that, or would say that I was doing wrong, was driving on a suspended. Because I don't believe that he could actually convict me on following too closely. So really, all of this is fruit of a poisonous tree anyways, because I believe it was an unlawful stop to begin with. But to most people, I don't think that they even really want to consider that. It's just like, hey man, well, you didn't have the license though. And that's why I kind of got used to realizing, well, that's how people are. It's not a fight I'm going to win. Yeah. And so I'm just going to give them the money. That's what they want.
Speaking of the money, what was the economic fallout of this? How much did this end up costing you personally?
It was like $250 to get my car out of impound. They released me on a signature bond, no money. I was, from the time he turned on his lights until I was out of jail and had my vehicle and was back heading down the road, was less than 3 hours.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's because you had some friends come to your aid and kind of help you out there and take you to the impound lot?
Yeah.
$250 for the impound fee, and the car wasn't even in the impound lot for 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy, man.
And most people go in and yell and argue with the impound guy too. And I get it. Everything they're doing is wrong.
Yeah.
But I mean, what is yell? I mean, I'll just lick their boots and try to get a discount, but it's not going to change. They're going to extort you at gunpoint. And until the majority of society can get to a point where they realize that this is actually wrong, we're not going to win these little battles.
And back to the registration thing too. That brings up a good point, because people are so, I hate to keep using the word propagandized, but indoctrinated into believing that we got to have that permission slip from government to take our property from point A to point B, because these roads right here, because taxes paid for those, and you got to pay your fair share. We got to get ourselves out of that paradigm, because that's what keeps us in the hamster wheel of totalitarianism. As long as we think we need government's permission to do things that we have a perfect right to do, as per some Supreme Court cases and some other court cases in the past, which people like to just forget about, nothing is going to change. Nothing. And they will continue to see, James, well, you deserve this because you didn't bow down and lick the boots of government and get that permission slip from the teacher.
And the thing is, I try to pick my battles. I don't see that as a winning battle in the general public right now. But I mean, 6 years ago, myself and Clash with Bow were trying to record inside of courtrooms. And that was a losing battle at that time. Everybody was saying, no, that's inappropriate. There's no reason for you to have a camera in there. Just 6 years later, all of a sudden, people are starting to see logic and reason and seeing, wait a second, it is a public hearing. All trials and hearings are supposed to be public. What is the secret? We're not talking about going in there and making a big to-do or, being crazy. We're saying it should be recorded in one way or another.
Yeah.
But 6 years ago, 7 years ago, the majority of even my audience couldn't see that. And so that's why I say, I try to pick my battles and say, what do I think the general public is willing and ready to get on board with, and what are they not?
Right. And as far as police are concerned and their mere existence, if there was going to be an existence of a government official who's going to extract the tax cattle funds from the people in their community, which is extortion by the barrel of a gun and just simply theft. If there was going to be a legitimate purpose, it wouldn't be this, right? It wouldn't be the harassment of somebody who literally didn't threaten anybody, didn't harm anybody, didn't steal anybody's stuff, didn't rob a bank. They're literally treating you like you're the suspect of a bank robbery or something because you didn't pay. Well, do you think their initial reason for pulling you over is because they found out that you had, no registration, or do you think it was because he thought you were following too close and didn't use your blinker?
No, it's because I had out-of-state plates in a minivan.
Okay.
And the reason I say that, when the guy who picked me up from jail told me this, and I said, yeah, shut up, dude. I'm tired of hearing people's nonsense about, and to me, it was nonsense. He pulled me over because I have a minivan and out-of-state plates. So right there on that corridor of freeway between Oklahoma and Arkansas on I-40, they do drug interdiction.
Yes.
And they stop almost every single vehicle with out-of-state plates, especially a minivan with a middle-aged man driving by himself. So there's a lawsuit currently. The Institute for Justice currently has a lawsuit against them right there in that county for doing exactly that, for profiling a vehicle, lying and saying he committed a traffic infraction when he didn't, and pulling him over, harassing him, and searching his vehicle.
Wasn't there a large amount of money involved in that stop too?
I'm not sure. That there was another one just on November 1st, just 4 days ago, where they just were bragging about a huge bust on I-40. Same thing. They pulled over a vehicle with an out-of-state plate. That's just their MO. That's what they do. If you've got out-of-state plates, you're getting pulled over. And if you don't have drugs and you let them search your car, you're going to be on your way with a warning. But if you don't comply, then you're going to get punished.
Yeah, and there was an ABC7 local affiliate that exposed the fact that the bulk of the stops, I can't remember which way the drugs, there's an east-west corridor, that's the I-40, and I can't remember which direction it was, but one of the directions is more drugs come in, one direction is more money goes out, and they focus their attention on where the money is. They don't really care about the drugs. They just want to get the cash under civil asset forfeiture.
That's right. And actually in this area right now, they're trying to say, no, that's not what it was about. The drugs go east and the money goes west.
Okay.
And that was what they were doing. Now they're actually getting the drugs. So they are pulling over cars going eastbound. They're not even on the westbound side anymore. They're trying to prove, oh no, it was never about there. Yeah.
What I like about that ABC7 thing that I remember from about 6 or 7 years ago is that they actually employed, it was either a drone or a helicopter, and they actually saw the cops get into position and then pull these people over, and actually had the evidence that the people who they pulled over didn't even commit a traffic infraction.
Yep.
All right, we're going to get back to this, but I do want to point this out right here in the video, is several times the guys in this gas station or this tire shop, when they had an opportunity, and this is how clueless Boobus Americanus can be. Anytime you see a cop pulling one of your fellow Americans over, it would be a good idea, not only for yourself potentially in the future, but for the person who's possibly being harassed, more likely being harassed by that cop, as an insurance policy to protect your fellow Americans. One of the most American things you can do, in fact, one of the most freedom-minded things you can do, is pull out a camera and everybody's got them, so there's no excuse. But they didn't do it for James. So let me go.
So what they were more worried about, and understandably so, as a business owner, I would be too. The cop was blocking a garage. They were trying to get cars in and out of there. So they were obstructing business operations.
Yeah,
is what the police were doing there, and that's why they kept walking around like, "Hey, when are you going to finish this up? Are you guys almost done? We got customers here." So,
yeah.
Nobody matters but the police.
Yep, exactly. Everything. They'll close off an entire freeway for freaking no reason and inconvenience thousands of people just so they can get their just due, or what they think is their just due. Now he went and he actually put his hand on the handle of James's minivan.
Open the window or I'm going to break it.
Tried to open it.
Step out.
I'm going to break it.
So, Brian, this also, if you notice, I mean, I know we talked for a while between this, but he went from asking for my license to coming over and trying to get in my car. And I was getting him the stuff he was asking for. I was going to give him an ID. I was getting the insurance. He was still asking. So my wife sent the insurance, but the picture was like portrait mode. So when I turned it, he couldn't see it well. So she was resending another picture. The point is, I was getting the the thug what he wanted. Now, I didn't have a license, but he would have gotten an ID card eventually. You just, I was being very casual and slow about it. And I was more concerned with my phone calls than him, which is really what made him mad.
If you were to give somebody advice who found themselves in a similar position to this, what would you, what are the steps that they should do to ensure, number one, that they're safe, number two, that they record and document? I mean, like, what are the steps you go through? Do you have like a checklist in your mind?
I'm not used to getting pulled over. Like it hasn't happened actually since I started my YouTube channel. It used to happen all the time. But I would recommend having a dash cam, which I didn't have one going. Because then you don't have to worry about shuffling around to get a camera going. And most people do have their insurance on their phone now. And so when you show your insurance, personally, I would rather take the ticket for no insurance than stop the recording to show him the insurance. I had 2 phones though. So I was able to show him the insurance on one. And I mean, but in reality, I know people want to talk about, oh, you got to be a badass and assert your rights and tell the cop how it is. That's not real life, man. I would recommend dealing with the police the same way that you deal with an armed robber. I really, really would. You know, recognize that they're the gun in the room, that they are going to use any amount of force and violence against you to get what they want.
Yep.
And I mean, so yeah, the easiest way is put your hands up. Don't make any sudden moves. Don't say things that are going to trigger them, like ignoring them and talking on the phone, you know, like I was doing. All these things are bad ideas. It's just a good way to get tased and get the crap beat out of you.
Yeah, that's probably the biggest takeaway of this video, the most valuable and most important, because, you know, you want to make it back to your wife and kids. You want to make sure, especially if you're the sole provider of your household, you don't want your life to end because you did something that you knew was going to tick the cop off. One of the things that these cops absolutely don't like is for you to bruise their fragile egos to begin with, because when that happens, pretty much all bets are off. Oops, I thought I reached for my taser. I didn't know it was my gun. Too bad James is gone now. Well, guess what? There's not going to be this long train of blue lights, cherries, and berries for James's funeral. But if somebody takes out a cop, man, they're going to wrap around for 2 or 3 city blocks and shut everything down.
You know, the tough thing too is I think that a lot of times we want to be able to talk our way out of something or get out of it. These guys are going to do what they're going to do to us. And so no amount of talking or negotiation is ever going to help us.
Yeah. And always remember, if they've got a body cam and a dash cam rolling, whether you do or not, it's always good to have your own, but there's something being recorded. Just remember that there's going to be, possibly, if you live through the experience, there's going to be a judge or a jury, you know, preferably a jury, that's going to take a look at this. And you want to make the balance so uneven that you were the good guy and he was the bad guy, that it almost gives the jury no choice but to decide in your favor. You always want to think about that.
Arkansas, you're in Van, you're in Arkansas.
Van, you're in Arkansas?
Yep, step out.
Let me get my shoes on. They're right here.
Oh yeah, I had my shoes off too, so I was actually trying to put my feet into my shoes. That's why I'm stalling at this point, but you know, slowly and casually.
You know, I always heard it was illegal to drive with your shoes off. That's not true, is it? That's never been true, has it?
I don't know. Felt pretty comfortable to me.
You know, I know it seems comfortable, but I don't know why it would be illegal to drive with your shoes off. I don't know. It makes no sense.
Set your phones in your seat. You're gonna step out for me. So you can set your phones there. There's a recording right there. Step awful.
It's recording right there, and you can trust me. You can trust me, James. I'm not going to lose that recording, no matter how I act out. It doesn't matter. We'll get this to you in about 6 to 12 months, too.
Step out of the vehicle.
James, you're not stepping out of the vehicle fast enough. Damn it!
Yeah, I was trying to slide my shoes on.
Step out of the vehicle, or I'm going to remove you. Step out of the vehicle. Step out of the vehicle.
So I think this is the point where people, the original person that posted this was Arkansas police activity or something. And people in the comments were saying that I just kept talking to the cop. I was on the phone. I was talking to the person on the phone. That's what was going on there. Like I said, trying to make sure that he knew where I was at and everything. So
this cop reminds me of a parent saying, Johnny, 1. I told you before. 2. It's like his words are meaningless. He already threatened to break your window. He's already asked you for your ID like 25 times already.
At that point, though, when he said he was going to break my window, I did look at him. I was like, really, dude? Really? You're going to destroy my stuff? Like, relax, man. You're going to get everything you want. Just, I mean, I didn't say it to him, but I was just thinking, man, what a freaking psycho, dude.
Yeah, but you got to keep in mind, James, this trooper has all this pent up energy. There's a pit maneuver out there he's been deprived of, and he's got it. He needs his pound of flesh, man.
Yep.
Yes, sir. Step out of the vehicle or I'm going to break the window.
That's the second time he's
going to break the window. Step out now.
My God, he's got to be. If he's a parent, I really feel sorry for his kids.
Or a husband.
Oh God, you know what's going on.
I said sandwich now. Now.
Yeah. Yep. I'm not wearing this wife beater for nothing.
Arkansas about to be arrested by
He's refusing to get out home.
Oh, he's calling for backup. As he was calling for backup, James opens the door. He's like, oh, it's open now.
Yeah, Van Buren in Arkansas. Put your hands on your back. State trooper. State trooper.
Put your hands on the back of your head.
State trooper, Van Buren, Arkansas.
Here's another thing. This. Oh my God, this gets all over me. You signed up for a job where you get to put your hands on another man. My God, it's so shameful, man. The whole thing is so shameful. And that anybody can look at this and not see it for what it really is really baffles me.
What's
Got
that?
the cuffs on. Did he put them on tight?
All right, thank you.
I mean, I couldn't say either way. I mean,
Okay.
I've never been cuffed where it didn't leave marks on my wrists, you know?
Yeah.
They always say they're not made for comfort.
Right. Yeah. Stick in your hand. I can't even comprehend sticking my hand in another man's pocket. Oh my God.
Dude, Brian, I'm freaking bummed. It looks like this cop doesn't actually have a body cam. I thought he had a body cam.
Oh,
I talked to him a lot when we got to the jail.
Oh, wait.
Really,
see.
I was just trolling him though. At that point, I had totally relaxed and I didn't give a shit. And so I was doing my normal trolley stuff, like when I have my camera up and I'm just trolling pigs, right?
Yeah.
But the jailer is patting me down and he pats in the front and I go, he's like, got anything in here? And he pats and I go, oh, that's my penis.
Oh.
I mean, I was just messing. I mean, you know, just lighthearted. But
when they checked you into jail, they didn't do any kind of funny business with the glove and a finger or anything, did they?
No.
Did they fingerprint you and book you in?
No, they didn't even fingerprint me.
Really?
When I got into that jail, man, they couldn't have gotten everybody who looked at the charges and they're like, what the hell are we doing with this guy who's traveling in his minivan, had no drugs, no actual criminal infractions, with a wife and 6 kids, who's traveling for work and he's in jail right now. They bumped me in front of other people in the jail. Processed me and released me with no bond.
How do you know this? Where'd you get that information that they had this mentality?
Because they were saying it. I mean, when they were asking me questions, because they were asking questions to figure out if they should let me out without a bond or if I was going to be a flight risk or something, which we can get to that in a minute too. But so yeah, they're asking me questions. Are you married? Do you have kids? Are you employed? And most of the people that come through there, they're not. They're a lot of the people I should say that come through there are repeat career criminals.
Right.
But they've got my rap sheet too. You'll see when I'm in the back of the car, they start reading off all the things I've been accused of, multiple felonies, multiple misdemeanors, all of them dismissed though. So I don't know. I licked boots in there. They liked me and they let me out pretty quick.
So let's go back and let's see. He didn't have a body cam. Let's see. No, that's his. Yeah, you're right. That's his mic right there. Yeah, I don't see a body cam. You're right. Unless that's a body. No, it's not a body cam on his belt.
I don't answer questions.
Okay. And then I answered questions.
Careful.
Did you?
I was trying to screw with him there though. He was like, "You got anything sharp in your pocket?" And I was like, "I don't answer questions." He starts reaching in. Careful. I was just trying to be a dick.
Keys. I think there's keys there. I don't want you to get poked by them.
I don't want you to get poked.
I don't think there's anything
You're so caring, James. You're so caring.
else at all in my pockets. I don't think.
Look, man, if I didn't want to get poked by something in another man's pocket, I wouldn't put my hand in another man's pocket.
No, exactly. You know, when I first saw this at the Arkansas Police Accountability or whatever the channel was that launched this, I was expecting you to go, "Ooh, oh man, a little to the right, a little to the right." That would have been classic.
No firearms in the vehicle either.
Which is a real bummer, Brian. There was no firearms in there. We had just taken the car in for service days before I left. And when we take it in for service, we take the guns out. And I forgot to put the gun that goes. We have guns that go with each vehicle.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And so
do you think it would have gone a different way if you did have a firearm in the vehicle?
Well, I mean, it's totally legal and lawful, but I don't know what they do when they go and impound your vehicle if they take that firearm and now I got to go get that from property, or if they leave it with the vehicle.
Yeah. You know what I want to start doing? I want to start driving around, and in honor of Flex Your Freedoms, I want to have a baggie with a little Coke in it, and I want to have some Mary Janes so that I can go, now there's nothing of interest in my vehicle except for that baggie with a little Coke in it. And then there is that big baggie of Mary Janes. You might not want to check my vehicle out.
Yeah. I love that guy.
I do too, man. It's just so classic. How'd you get here? I'm airborne qualified, sir. Rondé Johnson is a legend, says Eric Farmer.
Hey, what's up, Goodman? Been better, man. Trying to go about my day.
Who are you talking to here? Is it another trooper that just pulled up?
Yeah, and he says, "Hey, how you doing?" And I said, "Been better, man. Just trying to go about my day." You know, exactly as it is.
It's like a carjacker's in the middle of carjacking you, and then his buddy comes along to help him carjack, and he's like, "Hey, how you doing today?" Just small talking with you. It's so psychotic.
At this point, I'm starting to relax a little bit more too. There comes a point, at least for me, when it's like, man, you already realize what's going to happen, and nothing you do or say is going to change it. If you just relax and just take the ride, you know.
Yeah, just maintain your integrity. Don't start bagging and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Still recording. We make sure that. Hey, can you make sure that's still recording for me?
Make sure it's still recording. James says about his phone that's now on the hood of the trooper's car.
Go ahead and set that here for me, okay?
See, he wanted to start small talk. He asked, "How are you doing?" That's like something that someone who's trying to be a decent human being would do.
Yeah.
Also, I think a decent human being would make sure my recording is still going.
Right, right.
To me, it's just like, man, that you guys never actually are. You're not decent people. You're not.
Yeah, yeah. How you doing today, James? Well, I'm being kidnapped. I'm in the middle of being kidnapped, and you're about to steal my vehicle. Other than that, I guess I was doing okay. Right now, not so much.
Thanks for your service, man.
Yeah. God. You know, thankfully, what takes the edge off all this, it is the land of the free, home of the brave. Thank God. Thank God.
Right.
Oh, here James goes back in the car right here.
Oh man, there's no leg room in there. Where do I put my legs? Do I go sideways or what? Sideways and put my feet on the seat or what?
Was it hot in the back of that car?
No, I think it was a pretty nice day anyway, so pretty cool. But I am intentionally making, I could have easily gotten in that car.
Yeah, you're making it look harder than it is.
Of course.
You know what's always baffled me about this is when they run your record, they find out that you're not this hardened criminal who's escaped from a penitentiary after killing 10 people, and they still make the decision because they do have discretion. They can say policy all day long, but they still have discretion to at least maybe put the cuffs in front. At the very least, you got to sit on your hands. I've only been in that position once. It was when I was 18 in Florida, and I don't remember the experience very well, but I can't imagine that that's very comfortable sitting on your hands that are cuffed with these metal things that are digging into your wrists.
No, it's not. And I'm getting older too, starting to have more back problems and stuff. So by the time I got to the jail, it was only a 5 or 10 minute drive. My back was hurting pretty good, more than my wrist. Actually, that's probably why I didn't even recognize how tight the cuffs were. My back was killing me from sitting the way I was in that seat. So
Yeah, most people don't talk about these little things that when you add them up, they really make a huge difference. It's like, oh yeah, oh, I forgot to tell you about the incessant nerve pain I experienced from my shoulder ever since that day. I forgot to tell you about the carpal tunnel I've now developed from the cuffs being on my wrist. Oh, I forgot to tell you that, I hurt my lower back because that seat is so freaking uncomfortable. There's so many things that people don't consider. Oh, and I forgot to tell you, they did a body cavity search on me and tried to really just ram something, it's just, there's so many disgusting things that go along with this that nobody ever talks about.
And if you were kidnapped by a private kidnapper, all of those things would be considered legitimate. But because you were kidnapped by a badge kidnapper, it's, well, you should have obeyed.
Right.
And that's why I don't even usually bring this stuff up. And when this happened, I wasn't even, this is part of living in the US of A. It's just part of it. Yep. Sometimes you have to get beat up. Sometimes you have to go to jail, and all the time you have to give them your money. That's just part of living here.
Right. I don't think there was much more to this, was there? This is pretty much it.
So he starts going through to inventory the stuff in my vehicle, and he sees all the camera tripods and camera holders and computer equipment, and he goes, I wonder if he's an auditor.
Oh, did he say that?
My wife was on the phone. So I still had my wife on the phone, and the phone was in the car, and she heard it too. So.
Oh, interesting. That's very interesting. So let me ask you this. I mean, I know there's a lot of channels out there that are these anti-auditors, which they call everybody frauditors channels. And they're the first to applaud the arrest of James Freeman. If you were going to say something to him, which, you don't really need to if you don't want to, but what would you say to somebody like that? Or their massive brain dead sheeple audiences who also applaud because they applauded?
I like to try to see other people's perspectives, and I can see the perspective of these people, some of these people that decide that they hate frauditors. I think that if me and you were honest with ourselves, that we could admit that there are a lot of people out there who call themselves auditors and cop watchers who do and say some really stupid stuff. I personally have done and said some really stupid stuff. So just like, mocking and pointing out the ridiculousness of the government, I think that when I do and say things that are ridiculous, why not point it out, mock it? There are some among them who just hate because they want to hate. They just want someone to hate and someone to talk trash about. And those guys I don't have any respect for. But to the trolls, I mean, I don't block people. I don't block. You don't either. Yep. I think that there are those who really just want to hate people and have hate in their heart, and that's what they want to do. And there are others who just don't understand. And if we could have a reasonable, logical conversation with them, they could come around and start to understand over time, because I was one of them. Even after driving on a suspended for 19 years, I was in that mentality that, well, we have to do what they say, man. And you're the problem because you're the one who's not doing what they say. I don't know. It's I don't hate them.
No, I agree with what you're saying here, because I've always said if one of these trolling channels was my neighbor, I would want to stand out at the mailbox and talk with them and try to have some kind of logical discussion, try to figure out where they're coming from. And if they were interested in finding out where I was coming from, the bottom line is we have a human experience, and it's easier to burn a bridge than it is to build it. And I really think the man of integrity would go out of his way to seek to build that bridge instead of burn it, because it is there's some kind of passage in some proverb somewhere from a long time ago. It says something like, any fool can start a quarrel, any fool can bring evil into the world, but it takes a truly good man and somebody with integrity to go that extra mile and bring some goodness into the world. So if I was going to talk to a troll who is dogging you or me for getting in trouble, for not having a license and bowing down to the boot, I would just say, man, when people are out here in the goodness of their heart to turn the cameras on people who call themselves public servants, and those public servants are actually acting like public nuisances, we do this so that you can be more free to sit behind your desk to criticize us. Because truly, this isn't the land of the free, home of the brave. It is the land of the fee, home of the slave. And I want to say this to you publicly. I really appreciate all the stuff that you've gone out there to do. And I know the reason you did it. You and I have spent a lot of time talking behind the scenes together. And I just feel like you're somebody who's got good intentions and your heart's in the right place. So I appreciate what you do.
Thank you, man. I wanted to see if you would bring one more person up on this stream, though, because I wanted to, if you have time, this is your stream. Do you have time for more?
Go for it. Yeah.
Okay. I want to address something that you talk about on your channel, right to travel. I think that people have a right to travel. Government doesn't recognize it, though. And there's a lot of people, I'm sure people noticed, I didn't tell the cop, oh, I have a right to travel, or a USC this or that, or here's a code and a statute.
Yeah.
And the reason, no matter what I believe my rights are, I have an understanding. Well, I think I have an understanding of the reality of how things really go. There's some guy that if I can message him right now and ask him to come up on here. He's telling me that had I just told the cop about my all caps name or something along those lines, that the cop would have let me go. And so I'm going to see if he'll come up, if that's all right. And
No, go ahead. Yeah. And while you're let me speak to that a little bit, because I've heard people say this a lot. By the way, Cody Reed, I appreciate you too, man. Thank you for that. $100 super chat. That's crazy and very humbling. I appreciate it. But speaking along these lines, I do talk with people and I want to hear their perspective, because they talk in such a way where if you just say these words in this right way and you quote this Supreme Court case, they will let you go. Everything's going to be all right. True real life doesn't work like that. I don't care how calm you are. I don't care how articulate or how knowledgeable. And the reason I say that is this. We already have 18 USC 241 conspiracy against rights. We have USC 242, 18 USC 242 deprivation of rights under color of law. And there's already a prescription in US code that handles people who claim to be law enforcement here. And while James is getting on the phone, let me bring up 18 USC, specifically 242. Because there is a prescription that the US code actually says that nobody follows. And it says whoever, this includes judges, lawyers, attorneys. This includes, thank you, Fallon. I appreciate that. This includes senators, congressmen, presidents, governors, whoever under color of any law, statute, ordinance, regulation, or custom willfully subjects any person in any state, territory, commonwealth, possession, or district to the deprivation of any rights, privileges, or immunities secured by the Constitution, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned for any term of years or life or both, or may be sentenced to death. Since we already have that on the books and cops don't even give a damn about it, it doesn't matter how articulate you are, how knowledgeable you are, how correct you are. You could have a whole binder of Supreme Court cases. Maybe sometimes they'll let you off, but there's no guarantee. You know, like we saw Paul Enslaved. He had a rational discussion with that cop in Colorado for about 45 minutes, and the cop just let him go. It doesn't work like that in the majority of cases. So yeah, I agree with what you're saying. Is that where the direction you were headed with that?
Yeah. Because I mean, I get this guy reached out to me earlier today and basically had told me, well, it was a buddy of his, I guess, told me, had you known about the all caps name, you wouldn't have gotten arrested. And I was like, and I'll tell you what, it kind of bothers me, man, that there are people out here who are trying to tell other people that there's some kind of silver bullet that's going to stop the state from attacking you, because so many people buy into it. Yeah. And they truly believe, man, the next time I get pulled over, I'm just going to show them this stack of papers and I'm good to go.
Yeah.
And then they get the crap beat out of them. And then people say, oh, well, James, you're just a pessimist because you don't believe it's going to work. Man, let's take, for example, this right to travel stuff too is it's a far reach. Most people don't believe in this, that you do have that right in society. So one, you're likely not going to win a jury trial anyways, no matter what. But also I think we've strongly established that Jeff Gray has a right to hold his sign saying, God bless the homeless veterans, right? I think that's something the majority of the United States of U.S. citizens, even bootlickers and hardcore status, can agree Jeff has a right to do that. And yet he got arrested just 2 days ago or 3 days ago for doing that. So even with something so greatly established, you're still going to get arrested. But and so for people to think that they're going to take this fringe, stuff about, oh, well, all I have to do is hand him a stack of papers and tell him about a yellow fringed flag and he's going to let me go. That's not reality.
Yeah, and not just absolutely established in law, but I mean, think about it. You can't get a more perfect, solid, ironclad example of deprivation of rights than interfering with a guy holding a sign saying "God bless the homeless vets." Can you get a more pure message that everybody can be on board with? If that's not going to do it, no amount of you citing Supreme Court cases about how you have the right to travel and how you can't be subject to forced insurances and registration and all that kind of stuff. It's if Jeff Gray cannot walk down a road, a public street with such a wholesome sign, pretty much all bets are off for what the law enforcers are going to do.
And really it applies to everything. And I wish more people would see this. I like seeing more people get out and point out that government is nothing but an armed thug. But I wish more people would realize, just like you already said it, just because you know the law, you can know all the law, all the case law, you can even print it out and have it there in person. When the guy with the gun standing right there is willing to hurt you, nothing else matters. Just like when you put a gun-free zone on the outside of a school, the guy who's going to break the law, the guy who doesn't care, he doesn't care.
Yep. And basically, I call the gun-free zones just talking about that, which correlates with everything you went through and everything people go through every single day. There are 50,000 traffic stops in America every single day. That's a lot of traffic stops. They generate a windfall revenue of over $6.2 to $6.8 billion every year. That's just in the average $150 speeding ticket, not counting seatbelt tickets, jaywalking tickets, and other citations. So when you have this kind of incentivization program, and Slash, I said it, I put it on the screen right here. All of this is about generating money. When you're incentivized to do evil and your paycheck is dependent on whether you're going to do evil or not, the people who've already signed on the dotted line are going to go through with that evil, no matter how nice and convincing your words may sound.
Yeah. And I want to say there's people who say that I'm a sovereign citizen because I believe in certain rights that they don't. But here's the thing. I believe that a lot of the things that the government does is wrong, but I still comply. Like you said, it's all about generating money. It's all about money. I don't argue. I just give them their money. And so I'm just saying that it's wrong, though. I comply. I get in line, but I'm saying it's wrong.
Let me ask you one last thing. We had a conversation. I think that you said this on a live stream one time or some video. You were saying that you're basically recording the downfall of mankind. Are you still in that kind of mental mode?
I would say the downfall of a society. I don't think necessarily mankind altogether, but societies come and go, build and crumble throughout history. And that's what they do. And yes, I absolutely believe that the society of the United States of America, and I think even societies worldwide I think more so in the US though, is absolutely crumbling. And I don't think there's any turning back from it. And, it just is what it is. Some people, you could perceive that as a good thing or a bad thing. But I think we've come too far, and it doesn't mean that it can't be rebuilt in a good way, though. I don't think it's the end of the world or the end of humanity. It's the end of this particular bull crap.
Yeah. And I'm hopeful for it too, because hopefully when we have these live streams, I hope that I don't think that everything that we do is for nothing, because I believe that there is something called truth. I think there is something about to being righteous as opposed to being evil. And I think that if we can plant seeds, whether we see them grow and germinate or not, it's irrelevant. The question is, what are we going to do at this present hour? So I will always try to speak to the human side of the thin blue line gang member, in the hopes that hopefully we can have a better future, because you got kids, I got kids, a lot of people in the audience have kids, and if we don't do something to stem the tide, who knows what America is going to look like in the next decade.
Someone in the chat says jaded and cynical, but that's not it. I have absolute hope, and I believe that humanity will progress and become better. I do not, however, have hope that we're going to become better by violently attacking our neighbors. We are going to have to overcome certain things in order to progress. I strongly believe in that progression. But when I tell people, well, I don't go vote, or I don't support the police, well, you don't believe we can fix it? You're going to have to get past these ideas if we will progress. We
Yeah.
will. And I think more importantly, you know, I love the reason that it's important to continue doing what we're doing is not to save this particular society. It's because I think these seeds are being planted, and whether we see them grow or not after this society collapses, we are documenting what happened. And people will be able to look at it and go, oh, you know what? They were right. That was a serious problem in society, and that did cause, you know, a downfall. So let's not do that again.
It's kind of like Ron Paul. Everybody's looking back 12 years later going, well, God, maybe we should have done that. You know?
Right.
All right, brother. Hey, I really appreciate you coming on. This was an unexpected surprise, and I really appreciate it. I benefited greatly from it. Hopefully the audience has too.
Thanks for having me on, man. Been wanting to do this for a while. So thank you.
Take care. Okay, guys. Hey, I really appreciate you joining. Let's see what's going on the political front. Let's go to poly markets. Let's see what the prediction scale is right now. They got 60-40 on Donald Trump. I know this isn't the end all and be all, but I just think it's interesting how people these are the bookies. These are the people actually betting on. So they got 59.5 for Donald Trump, 40.5 for Kamala Harris going into the closing hours of election day or C-election day. And let's see if anything's changed on the election coverage front. That was a rare treat having James Freeman come on board. I appreciate that guy. All right, let's see. What do we got going here? Trump on supporter violence. I don't have to tell them. SpaceX 400th launch. Trying to find out what the trending thing going on is. Oh, here we go. It just came up. It just came up and I clicked off of it. Real good. Real good, Brian. That's real good. Here's phone call or camera faux pas. I don't know what this is about. What is this? It's really low volume. Let's see what this says. Kamala Harris just pretended to call a voter, but then accidentally showed her screen. She was on the camera app. Oh, boy.
You did. Thank you.
Oh, she was on the camera app. That's hilarious.
Thank you so very much. You know, it's so.
Oh, let's do this.
You did. Thank you.
All right. So the question is, can you be on the phone and the camera app? Let's see. Can you? Is it possible to be on the phone and the camera app? Remember, she's America's top cop. So you can be on the phone and the camera app. So she could have been. I don't doubt that she's making all this stuff up. You know, politicians specialize in being liars. Let's see. Oh my gosh, this guy right here is such a bootlicker. So is this guy right here. Jeez. Thank you, Shalom, man. Appreciate your work. You hear about bump stock ban reversal? That happened a while ago, right? With the Supreme Court decision. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, I doubt she was on the phone too. Oh, she just happened to be on the phone talking to a supporter when somebody was recording her. And they're pretending like they're behind this camera guy and like it's all organic. That's the doctrine and propaganda of the psychological operation of relatability. It's where they try to get the politician to look relatable to the rest of us lowly peons to curry favor with the audience. Let's go back. Click refresh. See what else we got going on here. Alex Jones, watch the election here. Election night coverage from the Daily Wire. Steven Crowder. Oh, let's point out some hypocrisy with this guy.
At this point when it comes to polling, but either way, you can't call that in any camp at all.
When did Michigan become such a toss-up?
Michigan because of the unions and communism.
If people, by the way, just so you know, McCarthy was right. He was right about a lot of things. He was right about Russian spies infiltrating our institutions, certainly the educational establishment, certainly Hollywood, and our unions. Even historians go, like, he was right. He was just a little bit, just a little too much zeal. He ruined careers. You mean of communists? And I'm telling you that right now, you don't think China wants to take advantage of our system? For crying out loud, you don't think they hear that story of the one foreign exchange student from China who's not a citizen who voted it will count and only got caught because they admitted it? You think that our enemies are not trying to infiltrate our electorate right now as we speak? Of course they are. And unions in Michigan, boy, when everything is stacked against Kamala, what they do is they just come out and they don't make an endorsement. When they see the overwhelming support of their membership, the leadership says, well, we're just going to sit this one out.
Right.
So anyways, that's what we're looking at as far as. Let me give you some interesting data here. In New Hampshire, for example, and we might find this out pretty early. The Republican Party won the presidency, right, in 2004. They lost New Hampshire by 1.37%. So if it's close, if it's very close in New Hampshire, that could give you a pretty close idea. In other words, if it's within 2 points. Virginia, right, of course, you saw in 2016, Donald Trump won, lost Virginia by 5.4%. If it's within, let's say, 5 points or 3 points or 4 points in Virginia, if New Hampshire is within 2 points, those are some bellwethers for you tonight that we just want you to look for, not guarantees, but to see in real time and go, oh, okay.
Yeah.
We can kind of see the way the momentum is going in combination with the other swing states that we'll be calling. The first states most likely to be called will be Indiana, Kentucky, probably Georgia, South Carolina.
In 2020, the Republicans won, wasn't it like 13 out of 14 bellwether states and still lost?
No, I believe in 2020 it was 19 out of 21.
19 out of 21. Okay.
It was either 19 out of 20 or 19 out of 21. Mission Control can let us know the bellwether, which has never happened.
No, I know.
Statistically, completely impossible. Right. And they do that to say you just have to ignore all the data. We're the party of science, but you have to ignore all the data because nothing applies here. I will say that's probably true with unaffiliated and independent voters because that makeup is very different this go around. But you shouldn't ignore all of the data as far as voting numbers, as far as early. No, you definitely should. All of the data would suggest, with one exception, women breaking in large numbers for Kamala. Outside of that, all of the data would suggest a pretty significant win for Donald Trump tonight.
Yeah, and look, if you want to look at the data and just take all of the kind of the feeling out of this, I don't see a lot of or any really bad data for Donald Trump and his team. I really don't. If somebody sees that out there, let me know. But when you're just looking at raw data and taking out the social media influencers that are paid to post and look at the size of the rallies and we're not going back and I just voted for Harris on, X. When you take all of that stuff out, the anecdotal, and you look at the numbers, you're like, holy crap. Like this doesn't look good for them at all.
You factor in the propensity to steal it on the left.
Well, no, I know. Yeah, that's true.
Well, none of that's going to happen in the dark tonight. We have boots on the ground. We have the map. We have all these tools here for you tonight so that nothing happens. You're not going to say, did I dream that a pipe burst?
Steven Crowder will promote and propagate rightist propaganda just as much as CNN will promote and propagate leftist propaganda.
Once it's out from under the DDoS attack, I guess, election
we
integrity.
gave people a way around it as well.
And that wasn't even a year where they tried to kill him twice.
Right.
Think about that.
Yeah, exactly.
Think about that. They've tried to kill him at least twice.
Think about that. You think they're not?
Think about that. They tried to kill him at least twice, says mainstream media and Donald Trump and the Secret Service, which we can trust. Put a 1 in the room if you think that was all legitimate, that ear thing.
We're not going to be able to.
And obviously put a 2 if you don't think it was legitimate.
The same things that were present in 2020 are not present in 24. Massive mail-in. Just in Pennsylvania, what was it, 700,000?
I mean, they literally acting like the voting is some kind of legitimate process that safeguards integrity, is actually ignoring the fact these guys know. Steven Crowder knows, the Daily Wire knows, Midas Touch on the left, Brian Tyler Cohen on the left. Everybody on the right and the left knows that both parties are corrupt inside and out, top to bottom, dyed in the wool. There's just nothing but corruption. So the candidate that they put forward is corrupt, but these people are still going to try to sell you on the idea that voting is somehow legitimate in what they would say is a corrupt system.
Republicans just find a way to screw themselves because anyone else would have beaten Kamala easily if not Donald Trump. Do you really? They tried to say that J.D. Vance had sex with a couch. You honestly think they tried to say that Tim Walz was more prepared for the vice presidency and that, by the way, the American people believed he was more articulate than Vance? You think they would hold back their attacks whether it was DeSantis? You think they would have done that for Jeb Bush? Right. They painted his brother a Nazi.
First
they would do this with anyone.
It wasn't a couch, it was a beanbag chair.
That's true.
All right, so
it was
our
a love
first
sack.
Wonderful guest is actually on the line now.
All right.
You want to go to Tim Pool?
All right, we have our first guest of the evening. Let's go to Mr.
This could be interesting.
Pool.
Tim Pool. Tim Pool is a guest. Be interesting.
Mr. Poole, we are crossing the streams here. Are you there? Can you see me? Can you hear me, sir?
And I don't know what's going on.
Dude, Steven Crowder. Dude, don't say that about Steven Crowder.
Oh, no.
How dare you?
Is it not working? Can you see me? Can you hear me, Tim?
Why have you been disparaging Steven Crowder all night?
Like,
I throw
Is he on?
I love Gerald and Steven personally, Phil.
I assume they hear us?
Things you said about
I don't know. Wow,
Okay.
they're doing some crazy.
Gold Hunter, thank you for that coffee. I appreciate it.
All right, they're going to call me in 3 seconds. Is that how that works?
Can you hear us? Don't go anywhere, boys.
Throw him a life preserver, Surge.
Is this
Guys, thanks for joining me. This is going to kind of be fun to peer in on leftist and rightist media as they cover the election results.
Well, let's take.
And make no mistake, Tim Pool is decidedly pro GOP, pro rightist, pro Trump.
We're having problems.
Well, I don't give a rat's ass who's having problems.
Well, can we listen to him now? That
No, I care about who's watching right now. They're going to go, what's going on? This is a disaster. This is supposed to be better than CNN and Fox, and it is. And they're going to go, what's going on? I'm looking at a box and a box and a box. Like it's like we're back to Black Mirror.
I didn't watch the run through. Is this part of a gig?
No.
Dear God, I wish. Just like my uncontrollable vomiting.
I thought this was
all right. Are we there, Mr. Poole? Can you hear us? See us, sir?
We can. What's up?
Hey. Well, what's up is my fever. I apologize. I have a puke bucket next to me. I had the stomach flu from hell, so we're still making this happening. And how are you guys? I see a whole table there. We are already subject to a DDoS attack. The election integrity map right now is down temporarily. So we know that they're going full tilt tonight. What have you guys been seeing thus far? What are your predictions, Tim?
Well, I just want to. Oh, well, that was for you, so I won't. Sure. I mean, honestly, I think if we're wary of a shadow campaign, that's what they called it, their words, then I honestly have no idea. But I think if we're looking at the early voting data, the mail-in voting data, as well as the results that have come in so far, it's looking really, really good for Donald Trump.
There already is a shadow campaign, guys. Oh my
I don't want to
gosh.
say outright, oh man, Trump's going to win, is because shadow campaign.
Yes.
Again, their words, not mine.
Yeah. What do you think, Steven?
That's what we just kind of went through some of the early voting data. We have, analysts here tonight and we're also able to look at some of the API data. That would suggest.
Jackie, thank you for that.
To say this,
that Cash App donation.
Viewers, but I think that
Jackie S.
The only reason Donald Trump would lose
Cosmic
would be
P.
White female voters. Let's be honest. That's the
JC.
only reason he would lose tonight. All of the other numbers.
Joshua, thank you for the Cash App donations.
If they are breaking, enough for Kamala Harris.
God, this is going to be so interesting, guys. This is so interesting.
That's not all female voters. It's the female voters who show up to the voting booths dressed as Handmaid's Tale when they drove.
And thank you, Gold Hunter.
Forerunner, and they believe that they're saying, well, they say we're literally voting for our lives. I don't like them, and it's not because they're women, but I don't respect them. Not the women.
I have also seen feminine fathers crying at the polls so they can make their daughters be promiscuous and have abortions.
Yes.
Yes.
I want a dead grandchild. So the thing with the Handmaid's Tale thing, I've seen a number of women dressed up as if they are characters from the Handmaid's
If you send a donation through other than Super Chat and I don't see it, can you please put a post in the chat room and I will call it out? And I apologize for anybody that I missed.
acknowledging that someone besides white Christian men has done something bad to women.
Well, hold on a second. You say that like burqas are a bad thing. Have you seen the women in these countries? It's not always an unacceptable remedy. It does
By
work
that
itself
logic,
out.
Yeah.
Well, so what do you guys think? Are you seeing any indications of, again, I'll say it, shadow campaign, or let's just call it malice or untoward behavior?
Yeah. Yes, we definitely are. So we, again, we've been hit with a DDoS attack tonight just in the election integrity map, so that people can't report what's going on in these different locations. But we have a backup where people can send their emails to lwctips@protonmail.com. But we covered what was going on in Pennsylvania earlier, where you saw that in Cambria County where it didn't work. The big story to me that a lot of people, for some reason, just skimmed over, you have a Chinese national in Michigan who voted, who asked for their ballot back. I don't know why, but that's how they caught and the vote will still count. This person is not a citizen. This person will be punished for election fraud, but the vote still counts, which is very similar to what happened in the last election when we called Clark County in Nevada and said, hey, this address isn't real and this person doesn't live there. They switched the address in the middle of the night. We went to that address. It also didn't exist. And when I spoke with the registrar, I said, yeah, well, there's nothing we can do. So when people say, hey, there's no shenanigans going on, we know before we get to any of this, you're talking about media malpractice, you're talking about the weaponizing of the DOJ and big tech. But make no mistake, I mean, Tim and everyone, and sorry, I don't mean to not have everyone's name, but I can't see everyone because you're in a small box. None of us think that there's zero election interference, right? No one thinks that. So is it 1%? Is it 99%? And to me, we know that in Michigan, if you vote illegally and you're caught, your vote will still count. It's enough.
Did you see James O'Keefe's video from this morning where there was a voter outreach organization telling non-citizens they could vote as long as they had a tax ID number? They sent an undercover reporter to one of the locations where they talked with an official who said, yeah, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Then when he goes and questions them, they're like, get him out of here. He's screwing with us. They're screaming.
Yeah.
Hey, currently, there are several polling locations in Georgia that are being evacuated due to bomb threats.
Yeah, they're hoaxes too.
3 minutes ago.
Yep.
This is new. Multiple.
Yeah. Oh, these are new ones?
More, yeah.
Okay, because I knew there were two.
They're going to play this nonsense
right,
up.
right now, I'm getting this 3 minutes ago. Nick Sorter tweeted that there were several polling locations in Georgia being in Georgia.
Any election interference talk is automatically on the table of suspicion.
How about Chatham County?
Because the underlying table is completely corrupt. So anything that you put on top of it will also be corrupted.
We actually have somebody on their way to DeKalb County right now.
Oh, we do. Sorry, we have someone on our way right now to DeKalb County right now to investigate that. And it's probably nothing. That's the challenge with doing this. Most of this is probably nothing. But look, I'm tired. Aren't you guys at the point where you're tired of the gaslighting to the American people? What are you saying? It wasn't the most secure. You know what? I'm actually going to say it's not even close to being potentially one of when you have 14 states with no voter ID. How about that? It can't be.
No, absolutely. I mean, this is one of the insane things. I remember after the 2020 election, watching it go down on the show, having questions about it. And it was really when they started saying, this is the most secure and safe election that has ever happened in all of history, that I went, okay, now I know there's something going on. You can't.
Carol B, thanks for that coffee. Carol B again. And Gorilla B.
I mean, for as much as we as Americans are accused of being far right compared to every other Western nation, you talk to Europeans about voting, they will look at you incredulously when you say there are people in America who oppose the idea of having to show an ID to vote. It is a very bizarre American phenomenon.
Yes, in Bangladesh, they require proof. I don't know if that's where they do a little purple ink on your thumb or they burn it into your forehead. But, the point remains, they do something in Bangladesh. They do it in countries where they cut off your hand if you steal an apple. And by the way,
or vote fraudulently, maybe.
Yes. Well, so if you just go, that's old Mr. One-Hand voter fraud. But if you go back to the tax ID number, I was renewing my driver's license in the state of Texas. And I believe you have to go in with 2 forms of picture ID and something that proves your social security number. So I brought in a tax return. And they said, sorry, we can't use that because it doesn't say social security number. I said, what? They said, it says tax ID number. I said, you're the one who calls it tax ID number, you little shits. It's clearly a government document, and it's the right number of numbers. I didn't call it that. Just run it in your system, and you'll see it. And they go, no, you can't. You just have 2 pictures. You have a passport. You have your previous license that you're renewing, and it says tax ID. I had to have a producer go to my house to get my social security card.
You have a producer?
But that was to get your license, to driver's license?
That was to renew it, yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah.
If you want to go to the movies, you need an ID.
I'm really concerned with digital, the electronic voting. And you can't, obviously, Rudy Giuliani learned the hard way. Don't make claims you don't have data worth of evidence about. You can't back up 100%. But dude, without viewing the source code of machines, the potential to flip votes is there. And if it's a non-zero chance, which could be 99%, that's,
There's a potential to flip vote.
All right, what X is saying, and I'll show you this screen right here while they're talking.
Human condition.
But I do agree. At least if source code was public, there would be people of various political backgrounds who could assess whether or not the code was legitimate.
Libs of TikTok reports, and this is Libs of TikTok reporting this. Let me mute this real quick.
But that's just the painting on the
Let me get
wall.
rid of that. That.
We had someone
We'll stay there.
Club Army in Texas. There was a login name. There was the passcode and the information of the machine, and we can't prove that anyone did anything with it.
Let me just go ahead and mute this real quick. So there's a lot of reports coming out, and you kind of anticipate this. A lot of people anticipated it. Libs of TikTok says Google will help you find a polling location when asked where to vote for Harris, but not when asked for where to vote for Trump. Election, the word that you can't say on a live stream. So let's see here. The query is, where can I vote for Harris? Can't you vote for anybody anywhere? I mean, I haven't voted, so can't you? Is there a particular place where you vote for Harris and a particular place where you vote for Trump? Can't you vote for either one of them at any polling location? Isn't that how that works?
That are brought in after the election date?
Yeah, well, which one? Because we were just talking earlier in Pennsylvania, I know for sure that they said they have to be brought back by the correct date. And say,
let's back out of this and see what else. Let's see what.
I'm in,
No.
All these people are so in the tank.
Piece of garbage.
Yeah, that's how I thought it worked. I don't think it's like, oh no, this facility you can only vote for Harris. I don't think they'd have that.
My concern was basically what's going on with with Georgia and also with Pennsylvania, and I think Virginia and New Hampshire are in play, like you do.
Oh, I agree. I think Trump has a real good shot in those states. Most people don't have that on the map, but I do. All right, the war room ends, but InfoWars coverage does not. Stay tuned.
All right, so they're going to go to a commercial break. We'll go to some more. I think, let's see. I think this guy right here, that's weird. That's a weird freeze frame there with Kyle Kulinski there. Let's see. What's that guy's name? I think this guy's live. Let's see what kind of nonsense is going on over there. Live. Oh, he was live for an hour and 19 minutes.
Thank you for referring to it as that. These are my sanity checks too.
Ride the blue wave. Love your live sanity checks.
What it is that I do.
This guy's totally dyed in the wool Democrat. These are cult members calling Republican cult members cult members. David Maynor with the $10 super chat. Thank you for everything you do, Brian. I've been watching you years, and I was very glad when you created this channel because I always watch your videos to keep up with current. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Super humbling.
So, yeah, thank you guys for being with us. We'll go a little bit longer today, and then
Work for Liberty. Thank you. With all these coffees, you're going to be up until Inauguration Day. I don't know about you guys. Coffee never used to like sway me either way. I wasn't affected. Like I could drink a cup of coffee and stay awake, or I could fall asleep. It didn't really matter. But lately, if I drink past like 7 o'clock, I can pretty much not get any sleep that night. Not get any good restful sleep, that is.
If Alan's still listening at this point, I'm going to confess something. You got to understand that, like in my part of the world, everybody drives slow. Okay, like people around here just creep. I mean, they do compared to California. So you get out there, and I don't mean ridiculous. It truly was. There was people from all walks of life.
Oh, you know who's probably, let's see. Brian Tyler Cohen's probably live. Or Dave Packman. Here we go. Sorry for the ad. Come on.
In person and the election day votes counted, they'll likely call that race. We do expect 99% of Georgia votes to be reported tonight on election night. So we are a minute out here from the polls closing, and that's it. It's 7 o'clock. So the polls are now closed in a number of states here. We have polls closing in Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, Virginia, and Florida. So for those tuning in right now, expect some election results coming in quite soon.
I wonder what site he's on so we can double check this stuff. Everybody okay? Put a 1 in the room if you're okay. BIP says, did my guy win? You bought me a
like
coffee?
We have the first call of the evening. So let's go to the U.S. Senate.
Thank you, Work for Liberty. I appreciate that.
Refresh this map. And I believe Decision Desk HQ has called this race
thank
for
you.
Jim Banks.
Thank you, Work for
Decision
Liberty.
Desk HQ has called the race for Jim Banks. It's not showing up here yet, but I am seeing that they have called the race in his favor.
Let's see. Let's go over to here. Let's refresh the page on Polymarket. So it was 50. Oh, now it's down to 57.7 to 42.4. Who are they going to give us? Okay, so they already got, Trump's got, okay, here we go. Here's a running tally so far. This is live presidential results. 19 for Trump, Harris for 3, and Indiana and Kentucky went to Trump. Donald Trump got Kentucky 70% to 28%, and Indiana, let's go down here. Indiana got, of course, 60 to 37%. Florida looks like 56 to 7, but they haven't called that one yet. 270 to win. 270 win. Can I hear 270, 270, 270? Do I have 19? Do I hear 21? Do I hear 21? Where do you think Nevada's going? I mean, all this is, thank you guys. I appreciate the ones in the room. Work for Liberty. I really appreciate the support.
Okay,
man.
It looks like we have our first call. Kentucky. Kentucky has been called for
Ooh, I'm
Donald
ahead
Trump.
of Brian Tyler Cohen. I'm ahead of
Give me
Brian
a
Tyler
quick
Cohen.
sec.
This guy gets he gets 70 million views a month. 70 million views, Brian Tyler Cohen. So we've got election results. Indiana
So
and
Decision
Kentucky.
Desk HQ has officially called Kentucky for Donald Trump. That is the first state thus far. But let's do something here and let's dig into the county data, the county level data.
So let me just go through.
Looking on the outskirts of Lexington, if we look at some of these small counties, it looks like Kamala Harris is beating Joe Biden's margin by about a point and a half in Montgomery. Let's see, there's not enough reporting there. By about 1.8 in Girard County.
All right, let me deaden that. Let's see, mute that. We've got Kentucky and Indiana already reporting. Florida's hanging in the balance right here. It says 51% reporting from Florida. And let's look at the swing states. Oh, yeah, the swing states don't have. So you got Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, you got Nevada, Arizona, you got Georgia, and North Carolina as your swing states. Feminazi Slayer says, I'm telling you, something's going to pop off. My prediction is that Trump will win. My prediction is Trump will win. It's too early. I mean, and it doesn't matter. It's always with the caveat. It doesn't matter because whether Kamala wins or Donald Trump wins, the bankers will still be in control of the issuance and value of your money, which means they own every single one of us, including presidents, including congressmen. Don't let that escape you. Don't let anybody pry your hands away from that simple truth. The problem with the world, the tunnel through which most evil comes into the world, is by this right here, the fiat currency Ponzi scheme, which used to be called the petrodollar. It's not so much, it still is kind of, but it's not so much anymore. It's not so much the petrodollar. It's just kind of fiat currency hanging in the balance. Fiat currency, get your fiat currency. That's what it's all about. That's what it's always been about. And if you control the money, I care not who makes its laws. That's what Trump should be saying. Let's get back to here. Voting is for Hoosiers. Hoosiers in Indiana. Come on, Brian, get your act together.
I suppose as we look
at
Georgia.
Georgia.
As
Look
we
at
look
Georgia.
at this electoral map right here for the entire country, this is probably the point where we hear Donald Trump come in and say, stop the count.
Okay, so we got Georgia starting to report now. We got Georgia and Florida hanging in the balance. So we've got, let's see, let me pull this up. Let me pull this up right here for you. We're going to call, Donald Trump's going to call. We're going to call Georgia for the big D. We're going to call Florida for the big D. That's pretty close there in Florida. That's pretty close in Florida. Again, with the caveat of the bankers still win. This is a banker puppet win. What happens next? Democide again. You know what we should do? We should go to Bernie Sanders. You got to pay your fair share, Bernie Sanders. Ron Blevins says, oh man, thank you, Ron. Thank you very much. Let's see. Let's go to Bernie Sanders and what he said the other day. It's just a 4-minute video. We can have fun with it. Listen to this guy. Listen to this absolute millionaire charlatan talk about how we need to have the millionaires and billionaires pay their fair share. Listen to what he says about Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, and the carpet bombing and destruction of Gaza.
As this campaign comes to an end, let me say a few words to some of the folks out there who may not have yet decided whom they're going to vote for.
Okay, Bernie,
or maybe
tell us.
sitting it out.
Okay, Bernie.
And I know there are people who disagree with Kamala Harris on this or that issue, especially Gaza, and count me as one of those who do disagree with her.
I disagree with the fact that Gaza is getting decimated by Israel, but I'm still going to back Kamala, which means I back the carpet bombing of Israel. Think about how evil that is, guys. Think about what he's really talking about here. I got no choice. I got to vote for Kamala Harris. Vote for Kamala. Give me a break.
On that issue. But I think overall, the choice could not be clearer in terms of this campaign. In my view, we just cannot elect a president who is a pathological liar, like Donald Trump.
Like Kamala Harris isn't a pathological liar. Like a pathological liar is telling you that we can't vote for a pathological liar. How's that for our current predicament in America?
Somebody who is working overtime to undermine the American democracy. And mark my words, on Tuesday night, on election night, no matter what the vote tallies will be, Donald Trump early on in the evening will declare, hey, I've won this election. And if there's any state that I lost, it's because of voter fraud. That's what he will say. And that's what demagogues do. And that's how you move a country toward an authoritarian form of society. And let me also say this, because I know a lot of people out there understand not only that climate change is real, but it is an existential threat to our country and to the entire world, and that we've got to cut carbon emissions.
Bernie loves saying that. Donald Trump is an existential threat to our democracy. You don't want to vote for Donald Trump because he's an existential threat to our democracy. Now, Kamala Harris is currently an existential threat, and Isra H-E-double hockey sticks is an existential threat to Gaza, but we got to get Kamala Harris in. We know what Kamala's policies are. It's been like that for the last 4 years. Biden has already affirmed that Kamala is in lockstep with him. Kamala's already affirmed that she's in lockstep with Joe Biden. So Joe Biden's policies or Kamala Harris's policies ain't nothing going to change. They're still going to bow down to the banksters just like Trump is.
And we've got to bring the whole world together to transform our energy system if we're going to create a planet that's healthy.
We got to bring the whole world together.
And habitable for our kids and future generations.
But not inhabitable for the people of Gaza. Just remember that.
Please understand, Donald Trump thinks that climate change is a hoax originating in China, which means that if he's elected, the United States will surrender the fight against climate change. China, Europe will follow, and that whole effort is now gone. It's over. We've lost the struggle against climate change. That's what happens if Trump is elected. And then if you believe, as I do,
oh no, we're going to lose the struggle against climate change. Oh no, we can't have that. Oh my gosh. Okay, go on, Bernie.
That women have a constitutional right to control their own bodies and not have local politicians determining what they can or cannot do.
Everybody's got a natural right to control their own bodies, especially the bodies who want to keep, I don't know, an AR-15, AK-47, a high-capacity magazines laying around the house over there.
You've got to vote for Kamala Harris, who has spent her whole life fighting for women's.
I agree, Mordecai. Actually, I can't say Mordecai. When you say that name, you got to say, I agree, Mordecai. I agree, Mordecai Jones. That's how you have to say that, because it demands respect, Mordecai. Bernie has lost his mind.
Rights. While Trump proudly boasts that he appointed 3 right-wing Supreme Court justices who voted to overturn.
And I believe him, don't you, Sly Shy? I believe Trump. He's going to take care of women. He's going to take care of women. He's going to grab them by the... never mind. We can't say that.
Turn Roe v. Wade. So the choice is clear. But this campaign is not just about defeating Donald Trump. It's about electing somebody who has some ideas that are going to improve life for working people. For example, Kamala Harris.
I don't know if you saw it, but I did a video on Bernie Sanders as he appeared on Theo Von's show, and he actually admitted the whole system is rigged.
Understands that we have millions and millions of people in this country working for 10, 11, 12 bucks an hour. Can't make it on those wages. She wants to raise the minimum wage to a living wage of at least $15 an hour.
$15? How about $150? How about $115 an hour? I'll split the difference. $115 an hour. Where do you get off saying $15 an hour? That's not a living wage. 115 might be, though. See, they keep having to go up and up because the dollar keeps going down and down in the value thereof. But they're not going to talk about the real problem. So we'll come back to him in a second. Let's go back to the election results. Oh, Georgia just turned blue. Georgia just turned blue. Oh no, what are we going to do? My God. My God, no. Georgia just turned blue. Damn it. Damn it. Is anybody fretting right now? Oh, Virginia's coming in at 53. Donald Trump, Kamala Harris. That's a pretty wide gap right there that Donald Trump has for himself in Virginia. Here we go. Here we go. The polls are closing. They're going to close from east to west as the sun goes down. I guess the polling places close at 7 o'clock. It will be 7 o'clock here in Oklahoma. We know all 77 counties in Oklahoma are going to go to Donald J. Trump. That's what happened last time and the time before that. And I don't see anything changing. Arkansas, Missouri, Kansas, they're going to all go for Donald Trump. We know Colorado's blue. New Mexico's going to go blue. California's going to go blue. Let's see. We've got New Hampshire. New Hampshire. Okay. Let's see. I didn't know you could do that. Show all states. Okay, let's see. There was only one blue area near northeast of Indianapolis. Show all states. So far, we got Kamala still 3, Donald Trump 19. All right. So far, Donald Trump has 2.9 million votes. Kamala Harris 2.5 million, but we're still, the night is young. The night is young. We can keep watching this.
Kamala understands that if workers are going to earn decent wages, decent benefits, they need a union. She's pro-union. She supports the PRO Act, making it easier for workers to join unions. Trump, of course, opposes that. Kamala Harris understands that it is absurd, embarrassing that we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth, and that working parents today are really struggling to bring up the...
All right, so the results are expected around... I'm done. Are you guys done with Bernie? I'm done with Bernie. What's old news? Oh, that's old news about the vote. Okay, so we're going to keep this up right here. We've got results are expected from Michigan at 7 p.m. and results from Arizona around 9 p.m. because of their time zone change. North Carolina, we can expect the results to come out in approximately 15 minutes. Things are starting to heat up here, though. Let's see what we got going over on the X platform. Let's see what Steven Crowder's saying.
Last night to get this mug. We will be offering a mug in the future. That's a...
Oh, God. Oh, God. What else do we have here? Who else is joining in on this? Alex Jones. Let's see what they're saying.
and everywhere will be like California. There will be no escape.
That is so insane.
This is
I do want to hear what Alex Jones says about this.
This is it.
Okay, so this is a live
last
feed
chance.
from
Has anybody tried to push back?
Alex Jones show. If you want to see my coverage on this, and I really suggest that you do it, you need to take a look at it because there's a lot of things that they're not talking about. Let's go to the channel. There's a lot of things they're not talking about, and we really should be talking about it. And I know that my channel is not going to be very popular because we're going to be talking about things that are very unappealing to the left and the right. You can't have that in a state of society. But Joe Rogan said earlier today, the great and powerful Elon Musk, if it wasn't for him, we'd be effed. Oh, Elon, our savior. He makes what I think is the most compelling case for Trump you'll hear, and I agree with him every step of the way. For the record, yes, that's an endorsement of Trump. Enjoy the podcast. That's going to throw a whole lot of people into a Joe Rogan vote for Donald Trump tailspin. And let's go ahead and refresh the election results so we can stay on top of this. Vermont is reporting Kamala Harris at 75%. Oh, no. No, I'm so shocked that Vermont went blue. Just kidding. Got 51.5. Truly a close on this side of the curtain. You only have 3% reporting for Georgia and 45% reporting for Florida. Let's see what the percent. Let's see. We only got 15% reporting for Indiana, but 61 to 37%. You got 10 reporting for Kentucky. So again, things are starting to heat up and people are nervous. Don't forget, Elon wants to put a chip in everyone's brain. Elon wants that lithium in North Carolina. I'm not sure. Thank you, Jason Miller. Thank you. None of us is greater than all of us. Again, if you guys send a chat or a donation through other than Super Chat, you do buy me a coffee. What am I on here? I don't know. If you guys want me to, oh wait, where is it? If you guys want me to put the links for the other support links, I'll drop them down there. I just got to find a link. Yeah, because I really appreciate the super chats, but 30 or 40%, I think it's 40% goes to the YT platform. There's the buy me a coffee. If you want to do Patreon, which it's weird because Patreon terminated me and then brought me back for some reason. And I didn't do anything different. So there's the Patreon. If you want to do the buy me a coffee or subscribe star, there's the buy me a coffee. All right. So what are we looking at? Who's this?
A super state that will see a new world government take shape. It's already happening, though it might not necessarily take the.
All right. Let's go to Steven Crowder, Disclosed TV.
Campaign, they are looking at that state as very much in play. What I've heard from the campaign tonight is that
even CNN is reporting 3 to 19
counties lower than expected votes. Those counties are expected to go for Donald Trump, so they see that as a positive sign. And then on the other hand, when they look at where their voters might be, it's in places like the Raleigh-Durham area where you're going to have a larger proportion of those.
We're going to have our data analysts look into this. They're making the claim on CNN that rural counties in North Carolina are not coming out. So they think,
oh crap, guys, can we fact check that?
Yeah, you know what? Let us know. We're actually going to check in with people at work. Let us know when someone there is ready to update us on that. I'm willing to bet that Abby Phillips is full of shit. Bitch. Okay, all right, I'll allow it. I think that's fair. I mean, we've seen record turnout in rural counties. Why wouldn't? Well, unless because those rural counties were destroyed by the hurricane that the government didn't help with. Remember that? Maybe that's the case. Maybe some of them have migrated to other counties where they have power.
The mundane detail.
It's not a mundane
the
detail.
Rural people are coming out.
By the way,
a couple women spotted sitting on deer in line.
Yes, but one of the funniest insults I heard from a lady was watching CNN and said, "This lady, her nose looks like Florida." Can you bring it up full screen? Doesn't it look like Florida?
Is that Collins?
It was a lady who said it, and you know she has hairy forearms. So putting that in your dating profile, hairy forearms and nose like Florida.
Her face goes from woman to guy with every second.
It's like one of those, like you get in the back of your Cracker Jack, the hologram.
Yes.
It's like, yeah, hey, pretty surprise, surprise,
right? I'm telling you, sometime.
Like if you were to be flipping like a notepad of her, it'd be like her putting on makeup, like, oh wow, she's pretty. And then there's what?
Oh, what? Come on.
No,
she's got that Brezhnev brow.
That's the Bergam brow, we now call it.
Imagine the shrub holy.
Yeah, they're pretty funny sometimes.
I mean, I can't imagine though.
Admittedly, they are pretty funny sometimes.
Clean it up, Father. You're very
Build your house out of
I want to find this live CNN feed
Real
though.
Piggy story. But I
Build
don't
it out
really
of
know.
brick.
Yeah.
My father said Z brick. He was a Jew. Listen. What?
So that's why you two don't talk.
That's right. Shalom.
Oh, here we go.
Let's see what even fatter Josh Gad is saying.
About way things are going in the U.S.
It's
in
true,
North
Gary.
Carolina, what North Carolina voters are saying. 6% enthusiastic, 21%.
Can you find us a single
Any straight guys on six?
Let's see if there's 6% reporting. I picked the wrong day to quit blowing, guys.
What the?
He didn't quit, Stephen.
All right.
Jesus.
I'm a lapsed homo. The principle's the same. Ding.
This guy makes.
Sorry. But like we saw in Georgia,
Guy makes Brian Stelpa look like Ray Lewis.
Did he hit somebody too? Oh no, that's Ray Lewis shot somebody and killed him.
Hey,
That's
Brian
different.
Stelter.
he did it.
Different.
Brian
just helping
Stelter
out.
Did.
loves his wife's hot bod. I really do look shit.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It does feel a little bit hot in here. Let me give you some information.
It should, man. We're hot. Ooh, I'll tell
Right
you.
now, this Florida trend is very important. This is coming from our data team, right? So we have Trump up by 11 in Miami-Dade right now. Just to keep in mind that Biden won that by 7.3.
Is that right?
Yes.
Those are Cubans.
That's insane.
Thank you very much.
I like the Cubans.
I do too. Love the cubes.
I don't want the new Cubans, though. The new Cubans, the ones who are there now, they're the ones who stayed for communism.
Poly market.
They can stick around a little while longer.
That's right.
The ones who left, who had the balls to get, on a recliner and go across.
We'll just keep this down for a little bit. Poly market is vacillating quite a bit. Now we got 61.7% on poly market versus 38.5% for Kamala Harris. Again, virtually meaningless on this, but the disparity is widening on poly market, which is interesting to me.
They do. They do.
Oh, wait a minute. That's a Haitian.
Let's see.
No. They eat,
This is the 1 month. This is the 1 week outlet. This is the 6 hour outlet, and it's it's widening
Delicious.
on poly market.
Remember that? Yes. An intern. He was an intern here. He was here for a while. His dad is
going to refresh the.
Yeah, and I said something like.
So we only got 1% reporting in Virginia. We've got 1% reporting in South Carolina. With Donald Trump ahead, 3% reporting in Georgia, 59% reporting in Florida. You know Florida is going to go to Donald Trump. You've got New Hampshire with 1% reporting.
Yeah, of course it was dramatic. Oh no.
Nothing's meaningful in this chart right now. Well,
not quite.
I tell you, poodle tastes just
even 16% reporting in Indiana and 13% reporting in Kentucky.
I don't know. Hey guys, really quickly. So
Are we checking in with people at work?
No, we will in just a second. There's no. So North Carolina hasn't sent any data in yet. So I'm not sure where.
So Abby Phillips is just making it up.
Is getting all of this stuff. So guys, please double check. Abby,
Mission Control. Hey, Abby Phillips just said they're seeing low rural county turnout in North Carolina.
48.4%,
Of course, it
51.2%.
gives me pause because of who she is, but she did say it.
Yeah.
So I want to make sure that we're not wrong.
48 to
So here's the thing, when you
51.
guys go and there's so many
48
people
to
going right now, they're actually letting us know,
51.6.
like Rumble Premium sign up. Thank you very much. Sign up. Right
83,360. Oh, 83,568.
Understand that we need an address to mail you a mug.
Yeah, that's Brian Tyler Cohen is behind.
So they don't have it built out to ask for your
He's
address
way
on the map.
behind.
They actually usually don't keep
They've
that
called
information.
South
So
Carolina
make
for
sure
Trump? No way.
And the reason tonight is just let you know is that we will be footing the cost and sending you a mug personally here.
Yes.
Because
No,
it took
they
a
haven't
lot
called it.
We had to move
No,
heaven and
come
earth,
on.
and so did Chris at Rumble. And getting that address transferred over, we couldn't get that done. So we will know you sign up tonight. We will get you a mug. We will personally pay for it and ship it to you. Tonight is the last night while supplies last. Where you get the OG mug, and then of course you can still always be a member. I just can't tell you how excited we are. Honestly, this is something.
Okay, we're going to mute this and we're going to go to
All that for
InfoWars.
Democrats. I'm not going to assume they get that quite yet. If Trump wins Pennsylvania, that's obviously the easiest route to a victory. But if Democrats get another 600, 650, or 700,000 votes in Philadelphia, then they just can't overwhelm it. Biden got 600,000 votes in Philadelphia. Of course, that was almost 100,000 more than Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, with everybody in here, what state are you in? I'm in Oklahoma. Mine is a decidedly red state. I have 71 counties in my state, and all 71, the last 2 elections went to Donald Trump. So what state are you in?
Trump wins the election easily, and quite frankly, I think they would have to call it tonight, Alex. But what's really important here too, big Senate race in Pennsylvania.
North Carolina
I
is
think
here.
the fate of Trump in Pennsylvania will determine the fate of.
We got Colorado in the House, South Carolina. Let's see. Let's call you out.
They win the White House.
Mike's in New York, Feminazzi's in Texas, Heel is in North Carolina, James is in Ohio, Pureblood is in Michigan, Inner is in Arizona, I'm in Oklahoma, Page is Canada, Truth is Colorado, Shalom Man is South Carolina, Steven is in Georgia, Mavericks, Montana, Scott's in Texas, Ryan, Arizona. Anybody in Idaho or Iowa? Iowa, Idaho, West Virginia. Got Texas in the house. A lot of Texas. Memphis Life is from Memphis, of course. Memphis, Tennessee. Tennessee's going to go red, no doubt. Indiana. Freeman Keys is Tennessee. Non-typical is Wyoming. Chuck Bronson. What's up, Chuck? In Florida. B. Whale is in Wisconsin. Joe is in Kentucky. Ron is in Florida. Let's get back to this
Situation. I do think this is also Trump's path of least resistance to victory as well, winning Nevada. But I think in Nevada, you see a situation where Trump wins the 6 electoral college votes, but Sam Brown, it's going to be tough for him to beat the incumbent Rosen in that Senate race. But if Trump performs massively well and wins Nevada by, say, 30,000 votes, that might be enough to carry Sam Brown across the line and get that Senate seat as well. So best case scenario tonight for Republicans, maybe you can pull off +6 in the Senate. That would be the best case miracle situation. I think a +1 for Republicans is a guarantee. +2, you might be able to pull that off, which would be nice. In the House, conservatively, I think 4. Odds look good for +8. Best case scenario, you're looking 15 and above.
Oh, and just as a broadcaster and a pundit, you started mentioning some of the fraud. In conservative areas, all of Arizona, they're going out. Power's going out. Machines failing in Georgia, in Pennsylvania, in Michigan, conservative areas. Last week, more people voting that were in this phantom 500,000 person group in one day that they allowed on the rolls fraudulently than there were real voters. I mean, my big takeaway is this has never been more obvious. And then James O'Keefe catching the illegal aliens voting, but you don't even need to catch them. I mean, the judges are ruling they can do it other than the Supreme Court. This is a wild moment. But regardless, you agree with me that I'm seeing the biggest awakening to tyranny and to the manipulation and the lies we've ever seen. So even if they steal this from Trump, which I'm not saying is going to happen, they're trying, this is a Pyrrhic victory. I mean, this is an exciting time to be alive. What do you think?
Well, if you just look at what polls are saying.
Just going to mute this. So he was talking about power outages in Arizona. 1,944 customers affected. This is the power outage map on APS outage map. And it says last update at 5:25 p.m. That's, what is that, Mountain Time? Cause is being investigated. We are assessing the issue and will provide an update once we know more. Here's the boundary of it, and it says it was time that was off was 5:12, and the restoration time is not going to be until 8:10 p.m. So Alex Jones is right. There is a power outage reported in Arizona. Let's see, by city, by area. Let's see. Let's go to the power outage map. Where else is there a power outage reported? Interesting. Very interesting.
This has been the longest election cycle that I've ever covered. It's really been a 2-year-long election cycle, I would say. But I think you're going to have a situation where more eyes are going to be really focused to the details tonight. And then eyes are going to be peeled to their televisions throughout the night, throughout the morning, unlike we've ever seen before. You know, that was their big trick, Alex, in 2020. When everybody went to bed, that's when they flipped the states. You know, Trump was winning Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin all through the day. The entire day, Trump was winning. Any other election cycle, they call it for Trump. But they just didn't. They just refused to. Everybody went to bed. They called it for Joe Biden. You wake up the next day, Biden's the president. People have no idea what happened.
And that's the same way they removed Biden and disappeared him and put in Kamala. I want to play you a clip from CNN. I actually watched this live a few hours ago.
All right, we've got 23 for Trump, 3 for Kamala so far.
In Democrat districts are saying
the night is young.
They don't like the way the country is going. Well, that obviously means then you're not for Kamala. Here it is.
It's a pretty dour mood in terms of the way people feel things are going in the United States. Nationally, only 7% of voters say they're enthusiastic. 19% say they're satisfied. Look at these numbers. 43% dissatisfied, 29% angry, 72% of the electorate nationally say they're dissatisfied or angry.
And I saw the longer segment that he went into Democrat areas. It's just as bad. So, Owen, none of that makes sense. Incumbents are being voted out all over the world.
All right, let's get back to this.
Kroger.
Wiggly. All right.
I didn't win nothing. Relax.
By the way, these are alive. Let's see. The poly market right now is at 61.7% to 38.3%. We have the election results so far in the United States: 23-3 Kamala Harris. And West Virginia is now reporting. Oh, no, that's 0% reporting. I don't know why they made that red on the map when they don't even have a vote count. That's weird. 71% already in for Florida. Don't see that flipping at all. Again, this is with the caveat. Doesn't really matter because the winner will be the Zio International Banking Cartel. Let's go to the live feed for what happened. We had a live feed for CNN. What happened to it?
As we move ahead here, back to the presidential map. That state of West Virginia has also been called for Donald Trump. So as it stands right now, Kamala Harris has 3 electoral votes from the state of Vermont. And then, of course, Trump has 32 from the safe red states of West Virginia, Kentucky, Indiana, and South Carolina. All eyes, of course, are on Georgia as these votes continue to come in. We have about 7% of the state reporting right now.
It's crazy how many super chats people throw his way.
0% reporting from Fulton County, 0% reporting from DeKalb County, 0% reporting from Clayton, 0% reporting from Richmond County, where Augusta is, 0% reporting from Chatham County. So for anybody looking at this map and getting worried because we're seeing Donald Trump up by 18 points in Georgia, do not worry. None of the population centers have counted their votes thus far. Let's head over to North Carolina, where the polls have just closed. We don't have any numbers reporting yet, but as soon as they come in, we'll make sure to bring them to you. No polls, no numbers reporting thus far.
All right, let's just mute this guy. Let's go to some of these polls. Oh, here we go. Just keep it on CNN for a second. Let's see what the gibberish they're talking about.
Years ago, it was Republican. Mitt Romney carried this in 2012. The vice president at 57 right now. It's almost more important to look at his numbers sometimes. Can Donald Trump improve his standing in the suburbs? He doesn't have to win. He just has to improve his standing in the suburbs. If you can make that a 46, that makes you more competitive. So 43 right now in Gwinnett County 2024. But look at again, 812 votes. Harris is in the lead. By the time we're done, you're going to be in the 200,000s, right? So we have a very, very, very long way to go. Trump at 40% there 4 years ago. Trump running 43% right now. But again, you got to look at the early count. We don't even have a percentage there because it's such a small number of votes. But that's what you're doing early on. You're just looking.
It's amazing the technology. By the way, this is live for CNN. It's amazing the technology they have to track the psychopathic political parasites from Washington, D.C., but they won't track where $9 trillion went and evaporated from in the Federal Reserve and the Treasury. It's crazy.
More votes came in, 8,732 vote lead for the vice president. But again, 17,782 votes. It might change even as I speak. This is just to show you how early we are in the count. It takes 2.7 or more to win North Carolina in a high turnout election. So we're very early in the count, but North Carolina and Georgia, critical battlegrounds. If Donald Trump wins North Carolina and Georgia, the vice president cannot win this race if she loses Pennsylvania. If he takes those two off the board, North Carolina and Georgia, she must win Pennsylvania. So as these counts come in these battleground states, we're starting to get into the point we can start doing some electoral college chess. North Carolina and Georgia are critical. If Harris loses them, her path becomes incredibly narrow. If she can win one of them, she has more options.
All right, now to Boris Sanchez, who was our first.
Isn't that crazy?
In the fight for control of the U.S.
I'm gonna mute this. This will continue to be live, but isn't that crazy? He said, let's go back to this map. He said if Donald Trump wins North Carolina and Georgia, then in order for her to have a chance, Harris has to win Pennsylvania. So right now we've got 2% reporting with 70% Kamala Harris, 30% Donald Trump, and we got 60%, 30% with 38% with 9% reporting in Georgia. I do think this is interesting that people are fretting about this, going, "Oh my God, we're about to lose our democracy." You got the Republicans saying we're about to lose our democracy because if Kamala Harris gets in, it's all over. You got the Democrats saying we're going to lose our democracy if Donald Trump gets in. It's just this big, elaborate dog and pony show where they unleash the technology and spend billions of dollars trying to get us to believe something that is not true. Just hang on, guys. I'll be right back. I'm going to play more of this live coverage from CNN. Stay tuned. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to grab a real quick bite to eat. Maybe go to the little boy's room. You know what I mean? All right. We'll be right back.
By retiring Democrat turned independent Senator Joe Manchin as he now retires. Kind of gives you an idea of where West Virginia is headed politically. So this is no surprise, but it is significant for the math. Justice, a MAGA acolyte known for taking his 4-year-old English bulldog everywhere with him, it appears that Baby Dog and Justice are now headed to the U.S. Senate. So what does this mean for the magic number? Republicans started out the night needing control of 2 Democratic seats to take the upper chamber. Now that number is down to 1, and they are currently leading in one race where Democrats hold a seat. Let's get you some key race alerts now and show you exactly where that is on the map. We start with Ohio, still very early there, but Colombian-born businessman Bernie Moreno is leading Democratic incumbent Senator Sherrod Brown, seeking his 4th term, only by about 16,000 votes. Still very early, though, 3% of the vote in the state of Ohio. If you're a Democrat and you're looking at the map, you're looking for opportunities to pick up a Republican seat. One of their best opportunities in the Sunshine State of Florida. Rick Scott got elected by winning only about a 10,000 vote margin over his previous opponent back in 2018. Right now, he's 715,000 votes ahead of former Democratic Congresswoman Debbie Murkisell-Powell. Still a lot of votes to count, but this is with 60% of the vote in the state of Florida. So stepping back, looking at the raw numbers, what does this mean for the balance of power in the U.S. Senate? Democrats hold 28 seats, Republicans 40, with that one important pickup in West Virginia. 32 seats remain up for grabs, Jake. You need 51 for control of the chamber. All right, Boris, thanks so much. Let me bring you a CNN key race alert right now. In North Carolina, Kamala Harris is in the lead with 68% of the vote. Donald Trump has 30.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris, as of this hour, has a 41,599 vote lead. That's with only an estimated 2% of the vote in from the big battleground of North Carolina with its 16 electoral votes. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead with 60.6% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 38.9% of the vote. Donald Trump, as of this hour, with a 109,841 vote lead. That's with an estimated 9% of the vote in from that key battleground state of Georgia and its 16 electoral votes. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Kamala Harris has 59.7% of the vote. Donald Trump, 38.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 105,065 vote lead. That's with an estimated 11% of the vote in from the Commonwealth of Virginia with its 13 electoral votes. We expect more votes to come in from key battlegrounds at any time, and we're going to soon get the first results from a third high-stakes presidential battleground, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Voting ends in the Commonwealth just a few minutes from now. We're going to talk to you on the other side of the break. Stay with us.
Oh, the other side of the break, eh?
There has never been a better time to join AARP. This special offer gives you exclusive access.
All right, we'll come back to that in a second. We're going to go to, sorry, I'm chewing in the microphone. Oh, Ohio's weighing in now at 3% reporting. So we got Vermont, New Hampshire, Ohio, Indiana. Oh, did they close it out for West Virginia? No. Why are they doing that? Why are they doing that to us? So we still have Trump 23-3 on the road to 270. We're being told that if Trump wins North Carolina and Georgia, Kamala Harris has to take Pennsylvania or she loses. I bet the let's listen.
We win.
Right.
It's that simple. But if we sit it out, you have to. They're designed to either make you overconfident so you sit at home, or they're designed to demoralize you so you sit at home. Especially as we start heading west, get in line, stay in line. You got a couple hours and
demoralize you.
Get in line and vote. Bring your friends. If everyone does their part, I think we win.
You said you're demoralized at home. It's the exact opposite.
His rally's not like a Kamala Harris, like 5 minutes off a teleprompter. He goes for 90 minutes. Sometimes I'm sitting like, for the love of God, please, can we just move on? And,
yes.
But he's 78 and pulled an all-nighter. We got in at 6 a.m. back to Florida.
Unbelievable.
And he was still going, and he went right to TV. Never went to sleep. Was laughing the whole time. I'm sitting there like, trying to not die of a heart attack.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
It's truly impressive. And you take that and you add it into he also took a bullet for this country. I'm like, you know what? If he can take a bullet, you guys can wait in a long line for a few minutes. Relax. Just get your ass out there. If you do your
he
part,
took a
we
bullet
win,
for this
everyone's got to do
country.
their part. And I can't account for the BS on the other side. That's going to happen. I hope to overwhelm it. I hope to crush them so badly that they don't have a week to do a recount where magically.
Don't you guys understand? He took a bullet for you.
Presidential candidate, because it's all they had time to fill out in some warehouse somewhere. Let's just end this thing tonight.
Right. Well, aren't you glad though? One thing I will say, where I feel a very notable difference is, during the last national election, I'm not talking about midterms, but during the last election and during the year or two that followed it, a lot of conservatives were afraid to come out and say, you know what, maybe it wasn't the most secure and fair election because you were removed from YouTube. It seems like that's gone now. It seems like people are willing to say, and not just Republicans, yeah, you know what? We don't know what the number is, but we know that there's election interference. We know that there is voter fraud.
You're in the tank when you get this kind of access to the president's son.
Do you feel that difference tonight going in? Oh, no. Did we lose him? Do we need to recheck?
Oh, he may have frozen.
Well, he's calling from his phone. He
might have passed
stop
out.
texting Don Jr.
Well, we can go back to him.
I mean, goodness, leave the guy alone.
We can go back.
I think he passed out. He's so tired.
Yeah, he could be. His dad, by the way, his dad is doing all that. His dad I don't even think drinks coffee.
No drugs. That's what I was going to say.
It's just like Diet Coke.
I feel embarrassed, man.
Yeah, I know. You have to have, I would have to have at least
78.
At least a giant
what
cold
was
brew.
He doing? You wonder why he built the skyline in New York.
Yeah.
Think he outworked his competition?
Also, I think it's inspired, by seething hatred of people who, and there's nothing wrong with hating the right thing. I believe
anger is an energy.
We have him. He rotated it, and then we lost Donald again. This is like every home video when my mom was running the camcorder.
Yes.
This is like the phone was invented the second day.
Yes. Well, I think he's going to try us with a rotary in just a couple of minutes here. The same line that they call when they call to ask about polls. By the way, I know two people, and you guys can comment below. I know two people who said, yeah, I got called by some pollster. They said they called the landline that I never answer. I told them I was voting Kamala. And I said, well, why'd you do that? They said, because screw them.
Wow, you tricked them.
I don't know if it's a good idea, but I certainly think there's more of that on the Trump side. Just the attitude of, because screw them. I can't picture a Kamala voter saying, yeah, I'll vote for Donald Trump. I don't think we're going to see that. All right. Third time's the charm.
I'm back.
Okay. I was telling.
I'm back.
Good. Okay. My question was, a lot of conservatives even shied away from it, but now even non-conservatives, you can talk about election interference and you can talk about the voter fraud and you can talk about it not being the most secure and fair election. Do you feel like, hey, that in and of itself is a win that we can talk about it freely now?
You mean that we can have free speech in America? Yes, that's kind of a win.
Yes.
It's hard to believe that we actually have these conversations, but I mean, they wanted to throw people in jail for questioning elections last time around, and that's sort of why we're in this fight. I mean, everything's on the table this election. Everything's at stake. There's nothing they won't try to take away from us. There's no freedom they won't trample. And, that's where we're at in America. And it sucks. And that's why, again, I want to send a resounding message. I want to send a mandate to Washington, D.C., to the powers that be, that we should do that. I just saw the early vote numbers in Georgia. Independents swung 20 points towards us, because they get it. So, we got to carry this all the way through the West Coast. We got to get people in line, and in Wisconsin and Michigan, if you're in line, stay in line, vote, make sure it counts. Don't fall for any of the psyops, just vote. And if we do that, I think we win.
Don't fall for the psyops.
I think you're right. I think it will be insurmountable, but it's really hard to have faith in elections when, for example,
engage in the psyops of voting, but don't fall for the psyops while you're participating in the psyops.
They caught him, but his vote will still count. So they know it was an illegal vote, but they can't change it anyway. You know what? That for me is enough, because we don't know how many more examples there are of that where someone wasn't stupid enough to ask for their ballot back.
Well, that's why we have to overwhelm it. I think that was up in Michigan, not Florida. But yes, it's definitely the case. We got to overwhelm it. We got to overcome, the nonsense that's going to throw at us. I mean, if this was a fair election, 100%, this thing's over in my mind. But it won't be. So we just have to overwhelm that. But don't forget, the same people that said, okay, that ballot can count, are the same people that let in 13,000 murderers into our country across the southern border. They know this. This is Kamala Harris and Joe Biden's government statistics. They let in 16,000 rapists and sex offenders, and they let in overall 600,000 criminals. They know it.
Pavel S., thank you for that donation on Cash App, that Bitcoin donation. Thank you very much.
1,000 criminals. What could go wrong? Like, spread them evenly over.
We're going to stay with the election coverage tonight.
And what's our future look like? I mean,
and we're going to pick out the psychological operations lingo that they're using on Steven Crowder, Tim Pool, Brian Tyler Cohen on the left, Midas Touch on the left. This is all going down right now.
Up and stand in line.
Mm-hmm. Well, the good news is right now you're on the #1 stream on Earth, and we have the tools and data that CNN and Fox News have, where we actually have the Reuters Newswire, the API data we're going to be providing to people. We have the election integrity map, where we've called some states before they did. Of course, Indiana and Kentucky went for your dad, so that's good.
#1, it's not #1. The #1 right now is Alex Jones. I don't know why you even said that.
Covering the election, we're actually spearheading it tonight, and there are a lot of people tuning in, choosing to vote with their dollar, and I'm sure a lot more people are going to be joining Rumble Premium, knowing that you are on there. I hope that people get out and vote. And they used to say, if there's a large turnout, it favors Democrats, because they wanted the lowest common denominator, and by that I mean the people who weren't planning on voting, who they could get, in an Acorn organized bus. But in this case, it's a lot of people who maybe are first-time voters because they work tirelessly, like we see in rural areas, where it's a lot.
Ron Blevins just bought a coffee. Thank you. And Deb Anderson bought a coffee. Thank you very much, Deb. Thanks, Ron. Thanks, Work for Liberty.
I want a big turnout. I want people voting. I want people getting out there because they understand what's happened to their country. They understand what's happened to their economy. For all the talk about their worries.
Yeah, Zio Crowder.
I don't know. I have girls. I have boys. I have 5 kids. I'm more worried about my sons getting drafted into World War III to fight a battle so that Liz Cheney can make a couple $2 billion. I'm much more concerned about that than I am, the abortion issue when I see what's on the ballot, especially since they're lying about that anyway. It's all been thrown back to the states. Kamala Harris isn't going to be able to do anything about that. Frankly, neither is Donald Trump. It's with the states, and they're going to decide. We've just been lied to and gaslit so often with all of this stuff. I hope people can see through that noise. I hope they understand that, and I hope they vote accordingly.
Yeah, as do I, Mr. Trump. I know that you're busy and you probably have many other streams to get to and many other parties to attend. So do you have a prediction for tonight, if you're going to put a number on it, as far as the Electoral College?
Listen, I'll take 270. How about that? I'll take 270. I'd love it to be more decisive. I'd like a greater mandate. I'd love to, crush their will to live, with such an overwhelming mandate. I'm talking like Conan the Barbarian style. To hear the lamentation of the liberal women.
To see them driven before you and hear the lamentations of the women. By the way, that film is unwatchable.
I'd love all of that, but right now I'll take the win, because it's not just about my father anymore. It's now surrounding JD Vance has been a rock star. You got RFK on the health issue. You got Vivek. You got Tulsi Gabbard. You got Elon Musk. Like, I will step in and help fix this. We have the opportunity to put the Einstein of our era, in charge of breaking up the bureaucracy in Washington, D.C., creating efficiencies. I mean, you could save $1 trillion or more a year. That could actually go to, I don't know, like fix a road, maybe educate our children, all these little things that used to be important in America that we couldn't care less about right now. So all of that's so important for me. So I think it's a big night for the future of our country. And if it goes the other way, I'm very worried about what happens, down the line.
So am I. And one more thing I would request, since we're talking about Arnold, and since he said, screw your freedoms, and now he's doubled down on it and endorsed Kamala Harris, just out of spite, I would like to see someone in the cabinet give the 1980 or 1981 Mr. Olympia to Mike Menser. Just retroactively take it away from Arnold. Can you at least put in a good word?
That's hilarious.
I will do
that
that.
is
I mean,
funny.
The Democrats, where they do that kind of stuff every day, participation medals, they allow, boys to play in girls' sports and these sorts of things. So
That's hilarious.
It's probably less our style
I gotta
than the others,
admit.
but I am willing to make certain exceptions for people that get that.
Mike Menser, definitely. If you look at Mike Menser and standing next to Arnold Schwarzenegger in the 1980 Mr. Olympia, it should have gone to Menser.
Subscribe to you.
Menser went into a tailspin after that, never recovered.
On Rumble, check it out. I go Mondays and Thursdays, but once I free up a little bit, maybe I'll expand that a little bit more. I've had a lot of fun with it, just trying to, again, fight for all these guys that actually care about free speech, stay on those platforms, utilize them, make sure we have a future, because we won't if we just go to the usual suspects, because we've seen what they do across the board. Thank God for Elon and X and Truth Social, but Rumble on the video side, that's really the way to go. So I encourage everyone to check it out. Stop giving your money to YouTube, who's going to then weaponize it against you. Utilize billions and billions of dollars to suppress free speech, to suppress conservative thought, and artificially boost the communists that would put you in the gulags right next to me. So maybe if you like me, you want that, because you can hang out with me for the next 40 or 50 years in the gulags, but I probably don't recommend it.
No, exactly. And by the way, you can go bet on Polymarket tonight on whether this stream will be taken off of YouTube, and we don't care because we're on Rumble. We just put it there to bother them. But so I know if you want to play some bets, but Donald Trump Jr., we appreciate you, brother. Be well, and we hope that you have a good night, the whole family.
I appreciate it, guys. Thanks a lot. Good talking to you.
God bless Donald Trump Jr., everybody.
Yeah, and Steven Crowder will have access to the White House through Donald Trump Jr., no doubt. Not a Fish Stick says the same people who think the election was rigged last time are now convincing you to do the same thing again. Literally insane. Totally agree. Totally agree.
Bongino? Are we going to call them? Are we going to call them before Bongino? We're going to call them during Bongino.
We have to wait until the right time to call it
again. I was talking
When's
in
the right time,
office
Gerald?
earlier today. It's so interesting
If
that
we go to
both parties are
Bongino
using the
right
exact
at
same
8
talking
o'clock,
points.
Didn't
One
Rain the Brain
actually
have an
has
update?
facts
I
and
know
the
I
other
because I
one's
cut him
just
off and he was all
emotionally
pissed off.
driven.
So
They're like,
we
this
should
is
probably
the
go check.
democracy.
He's not in the
Last
chair
free and fair
again.
election.
He's not in the
But
chair.
No,
Well,
and
we
she
should
even voted for Kamala, and here she is, and she's running, and then we're supposed to vote for her because she's a woman. I'm like, I don't resonate with her at all. Like that is not an accurate representation of what the first.
We're just going to watch InfoWars for a couple minutes.
Absolutely. I don't say this condescendingly. I mean, I mean it. There are a ton of super smart, dynamic women who would be suited to be a leader. Well, why do you never see them in politics? Well, same thing. Where did they get Tim Walz? There's a lot of dudes that aren't totally creepy psychotics, but they like. Why do you think they like? I mean, like the most creepy woman I could imagine. She's hands down the most creepy woman I've ever seen. That says a lot. And then Walz is the creepiest dude. What's the prerequisite to find these freakazoids?
I think it's the same people that are climbing up to the top and willing to do whatever. Tulsi would have been the perfect first female president. She's strong. She ticks off all of the boxes. She's an independent thinker. She's
charismatic.
Wildly intelligent, beautiful. I know that shouldn't matter, but people do vote based off of who they're attracted.
Well, it's not a bad thing.
No, but it does sway certain votes. So she would have been the first.
They're not going to talk about Tulsi Gabbard being a gun grabber, though. They won't talk about that.
Kamala there's nothing really in her mind. Like she's just there doing exactly dancing like a monkey that's paid. And that's why when her teleprompter goes off, she doesn't know what to do.
Yeah,
She's
Kamala
like,
is dead inside. Just like they all are.
So they're not looking for anyone that actually is going to create any change or that's going to serve the American people. They have the idea that we, the people, somehow owe them our freedom.
Candace Owens was on last week and she did the deep dive on her. And I've read dozens of books on MK Ultra and the congressional hearings and interviewed a lot of guests over the years, but I hadn't really done the deep dive on her genealogy like Candace did. And once she talked about it, I looked up, it's true. her whole family's like CIA. She was connected to an MK Ultra program. And when she said it, I went, wait, that's why she's always different personalities, or doesn't seem like the same person and is an empty vessel. And we know Obama's whole family was CIA. And of course, that's the project, is put your people in. So I don't know if she's MK Ultra, but definitely she's connected to all that.
I had no idea.
It's crazy. Absolutely wild. But as soon as she said it, it clicked. Then I went and looked it up.
I mean, no, that would make a lot of sense. So then when it comes to these agencies, is it like there's some people that are trying to preserve the democracy, the Constitution, America as we know it, and then there's another side that's trying to insidiously take it over? Or do you think the whole thing is kind of corrupt and needs to be abolished?
Well, you've got the system in the Constitution and the separation of powers, and then you've just got corruption in different agencies and the lawyers and the big bank money. But the way the corrupt works is they move in, kick out good people in certain areas, and then through compartmentalization expand as they take the government over. So I'd say 50 years ago, it's dead reckoning. 30% of the government was corrupt, but as you went higher, it was more and more of them. Now, at the high...
The entire government is corrupt and is running cover for the Federal Reserve. No president, no vice president, no governor, no congressman, no senator is going to speak out against it because they're all on the take and they're dangling from the corporate chain. And Alex Jones knows this. That's one of the things that I confronted him on when I was in Virginia back in 2020, before all this Convid 1984 by George Orwell nonsense broke out. You've got to understand, these people are running cover and trying to get you to demoralize yourself. It is vitally important that you follow what the Republicans say and the Democrats say and take to the voting place and drop your slip of paper in the slave suggestion box, because it is saying, I want to remain a slave. I want to be robbed and ruled by this guy, not this lady right here. And I want you to be robbed and ruled too. So when they do evil in your name, they did it with your vote, with your support, with your consent. And these guys, Steven Crowder, Alex Jones, Brian Tyler Cohen, they're all trying to get you to do the same thing.
Jones got Fiona Hill fired saying she was a globalist. She tells Congress, I don't know what that is. She's on the board of George Soros's company. She was the editor of theglobalist.com. And she's like, I don't know why Alex is mean to me. No, I got you fired. And it wasn't like some superhero thing. I'm like, going down the list with Trump. He goes, well, get me a report on that. So I'd have law firms. So it was professional.
By the way, what I just said will never be, you'll never see that on Tim Pool, Steven Crowder. You won't see it. Let's just go down the list. Let's see if we can. You won't hear it on Brian Tyler Cohen. You won't hear it from Midas Touch. You won't hear it from CNN, the Times of India, AP. You won't hear anybody say this. And it's the most obvious thing. It's as plain as the nose on your face. And if you look at politics through that correct filter, and you got to have the correct filter on, you won't know what's going on.
Forth, and then
Florida was a swing state.
No, I know, used to be, but
I just didn't think it would go that far over. I mean, I don't know what you guys may have been saying.
I think it's a Hispanic vote,
and the
Jewish
Middle
vote.
East thing is.
It could be. I don't know. Again, I'm not familiar with how many Middle Eastern people are there in those counties, but I do know there's a lot of Jewish Americans there.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They don't like the way the Dems are handling.
Well, the funny thing is, but you also get far more Arab Americans who are going over to Trump.
Yes,
we see that in Dearborn.
Give me 3 of them. That's a huge sign.
Even if he doesn't solve it in that cesspool of filth and sadness where dreams go to die, which is the Middle East, he's bringing Jews and Arabs together in America.
This guy that blew himself up at Hamas had a Trump hat on yesterday.
Did you really? That's weird.
That's what his pager said. It said, MAGA, bitch. What? Don't forget to take your Flintstone chewables. I thought I did. Oh, no, it's a trick.
Isn't Palm Beach filthy rich? Oh, no. Am I confusing?
No, Palm Beach is. I think Palm Beach includes West Palm Beach as far as the county.
It does,
so very wealthy,
right?
But still, to gain that much in that county,
but
and again,
it shows how much things have
we've got
changed. 81%
reporting in Florida.
Republican country years and years ago, right?
Well, it was, but they were saying they gained it by. I don't have the numbers. If you could have them there, Gerald, by somewhere the summary of how many percentage points the swing. Could we have that so we can just have it up ready?
20.
In those counties.
On that one, it was. I was listening. It went from 18. Come on, I've been paying attention.
Trump is probably safe. Georgia's going to be interesting. We'll start to dig into these numbers. Ohio is going to be very interesting with that Senate race. as well. Nothing to report in Pennsylvania yet. And Pennsylvania is going to be interesting, Alex, because they're going to be voting till midnight. I mean, who knows how long they're going to be voting with all the problems they've had with the election machines and the early voting and everything going on. So they could be voting till midnight in Pennsylvania. So nothing to report there. Nothing we didn't anticipate so far. As these numbers continue to come in, we'll start to comb through Georgia. We'll start to comb through Virginia. We'll start to comb through Ohio. They've just declared Mississippi for Trump as well. So nothing we haven't anticipated yet. And I'm going to start combing through these numbers here now that they're coming in.
Yeah, so as it stands, it's 3 electoral votes for Harris and 23 for Trump right now. And it looks like they're probably going to call Florida any minute now, a little over 80% reporting there. There's also a pundit. Here we go again. Arizona Secretary of State reports multiple unsubstantiated bomb threats at 4 Navajo County locations. Points to Russia, of course. So 4 schools in Arizona's Navajo County uses polling sites to receive bomb threats, leading to widespread concern. So it's the
Sounds
same
like
thing
they're having
happen
audio problems.
in Georgia. Very convenient, and it looks like they just called a few more states. Yeah, there's Florida.
We just got Florida, Alabama, Tennessee. So again, nothing that isn't anticipated. There's no races. Oklahoma as well. There's no Senate races that we were looking at that might flip there. So everything is looking above board. Now, Maryland, Connecticut, Massachusetts have just been called. If they're already calling Maryland or Harris, that's likely meaning Hogan is not going to win his Senate race. Republicans are not going to flip Maryland. It's kind of a long shot, but
Trump's got 86 and Kamala Harris has 23 right here on the big board. Let me refresh this one more time. So he's got 9.1 million votes to 7.7 million votes. Not that it matters.
I promise you that would be the case. They've just called South Carolina for Trump too. Yeah, it's interesting the consistency when you talk about calling these states early. And Alex, I meant to say this earlier, and this is going to be a major point, and Harrison can follow up with this because he saw something earlier that I didn't see when I was on air. The strategy that Trump needs to have tonight that I hope he learned from 2020, if he's leading these states all night like he did in 2020, if he's leading Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia, Arizona, or any combination of them that's enough to give him 270 electoral college votes, he needs to come out and declare victory. He needs to just come out and say, I've won, we're declaring victory. He should have done that in 2020, and it might have stopped them from doing the vote steroids, the vote Viagra at 3:30 in the morning in those 5 states.
This is InfoWars experiencing audio difficulties right now.
Yeah, apparently CBS is already saying this. They're saying, well, Donald Trump's going to cheat by trying to, claim that he won before he did, which, obviously they're trying to preempt that strategy.
Yeah, they've called my
with,
state,
Owen.
of course,
I think he
Oklahoma.
should declare it just as soon as he could. Now, some more races are being called here, and there's some disturbing trends. Google will tell you when it's called, but it'll also tell you which way things are leaning. And Texas is shaded blue right now, which is very, very disturbing and unexpected. But it looks like the count is now 35 electoral votes for Kamala Harris and 95 for Trump. So still going fairly well for Trump, but it looks like practically the whole eastern seaboard is lighting up.
Wouldn't that be
for
interesting?
Harris, which I guess is to be expected.
Wouldn't that, I'm just going to mute this. Wouldn't that be interesting if Texas, Joe Rogan and Elon Musk, Texas went blue? Wouldn't that be interesting? I don't foresee that, but that would be very interesting.
That's a bunch of the most brainwashed idiots ever. They don't know anything. Except for to lie to us. Real intelligence is observation in the universe of what's happening. They've spent so much time in Texas. Harris has spent so much time. They've been snickering they're going to win. They've been pumping us full of illegals. They've been putting their people. They've got control of all the major cities. They're openly engaged in fraud. They just caught stealing a bunch of votes down in Houston. And they have been salivating where we're all focused on the other battlegrounds, and they flip Texas. The only other person I've heard really warning of this is Marjorie Taylor Greene with me. In the last 2 weeks, she's been on twice. Now, this happened last time because they have so many baked-in fraudulent votes that looks like they almost stole Florida 4 years ago, that as it builds up, they run out of the votes in the Zuckerberg database, and then you see Cruz and others win. But it was a very close last time. And now they've been doubling down. So I'm literally sick at my stomach because if they ever steal Texas, they're never going to let it go back again with this fraud. So I am just totally disgusted. And let's just pray. We got to work.
That is just fear mongering, man.
Your take on this?
I'm shocked. I'm shocked. First, I guess, do you require ID in Texas to vote?
Yeah, but the Secretary of State said people can vote with non-citizen IDs.
Non-citizen IDs.
Because the FBI said so. Yeah, I mean, look at that. Texas going blue. I hope.
No way.
Yeah, well,
so what happens? So what if Texas goes blue?
They win hands down by a giant landslide.
But what is that for the future? And then does it get It has to be investigated. Wouldn't you imagine?
Yeah, but they've already, the state stripped the power of the Attorney General, Ken Paxton. He can investigate, but he can't prosecute.
They're calling it blue with less
again,
than 3%.
40 electoral votes.
9% reporting,
and
51 to 47.6. So 51 to 48 almost.
Flip the state. Because it doesn't the rule.
Yeah, they come in later. Yeah. But here's it gets closer each time. I'm just saying, Harris and the Democrats have been pumping money into Texas and hovering over it. Big Tech's been pouring money in.
I had no clue. I just figured that Texas was just like California, so that it wasn't even being looked at by the other side.
Yeah, California used to be deeper red than Texas.
Really?
Just 40 years ago. Yeah, they just took it over with fraud.
Has Texas ever gone blue?
No, not since Nixon.
Whoa. And then, yeah, I agree. I think it seems really early for a lot of those states to be calling it already. So why can't everyone else operate like Florida? Florida seems to just have it smooth, figured out.
It was all smooth till 2016 when Trump won, and now it takes weeks.
Yeah. Everyone else pay attention.
Obama was out today saying, it's normal. 2020, it took a long time.
No.
Yeah, the new normal.
No, the American people shouldn't accept that.
All right, we're going to check in with Luke Rakowski, but I got to go back to Harrison. We'll put that CNN board up. We just showed the Texas board. Yeah, Texas, the way they're representing it is, the center of the state has the disease. It's spreading out. This actually gives me an anxiety attack. I mean, I am actually, and not much gets that. I started like having butterflies a minute ago. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. Sorry.
You're fine.
Go ahead, Candace.
I mean, does
God.
it secede then? Like, is there going to be... I am shocked right now.
Well, I've been against secession so far, even though we're the Lone Star state and the Constitution can't do it. But damn right, we're going to have secession if the commies seize the state.
I'm just going to pause mute this. Texas. Here's Texas's history. Let's see. Close. What is this? Homes dot. What is that? Connect you to listing agent. What the heck? They won't let me look at this Texas map. Let me refresh this. I don't know why this site is throwing that crap up. 1966 was 1976 was the last time Texas went blue. So we're talking about 1976. Ever since 76, and that was for Carter, not Nixon. And Nixon was a Republican. So Nixon was a Republican, Carter's a Democrat. So they voted Nixon Republican in 72, but in 76, they voted for Carter in Texas. And ever since then, they've been voting Republican.
Is incredibly powerful, and they were working behind the scenes in very sophisticated and underhanded ways to bring this about. And also, mass migration is obviously the biggest issue, and I believe it was this year that we actually became a majority Hispanic state. So, they're the absolute majority right now, and of course, typically vote more blue anyway. So it's the big cities. It's Houston, San Antonio, and Dallas, and a little bit Austin, but Austin's just fully blue, but mostly Dallas and Houston, gigantic, very well-funded, very sophisticated operations going on there with a lot of very suspicious activity.
It would be very interesting if Texas went blue on the heels of a Joe Rogan endorsement for Donald Trump and the fact that Elon Musk, who's totally pro-Trump, totally GOP, totally red elephant, and he's thrown a lot of money behind and done a lot of campaigning. It'd be very interesting.
Absolutely. Even momentarily went blue is a very bad thing.
And now Oklahoma is called. Owen, give us info on that.
Yeah. I would say everybody relax on Texas. Texas is going to be okay. It still shouldn't be that blue. But Yes, Harris County and the shenanigans. They try to flirt with it every year. Texas should be
Everybody
okay.
relax.
What
Oh, God.
I'm looking at now, we've got interesting
They
numbers
need to
coming
mic.
in from
They need to mic
Georgia.
him up.
Georgia is now looking good for Donald Trump. We'll dig into some of these numbers. Georgia looking good for Donald Trump. That could be key. North Carolina, the returns are still early. I don't like what I'm seeing in early returns in North Carolina. That shocks me. It's still.
No one. I don't know what Ron Paul's remarks were on that, so I would have to look and see what he said.
Those mics around here that are handheld. Let's get you with one of those. We'll come right back to you as soon as that is fixed. We got all these great studios. I built this for us to do this all the time because of the crew and the attacks. We haven't done it. But if InfoWars stays around in this building, believe me, we're going to expand it, get more reporters, and go 24 hours a day. That's the plan. They wanted to shut us down. If you back us at the AlexJonesStore.com and DrJonesNaturals.com, you get all those amazing supplements and Patriot apparel and everything else, we will continue on. But we can be shut down next Tuesday. Yeah, but we're dealing with the election right now. I want to cut into a simulcast, see if they've been waiting for us. They may not be ready now, with Luke Rakowski and his great roundtable there and get their take on the situation. Luke, can you hear me?
Thank you so much. It's an honor and pleasure to join you tonight. We just had the great Roger Stone call in from Mar-a-Lago. We're reporting everything that's breaking down right now.
The great
Lots
Roger
of concerning
Stone.
news,
Oh, my God.
Specifically also breaking now in Georgia, Arizona, where there are bomb threats that are shutting down polling.
Luke, what the hell happened to you, man? He's got a convicted felon for president 2024 shirt. Oh, come on. Come on, man.
The Russians yesterday, we saw this weeks ago, they seeded this kind of larger kind of little kind of thing in the minds of American people that specifically that the Russians, hold on, I think we got General Flynn here on the line as well. Hold on, I think there's some issues going on with your tech guys. Can you guys still hear me? Is everything still coming in clear? But now we're hearing General Flynn for some reason. Alex?
Luke went status, man. I haven't been keeping up with him. I've been not. Oh man, we're gonna learn so much tonight, guys. Thanks for being here. Appreciate your support. Appreciate you tuning in. We're gonna look at this from the non-statist perspective tonight, the real freedom perspective.
So we got the whiskey bottles here in case we lose. We got cigars here. We have a crazy jam-packed studio here with us. By the way, we have Andrew, don't tase me, bro. We have Kristen Megan, the chemtrail whistleblower. We have Martha Bueno. We have, of course, Stephanie Marie here. We have so many different people all around us coming in and out. So this is definitely a crazy, absolute wild night, but it definitely does look like the numbers are looking very favorable for Donald Trump. But now we're hearing a lot of specific rumblings about Russia. And that to me is a little bit concerning, especially with the latest developments that Russia just did internationally. As today, it's also being reported that the Russians are helping the Iranians launch satellites, and that the Russians have given the Iranians advanced fighter jets that, of course, they will be using with their larger war that's unfolding right now in the Middle East.
Luke, we're going to join you again in a moment. General Flynn just tried to get on with us. We're going to bring him up and come back to you here in a few minutes. Luke, we'll talk to you soon. God bless. Yeah, get Flynn on. I want to get his take on the situation and updates from the former head of the Defense Intelligence Agency on with us earlier today. That interview alone is now approaching 8 million views. So people want to hear from General Flynn. Candace Horbach, wow, what an exciting time to be alive.
Again, that Texas, I'm still recovering from that. So they were just saying North Carolina is trending blue right now. It's obviously really early in the race. To me, that is so shocking after
Man, the psyops going on CNN and Alex Jones and Steven Crowder and Brian Tyler Cohen is off the freaking charts. Let's go back to.
And then I guess
we'll let her
think
talk.
that the reason why it was showing blue earlier on is because we had like this huge influx of people from California?
Damn, George Sanders. Thank you for that super chat, man. Thank you very much.
Here was trying to almost make it really unfriendly
for
them and made it really, really conservative to the point where now they're kind of
still got
rebelling.
95 to 35.
Like, is that what you kind of see happening?
Well, I mean, a lot of the Democrats, as you know, come here from California, other places, just because it's collapsed.
Donald Trump has just joined us in the room. He says he will win. Thank you, Donald. Thank you, Donald. Do you like? I like. Take the guns first, due process second.
Turn it into San Francisco. And so, yeah, that's it.
Donald, I got a couple questions. Just a couple questions, couple beautiful questions for you. Do you like take the guns first, due process second? What do you think about $8.4 trillion in national debt and $6.2 trillion for the big pharma industrial complex? Donald, could you tell us about that? How about bump stock bands, Donald? You still love those?
The average leftist, they just follow the orders of the party, and they're very politically dumb. And so there's no making deals with them. They just follow the corporate orders. It's like, I'm liberal. I'm the anointed one. I love everybody. Now do what I say, World War III, and cut kids' penises off. And it's just, they're corporate bots. It's all BlackRock social engineering programming. They just do what they're told. They're in a cult.
So then how do you can't not let people come in the state, I suppose, unless you do secede from this.
That's a very important question. We're going to get back to that in a moment. Let's go ahead and see if General Flynn's ready. And again, folks, this is all a train wreck on purpose. This is all the independent media with bigger audiences than CNN together, just coming on each other's shows, in the streets, talking to top people. General Flynn, the former head of the Defense Intelligence Agency, former National Security Advisor to President Trump, and they tried to make him a political prisoner. The guy that the system fears. General Flynn, thank you in your busy schedule for briefly joining us to give us an update since we talked 5-6 hours ago. General, what's the latest?
Yeah, so for everybody, and Alex, thank you so much. I have joining me here the owner of Papa John's Pizza. He's got about, 6,000 stores, right? 6,000. Oh, yeah.
Good to be here with General.
Yeah.
Go Trump.
Yeah. So
Oh my God, that guy's got some serious plastic surgery. Holy cow, he's dumped a lot of money into his face, guys. Look at that.
Down victory for Donald Trump tonight. You know, we've already made some calls in a couple of places, a couple of states. One of the things that we're here in Florida, and one of the big bellwether counties in
Guy
Florida.
looks totally
this isn't
different.
for the Florida vote. This is really for the national vote because of the reflection of people in Miami-Dade County. But
Thank you,
Miami-Dade
62
County
squad.
looks like it's going to go for Donald Trump, which is a big, big deal. And what that means is that the Rust Belt of this country, which a lot of people come from the Rust Belt of the country, and they come down to places like where I'm at, Collier County. Looks like Collier County is going to go for Trump as well as Miami-Dade County. So there's some other states that are being called, and I know that they don't mean, it's not like meaningful yet. I don't want people to get, too crazy yet, but I do believe that what we're going to see is hands down Georgia, North Carolina.
Thank you,
I'm
JW.
hopeful that Virginia comes through. It's going to be a tough, tight race. I've been in touch with some friends up in New Jersey. New Jersey's going to be a tight race, but New Jersey could come into Trump's win column. I think that Pennsylvania, and because of the giant outpouring right now of people that have come out of work, primarily men up in the western counties of Pennsylvania, looks like Pennsylvania will go. And if those western counties go for Trump in the numbers that I think they're going to go, then I absolutely see Michigan falling into a Trump win column. And Alex, I've had my moments with the Muslim community, but that endorsement by Dr. Amr from Hamtramck, Michigan this morning at about 1 o'clock, a gentleman that Alfie Oakes and I met with about a year ago, that's a huge, huge endorsement because that community up in.
Why does he have to talk like this? Yeah, Alex, we're sitting there. He doesn't have to talk like that. This is ridiculous. I never had any respect for this guy. The real Donald Trump says, I can't believe you didn't vote for me, Brian. When I win, what will you say? Don't raid me, bro. Don't raid me, bro.
The country. I think it's like more than 70% of the people voting in this country right now are voting because they're frustrated with the direction of the country and they want something fresh. And then we've already experienced Donald Trump as the president and know what he can do.
Thank you, Jason. Smash that like button, guys. I appreciate it.
The other thing, Alex, is the independent vote. So the independent vote right now, clearly in Georgia, but I think overall, we're going to see an independent.
Luke Radowski, if you can hear me, I want to know what happened, man. You know about the Federal Reserve. You interviewed Ben Bernanke. You got up in his face and you asked him the tough questions. You know who controls presidents. You know who controls the DNC and the RNC and every single candidate. And you're going to sit there and support Trump? Unbelievable, man. I need to find out why.
Lower middle class, the upper middle class, back on their feet. He'll do it quick. He'll do it efficiently, and he'll make things happen. We got to get him in there.
Yeah. So, Alex, here's where I think we're at. This is for your great audience. And when we were on earlier, Alex, I think we had over 250,000 viewers. We probably have doubled that number by the time we got to this point. So
oh yeah, well, General, let me just tell you, that was one feed you were looking at. We had about, not counting our other systems, millions listening while you were on. Now on all of our streams, there's 5 million people on them right now.
Yeah, beautiful. I love it. 5 million viewers. Okay, sitting here with Papa John. So Papa John's going to owe me a couple of pizzas here, right? So here's where we are. Here's where we are for your great audience and for the people that matter. So first of all, Alex Jones has been right for the last 20 years. And I told this to Alex the first time I met him. When I first met Alex, actually, when I first heard about Alex and was listening to him, he was talking about this globalist group of thugs, mainly from the World Economic Forum. So fast forward to the last 8 years, and that's what the United States of America is up against. We're up against a globalist takeover. And we went through, and I talked about this earlier, Alex, with you. We went through the whole Wuhan, China virus, right? China, the Chinese have not only brought in the COVID virus globally, not just here in the United States, but China has been bringing in this fentanyl. They've stuffed it with horse tranquilizer over the last year. We have over 200,000 killed in action.
I'm pretty much done with that guy.
And so you just said the same thing.
About
you
Michigan.
the same
about Michigan. Right? Yeah, about Michigan. And so I hear where you're coming. But in Michigan, they just made it too big for people to understand there was a cheat. Like, for example, I didn't live in Michigan for a very long time in the last election. But I received a ballot to my old address, and it just said that it was processing. And I had no way to confirm whether it was actually filled out or not. And by the way, I checked on relatives in Michigan, same thing, who I know did vote, and it just said processing. And there was no way to confirm, at least as the ballots were being counted. So yes, I hear you in Milwaukee, Avita, but I would ask you, because you're the state that had Scott Walker, by the way, not really a rhino, someone who was pretty conservative, was looked at for the national stage. We haven't had that in Michigan in quite a while. The state legislature kind of goes back and forth, but the entire system in Michigan is corrupt because of Wayne County. And not only that, but you can see it in Grand Rapids. You certainly see it even in northern Michigan areas like Traverse City, which basically is San Francisco of the North. So exactly what you're saying about Wisconsin, I'm not as familiar with, is exactly why I feel that Michigan would be hard. Not because of the people, though a little bit because of the people.
Maverick says WWE only dreams of this level of planning and show. Exactly. I agree. Let's look at Poly Market. We haven't weighed in on them in a while. 16, it's almost 70% on the Poly Market. Kamala Harris, 32.6. Big slide, big increase for Donald Trump. Big slide for Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris is taking a bounce. It was at 1.70.1 and 30.2% Kamala Harris, but it is hovering around that 70-30. We've got the election results from some states, although many haven't reported yet. Still got it, 95-35, with Oklahoma closed out, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida. Florida is 90% reporting now. South Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, West Virginia. No surprises so far. Michigan, 4% reporting with 60% Kamala Harris. And Pennsylvania, 72-26%. That's early reporting with only 7%. 37% reporting in Ohio. And it's pretty much neck and neck. You got 49.3 Trump and 50% Kamala Harris. So we'll get back to this right here. And I'll get back to you in a second.
There she is. There you go. They're sick and tired of even themselves.
God, I'm sick and tired of listening to Michael Flynn. How can anybody listen to this guy?
Donald Trump is at this point is up pretty handily in Georgia. This doesn't look good again for Kamala Harris. What's your team telling you about Georgia? Because like I said, if Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina go our way handily, there's just no math for her.
Well, there's math for her if she wins Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. But, it's certainly a good start. And that's why we thought if we look at the East Coast, we're looking for some other indicators like in Virginia, like in New Hampshire, to see where that margin is. But actually, Gerald, I believe, has an update now on Georgia from our real-time data analyst.
It's so funny you asked that. I asked for a trend in Georgia right now just so we could see it. So 48% statewide counted. DeKalb is not reported yet. But Trump, of the last dump in the last hour, he's received 57.2% of the vote. So going forward on these, as these dumps come in,
I got 55.3.
He needs to win is going down. So 46% of the outstanding vote is all he needs to win in Georgia right now. So that's something that we will track over time. It is heading down. It was 47.7%. Now it's 46%. So as these dumps come in, Trump is getting a large share, and it's cutting the number he needs of whatever's remaining to actually be able to win. So the trend is good in Georgia right now.
Yes, and we're providing right now. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. This is from all the acidic vomit the last 2 days. No joke. Where I was worried about my vocal cords keeping up.
Different.
We actually have an exclusive graph that we're providing to the audience so they can see what percentage of the remaining dumps Donald Trump knows, so they can see that go down in real time. And like you said, it's a very good trend for Donald Trump. It's not a deadlock. But if you look at Georgia and you look at North Carolina, if he wins those, and of course Florida was called very early, and you look at the margins in some of those eastern states, he doesn't have to win them. For example, like in a place like New York.
Now that is hilarious. Ron Blevins said this is like tracking Santa Claus. It is. It's exactly what it's like.
To New York. So we're looking at some of these numbers. I think you're right. Hopefully we just helped undergird, not your gut feeling in some of the numbers, but we have guys.
I will heavily criticize Ron Paul if he joins the Trump administration, but I would save it for, I want to hear what he has to say, what his take is on it. I want to hear what Lou Rockwell says, Tom Woods. That's interesting. I don't know. I'll have to look it up. No one, so I can get informed on that.
We kind of got into it. I mean, friendly. It's not like we were doing jujitsu or anything, but we kind of got into it a little bit because I was running in 2016 for Congress and I was knocking on doors and I saw it. I saw like all these people with yard signs who weren't on my knock list. And they were like, oh, yeah, I never vote. That's why I'm not on your knock list. I'm just voting for Trump. And I said, man, this guy's going to win. And I had that feeling. I'm sensing it this time, too. I mean, the big Mo, I don't know what the hell you call it, but you just know, like in a fight, anything from like jiu-jitsu to somewhere else, when the momentum's on your side, you can feel it.
Yeah.
And I want to be Trump right now. I sure as hell don't want to be Kamala.
No, I think that's a good read. And, if you guys want to look at some of these details, it's free for anyone. The electionintegritymap.com. You can check it out where we're providing data that they're not providing in a lot of these other places. So your gut is right. And the numbers that you have are reflected when you get even deeper into the numbers. So you're not wrong, but what you're feeling is probably a result of the blue chews. So let's keep that to a minimum.
Steve, we love you, man. At Rumble, you're amazing. So really, you guys have been an absolute champion for freedom of speech.
Oh,
we're so glad to have you. Rumble Premium Mug Club moved over.
These guys.
Awesome. Thanks, brother. We really appreciate it. Gerald, send me another.
Yeah, they're so for free speech that they won't criticize Donald Trump, who wants to imprison Americans for burning a Chinese-made American flag. These people are disgusting. Dan Bongino.
I'm not lying. I forgot to take into account the throwing up and how that affects your vocal cords. What?
You want to celebrate now?
Why do we have another state to call?
That's the biggest. Yes, we have a state to call, but over 556,000 live concurrent. That breaks a record. We have never done anything that big, guys.
Are we sure?
We're just getting started. We are sure.
Okay.
It's early.
We are sure, baby. 2020.
It is
we just beat 2020.
All right. Well, let's
like 2.5 hours in.
Well, here, I want to do something. Nick, if you need to grab a breaker, I want to bring in Lane the Brain with some of those graphs so we can show them what it is, because we haven't shown that yet. And by the way, you still have Dan's feed up there, so you guys might want to close it because I'm still watching him. So we can bring, I would assume, sorry, I know we haven't done a commercial break yet. We've been going for what?
We've been going 2.5
hours?
Yeah.
I got 2.5 hours? Go ahead, Nick. And by the way, as you go out, let me plug your Ottumwa,
This Saturday night.
This Saturday, Ottumwa, Iowa, the Bridgeview Center Theater. And look, Donald Trump Jr. told you, Dan Bongino will tell you, OG, funniest man alive. If you want your side, okay, this is the greatest endorsement I could give him. I would not chance going to see him live with my stomach flu. And there's not a hint of hyperbole because I would lose friends. It's uncontrollable laughter. So go see him this Saturday, November 9th. Hey, you're supporting Donald Trump tonight. Go out, support live comedy. Nick, go take a bathroom break and we'll bring in Lane the Brain.
Yeah, baby.
All right. Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. I know. And then eventually I'll get a break where I'll eat some saltines.
I'm not.
All right. I'm going to mute this and I'm going to pull this over to the screen. Hopefully it stays up. This is what was mentioned. What's up, John Eagle? In the chat room, Ron Paul responds to Elon Musk's invitation to join Trump administration. Paul and Musk hint at joining Trump's administration, merging libertarian principles with tech-driven efficiency. Former Texas Representative Ron Paul, a longtime advocate for limited government and free market principles, could potentially play a role in the future Trump administration. Paul, known for his criticism of federal policies such as the Federal Reserve, mass surveillance, and the military-industrial complex, has expressed openness to the idea, responding to Tesla CEO Elon Musk on social media platform X. Paul said he would be happy to talk. Elon Musk said would be great to have Ron Paul as part of the Department of Government Efficiency. I don't think, first of all, I don't think they would ever invite him on board to be a part of the government Department of Government Efficiency, which, by the way, is DOGE, D-O-G-E. Ron Paul said, I'd be happy to talk with you about it, Elon. Musk recently posted that he would welcome Paul's involvement in the department. Musk's interest in a governmental role has become increasingly visible. If Donald Trump becomes president and he truly makes Elon Musk the head of the Department of Government Efficiency, they hire Ron Paul as part of the Department of Government Efficiency, that would be interesting to see. But I see this all as part of the dog and pony show. Yeah, like Doge, the coin. I see this as just part of bread and circuses. Let's just give them a little bit more. Let's give them a little bit more. They always do this. Let's pull out the stops. I mean, the gig is almost up. They actually see us as WWE, so we got to really pull out this stuff and do things that are not quite as orthodox as we've been doing them before. So why don't we invite Ron Paul, who we ignored back in 2008 and 2012, shoved to the bottom of the list and didn't even really give any kind of decent hearing to. Let's make him a part of the government that could disassemble the Federal Reserve. I don't see it happening, but it'd be interesting to watch play out. So at the end of 4 years, we can go, look, they lied again. Yeah, I don't know. Other than I would like to see that happen.
Google, thank you guys very much for your support.
I'm so glad they sent me silver because it's such a better weapon.
It is. You throw the gold coin at somebody, you're just going to irritate them.
Now, if they throw the gold at somebody, it's just like, it's like when you go, it's like what you do with a stripper you hate.
Oh, gee. Well, no, it's solid.
Oh, shoot. That went behind the couch. That's real gold. That's an intern to get that back.
$1,400, no?
Yeah, exactly.
No, Lenny's already grabbed
$500 or $600. All right. Arkansas, 6 electoral votes going to Donald Trump.
Whoa.
There we go. He's at 105 now, total, I believe. 105.
What's interesting about that is Kamala was not just an old wrestler, but there was also somebody, I think they said it was WrestleMania 23, that was called UMAGA. UMAGA. So this wrestler named UMAGA was wrestling in WrestleMania 23, and guess who WrestleMania 23 featured? Take a guess. Along with UMAGA. The feature was Vince McMahon and Donald Trump. Vince McMahon loses, so you had Trump and Vince. Now you have Trump and Vance, and one of the wrestlers wrestling in WrestleMania 23 with Donald Trump and Vince McMahon was a wrestler named UMAGA. I just learned that a couple days ago. Interesting.
A red chair.
Come on in, and while we do that, so we have to do the switch. So we did the election night, 10% off the entire store. Right now, we're going to go to the merch promo number 2.
Well,
yeah, UMAGA was only like 35, 36 years old when he died.
And then I'll change shirts.
Yes, I love that.
I have to grab one of these ginger chews because I was this close
so,
to throwing up.
Perfect. So the promo code now is Trump 2024, and that gets you 24% off any Trump hat for 1 hour.
Crowdershop.com.
1 hour from right now. It is 8:33
Yeah, isn't it like
p.m.
MAGA?
Go to crowdershop.com and get 24% off any Trump hat.
Yeah.
Do it now.
And I'm not going to scare you guys because the truth is so many of you have overwhelmingly supported us where we will be here for the next election where we didn't know before this morning. But this guarantees, the more you go to Crowder Shop or the more you sign up for Rumble Premium, guess what? Guarantees that we can do more stuff with the undercover unit, guarantees we can bring more people in, and guarantees what?
Undercover unit.
Do we have something right now?
Yes, we do. All right, so we have some undercover footage right now.
Hold on one second. I have to chew my ginger thing so I don't throw up.
So I'll just kind of set it up. So the polls have closed in Philadelphia, obviously. So the ballots are being moved from drop boxes around the city, and we actually have eyes on them from one of the, I believe, one of our journalists is going to follow the ballots, and so we've got some footage of that right now.
We have some footage right now. This is exclusive. Do we have a Mud Club under? Do we have an exclusive? Do we have a stinger or no?
You got a lot of stingers.
I could find one.
All right. Well, all right. You know, this is exclusive to us right now, live. This is someone following the. Explain it again, Gerald, because again, I'm kind of flying blind.
So they're gathering up all the votes. They're following the trucks as they are gathering the votes from the drop boxes to make sure no shenanigans happen. They have footage of that. No shenanigans yet, but we have eyes on it.
Okay, let's see some of that footage. Oh, it looks like a damn monster movie. Okay, they're gathering up the boxes. Which, by the way, that's my favorite place to put.
Okay, 9 seconds. Okay.
That's my favorite place to put the fate of the free world is in a box with hourly workers.
I don't think that's a good idea. No.
Thank
you. Oh, I went to lunch. That's what he's saying.
How many more we gotta move?
Yeah. He sounds like the tall one in the Flintstones. Duh, boss, I'm moving the Dropbox, boss. And there's some small one like, I told you to quit talking.
Okay, boss.
That's what I do. Whenever I do it for my son, I do that voice. And hey, I told you, you talk too much, you get us in trouble, dummy.
Do you hit him? It's great.
Yeah. Well, I don't hit him.
Oh,
But,
no, you can't do that.
Sometimes.
No,
you got to kick him.
Just letting you know. You don't know what's real or what's not. I don't either because I have a fever. So
okay, you'll be fine.
We're going to bring in Lane the Brain
in 2 seconds. He's
in 2 seconds, and then Russell Brand. We have Russell Brand coming on here. And by the way, what a conversion story.
No kidding.
Russell Brand. Russell Brand was out there who was pro-socialism for a long time. He had the Trues News, where I used to give that guy so much crap because there were no conservatives on YouTube, and he had a channel that was pretty liberal. And it was all friendly, and now he's been baptizing people in his underwear.
Yeah, the underwear part's
Russell
also creepy, but
Brand.
nonetheless, listen, I had a conversation with him at the RNC, legit faith.
Yes.
Asking
no, I know.
The right questions and talking through it, and it was private. It wasn't like people were, around us and hearing it, so he wasn't doing it for anybody.
God, these guys are all in it together, aren't they?
You've been pessimistic. Elaborate for everybody that's a little slow like me why this is good news.
Well, basically, when you look at Georgia, we don't have many of the rural areas that are deep red and are likely going to show up 70, 80% plus for Donald Trump. Whereas in Atlanta, and that's DeKalb County and Fulton County, you have the results coming in. Now, you're still probably maybe 70% of where you're going to be. But if that number persists, with Harris getting less than 80% of the vote in Fulton County and DeKalb County, and the rural areas with 0% returns right now, the numbers favor Donald Trump. So unless 100% of the votes the rest of the way in DeKalb and Fulton County are for Harris, I think Trump wins Georgia. Georgia is looking good right now. So again, unless 100% of the votes that are going to be coming into Atlanta go for Harris, she's not getting the 80% clip that she needed in Atlanta. And with all these deep red areas that are still not turned in, that are going to go 80% for Trump, I just like what I'm seeing. I'm not calling Georgia. I'm not calling it. I'm just saying I like where it's trending right now. Now, Virginia always kind of does this. It flips up and down all night. This is tight. This thing right now is within 20,000 votes. That, to me, tells me that Trump is already outperforming. When I look at the early returns, Harris is not performing how she needs to perform in Northern Virginia. She's just not. She's not going to get a 70% clip, I think, in any of these counties, and I think she needed a 70% clip. She's not getting it in Norfolk. She's close in Richmond, but she's not there in Richmond. It's really early there. But the point is, Harris needs 70% of the votes in these big Democrat cities. Anything less than that, then she's going to be overwhelmed by the rural areas that are going to be deep red, 80% for Trump. That's what we're seeing in Virginia. Virginia's on a razor's edge. North Carolina is trending Trump big time. I really like what I'm seeing in North Carolina. Now, Harris is doing very well in the big cities. She's doing very well in Durham. She's doing very well in Raleigh. Again, these are all early numbers. Let me just clarify. These are all early numbers. But I think the rural vote in North Carolina can compete with this. I like what I'm seeing in these states. I'll just put it like that. I like what I'm seeing in these states. I'm not calling any of these states, but I'm seeing the path to victory for Trump. Ohio, North Carolina, Georgia, Virginia would be the bonus. If he wins those 4 states,
He doesn't need Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Wisconsin. He can win it with Nevada. That's the path to victory that I see for Donald Trump. Virginia's still in the blue, but forget it. Forget it. If he wins Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, that's the path of least resistance now with Ohio. All he needs is Nevada. You don't even need Arizona, Michigan, Pennsylvania, or Wisconsin, where the Democrats engage in so many shenanigans as we've seen all day long. So it's right where I expected it to be. These numbers are still early, but I like the way it's trending.
Harrison Smith, I cut you off.
No, yeah, I was just going to talk about how incredibly close it is in somewhere like North Carolina. For a long time, I mean, the difference between Trump and Kamala was about 100 votes, give or take. But it did just take a big jump up towards Trump. So, no, I don't have too much to add to what Owen is saying, other than that it's still very early. And a lot of these are sort of flipping back and forth. And it does look like Virginia is leaning Trump at this point by about 0.5%. So again, still very, very, very close. And we're, less than an hour out from when polls closed. So it's thrilling, but it's looking better as we go.
Man, if Trump gets in, this will be a day long remembered. Sorry.
We're too nervous to laugh right now.
Megatron, prepare to die.
No, it's looking good. Texas still looking very good. It looks like they've called Illinois for Kamala Harris, and the count right now stands at 71 Harris, 101 Trump, with the overall results leaning steadily more towards Trump right now. The needle on, according to the New York Times, has the outcome at about 278 Trump. So we're projected for a Trump victory. But of course, unless, what'd you say, 100% results in these Georgia cities, what would that look like on a graph? Would that be a straight up line if they get 100% for Biden on that?
Yeah, it would be your vote Viagra. It would be your vote steroids, like you saw in 2020. Pennsylvania is still an interesting case because we haven't gotten a lot of the deep red areas. I'm really upset to see what's going on in Erie. It's still early there. I don't understand. Trump won Erie in 2016, and he just, for whatever reason, lost in 2020 and it's early, but it's just, these are the trends. I think what we're going to see, though, I really think what we're going to see, I think Harris is going to have to outperform Biden in Philadelphia. Harris is going to have to outperform Biden in Philadelphia. She's trending with the same percentage that Biden had, a little higher, but she's going to have to get probably 650,000 votes in Philadelphia, I think, to win Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is going to be tight all night, and it may be too tight. They may just refuse to call it. But based on some of these other trends, Trump might not need it.
Well, I mean, I've never seen Flynn so confident, and Roger's usually very pessimistic. He, as you know, Sunday night, he said no. He thinks it could well go for Trump tonight.
Yeah, and remember, some of the counties in Pennsylvania that are deep red are the ones that there were shenanigans being played, and they've actually extended till 10 p.m. Right, so we're not going to get any of those results for at least another couple hours, or at least an hour and a half.
Yeah, the returns are very low.
Yeah, super low in Pennsylvania.
But those are the red areas. That's the key. Those are the red areas where we're going to get those late returns.
And so we're looking at only 12% of the vote in for Pennsylvania right now, with Kamala Harris leading decisively. But again, that's because a lot of these rural areas have not reported yet. In Ohio, we're looking at 43% of the votes in already, and Trump at 51%. So still very close there, but at least a larger percentage of reports in, and it's still leaning red and looks like it's going to stay that way. Same with Georgia. But I mean, he's up 11 points in Georgia right now. So looking very good in that regard. Same in North Carolina.
Yeah, it's not like they close the polls and he's only, 2 points ahead. No, if he's 11 points ahead, places like Georgia, bitch, you ain't going to be able to stuff enough ballots to get that done.
Yeah, and the results in Georgia for tonight, we don't have many results, which I think actually favors Trump. Most of these results are from early voting and mail-in voting, which usually favors the Democrats. So I really, again, I don't want to call Georgia. And we saw, but because, here's the difference, Alex. This is the same thing we saw in 2020. The difference was in 2020, they played the trick on us. They ran the flea flicker. They ran the fumble-rooski. They shut down the polls. They went back. They pulled out their secret troves of ballots. Biden got the 300,000 votes that he needed to win at 3 o'clock in the morning when everybody was sleeping. We got them. We know this time. If
All right, I'm just pausing this for a sec. Not pausing, but oh yeah. I just want to say there's never been a more clever psychological operation. And I'm constantly hearing people talk about what happened to my volume? Oh, there, I was way down. Jeez. All right, my gain was down. I'm constantly hearing people talk about this is going to be the last election. Guys, this is not going to be the last election. They need elections to keep the show going. They need participants in the political sphere. They need people to come into the tent to make this whole thing work. If people don't come into the tent and people continue to leave and then delegitimize them, because what you're doing when you're voting is you're admitting that the system is legitimate when it's not. It's a psychological operation, which is a strategic effort to influence emotions, perceptions, attitudes, and behaviors of a specific target audience. The target audience in this case is the American people. So this PSYOP uses these communication techniques like propaganda and misinformation and social influence tactics to shape public opinion or sway people's behavior. That's what you've got going on. And there's no better way to do it than to give the slaves the idea that they have power on the plantation when in fact they don't. Because that's what people are saying. That's what J-Lo said the other night. You've got to vote. Your vote is your power. You are powerful. That distills exactly what's wrong with the world as they believe in the PSYOP called voting. And the Republicans believe it. The Democrats believe it, and it's just something that's been programmed into us, whether through mass propaganda campaigns like the 15,000-hour indoctrination program called the Public Fool System, or billboards, or mainstream media immersion, or what you see on social media, or the fact that you've gotten your tribal mentality tapped into by social engineers. This is what we're seeing. That's why oh, what's he applauding?
At least +1 in the Senate for Republicans. Now you're looking more +2 or.
This is what Alex Jones is applauding. This is what Steven Crowder and his crew are applauding. This is what Brian Tyler Cohen is applauding. This is what Nick Shirley's talking about. Everybody that you see on the left and the right that's promoting this propaganda psychological operation campaign known as voting are part of the problem. And you will never get out of the hamster wheel of slavery until we get out of the habit trail, until we step off that wheel and say, you know what? I'm done doing your bidding.
Glenn Elliott. And I will tell you the other thing, Alex. Again, I'm being conservative, saying +1 in the Senate. Now +1 is pretty much a guarantee.
I'm gonna mute that. Look at this Trump 2024. What the frick is going on here?
All right, so our next guest, and Stephen will be right back in. It's not a saltine break, Stephen. Russell Brand.
If you get really into the weeds and look at Puerto Ricans.
How you doing, guys? You all right?
Excellent. Doing well. How are you? Stephen's coming right back in. He took a quick break. This is Gerald. It's good to see you and hear you, my friend.
Gerald, I know you. I've met you before. We've talked about the Lord. We've talked about life.
I told you
the show.
That's what I was telling people. So what are you doing right now? What are you watching in the election?
Well,
is there anything sticking out?
Hold on. Let me go Fox picture in picture. Hold on. Let me go back to me. Here I am. All right, everyone. I'm just talking to Gerald from Louder with Crowder.
This is so
Many
disgusting.
People think that Gerald is the true mastermind behind
I don't think
Louder.
that's true.
Nobody thinks that.
People like you.
I do.
Don't be harsh on yourself. Especially not on election night.
Absolutely. Well, what are you watching for right now? Is there anything in your mind that if you saw, you would say, hey, this is going in the right direction for Trump?
Mate, listen, I'm watching this like a person who's been dragged out of the United Kingdom, pummeled through several institutions of entertainment, has found a Lord and Savior, and is now trying to observe ulterior movements politically while recognizing that we are lost in eternity. I know from listening to people who provide this kind of analysis very brilliantly, like on your channel and over on Daily Wire, and even in spaces.
God, they're all in it together, man. They're all incentivized. They all have got that carrot dangling in their face, and none of them are willing to expose what's really going on. It really, really makes me mad. Makes me mad.
Trouser legs. Oh no, is that good?
I'm sorry. I just.
Yeah, exactly. Cucks to the cult.
Hispanic trouser legs.
That happened.
The Hispanics, they're rolling up their trouser legs. That's a good sign in Philadelphia, Stephen. We can relax.
I don't know if you said I was thinking trouser snake, which, by the way, Russell, I know that I've watched your jiu-jitsu videos. You do quite well for yourself, my friend. So I don't know what those usually.
That's not a result of any serpents in my trousers.
Oh, I'm not saying it's the one who fooled Eve. I'm saying it's a friendly serpent. So what did I miss here? Because sorry, I don't know if Gerald filled you in. I lost a bunch of weight, stomach flu from hell, which you probably, it could be the result of some spiritual attack, we could say, where I had to be hooked up to an IV to make it here tonight.
What you missed is Russell said I was a very nice guy, and you guys shouldn't give me a hard time.
Oh, well, he's full of shit. That's why we left his country.
Just a bunch of nonsense over here. Let's get back to Poly markets up to 73.6 with a high of, what was the high? It's at 73.6 right now. It hasn't caught up with itself yet. Let's see. 1 hour. Look what just happened in the last, let's see, 1 hour. It was up to 74.9% on Poly market, and for Kamala Harris down 25.8. Yeah, 74, almost 75%, 75 to 25. That's pretty interesting. So we had 111. At least Fox News is reporting 111 to 70 something. Let's see. Fox News has 111 to 72. And API says, Associated Press says it is 101 to 71. So if we minimize this and refresh this, interesting.
I mean, you look at the Montana and Ohio seats, I think at least one of them flips. I mean, I think at least one of them flips, probably two. And now you're just looking at what's going to go on.
Closing out the news that Ron Paul might work with Elon Musk in this government accountability office, basically the Doge office. I think that Department of Government Efficiency, I think is what they call it. I can see how that would excite people. And I think Ron Paul would be the one to do it. Ron Paul should have been the one to do it, in my opinion, unless he's completely on the take too, which he could be. I don't know. I don't know how completely everybody's control. I don't know all the players of the game. I just know what to look for when I see it. And I would just say, okay, so you're talking about RFK cleaning up the food and probably addressing GMOs and all that garbage that goes into our food, which would be a positive. I can see how people are excited about that. They want Tulsi Gabbard on board because they want her to end the wars in the Middle East and elsewhere, which everybody should be on board with that. They're enamored by the articulation and the intelligence of Vivek Ramaswamy. And now people are talking about the possibility of Ron Paul being a part of Elon Musk's effort to clean up the U.S. government. All I can say is I can tell why people would be excited about that. And I would be excited about that too. And I would like to see the next 4 years to see what would happen, but I can predict what will happen. At the beginning of the 4 years, the Federal Reserve will be in control, and so will the IRS, and we'll still have the income tax and property tax. And at the end of the 4 years, we're going to have the exact same thing. That would be my prediction. But, give Ron Paul a crack at it. He's a Freemason. I don't know. I don't know if he's a Freemason or not. Seems like they all are.
They told him in the document he's not really press. He didn't have a right to be there. The reason I bragged about him, I mean, if you got hundreds of millions of views a day, I mean, that's kind of big.
What do you guys think? Would you be encouraged with Ron Paul coming aboard a Trump administration and trying to see what kind of good he would do? Would you be on board with that? If yes, one. If two. If no, two.
In the Capitol, and just total lies in a federal filings that you don't even believe they're that criminal, and the public doesn't know it till it happens to you. And I guess that's why black folks who have been screwed over a lot on record are like, oh, he's a felon now we like him, because Donald Trump didn't do jack crap but stand up for this country. And Owen went to prison like Steve Bannon for nothing. Bannon had executive rights under the Constitution, separation of powers, working at the White House as chief advisor to not testify and to take, that is executive privilege. It's a separation of powers. And they put him in jail for 5 months or whatever. And 4 months. I mean, and then they've attacked my family, persecuted the living hell out of me, fake judgments, fake rigged trials, stuff I won't even get into. It takes too long. We've all got skin in the game. And I got to tell you, this is a new type of feeling. And I don't want to count my chickens yet. But my God, this is a level of not even satisfaction. I feel like a giant weight is starting to be lifted off of me, a big boot. And look, I don't want to persecute these people. I don't want to get vengeance.
And we have got,
but if that means putting them all in prison,
we have just got such a disparity in the numbers. When you look at Fox News has Kamala at 72, Trump at 111. And then you look over at CNN and they've got Kamala at 27 with 17 million votes. This can't even be right. 105 to 27, 21 million to 17. That's not even right. This is weird. This is from CNN's polling data. Let me refresh this and see what's going on here. Yeah, they got Kamala Harris at 27 votes. This is just interesting to me. And then you got the API saying it is, oops, let's get rid of that. API saying it's 101 to 71. There must be some kind of tolerance that, yeah, Donald Trump is widening in Texas, of course, at 53% reporting. Florida's got 93% reporting. Of course, Donald Trump's going to win that state. 34% reporting in my state of Oklahoma. 17, 5%, 1%. Georgia's at 63% with Donald Trump up. That's an interesting thing right there. You got 26. So you got Georgia with 63% in with Donald Trump up by 5 points. That's interesting. You know what? Let's look at what Dave Pacman's saying here. Dave Pacman. Oops. Be surprised if he wasn't live. There he is. Sorry for the ads. What's up, country guy? Simply, Harry's here. Jacob, Garth.
Stein has 9,000 votes, nowhere near the margin. In North Carolina, Jill Stein's 5,000 votes are a non-factor. In Virginia, Virginia has been called for Harris. I don't know how she's losing, but it must be based on what's outstanding. Let's see if anybody else has called Virginia for Harris.
Virginia's called for
Harris is still losing in Virginia, according to some of these.
49.7 to 48.6
Virginia,
at 46% reporting.
Yeah,
What's
that's
he
interesting.
talking about?
Decision Desk has called Virginia for Kamala Harris.
What?
Assuming that's true, that closes one way that she could have lost.
49.3 to 49, and they called
right now
it
it seems
for
that
her?
Decision Desk is the only one that is calling it, although it was expected to be a Harris victory all along. In Pennsylvania, Jill Stein's 5,000 votes are a non-factor. So I'm not
Can't
seeing
just
that.
move along
I'm not
from that.
seeing Jill Stein really have any effect right now. In Ohio, it doesn't even seem that she's on the ballot. So tell me in which state you're seeing that she
Isn't it crazy you can have that much red right here and just a little bit of blue
at this point in time,
and you're just barely ahead?
Okay, where were we on?
They haven't called Virginia. I don't know what he's talking about.
Oh, okay. We wanted to drill back into some of these numbers. So let's go back to Pennsylvania, where we've been tracking now with 14% reporting. With 14% reporting, Harris's lead is 328. So here's the good news, and if we want good news from Pennsylvania, it's the following. With every percentage point of the report, oh, hold on, we got another one. Now we're at 15%. Let me see if I'm going to be wrong about this. Now it is 3. Oh, it actually went back up. So here's the good news. With 12% reporting in Pennsylvania, Harris was winning by 333. With 15% now reporting, she's winning by 334. We talk about the tunnel that you've got to get out of before it closes. The fact that we just counted an additional 3% of the vote and Harris's lead went up, that's very good news. On the other hand, it's very regionalized, and it has to do with where the vote in Pennsylvania is coming from. And we heard from John King on CNN that there is a lot of rural Pennsylvania, or rural, as some like to say, still to be counted. So we just can't really say too much about that.
It's so amazing to me how reporting can be so wide and varied. I want to see what website he's operating from so that I can take a look at that myself. I'm not doubting his numbers, and I doubt he's trying to fix this thing and he's going by a website, but I want to see what website it is.
To see.
Let's go over to another leftist, Brian Tyler
Has been
Cohen.
called for Kamala Harris. Donald Trump has won North Dakota, South Dakota,
what?
Nebraska. Let's see if we have a call on. Well, they have it called, but I think we're waiting for the 2nd congressional district to see how that is going to be called.
Oh yeah, they got.
So as you can
Fox
see right
News
here,
has 178
Nebraska,
113.
We still have one of the congressional districts.
this right here.
One of the districts waiting to be called. Donald Trump has also won Wyoming, Kansas, and Arkansas since we last spoke. He's also taken Ohio. So no surprises thus far. If anything, good news for Democrats in that they were able to handily win the state of Virginia as it stands right now.
They were able to win Virginia with 47% reporting with Donald Trump up. Can I send you a chart showing the difference in cost of living with each administration? Show it on the stream. Interest if percentages or contact at highimpactflix.com. Contact at highimpactflix.com. I'll open my email right now.
Okay. We have a mascot this evening.
That's a cute dog.
All right. As you can see right now, Texas has been called for Donald Trump. Again, nothing surprising there. Texas has been called for Donald Trump. So if you look at the vote total, again, nothing surprising. These are all states that we fully expected to be called in the way that they've been called so far. So it's going to be lopsided. A lot of these states are easy and safe Republican states. The states that we're waiting to hear right now are North Carolina and Georgia, which should be called within the next few hours, depending on how close they are. And of course, within the next day, we expect the results out of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So I know the map looks red. No cause for alarm right now. This is all completely expected.
I don't know how they call. I'm still confused about this Virginia thing. We got 48% reporting in Virginia, 16% reporting in Pennsylvania, and they're calling Virginia for Kamala Harris when it looks like Donald Trump is up. That's what's up with that? What are we not seeing here? We go to Fox News. Maine, Kansas, Maryland, Mississippi, New Jersey, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, Pennsylvania, Minnesota, Colorado, Wyoming, Arizona.
Let's head back to Georgia to see some Georgia results.
Iowa, Montana, Nevada.
65% of the vote reporting. So we have 2/3 of the vote in Georgia.
$52.3 to 47.1.
Let's see where the vote totals, the votes are still outstanding. You can see that a lot of the votes remain to be counted in the Atlanta suburbs. We're looking at Gwinnett, Fulton. Let's see. Fulton County still 140,000 votes. DeKalb County still 120,000 votes. Gwinnett County still 365,000 votes.
This is leftist statist
And
Brian
if you're looking
Tyler
how they're
Cohen.
breaking right now, for 365,000 votes remaining, and Kamala Harris is winning 60 to 38. That it's good that those are the votes that are remaining. Just to give an idea of what it looked like, this is a county that Joe Biden won by 18 percentage points. So the fact that the vast majority of votes are remaining from Gwinnett County still bodes well for Kamala Harris, but only 17% reporting out of Gwinnett County.
Let's verify
Also, only 6% reporting from Chatham County right now. If we look at how many votes are outstanding, we're at 130,000, and those votes broke in Biden's favor in 2020 by about 18.5 percentage points. So again, a lot of the places where we're waiting for votes are places where Democrats largely overperform. So we look at Augusta, that's Richmond County, where Democrats, Joe Biden won by 38 percentage points back in 2020. And if we look at Columbus, where Joe Biden overperformed, beat Donald Trump by...
God, voting, if you think about it, voting is so silly. It's so beneath an adult. It is just, think about it. If you have, let's say there's 49% to 51% of the people that are divided, that you tell me that 49% is actually going to submit to the people who they disagree with, fundamentally disagree with, who literally believe that freedom is being stolen by the people in the White House? Why wouldn't you just secede? It doesn't make any sense at all. I wonder if I can bring this over to, let's see, I'll have to bring this over into another program so I don't give away anybody's email. Let me see. Oh, that might work. Let's see here. Inflation by administration. And by the way, nothing happens in a vacuum. So if you see it's for Trump, there could be lag from Obama. If you see it's from Harris and Biden, it could be lag from policies by Trump. Because remember, $6.2 trillion is nothing to sneeze at. So it's not like, oh, everything that Biden is only responsible for every economic factor that takes place within his 4-year time frame. It would not be fair or accurate to say that. Because life doesn't happen in a vacuum. If I make a policy on my last year of 4 years in the White House, and it's economically disastrous, that's going to spill out, especially if it's inflationary, because inflation is like a snowball. It may take a little while for that little thing to get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, but it eventually does, but it takes time. It's got a lot of ground to cover. So if you've got the $6.4 trillion stimulus, and then you add $8.4 trillion in national debt, and you beef up the military industrial complex by 10%, and I'm not saying Biden had nothing to do with all the economic chaos and the chicken going up 30% and all that kind of stuff, but you got to understand that these numbers cannot be taken as, oh, these are solid and fixed numbers that only can be attributed to Trump, can only be attributed to Biden, because that is absolutely not true. Not true. As a matter of fact, to this day, we're feeling the side effects of what they call the Federal Reserve backstop for the $6.2 trillion CARES Act. It was supposed to be just $2.2 trillion. It ended up being $6.2 trillion. The Fed and the Treasury worked together to add an extra $4 trillion backstop that mainstream media stopped talking about. As a matter of fact, when you look at the national debt clock, it's only got Trump down for $8.4 trillion in 4 years. It should really be closer to $12.4 trillion. Trump added on far more debt in 4 years than Obama did in 8, which economically speaking makes him the worst president, even though it happened under the Federal Reserve, both of them. Obama and Trump and Harris and Biden they're just puppets in the hand. The puppets come off, another puppet goes on. But there's one thing that remains, and that is that the dollar The issuance and value of the dollar is owned by the Federal Reserve, which means the president is owned by the Federal Reserve. Congress is owned by the Federal Reserve. So when you're talking about inflation, deflation, it's not so much about presidential policies. It's about policies that were approved by the Federal Reserve and the Treasury. So when you look at these numbers, I don't buy them, because there are more economic factors that you have to plug into the, to the formula to get where all this stuff came from. Do you know what I mean? Red pill. If you understand somewhat about the economy, I'm not saying be an economist or anything, but if you understand a little bit about the economy, you understand that life doesn't happen in a vacuum like that. It's not that cut and dry.
This channel.
Let's see. Let's go back to, let's just mute this guy while he's live. Let's see what this guy's
Gowdy, shockingly Trey Gowdy with a salient analysis. Incredible. Super chats are pouring in from Ireland. Coverage is fantastic.
It kills me that
Anthony, thanks for staying up late.
These millionaires get all these it just kills me. Oh my gosh. Just talk about lies will be monetized and truth will be demonetized. Oh gosh, here we go. Viva Frey.
On tonight, let's get him on too. That he was predicting about.
These guys all just want to make a name for this. It makes me so mad. Luke Rudowski, Viva Frey, Steven Crowder, all these people who could actually Russell Brand, all these people who could make a difference are not making a difference. They're selling their souls and using Christianity in the process.
Straight up with a giant margin of victory. Holy Toledo. She's going straight down. He's going straight up. Woo! Yeah, baby.
They love this stuff. They love this. Oh my gosh.
Said, reality catches up with you. And there have been delusions that have been entertained for weeks now.
They can't tell the truth.
For anybody who can't see the graph, it looks like
they can't tell the truth.
It looks good.
Skyrocketing and cliff jumping. But the bottom line, reality.
Perfect. I was trying to think of a thing. He's going like a Elon Musk rocket, and she's cliff diving without a parachute.
They're so excited about this.
And the amazing thing is, may it be decisive enough that these people in certain swing states don't even they recognize they no longer have the political cover to screw around. The games are over, and we know what they did in 2022 and 2020. Sorry. Because we lived through it, and B, it's becoming apparent now, and it will become more apparent as time progresses. This is going to be sufficiently decisive that no one's going to be able to say, "Oh, we got to go pull out a few bags here and there." The graph you showed earlier today when I was on with Trump's hair, and it's his hair and the Biden trying to catch up with it, and it's not going to happen this time.
This guy's very popular in the red pill realm.
It's
oh my God! He just tweeted. Musk predicted it would be 69.9, but it's actually the prophecy. It's worse than that. It's down in the mid 70s. Yeah, guys, pull that up. I showed it a bunch today.
We're talking about poly market here.
I got an overhead shot, and I'm telling them to make this a T-shirt. But that's what they hope to get past the red. But that's how it's actually ending up.
So who did this? Like, this is someone deserves credit. But that is absolute glory right there.
What I said
is makes me throw up.
This represents my 2024 election outcome predictions.
Owen's got a wonderfully beautiful tie on. I've got, if I can bring up my leg here, I've got my American flag socks, and I had American flag Crocs before. I got American socks and American flag Crocs. No, Owen, beautiful tie. This needs to be humiliating, and there needs to be no possibility that they can wake up tomorrow morning. Do you remember Bernie Sanders saying, "Oh, you're going to think you're in the lead, but what's going to happen is votes are going to trickle in, and then over time."
They're as excited as a child on Christmas Eve. This is how excited they are. Look at these people.
Nobody's going to believe them. That's what this has to be. That's what
these are sellouts. Like. It's got to be all about the money. It's got to be all about the money. They're monetized. They're making tons of money. They're not going to jump off this gravy train. Just not going to do it.
Double-digit shifts from 2020. No one's going to believe.
Who cares about it? Who cares that it's the father of the VAXX? Who cares about $12.4 trillion in national debt in 4 years when Obama could only muster 9 and 8?
Too big to steal, beat the cheat. What's the other one there?
Too big to rig.
Too big to rig. But we might be witnessing this in real time, and God willing, it'll be an early night, and people are going to have to shut up, eat crow, and play by a team.
Yeah, I don't want to jinx it, but just in case,
man,
guys, my wallet is right when you walk in my office to the left, sitting on the counter, sitting on the cabinet, get some cash, get to the liquor store before it closes, and get us some Dom Perignon here. Go get it now.
No, but Alex, understand, like, what we could witness tonight could be the most. I had the vision also when I'm biking, the most unifying presidential acceptance speech ever. We've had our differences. It's time to unify as a country. Trump can say,
Yeah.
I'm going to go after the people who broke the law.
Look what Cop Watch Audit says. All these guys are monetized. They're making tens of thousands of dollars tonight because lies will be monetized. Cop Watch Audit Community says, Brian and Debbie, exactly. Nobody is calling this out. We're literally the only ones focusing on this.
I will represent you.
Look at,
even though
he's
you
sitting there
didn't
with
vote for me.
Roger Stone.
I will go after the people who try to lock me up, bankrupt me, and kill me. And if you're one of those people, you
Roger
better pray to God
Stone.
that you get a pardon from Joe Biden. Because if you don't, I'll go after you. If you don't resign, I'll go after you. But it could be the most unifying speech in American history tonight and reset the trajectory of America. It's amazing what we're witnessing.
Well, I mean, this is about survival. I've watched them put all these people in prison, persecute all these people, attack my family, smuggle 325,000 kids they admit and disappear them.
Trump's got 195 now.
Senate report.
195.
I mean, this is cathartic. It's happening. I want to get Candace Horbach's take on this.
According to Fox News,
one of the things I wanted to bring up is
according to Fox News, Trump has 195 and Kamala Harris has 113, 195 to 113. Basically, he's got another 75 to get, but you know, we haven't made our way through to the western states like California.
altcoins is 100% voting for Trump. Yeah, so if that's up, I mean, bye, baby.
I tell you. Oh boy, I'm feeling good right now. Yosemite Sam's back, folks. Woo! Not yet, though.
Look at this. I'm just refreshing it. I mean, Fox News hasn't called Arizona yet, so that's a good sign. It's the thing is this: the indicators were there, and I had this discussion with my wife, where like everybody lives in their own silos, but not all silos are equal. And so you go to Instagram, and people are saying, "Oh yeah, I'm all gung ho on Kamala Harris." You got Michael Cohen out there tweeting out a gravestone with a MAGA hat on it. That mother effer can't go to hell fast enough. But set that aside. Not all silos are equal, and there's data-driven silos, and then there's propaganda-driven silos. And we might be witnessing a real collision of realities here, where the people who've been sitting there saying, you know, the people who told them that Biden was good for another 4 years are now eating crow. And people are going to have to realize they've been lied to, and may there be a second awakening of those who have had the wool pulled over their eyes.
Yeah, and as long as they're not a globalist, we'll welcome them in. Look, I told Zuckerberg on air, and I was behind the scenes, I'll leave it at that. I said, you better flip and apologize. And he literally
62 squad. I have not seen that. Do you have a clip of that? I would definitely like to see it, because it reminds me of Ron Paul calling Alex Jones out on his own show by, you know, basically bowing down to the conservative elite, the warmongers.
As we're seeing with Jeff Bezos of the Washington Post. I've been saying it for years, but the only problem is when you make predictions over a long enough period of time, eventually, you know, reasonable predictions might come true on a short enough period of time. But like I said, eventually free speech is going to be cool again. Eventually, YouTube might operate by market economics. And
Let's mute that and let's see what the leftists are saying.
The point is,
the leftist status
with
here.
the last 5% of the vote that's been counted.
Look at this. She's got a $50.
Her lead has declined by 50,000, actually by 60,000 votes. If that trend continues, it's not at all clear that Harris is going to be able to hold Pennsylvania.
Oh God.
And that now becomes a real red alert scenario.
Okay,
In
so
fact,
now
we just got another ding here, another tick. With 21%, Harris's lead has now gone to 17 and 46 is 63. Oh my goodness. That is, I don't know. Whoops, I just drew on. Oh my goodness. I just drew on my face. Look at that. Oh dear God.
That's
I'm going
hilarious.
to have to sit with that now the rest of the stream.
It's hilarious that we got that.
Okay. I don't know if networks are talking about the Pennsylvania stuff. Okay.
Talking about
see if I can use a little water.
Talking about Pennsylvania when he just marked on himself with a Sharpie pen. It's hilarious. This is hilarious.
Oh my God.
We caught it. I can't believe we flipped over and caught
I
this.
think I almost got it. Okay.
All right.
Kamala Harris's lead. Let me
little
do some quick
entertainment
math here. Has declined.
He's freaking out about Kamala Harris's lead slipping in Pennsylvania.
3 divided 334. Harris's lead is down 21% in just the last little bit of time. Just the last little bit of time. These are concerning numbers. These are concerning numbers.
Never fear, though.
The upside is Pennsylvania's
Because
counting
Dave
votes,
Backman will make a lot of money on Donald
which is
Trump
never
in the
something you can assume. But the
coming years.
downside is that the lead is shrinking, and it's shrinking relatively quickly. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. If you're just joining us,
Let's mute him and go to see what Brian Tyler Cohen's saying about this. Everybody's focusing on Georgia and Pennsylvania and North Carolina. They got him at 194.
Votes out of Wisconsin and just 3% reporting. This is a 50-50 state. So we'll head back to Wisconsin when we have more votes here. 22% reporting in Pennsylvania. Not much we can determine from this. If we look at where the votes are remaining, it's probably most of the state, but especially around Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. So a lot of votes left.
God,
to be
this is
counted
interesting.
in Pennsylvania. 52% reporting in North Carolina.
The red
votes
pill.
remaining.
Red Pill says, I need a YouTube show like you, Brian, because I predicted a landslide 2 years ago to my girlfriend. She's the only one that listens, LOL. Funny.
Which is Charlotte. So if we look, for example, that is a county that Joe Biden won by over 30 points in 2020. So the fact that the vast majority of votes are still outstanding there is at least a sign of good news. There are 90% of
Sign
votes
of good
still
news.
remaining. 90%. That's 500,000 votes still outstanding in Mecklenburg County.
What do you
which is
think's going to
Charlotte,
happen,
North
Liberty?
Carolina. So we'll keep an eye on North Carolina there.
What do you think's going to happen, Liberty?
Let's see if we have any Senate races called. We do. We have New Jersey Senate race has been called for Andy Kim. So good news for Democrats. Held onto that seat. That was
Iowa by 3. And one of the things we said was, if Kamala really wins Iowa, or even if Kamala loses Iowa, but only by like 1 or 2, that portends something for Kamala Harris nationally. With 9% reporting, Harris is winning by 17.5 in Iowa. Now, it's presumably still very early.
Presumably.
Right.
9%
This
reporting, and it's
includes
presumably early.
60% of the Des Moines vote, which is where Harris is very strong. Iowa is like, you've got Des Moines and you've got Cedar Rapids. And then other than that, it's rural and it's not so good. It's not so good. So we have to keep an eye on that, but certainly interesting results there. Wisconsin now has 4% of the vote, Trump winning until we get to at least 15% of the vote. Until we get to at least 15% of the vote. I just don't think we can really even start.
Any update there?
All right, so we're trying to go to rightist and leftist media. Let's go to, if you guys didn't see this at the top of the show, if you're not aware of what Joe Biden said about Team MAGA, that the MAGA supporters are garbage, and then you got Trump supporters wearing garbage bags to show that they're proud Trump garbage. Listen to this guy from the Good Liars, who I'm not on the side of. I'm not on the side of MAGA. I'm not on the side of the Good Liars, who are decidedly Democratic operatives. But listen to how he handles them. It's pretty classic.
The current so-called president of the United States called Trump supporters garbage.
We showed up as garbage.
Yeah, we're going to wear that proudly because we are Trump supporters.
And so, can you tell me how wearing the garbage bags proves that you're not garbage?
They put so much time into that.
Just as the back says.
Right. But
Biden can call us garbage. Trump calls us Americans.
Right, but you're dressed as Biden defined you, not as Trump defined you.
Well,
Well, I think more of we're taking it as a joke at this point.
Well, like it would make sense if you were wearing an American flag and you said Biden calls us garbage and Trump calls us Americans. You're wearing an American flag.
This is so funny. They didn't think it through, man. They did not think it through. I mean, look at her face. It's like, yeah, we're kind of dressed as Biden defined us. Oh God. Oh God. It's just so funny. When I was out there talking to the lady in Georgia, I don't know if you guys caught this, but just I'll play the first part of it. It's just pretty classic.
Georgia is going to hold Trump country down. I don't like you investigating and interrogating people on why are you wearing a hat?
Because I want to truly make America great again.
Right. I don't believe that. So why are you wearing that hat?
Because I want to make America truly great again.
Okay, so take off that hat.
It's anti-Second Amendment.
I don't think so.
Just type in Donald Trump
No,
red
I'm sorry.
flag laws.
Nobody believes that.
You sound like you're drinking the Kool-Aid and other things.
Drinking the Kool-Aid? I don't think so.
Yeah, email at 62 Squad, contact@highimpactflix.com. That's contact@highimpactflix.com, and I'll play it.
Drunk?
I don't think so.
On the Kool-Aid?
I'm in.
Look at this lady in the background. It's like, what movie said? She looks like the sister of that guy that walked down the street in Poltergeist. Remember that? What was that song? He was singing some kind of like spiritual hymn from the Bible. Does anybody remember it?
Passionate.
What could Donald Trump do to cause you to withhold your vote?
Nothing.
What do you think about Big Pharma? Are they our friends?
No.
Why did Donald Trump give them trillions of dollars?
Because he probably didn't know, and he was at what?
He didn't know that Big Pharma is our enemy?
God.
How could you not know that?
Why are you looking at me with big eyes?
Because I can't believe that you think that Donald Trump doesn't know that Big Pharma is our enemy.
Why are you wearing that hat?
Somebody pull it up.
Your hat, you need to take that hat off. Yeah. Take it off.
They start chanting against me.
Take the hat off.
We're back. God, what an experience. I got to tell you, though, I do love doing that because I love just being surrounded by different humans, just different people, no matter where they're at in life, just the psychological underpinnings of what causes them to behave the way they do is just eternally fascinating to me. That's why I'm glad I got Trish in my life, because she goes out there and she sucks it up and she's like, okay, I'll point the camera at it, but I'm not going to like it. It's hilarious. Let's go to the election results so far. 178 to 99. 178 to 99. Still scratching my head on this. They're different. All right, says Derek. Still scratching my head on the Virginia. 53% reporting. And this guy says they called Virginia for Kamala Harris. How can that even be? That doesn't make any sense. What's going on here? He's not saying anything. Let's go to Dave Packman, leftist media. Then we'll go back over to rightist media.
Montana, Nevada, Utah. So the Nevada vote count is going to start shortly, and that's going to be absolutely critical. Absolutely critical. Hardy says, can I look at Congress? Yeah, okay, so let's do that. Let's just briefly take a pause from presidential. Let's take a final look at presidential, and then we're going to go look at congressional. Of interest here, Georgia looking out of reach for Harris, but she can still win.
Dang, that is a 1 hour video. 62. That's a 1 hour video. I don't know. Do you have a timestamp?
With over 50% reporting.
Let's go back to rightist media. Let's see what this guy's saying. This is Steven Crowder.
Oh, thanks to you. This is crazy. Like no one else.
Okay, let's go to.
Guys, like I'm neurotic. It's like, make sure you don't have any internal bleeding and whatever. It's a back and it's a spasm, and he's lying on his back, so I don't think he wants to do like the Cardi B podcast tonight. So he's resting up, but it's what a night to have that happen. He's alive and he's well. So as far as I know, I'll check in on him right now.
He is such a. You know what? Get his ass on the phone. We got to hear Robert Barnes on election night.
No, like I want to see him. I want to see him on a couch doing like.
I agree. Crowder is funny. I think he's entertaining. He's talented. So there you go. And he's a sellout. Damn.
I really think he's in a lot of pain, and Barnes is.
Yeah. Who's winning tonight? Super Silver. I think it's the Federal Reserve. They've been winning all night and every night for the past 100. What is it? 111 years now.
We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you very much.
Candace, you were getting cut off. Make your point.
No, I think that this is all amazing. I'm really curious how much the Joe Rogan endorsement made a dent in a lot of these states that, we're all.
So Alex Jones played his cards right, getting a babe on the set.
I think in fairness, I think the earlier interviews and Joe acting like he was nonpartisan, devastating Harris and Biden for years. I'm not getting on inside baseball, but I mean, the Democrats knew it. I mean, he was doing that so it would be more effective to hurt them.
Once he actually did.
Give a little insight. Yeah. I mean, they know it, so I can say it. Yeah. Joe's as hardcore as I am. I mean, probably more. I mean, it's like, have dinner with the show, say it. But he knows everything. But the point is that it was already done. That was a victory lap, unless they steal it. And Musk.
Yeah, but Trish would agree. I mean, she's obviously hot. I mean, like, you got to call a spade, right?
I'm around here. I know a few things. But they've got their way of doing it. I've got my way, because I'm kind of like 30 years ago getting.
I mean, put a 2 in the room if you disagree.
But I mean, people don't want World War III and the end of prosperity. And that's what Musk has said. He said he went to the World Government Forum last year and said, world government sucks. You're going to kill us all. And he came out yesterday and said, we must stop the globalists, one world government, unelected, one world government. We must get out of the UN, basically, which is true. I mean, this is a world corporate tyranny.
Yeah, but I still think people underestimate how much women love abortion. So I'm concerned that's still going to be a huge voting point for a lot of people. We'll see what happens. Again, everyone's trying to go after the young male vote. So hopefully the men are going out and they're voting, and it's going to kind of overtake that demographic.
15-minute
and then
mark.
Also, how much of this crying, but it's really crying.
Is it something I'm going to be able to play on YouTube 62 Squad? I'm going to have to take your word for it.
Confused about it's Russia, and at what point, or like maybe
it's
not, or maybe try to use.
Chad, do you think she's a dude?
Yeah, well, Hillary, I agree with you. Hillary tried the gender thing and it didn't work. And then, I mean, I think now.
I don't know, man. I don't think she's.
There's a lot of manipulation of polls, but I mean, and there are definitely some women out there that are wedded to the government and the system and believe everything they're told. But a lot of the women I know that have been liberals in the past, they're like, listen, I just want to survive. I want my money to be able to buy something, and I think that's going to override it.
Right, the state of inflation and people not being able to buy groceries and not be feeling safe when you drop off your kid at school. Yeah, I would hope that those are more pressing issues.
I think she's pretty feminine.
What are you seeing with the women? Because you travel the country, you're on shows everywhere. You talk to a lot of folks. I mean, do you think women are? You really that obsessed with it?
Yes, absolutely. I think that it's underplayed. I think a lot of people don't want to talk about it because it's still such a charged issue. But for some reason, people do think that Kamala is going to somehow reinstitute Roe versus Wade and that they're going to have this right. And to me, it's again, it's such a weird thing to obsessive over and try to fight for, but especially if you're an older woman. It's like you're wanting the right to kill your grandchild, I don't know. Again, World War III is way more pressing to me. Being able to put food on the table is more pressing to me. Saving your kid from poisoned food is more pressing to me. So I'm hoping that, I don't know, maybe there's going to be that shy voter that everyone's talking about, and that these women just don't want to get involved in these heavy conversations, and they're going to just show up in the polls.
Well, exactly. And here's the deal. I'm not a hypocrite.
Here's the deal.
People say, why the hell do you admit that? And the left goes, look, he's a hypocrite. He admits it.
Here's the deal.
I had paid for abortions when I was younger and wasn't really thinking about it. And, God's forgiven me. And I'm not going to judge people that have done it if they weren't doing it like as a sacrament and enjoying it or anything. But it has become a sacrament with the left, and it should not be the form of birth control.
No.
I mean, it's ridiculous.
No, I forgot who said it, but it's rare, safe, and rare, safe, and legal, right? Yeah. And that's what it was supposed to be. And now you have these women that are saying, I've had 27, and they're celebrating it, or they'll have a birthday cake, or you'll have the DNC where they have that pop-up tent or trailer, which is, to me, the most reckless thing you can do.
Human sacrificing.
You have someone who's coming in to watch a convention, and then they spontaneous decision to go do that. And then is there any aftercare for that woman after, like mental health care and checking up and making sure that she's consciously consenting to a major medical procedure? Like,
it's like a carnival atmosphere.
Yeah.
This is a smokescreen issue too. Even though this is a wedge issue, the abortion issue is a wedge issue, of course, because people are very passionate about it on both sides, and the powers that shouldn't be know that it can serve as a wedge issue that divides us. And if we get divided, we get easily conquered. We'd have been conquered for a long time, but it's a smokescreen issue because you can't fund these kind of things. The free market would find no monetary value in funding an abortion for somebody who's just going to go out there and be as promiscuous as possible. So it's just, the whole thing is just that there's funding for any of this is ridiculous. The government shouldn't have anything to do with what goes into your body or what you do with your body, as long as you're not using it to harm somebody, threaten to harm somebody, or damage other person's property. The government shouldn't have anything to do with you in regard to what firearm you want to keep, how many bullets you can stash, what you're going to do with your body, whether good or bad, what you're going to put into your body, the amount of drugs you want to grow in your backyard or whatever. They should have nothing to do with that. The abortion issue is the exact same way. We're talking about government is actually, it's literally a death cult. And you want the death cult calling the shots and what a woman can or can't do with her body? Give me a break. Give me a break.
I can't even look at it. Oh, and then Kamala, remember people talked about Jesus. She goes, "You're in the wrong place. Get out of here."
Mm-hmm. And then she had on that one girl from Superstar. I don't know if you ever watched that movie back in like the 90s or early 2000s. It was that Catholic nerdy girl, and she did a talent show or something like that. But she had her come on and they did this interview together, and she was saying how the Catholics were then going to vote for her because she was trying to save face after that comment. I'm like, that's not going to work. That's absolutely not going to work for anyone that has a mind.
Well, I'm thinking here that if Trump does win, which is looking good, we better start wargaming what they're going to pull. And I got a really good idea. I mean, that's what we do here.
They're going to start wargaming. We're going to find out what they're going to pull.
The power is not in the media, the old media anymore. And people are wise to their scams now. Owen Schroyer, Harrison Smith, what's the latest on the numbers? Then give me your take on what we should brace for if we get the Trump win as early as tonight.
Here we go.
Well, as we predicted, North Carolina, many outlets are calling North Carolina for Trump. So I think it's fair to say, in fact, Trump has called North Carolina for himself. Amazing. So North Carolina has gone for Trump. Look, I'm looking at the numbers in Georgia. I don't see how Harris comes back.
Yeah, 76% reporting.
Harris comes back in Georgia.
52.4 to 46.9.
Astronomical numbers in Fulton and DeKalb County.
Talking about 5.5%
so I
spread.
guess it's not out of the picture, but I still like what I'm seeing in Georgia. I don't understand. I mean, I'm looking at Virginia. Trump is still ahead. And so I guess they're just assuming all of these big blue cities are going to overwhelm the deficit. I mean, it's a small margin that Trump has, about 20,000. I mean,
yeah, that's why I don't get this map right here. Look, he's got Kamala Harris clearly in the blue in Virginia, but if you look at over at the API, you've got Virginia with 57% reporting, 13 electoral votes up for grabs, and you've got Donald Trump at 50% and Kamala Harris down almost 2%. 2%. The spread is about, what do you got there? Wait, that's jumping around. You got 59, so that's 60, so that's 45, about 44,000 vote spread. And you've got Richmond over here, Roanoke, Norfolk, with 57% or now 59% reporting, 51. The gap just closed right there from 48. So you got 3.1, 3.4%. Oh, I'm sorry. That's North Carolina. This is, yeah, you got a 2.7% spread with about 44,000 in between as far as the vote count is concerned, but they're calling it for Virginia. How's that even possible with only 57% reporting? That's let's see what Owen Schroyer has on his
Who
board.
knows? These people are desperate. They might do anything. If I was them, I wouldn't try it. I wouldn't advise it. And already we've stopped so many attempts at counting hundreds of thousands of ballots.
It's got 49.4 to 48.7.
So, maybe they thought they were going to be able to pull it off with all of those shenanigans pulled, but they were stopped early on. It's a very different game than 2020. And I agree about Virginia. I mean, I've just been watching the numbers tick in. And the differential has remained at about 50,000.
Yeah.
And that's been the case for the last 300 or 600,000 votes that have come in. So, yeah, Virginia's still very close. They have called it for North Carolina for Trump. Georgia's looking very good. It's looking like the Senate in Ohio is going to Bernie Moreno. And it looks like it's going in that direction. They haven't called that one yet, but that would be a flipped seat as well, wouldn't it? Flipping it from Senator Sherrod Brown. So,
yeah,
that's looking good.
Yeah, I don't know why they haven't called that Senate seat. And when they do officially call it, that will officially be the Republican advantage.
Yep.
Now, I want to highlight something here that's very important as we get later into the evening. If Trump doesn't win Virginia, I'm telling you guys, this is a problem. I'm telling you right now, this is a problem. Because the numbers in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin are not good. Now, it's still too early in Wisconsin to really do a deep analysis. That might be Trump's best shot right now, but I'm going to explain something. If Trump doesn't win Virginia and he does not win any of these states, I don't know how Trump wins. I'm going to be honest, because even if he wins Arizona and Nevada, it's not going to be enough. So if he doesn't win Virginia, he has to win one of these states. Has to. It is 100% a necessity. And with what I'm seeing right now, I'm a little concerned about that. So that might be why they want to give Virginia to Harris early. That might be why they're trying to throw that to Virginia to Harris early, because they know that if they give it to Harris and they take this blue wall up here, Trump's path to victory all of a sudden gets blocked.
Of course it is all fake.
So,
of course it is. All of this.
What are the other outlets other than one of them? I mean,
this voting thing, this election thing is just such an elaborate plan. They spend so much time and money and pour so many resources into this.
News Desk 270 to win.
So Virginia is the new Arizona.
Essentially, yes. Essentially, yes. And I mean, look, I understand if you do a deep dive into the numbers and the math and the analytics, it looks like there's more votes left for Harris to pick up than Trump, but it's going to be tight. It's way too close for me to say anybody has won Virginia. And I still believe, based off what I'm seeing, Trump is going to need Virginia to win. And I keep looking for signs in Pennsylvania. I'm not seeing them yet. I keep looking for signs in Wisconsin. It's still too early to know. I keep looking for signs in Michigan. You might say that's too early to know as well. I would say of these three now, it's going to be a reliance on Wisconsin probably, but we shall see. Pennsylvania is a bit of a mystery because of all the late voting for Trump. But I'm still sitting here focused on Virginia as we continue to get the returns in these states. It's too early to do a
So
deep
how do we
dive.
go from an hour ago thinking Trump's going to win to now not sure? This is Virginia.
Well, look, I'm going to be perfectly honest. Most of the people that are betting and fixing these markets probably don't follow politics that much. They just go. It's kind of like sports betting.
Yeah.
And the money determines who is the favorite.
Right.
And so any dumb person can make a large bet and change the money line or change the over/under. So I don't really like to
but
rely.
traditionally, the main aggregate of the betting is more accurate than polls.
Perhaps, but where we're at now, we have actual raw data to look at with these results. So again, we're looking at a situation. If Trump doesn't win Virginia, he has to win one of these states. He has to. It's a must-have situation because it doesn't look like New Hampshire's going his way. He might pick up a vote in Maine. I assume Nebraska will flip. I'm not too concerned about that. I don't anticipate Minnesota stays red. So without Virginia, he's got to get one of these states, and then Arizona and Nevada are also the last chance he has to get over 270. So we're right on the razor, Alex. We are right on the razor, exactly where we anticipated we would be.
Of course, we're on the razor.
And in Nevada, they're going to let them.
You got to keep the lemmings on the edge of their seat, or the show just ain't that interesting. You got to have a couple nail biters every now and then, or people lose interest.
Fraud.
Yeah, and most of the people that leave California and go to Nevada, as we know, a lot of people flee.
Let's see how Crowder's spinning it.
And by the way, yes,
see him
your
go.
mug club membership supported 20 plus states being called by Donald Trump, both for a win and for a loss. So we'll have on a Scrapyard Show the ones that don't make air.
Well, we have one more that we can actually call since we're here. Illinois for Kamala Harris. 19 electoral votes.
Okay.
Oh, I forgot.
I'm having a good time, having a good time. Illinois still corrupt tonight. Who'da thunk it? Adam Kinzinger sucks pee.
But I got to be honest, I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like any of those states. I don't like what I'm seeing in any of those states right now. That's why I'm clinging to Virginia for my life.
Yeah, and those states are trending Harris right now, but
people aren't just saying this.
Tiny, and Michigan's only.
People aren't just saying this. People view this as their life is going to go down the drain if Donald J. Trump doesn't become president. The Kamala Harris crowd is considering moving out of the country or just ending it all if Kamala Harris doesn't become president. People are actually attaching their lives to a psychopathic political parasite. Just think of the insanity of that. This is what's going on. So when Owen Schroyer says that, he kind of means it.
Then they'll have a big battle there. And like you said, looking at the numbers, they shouldn't have projected that, right?
Well, I tell you this, if it does come down to a battle, I like it. Republicans control Virginia. Glenn Youngkin is the real deal with governor, and you got a good lieutenant governor and other good Republicans in Virginia too. So if it comes to that, I think that helps. Guys, do me a favor. Let's go look at Michigan real quick. Let me just look at these latest numbers in Michigan just to see what we're really looking.
Guys, do me a favor and hit that like button, hit the bell notification icon. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, subscribe to both of my channels here on YouTube. Here's the deal and the disturbing illusion. We are witnessing the disturbing illusion right now. People are actually embroiled in the illusion called politics, the illusion called voting in the electoral process. Thanks for hitting that like.
Now maybe Trump is flipping these counties. Maybe we're going to see a miracle in Michigan. I mean, if Donald Trump gets 40% of the vote in Wayne County, I think he wins Michigan. These numbers are way too early to make any judgment. Maybe that's our miracle. Maybe that's our Motor City miracle. I mean, if we get a Motor City miracle, if Trump gets 40% of the vote in Wayne County, I think he wins Michigan. But these numbers are too early to tell. I don't want to make any judgments off these early returns.
Detroit is also potentially the most corrupt city in America when it comes to voter fraud, with Jocelyn Benson as the Secretary of State, right? So I'm not as oh, wait a second, Virginia. Okay, never mind. Sorry. I mean, Trump is still up in Virginia, but they're still saying it's called for Harris. So we'll still wait for more on that.
Why are they saying it's called for Harris when you can't call it?
That's what we got so far. So the official count right now, according to 270 Win, is Harris with 105 and Trump with 210. So according to them, Trump is already over 200. But Georgia, they still have not called. Virginia, they've called for Harris. No other big surprises. And Pennsylvania is still totally up in the air, I think, because of the delays that we're experiencing.
Guys, give me Richmond County real quick. It's that tiny little, there we go. Let me see what we have returns here. Yeah, these are still early. So they're still going to get probably 60, 70,000 votes in Richmond City. That's what they're relying on to call it for Georgia, for Virginia. But again, there's still tons of votes to come in from the rural areas. Yeah, Trump needs Virginia, I think, with what I'm seeing right now. Unless we pull off a Motor City miracle, I think Trump is going to need Virginia, because Arizona and Nevada is not going to be enough if the Democrats take Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. So we'll continue to monitor those, but there's not going to be any wild cards on the East Coast. He's not going to get New Hampshire. He's not going to get New Jersey. He's not going to get.
Okay, so the video monitor speed and volume is as high as it'll go.
Yeah. He needs to hold Virginia
right there. And I just turned my gain down a little bit. Is that better, Gypster?
Electoral votes come from. Otherwise, I just don't see it on this map right now.
And there's only 16% that are in right now for Virginia.
No, it should be much higher than that by now.
You guys, let me know how my volume is. And I mean, as compared with the balance between my volume And they're off. Audio's fine, says Freeman. Okay, I could put my mic just a little bit further away. I'm expecting some shenanigans to come up right here because we're super close. They want it to come down to the wire.
Still plenty of votes to come in the rural areas.
Thanks,
I mean,
guys.
to me, this is a dead heat right now. This is a dead heat. I don't know why they've called it for Harris other than they know this is Trump's path to victory.
Yeah, I don't either.
And
That's
so,
weird.
Well, probably too, because if it does flip, then it's going to be a problem. Because then everyone's going to say that it's rigged or something.
Well, if Trump wins Virginia, they know that that's it. And then at that point, all Trump has to do is win Nevada. So if they call Virginia and Georgia, all Trump needs at that point is Nevada, and he doesn't need any of these other states. So that's why I think they're calling Virginia for Harris right now. But this is still in play to me. It's too early to really analyze Michigan and Wisconsin at this point.
59% reporting
I
in
just
Virginia.
don't like what I'm seeing in Pennsylvania. I'll be honest. I think Pennsylvania is looking bad. And it's really too bad because there was so much money spent on Pennsylvania. There was so much of a ground game on Pennsylvania. Musk spent so much time there. Scott Presler spent so much time there. And
My prediction is that
the Democrats won the rulings on the mail-in ballots. They run a completely joke.
they're going to give Pennsylvania to Trump because of the Butler thing. And there's only 35% reporting right now in Pennsylvania. It's too early.
Absolute disaster.
They're going to give it to
I wouldn't
him.
be surprised by the result at the end of the night.
And
I think a lot of Republicans will be.
I think
a lot
Philadelphia
of the Trump campaign will be. But
it's gone to Trump.
these returns
No,
are not
I
good.
guess not. Not
Guys, give
according
me
to this.
Philadelphia County real quick.
So why
Oh,
do you think that
he's
it
reading my
didn't
mind.
go red this year? Because everyone was really hopeful, especially with all the rallies. The turnout was amazing.
I wish
I
they
mean, again, they do mail-in voting out the wazoo.
I wish they had stats on
Yeah,
this.
this is not looking good for Trump. I'll tell you right now. It's not looking good for Trump. I don't know what goes on with Philadelphia for Democrats to get 80% plus of the vote. They do similar numbers in the greater Philadelphia area. It's all mail-in voting. It's just all mail-in voting. It's all vote harvesting. They don't clear the rolls. They don't do voter signature verification. Mail-in voting needs to be completely eradicated. And until you do that, these states like Pennsylvania will now stay blue. So that's what you're dealing with. And people don't want to be honest about it. They don't want to be honest about how bad it is, but that's how bad it is. So I would say, based off these numbers, Philadelphia is going to continue to determine the fate of Pennsylvania, and all that money and all that effort and all that hope that this victory would go through Pennsylvania is going to break a lot of hearts. Still early, early, and I will say the late returns will favor Donald Trump, but there's still potentially 400,000 votes for Harris just in Philadelphia County alone.
Wow.
I don't know if you can overwhelm that. I don't know. I think that this is going to be tight, but based off of these numbers, I don't know. I'd say it's not looking good.
No, and I agree too. I think the mail-in ballots have to go. It makes no sense, right? That was usually just for extreme circumstances for people.
Well, I mean, think about what a disaster Pennsylvania is. You got voting machine issues all day long.
Mm-hmm.
Because of their mail-in ballot early voting system, people couldn't even vote early. They had to extend early voting. They already had to extend voting tonight. In fact, I don't even know, have the polls even closed? The polls haven't even closed in Pennsylvania. I mean, this state is a joke, honestly. Philadelphia and the Democrats that run Pennsylvania are a joke. And I was hoping that Trump would win this election, but without Pennsylvania, so that people could see what a scam they're running in Pennsylvania. What an absolute scam they're running in Pennsylvania with the mail-in ballots. And it can't be done. Mail-in ballots should not.
Alex is over there. Keep the babe in frame. Keep the babe in frame. We got to increase our subscription base.
Let's go see what the leftist statists are crying about.
To 84,000 votes. Actually, hold on. Now it's 26 plus. Oh my goodness. There go another 30,000 votes at 37%. Harris's lead is only 51.
So now so we got the rightists crying about Pennsylvania, and we got the leftists crying about Pennsylvania. The leftists are crying about the gap closing and Kamala Harris losing the lead, and we've got the rightists over at the Alex Jones show talking about how that's a scam, the way they run their operation down there.
Counties here. Look at these big counties, okay? York, Lancaster, low percentage of the vote in. Overwhelming Harris wins there. So this does not mean that it is over. But as some of the redder parts of the state start filling in, you do start to see that lead diminish. I have one bit of good news, and I am not saying this.
I mean, people are actually fretting about a presidential election. Just imagine that.
I am thrilled that Jill Stein is getting no votes. I am absolutely thrilled. She's horrible, and the best she could have hoped to do was help Trump. Fortunately, the pathetic little vote totals that she's getting aren't anywhere close to the margins right now. Imagine if the Pennsylvania margin shrinks to 10K and Jill Stein got 11K.
Just imagine.
We'll be able to thank Jill Stein for
imagine
some horrible stuff.
People.
Truly horrible stuff. All right, let's get back over here.
Reading for the vote.
Carolina, let's just get caught up with the stream. The CNN stream seems to fall behind very, very quick.
Yeah, it does. Let's see if we can pull it up. Let's see. Where's the CNN stream? What happened to you? What happened to you, CNN? Where's your stream? Let's refresh and see what they got. CNN hasn't called Virginia for Trump. Look at that. CNN hasn't called Virginia, but they're way back, way down in they got 81 to 162 when Trump has over 200 right now. CNN is bad, man. Let me refresh this. Maybe there's something I'm missing here. No, I already did that. Yeah, I agree with them. CNN is horrible. It's just horrible. Oh God, CNN. Oh God, you're just horrible. I can't even bear to look at you. The poll watchers over at Fox News. Oh, sorry, I said he was over 200. It's 195 to 117.
Reasons I like this. Number one, Ruben's an awesome guy. He's been on the show. He was on the English language show in 2020 when I was doing the Spanish language show. He was on in Spanish. He's an all-around good guy. Ruben Gallego has won in Arizona, and he defeated Carrie Lake, who is a disgusting bottom feeder of a person who still claims she should be governor, even though she lost in 2022.
Disgusting. Let's see what the other leftist is doing.
On red for Donald Trump. So that is one state off of the board for Democrats.
Yeah, see, this DDHQ is not calling Virginia for Kamala Harris. What's going on here?
It's a victory. In fact, Joe Biden didn't win that state either in 2020. So let's head back to the live results here.
See, he's got 210 to 108 from DDHQ.
We're still at 79% reporting out of Georgia. It is
You
going
must have
to
a
be
premium paid
a
service
lot of
or
counting
something.
left in Georgia. We have 1.1 million votes remaining.
That's some interesting data right there.
That's what the historical comparison looks like. Of course, it's not really too helpful right now because if you look at the votes remaining, they come from these Democratic population centers of where Savannah is, Augusta, Columbus, Atlanta, and Atlanta suburbs. If you look at the main county where the votes are still outstanding, it's Gwinnett. And
Dang, Hexproof Anarchist gifted 5. Here's the deal membership. Snag those up, guys. I appreciate it. And everybody who wants to become a member of this channel and is a member of this channel, thank you very much. Appreciate all my Patreon supporters and everybody who gives through, cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, Ethereum, and all that. D-Gug says, Brian, what would you tell someone close who tries to make you feel guilty for not voting? I would just have them explain how voting is virtuous when you know the guy that you're voting for is a political psychopath. I mean, historically and rationally, when you use reason and logic, there is no good politician who becomes president. Every one of them will get us into transgenerational debt slavery. If they're doing that, then they're actually devaluing the product of your time and labor. When they devalue the product of your time and labor, that causes you to have to work harder just to maintain a level of normalcy which means you have to work harder and harder and harder because the value of your money becomes less and less and less. So ask them to explain to you. You don't have to get mad at them. You don't even have to explain anything. You just ask them to explain to you why they think that voting matters and why they want you to feel guilty for not participating in a demoralization, humiliation ritual, which is what that is. It's a participation. It's a political participation ritual where you are participating in a system that everybody knows is corrupt. Everybody knows it. They know it, but they're still going to participate in it. And they're going to try to convince you that voting for the lesser of two evils is somehow virtuous when it's not. Nothing could be further from the truth. Do you think you'll be able to cover it before you end the stream? I don't catch streams often, but definitely want to hear your take on it. I looked at it, and it says underneath, it says you can't even mention the B word, the BOOGALOO word. Mike Dunn joins the AJ show to call him a coward and control opposition for working to change the system peacefully from within, and says his generation will have to take up the mantle of a VIO revolution to make up for Jones' generation failures. Those are all buzzwords that I guarantee you the YouTube algorithm is definitely trolling for. They got the web crawlers out there looking for that kind of language. So I'll look at it. If it's compelling and it's something that's instructive, I might put it up on my Rumble channel. As a matter of fact, this link that you gave me is from Rumble. I'm assuming because maybe it was on YouTube and now it no longer is, or won't be allowed on YouTube or whatever. You know what I mean?
Montana as well called for Donald Trump. So none of these
did they call North Carolina for Trump?
It is now 10 o'clock Eastern.
Wait a second.
And
wait, let me mute this. They called North Carolina for Trump? Wait, where was I at that? No, North Carolina is not called for Trump. There's only 66% reporting, but on Brian Tyler Cohen's DDHQ sheet, they have North Carolina called for Trump. How is that? Let's see. Is North Carolina called for Trump here?
70 electoral votes needed to win. Neither of them is there yet. Let's look at the key races now. Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris, 49.9% of the vote. Donald Trump has narrowed her 20,000 plus vote lead. He's at 49.2% of the vote. More votes have come in from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. 43% of the estimated vote from Pennsylvania is in. And Kamala
Pennsylvania
Harris
just turned red.
Plus vote lead there.
Pennsylvania just turned red.
In Michigan, 51.6% of the vote. Donald Trump has 46.5% of the vote.
I got to see what
6,000 plus vote lead.
I got to see what Owen Schroyer is saying about this. Pennsylvania turning red. Let's see.
Everyone's realizing the severity of this moment and that it's time to stop fighting. But I wish I had more data for you in terms of numbers and all that. You guys are up to speed on that way beyond what we are.
All right, Mickey, check back in with us
tonight,
please. We'll
Owen Schroyer is going to talk about Pennsylvania.
Your wife, family,
Look at
your
this.
amazing family. It's great people. Such a blessing to have you as a friend.
Love you.
I've known you for years. We've become really good friends, and you really helped me out. And you're the guy that got me to finally triggered me to get up off my ass and get in shape. Joe Rogan was telling me to do it, but you finally did it, buddy. This guy behind the scenes literally got it going. So you're awesome. We'll talk to Mickey a little bit.
One of my greatest accomplishments, and you're doing a great job, Alex.
Owen Schroyer's just chomping at the bit. Look at him down there.
I'll let everyone know, Alex shows up before my crew sometimes, ready to work out and ready to do it. So we'll make a big announcement later about what this is all about.
Speaking of big announcement, look at this.
Brother and all the InfoWars crew. I love all of you, and keep reporting.
We
49.9.
Where the real fight's at. Find all the stuff.
At 43% reporting. Owen Schroyer's saying, "Do me, do me."
Here we go. Cut to him. It's kind of a cool shot of him walking around Mar-a-Lago.
Look.
All right. Wow. Let's hope Owen, he's not wrong. I mean, it's looking razor close. And here's the bad news. We knew it was coming. Just like the other battleground states before, overhead shot. This is what they did in Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, everywhere. Boom. It's close, or the Democrats are losing, and then they call Virginia, even though it's too close to call, and then bloop. That's what happened in 2020, and this is what they were trying to do then. And we've been saying, we hope it's this, where
I wish that wasn't true.
Fraud's there; it's been confirmed more than ever.
I wish that wasn't true, guy.
Instead, it's starting to look like that. They haven't gone above yet, but they're going straight up right now, and that's what's being reported out of Virginia, where it was too close to call, but they did call it, and now magically that the polls have closed and they can close the doors and do their magical work. Owen, Harrison Smith, it looks like we're seeing the skyrocketing. It looks like we're seeing that.
It's switched
event.
again in
I
Pennsylvania.
would say, and that meme you have, really, it's the Democrats. Their straight line up was before the election. This time is the only difference. We caught them after the election last time, so now they just do it straight up. But actually, good news, Alex. I actually come with good news right now. Pennsylvania is now trending towards Trump.
Yeah,
like I said,
they were, but it just flipped as he's talking.
You're going to need record turnout in rural Pennsylvania.
Look, it just flipped again right behind him. See it?
This is what we're up against. Guys,
right here.
Give me Philadelphia County real quick here.
Right here.
This is the big number right here.
It flipped again. Look at that.
Harris still has, I mean, this is going to be ridiculous. Hillary Clinton got 500,000 votes in 2016 in Pennsylvania County. Biden got 600,000 votes, an astronomical, impossible increase. That was the straight up that we saw. Now, let's just assume Harris gets 600,000 votes
Stay
here.
tuned, guys.
She's
It's getting
got,
exciting.
Or let's say she gets a little bonus activity too. So there's 400,000 votes remaining on the table in
Me too, Chris.
Philadelphia. Guys, zoom back out here and Montgomery County or just west of Philadelphia County here too. Let me just look at these numbers real quick.
Exactly what I'm waiting for, Chris.
Yeah, guys, give me these counties outside. Okay, so she's still got some votes on the table in Chester County. Not that one. There's not as many there. She's still got some votes on the table in Delaware County. And then, guys, look up north here. And in Montgomery County, we've got a lot of returns. But so she's probably still got at least 600,000 votes, I'd say, on the table in the greater Philadelphia area. Guys, let's zoom back out real quick. Let me look at Pittsburgh and let me see. I think the returns are actually not so bad for Trump in Pittsburgh. Guys, let me look at Pittsburgh real quick here.
Stand up, man.
Not too bad. Not too bad, actually. If Trump can come in around 40% in Pittsburgh, that will actually help him on the state level. All right, so zoom back out. So here's what we're looking at. And there's different numbers coming in. It's on a razor's edge.
Look at that.
I don't know if you have different numbers than what I have.
Look at the
right
numbers
now
just
here.
changing.
Yeah. They've just flipped. Okay, Trump has just taken the lead.
No, they keep flipping.
In this
He's
race,
going to go down
Trump
again.
has
Watch.
just taken the lead. Both candidates got to 3 million in 2020. Never been done before in Pennsylvania. It's all the vote steroids. Who knows where this race is going to finish? Both candidates got to 3 million in 2020. We'll see where this one finishes. Things are trending for Trump, though. I'm going to tell you right now.
Let's go to API while he's talking about
Pennsylvania
that.
is literally just flipping back and forth minute by minute at this point. I'm watching the returns live on Google, and it's Kamala ahead, Trump ahead, Kamala ahead. At this point, it's saying Trump is ahead. But, I mean, we're talking about a difference of around 10,000 votes.
I would say, if I'm being friendly, it's going to be the rural counties, record turnout versus whatever the cap is for the Democrats
behind
in the Philadelphia
Oh,
area.
Troy right here.
If I'm being dark Owen, you basically have the incredible effort that the Trump campaign put into rural Pennsylvania versus the incredible effort that the Democrat Steele is putting forth in Pennsylvania.
Guys, it's about to get exciting. Here we go.
Now, here's the good news. If Trump wins Pennsylvania, his odds to win this deal, I mean, it's like, I'm not going to seal the deal, but if Trump wins Pennsylvania, ladies and gentlemen, things are going to be looking very, very good for Donald Trump.
Oh, God, we got to go to leftist media.
But this thing is going to be flipping back and
We
forth.
got to go to leftist media. I bet. Look.
And Minnesota is just in its first 2%.
Packman's going to start talking about it.
Why is
Look,
Oregon red? They counted 1% of the vote. Arizona
Is
with
Pennsylvania.
34% reporting
Here we
is
go.
a dead heat. 40 votes. That's 40.
Got
40
198 on
votes
Trump.
separate Scrumps and the vice president.
Scrumps.
40 votes, and they've already counted 34%.
205 to 117.
So let me discuss a little bit of what's going on here. First of all, if you've just been looking around for a stream, you stumbled upon this one. I'm glad to have you here.
He's got
Everybody's welcome here,
76,000
regardless of
people.
who you supported.
Everybody from
We
Dave
don't
Packman's
tolerate
channel come over to
slurs
mine
or
because we're covering it
epithets or
like it should be
epitaphs
covered.
in-
We're covering it from leftist, from rightist, and from freedom, and we're exposing the holes all over the place here. Look at that. Even they got Pennsylvania white. I just love to see the Republicans and the Democrats just scramble and start panicking. It's just crazy to me. Leftist media is starting to get unhinged, laugh my ass off. What would you guys rather watch, leftist media or rightist media, or should we just kind of toggle between
and we
both?
are going to have an opportunity.
I love to hear him talking about Pennsylvania.
Actually do some great things.
Let's take a look at
and
Iowa.
We will need to be
where the
engaged and we
Anselcher
will need
poll
strong independent media. If Donald Trump were to win, we are going to need to play very high stakes defense for 4 years.
What?
And we are going to need strong independent media.
What does that mean?
Regardless of whether.
Ever wonder how
we got to play high stakes media for the next 4 years? What does that even mean? High stakes media. These charlatans, left or right, they just want something to feed into the news cycle. They don't care about freedom. They don't care about exposing what really needs to be exposed. They care about monetizing their news cycle. And that's fine if you're getting out the real news. That's fine if you're staying balanced and you're not biased toward the right or to the left. That's fine. Monetizing your content is fine as long as you're not pretending like you're a journalist, but you're taking one side or the other of the DNC or the RNC in this political dog and pony show. Because if you're starting to support Kamala Harris, or if you're supporting Donald Trump, you're playing into the hands of the bankers and moving away from freedom. But if you're exposing both of them and you're applying truth evenly, then you're going toward freedom. Listen to this here.
On in Barnes & Noble, it's assumed that if you're someone like me without MSNBC
He's talking about
or
Pennsylvania
CNN behind me,
and how close it is.
You can't have a successful nonfiction book.
He's widened.
I want to prove that wrong.
He's look 50.3 to 48.8. Let's see what it is. 50.3 to 48.8 with 47% reporting. He's actually widened his lead in Pennsylvania, which is absolutely meaningless.
Yeah, I'm going to go look at that. I'm going to pitch it to Harris in a second. But look, I've always been the one trying to keep us down to earth. Okay. I really like what I'm seeing in Wisconsin right now. Wisconsin is looking very good. And based off of these numbers and trends,
listen to Jones.
This is the best Wisconsin's looked for Trump, and it's still early. Guys, give me Milwaukee real quick. Yeah, that's not a good number. That's not a good number for Harris. Harris is going to need minimum 70% in Milwaukee, maybe even 80. Zoom back out and give me Madison, guys. Let's look at Madison. Okay, yeah, that's probably where she needs to be, maybe in Madison. But if she doesn't let's go back to Milwaukee. I think Harris might need.
We're going back to
Harris
API.
might need, 70% minimum.
64%
reporting to win
in
Wisconsin.
Virginia.
I like what I'm seeing in Wisconsin. Let's zoom back out. This is the best Pennsylvania has looked tonight.
81%
This is the best Pennsylvania has looked tonight.
reporting in
And
Georgia.
if we zoom in on Pennsylvania, Trump's increasing his lead. Give me Philadelphia County. And this is, look, she's running out of votes here, Alex. She's running out of votes here. So unless she has 700,000 votes in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania trending for Trump. If Trump wins Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, the path to victory gets clear. So I come bearing good news. I'll give it to Harrison, and I'll go look at what's going on in the congressional races.
Well, and it's still way too early to tell in Minnesota, but our boy Royce White is ahead of Amy Klobuchar.
Yes, I love him.
Early, but I do like seeing that. I do like.
Thanks for hanging out, guys. I appreciate you being here. Don't forget to hit thumbs up and hit that share button. Let's get more people on board.
Started the night with something.
People got to see. We got to look through the left versus right paradigm, lie, dog, and pony show under this psychotic corporate big top.
Still ahead in Virginia, 64% reporting. That race is still razor thin, less than 30,000 differential there. North Carolina holding steady for Trump. Georgia seems like a Trump lock at this point. 81% reporting, 52.2% for Trump. So,
you know, there's somebody back there behind the curtain going, okay, let's put Harris up. Okay, let's put Trump up. All right, let's get it real close. All right, let's do this. This is great. And you know, people are just taking bets. Let's go ahead and check in on Polymarket. Let's see. Let's refresh on the Polymarket scale. We've got the chart here. Highest it's been so far, 89.2 to 10.2. You got 90.5 to 9.8. Poly market's trending toward 100%. I knew it should have got a drink first. Yes, sirree. People are so excited about Donald Trump becoming the president of the United States so he can do another Operation Warp Speed. Oh, yeah, Operation Warp Speed. Come on, 50% reporting for Pennsylvania. Let's see what Stephen Crowder's probably going through.
Yes, there were some people who did. And here's the thing. You never heard me. I said, like, look, if I'm going to take a flyer, maybe New Hampshire, maybe Virginia. But you heard us tell you, hey, look, what we're looking for is the margins there to see. A lot of people said Colorado, New Mexico.
I'm thinking New Mexico. That's what I was saying it earlier. I made a bet on it. I pulled it. But
New Mexico does have some weird politics, but you have people out there like, look, and he's going to be on the show tonight. But remember, Vivek said about Narky, he said, I don't go by polls. I go by energy. Vivek is an incredibly data-driven guy. And I get that there was a lot of energy in Madison Square Garden. Absolutely. And I understand also, by the way, the importance to picking up the popular vote. And if I'm wrong, like you guys saw me in 2016 with Gerald. I was completely wrong on Michigan. I remember saying I just don't see Donald Trump winning Michigan at all. And that's because I saw the enthusiasm for Bernie. At that point in time, I didn't realize.
Brother, I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. I appreciate you being here too.
They hated Hillary so much, but I was very happy to be wrong. So if I happen to be wrong on Colorado or New York, I would be thrilled. But I'm not going to lie to you beforehand. And you'll get some people saying, oh, doomer, you don't think every state's a swing state? No, not every state is a swing state. That's absolutely not true in this election. And you have to understand that some states like New York are too far gone. That being said, looking at those numbers and those margins.
Oh my gosh, he's up almost.
Give you a realistic idea as to where the momentum is going. Anyone who told you that you were going to,
he's up 2.1% in Pennsylvania. So Owen Schroyer's got to be just going.
Razor thin doesn't even describe it. Michigan less than 20,000.
Let's see what Packman's doing here with
7% of the vote in Iowa.
Look,
Trump has opened up a 20,000 vote lead. So the difficulty is if you're Harris and you lose Pennsylvania, you then are in the situation where
Anomaly blocked you too, Patty. Well, I guess we're in good company, right?
You lose Pennsylvania, but she gets Arizona, where she's leading right now. Not only does she have to win Nevada, she has to flip Iowa.
She's barely,
Iowa. And of course, get Minnesota.
She's
Wisconsin,
barely hanging on to Arizona with 48%.
Speaking of Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan, how are those going right now? Well, let's take a look because each website has it a little different right now.
Trump's up in
Michigan. It's Harris plus roughly 2.5. But only 19% counted. In Wisconsin, with 45% counted, it is a dead heat. 1,000 votes separate the two. However, Decision Desk has much less of the vote count. So I think we go with this one for now. Minnesota, only 2% reporting. We can't say anything about that at this point in time. It is just too early.
Thanks for saying that,
James. The takeaway here, if Pennsylvania falls to Trump, it is must win everything that's left for Kamala Harris. You never want to be in that scenario. But I want to restate, I see people in the chat assuming Pennsylvania is dead. Pennsylvania is not dead. With 51% reporting, oh dear God. With 51% reporting, Trump's lead is 75K. Yes, that's the biggest lead he's had tonight.
But
we are still expecting massive dumps from the cities.
Oh, you don't say. Massive dumps from the cities. So.
Let's get an update here from CNN.
New Mexico. Kamala Harris takes the lead again in Virginia with 49.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with 49% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 1,118 vote lead. That's with 68% of the estimated votes from Virginia.
No, they're rigging the numbers.
We have a changing map. We can talk about it all. We'll walk through it. Let's just take a quick look.
CNN's rigging the numbers.
What happened there?
It's 49.6 to
48.8. Here's
48.8.
what happened. Last time I was in Fairfax, it was a much lower number. Now you get a big. This is the largest county in Virginia. It's a 20-minute drive from D.C. Depending on traffic, it can be a 40-minute drive from D.C. But it's a pretty 20-minute drive, at least this time of night, if we want to give it a try. And that's one of the things that happened there. You see these close-in suburbs. Alexandria, much smaller population center. Arlington.
Still, it's a very narrow lead still.
You still come out to, it's a very, very narrow lead. But again, so you're looking, this was a 10-point race for Joe Biden.
What does it tell you, Donald Trump?
Even if Harris
Oops.
Well, in one state, sometimes there's that. It has a Republican governor since the last presidential election. So you have to be careful about these things. So let's just see what's still out there. This margin's going to change. I mean, there's some Republican votes down here, but there's plenty of opportunity for that tie,
plenty of opportunity.
slight Harris lead
Don't worry.
to turn into something else. It's the surprise of the night so far in terms of how close it is, but it just flipped blue. So let's come back in 20 minutes ago and see how we're doing. This is the most interesting one. Mr. Tapper's home state, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, just flipped red.
know.
Remember earlier I was saying the 3 blue wall states had stayed blue throughout the night. We're not nowhere near the end. We are nowhere near the end. We're at 51% right there. But you see that. So here we go. Battleground Pennsylvania. Again, one of these.
Yeah, but he just jumped up. He wasn't. She was leading.
Yes.
There. John, I'm sorry to interrupt. We have an update on the outstanding vote in Georgia. If you want to bring
there.
Georgia and Gwinnett County, Victor Blackwell's at the Gwinnett County Election Center in the Atlanta suburb of Lawrenceville.
This is crazy, man.
Victor, what are you hearing about the vote count there?
Well, Jake,
Victor,
I have
what are you hearing,
the supervisor
Victor?
of elections for Gwinnett County with me now, Zach Manifold. Thank you for a few minutes here. We've been told that there is a large tranche of votes that's soon going to be reported. How many and how soon?
Yeah, we're just working with the state to go over it. We have uploaded it to the state, so they're just going through it, and it should be up here in a few minutes. So, yeah, about 320,000 advance and in person and absentee by mail. They're coming.
Okay, so 323,000, and when you say minutes, we're talking 5-10 minutes?
I don't know. It's with the state, so
Okay, we're going to mute that for a second. We're going to go to Dr. Shiva, who's also doing a live stream right now on X.
And that's what we're doing. And that should get you really, really happy. And you can always reflect on that. You can have a quiet smile upon yourself because you know you're doing the right thing. And you'll sleep very, very well at night knowing that. So that's the gift that we're giving ourselves. We're saving ourselves and we're helping other people. So it's really, really profound. And it'll really, really relieve a lot of stress in your body, and recognize what we're doing is a very powerful, noble service. And we're like Robin Hood and his band of merry men and women, seriously. They're always happy, right?
I don't know what he's talking about
because
here.
they can't take the shit away. We got on nearly every ballot. We did it with $100,000 and we exposed the shit out of them. We've caused them a lot of damage and you should be very fucking happy. Okay.
And he did do a lot of exposing as far as the left versus right paradigm. He called it the swarm mentality. And that's what we're seeing, guys, when we toggle back and forth. And that's why it's very important to toggle back and forth to see what the leftist statists are saying, to see what the rightist statists are saying, and to show you that they're all trying to funnel you down the same cattle chute into the same cattle cars. One cattle car is painted blue, one cattle car is painted red, but they're all tiptoeing down, not even tiptoeing, it's a broad run down the totalitarian path. Look at this, Roger Stone.
Crucial. Remember,
God,
29 of 100.
How do you not know this guy's a criminal? How do you not know this guy's evil?
Would vote. Well, they voted. They managed to turn in their vote. This is a pivotal moment, the North Carolina being called. The real story that won't surface here for a couple of days, but I saw late polling, 87% of those voters who were previously going to vote for Robert F. Kennedy did turn out for Donald Trump. So common sense Democrats who believe in free enterprise, believe in capitalism, believe in God, believe in a strong national defense, believe in low taxes. Those Democrats have moved towards Trump, while the globalists, Dick Cheney, what's left of the McCains, little Adam Kinzinger, they've moved towards Kamala. This is a historic realignment.
Yeah, Stone is a clown because you can't get more globalist than Operation Warp Speed. You can't get more globalist than Father the VAXX. You can't get more globalist than shoveling trillions of dollars to the big pharma industrial complex and the military industrial complex. What part of this does Alex Jones not understand? I don't think Alex Jones, I don't think Owen Schroyer or any of his, ilk or Steven Crowder or Russell Brand or any of these people are stupid. I just got to believe that when money talks, BS walks, and they chose to take the BS money route. They're stuffing their pockets with money. Dan Bongino's doing it with Rumble, the Zio controlled social media outlet. And these guys have sold their souls. And as long as they're incentivized to sell their souls, they can't tell the truth. They won't tell the truth.
Early voting, that never happens. Never.
If anybody thinks I'm wrong about that, go ahead and step forward. Let's talk about it.
As you know, traditionally, we have always outvoted the Democrats on election day. They've always outvoted us in the early procedures that are more recent, mail-in voting, absentee, early voting, but we have matched them there. The deficit today, I think, is just too great for them to make up. But this is a permanent a realignment.
Speaking of deficit, your boy Donald Trump got us into $12.4 trillion in national debt. Transgenerational debt slavery is what it is.
Because they know that
Oh,
things are going to
God.
come back into balance.
You know, it's a bad day when I'd rather listen to Dave Packman than this guy.
Pennsylvania. Michigan is now up to 20% reporting, and Kamala Harris's lead is 1.4%. In Wisconsin, we are up to half of the vote counted.
Yeah, that's interesting. Okay.
0.7 points. Jackson County, 2.3 points to the left. So we'll see if these numbers hold up, but still a lot of votes left to be counted in Georgia.
Really?
Votes remaining.
Only 12%.
Let's go to live results here.
Only 12%.
We still have, let's go to statewide.
Virginia, Kamala Harris is now up.
Almost 900,000 votes left to be counted. And remember, Joe Biden won this state by 12,000 votes. So it is going to be close. You don't have to glean
Pennsylvania
anything one
lead
way or the other
Biden.
from
Oh,
what
it's-
we're looking at here.
Pennsylvania lead has, remember guys, this is with the caveat of it doesn't matter. The bankers are going to win, but this is still an interesting dog and pony show, and we're going to go ahead and track it. Donald Trump's lead with 55% reporting in Pennsylvania has gained it's up to 3%. He's got a 3%, 2.9% lead in Pennsylvania, with 67% reporting. Virginia has flipped from Donald Trump to Kamala Harris. She is up by 0.5%. North Carolina looks like it's going to go to Donald Trump because he's up by a vast margin with 75% reporting. And let's see, we got about 48. We got 3.1% gap with Georgia with 88% reporting. So it looks like Georgia and North Carolina with 88 and 75% respectively going to Donald Trump. So those two will probably be won by him. Virginia is still a toss-up because of 33% reporting still yet to count with Pennsylvania. It'd be interesting if he continues widening that. Now, Dave Packman was talking about, don't forget, don't worry, there's a dump coming. There's a dump coming. Let's go look at the Arizona race, still pretty close with 48%. You got 30% reporting with New Mexico, with Kamala Harris up 51.6 to 46.6. So we're going to continue to track this as we watched leftist and rightist media get excited about banker puppets winning or losing.
To try to delegitimize.
Oh, God, he's still talking.
That's why the drawn out vote count is so crucial to them. If they can draw out the count for a week, key states like Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, then their media assets in the mainstream media mount this whole Russian interference narrative to try to take the presidency from Donald Trump a second time.
Roger, Owen Schroyer has some questions, and I'll let you get back to the important things there at Mar-a-Lago. But before we go to him, I know Elon Musk is there, Tulsi Gabbard's, I mean, all the who's who. I got some very nice phone calls from some folks today. I'll just leave it at that, but I appreciate, the folks in the campaign thanking me as well. I thank them, but it's not time to start celebrating yet, but I did get some of those calls and texts today from folks. You're there with them. What's the spirit like? What's it like to be around such a dream?
Is there anybody here that doesn't believe that the elections are just a dog and pony show to get you to participate in the demoralization ritual of the corporate psychopaths? Does anybody not believe that? If you believe that your vote really counts, put a 1 in the room. We'll make it simple. If you believe your vote counts, put a 1 in the room. Yeah, government is still slavery, no matter whose Zio puppet is sitting on the throne. Amen. And I don't know about you, but I think this is the only show that's even talking about this other than Dr. Shiva over here.
This establishment.
Oh, he's playing a commercial.
Doom. And Roger's got to go soon, but I know
Check
he's
back
a
with
former
Polly
co-host of
Market.
the War Room.
We'll do a refresh.
Roger used to be here, and we still love having him back on. The original War Room. I think it's banned and we love him, but we are the original War Room. Owen, any questions for your former partner in crime here?
Partner in
Roger, what do
crime.
you rate my election night fit?
Now, I'm say it one more time, Owen. I'm sorry. You broke up.
What do you rate my election night attire here, Roger?
Well, let's see. The way this is, oh, that's a great necktie. I give that necktie a 10 plus. You learned well from my InfoWars days.
Well, I always think about you, Roger, and I knew I couldn't let you down on election night.
And by the way, both of them are
Doggone it, Owen.
prisoners.
We do have that.
Man.
Well, that's quite the duo there.
No, look, if we had a party, if you're indicted, you're invited, you know?
We'd be the co-chairs of that party. Roger, all right, let's look at what we have going on here. It looks like Pennsylvania is now the path to victory for Donald Trump. You know, I don't know why they haven't called Georgia yet. I don't know why they haven't called the Senate race in Ohio yet. Trump might drag McCormick across the line for the Senate race in Pennsylvania. Roger, I'm looking at this. Harris still has about a plus 600,000 margin in the greater Philadelphia area, but I don't know if it's enough to overcome the rural vote. I mean, unless we get just ridiculous shenanigans, I don't want to call Pennsylvania, but I've been down on Pennsylvania. This is the best I've felt about Pennsylvania tonight, Roger.
Well, look, there's never been a greater example of true grassroots activism than that by Cliff Maloney and Scott Pressler and some great folks at Turning Point USA. We're talking about guts, on the ground, shoe leather politics, living in dumpy motels, eating fast food, working, grinding it out every day, registering voters, and then after the registration deadlines pass,
Yeah, I agree,
down
Shalom.
those mail ballots to make sure they're mailed in. Now, 400.
Yeah, the answer to life is to hold fast to integrity. I don't see how you can make the case that voting maintains integrity. I don't even know how you can make that case.
Where Philly and Allentown have to be counted and the mail-in ballots have to be counted, and those are going to go for Harris.
Let me mute this real quick. For those of you just now joining us, and I really appreciate it, these are the biggest numbers we've had all night. We are not biased. We are true journalists. And we're going to look at this thing through the lenses of freedom. And the criteria by which we judge what freedom actually is does anybody have a higher claim over your life and property than you? Is it ever right to initiate unjust force and violence on peaceful people who haven't done anything wrong? And the golden rule, do to others what you would want done to you. And on the other side of that, don't do to others what you wouldn't want done to you. If anything fails that test, it is to be rejected. Democrats fail that test. The DNC fails that test. Republicans fail that test. The RNC fails that test. They are corporate entities, corrupt corporate entities who put forward their person who's going to be the CEO of the Title 28, Section 3002, 15A, the United States means federal corporation. That's why we're toggling between leftist media right here with Dave Pacman, with Brian Tyler Cohen. I've got on another live stream, we've got Midas Touch Network. That's the leftist status. And then we've got the rightist status, which is the Alex Jones Network. We got Steven Crowder, and we've got some Polly Market going on. And we're looking back at the API and finding out what the actual election results are. Virginia has flipped again. No, it's and the reason we're covering the election coverage is because this is a WWE dog and pony show to get you sitting at the edge of your seat, biting your nails, wondering who is going to be the ruler of the free world, who's going to be the commander in chief of the armed forces, and the bankers are sitting there drinking their cognac, sucking on their Black Dragon cigars, floating on their yachts going, we don't give a damn. We already know who we selected. And even if it falls through and something happens, well, we own Kamala and we own Donald Trump. we own JD Vance, and we own Tim Walz. Matter of fact, we own Congress because we own the issuance and value of these. And that's where we're coming from if you're new to this show. That's why you're not going to hear anything about this. And if you do, it's going to be cursory. It's going to be in passing. I know that Alex Jones knows who's controlling this, but he's still going to uphold his end of the theater. That is dishonest. I know that Steven Crowder understands that the biggest problem in the world today is not the economy. It's the people that control the economy. It's not the border. It's the people who incentivize border crossings by giving out a whole bunch of free goodies to a whole bunch of desperate people. This is the reason we have wars. This is the reason we have the military industrial complex, the prison industrial complex, the war on drugs, which isn't a war on drugs, it's a war on people. And they've declared war on you through the hidden tax called inflation. Inflation can only happen when you have quantitative easing. And that's the release of unsound money into the system, which devalues every unit you have in your pocket. So they control the president, they control the vice president, the governors, the senators, the congressmen, all of Congress. And if you doubt that, all you got to do is open your eyes and start asking questions and find out who in the heck has funded all of this nonsense. And then you come to find out that there's one group that is behind all of it. And if you want to get up to speed on what I'm talking about, just look at this little video right here. These are accurate numbers of all the people who are paid off by the Israel lobby. 11.1 for Joe Biden. You got 4.1 for Hillary Clinton, a million for Trump, Dan Red Flag Law Crenshaw, 221, Mike Johnson, Dave Trone, Sheldon Whitehouse, Ted Cruz, Ron Johnson, Tom Cotton, Rick Scott, Adam Schiff for brains. They're all on the take because money talks and BS walks. If you want to find out who's in power in this country, all you got to do is say, Key Bono, who benefits? Just follow the money. And you will find out what's going on. We are talking about mountains of money being poured out through lobbyist groups to your representatives who don't represent you. They represent the banking and corporate interests. I don't care if it's Republican. I don't care if it's Democrat. Do you want to know who won back in 2020 and 2021 during the COVID 1984 by George Orwell Hegelian dialectic? It was Big Pharma. It was Jeff Bezos. It was Elon Musk. All the billionaires accumulated more billions off of your backs. They did it in your name and they did it with your consent. And now people are we're so propagandized that people are actually voting for the father of the VAXX, pretending that he's anti-globalist. How does that work? So thanks for being here. If you want this kind of content, if you appreciate this kind of content, you can support this channel for free just by giving this video a like, sharing this video with everybody you know, subscribing to this channel, subscribe to my police accountability channel. Here's the deal. And to my political parasite exposure channel, which is the Disturbing Illusion. Thank you guys for all your support. We're going to get back to this coverage right here. This is Alex Jones.
The judge said, you're fired. So they said, well, they got guns. Would somebody point them at you? It's legal in Texas. I mean, yeah, a bunch of people got concealed carries in there. It's like I got a cell phone in my pocket it's a tool. Okay. We're not like all fetishizing it like you. But yeah, we're not a soft target. You come in here with guns if you're going to get your ass blown off, but we're not shooting at people. I didn't threaten the guy. He tried to set me up. We caught him. He tried to file fake stuff with the court that I was a criminal. We had already filed on him. So the point is that people are like, whoa, they actually tried that. Yeah, I'm not going to get up here and tell you something that isn't true. My career would be over. Plus, I don't like to lie. But the point is, we saw big support flood in for a few weeks.
I don't like to lie. That's hilarious coming from Alex Jones.
Oh, no. I can see that one.
And the +1, that +1 thing that, come on here. Well, then when she loses tonight, well, this one seems obvious. Panic fellatio. Oh, that is big.
That is the best kind, by the way.
Okay, we got 57% reporting in Pennsylvania.
I tell my wife there's a category 4 coming. It's the best blowjob you'll ever get.
All right, so we've got Pennsylvania. I'm going to refresh this. We're still stuck at 198, 112. But if we go over to the ticker over at Fox News, they got 211 to 117.
What do you think tonight about those issues?
Look, I think Harris will have run a very credible race.
She is getting the Democratic constituency,
Okay, what's
probably
going
doing
on
better
here?
than Biden would have done because Biden was really collapsing. She is getting the Democratic constituency. This is awfully close no matter who wins.
All right.
Whoever is president is going to have to address all of America. But I think she ran a good race, almost an excellent race.
I
but
do
it
not
may just fall
know
into
who's
short.
talking
because we're
here.
comparing Biden to 2020 numbers when he won, but
Huh.
the numbers where he was when she took over were not those numbers.
Disaster.
Yeah.
We have a call to make. The
We do?
Fox News decision
Oh.
desk can now project that former President Trump will win the state of Iowa.
Oh,
Trump is
Trump got
performing
Iowa.
well in rural areas, which helped deliver victories to former
Wait.
President Trump in 2016 and 2020. This obviously comes in the wake of a lot of focus on a poll that shall not be named.
No, let's do it.
Oh,
please.
name it? The Des Moines Register poll. I think we've talked about it 7
Celsius,
times.
yeah.
Trump's
tonight,
got
but,
Iowa.
anyway, it got a lot of attention.
Ridiculous.
It was a attention-getting poll, and it was being forecast to be what the Midwest may look like, maybe because of a gender gap or whatever she was seeing in her poll.
51% reporting.
We are now calling Iowa for the former president.
Yeah, I mean, it was, described as a bit of a jolt when it came across. I think all of us, when we saw that answer, because she has the reason is
let's
she has an
see.
excellent reputation. She's called a lot of things well. In
I'm gonna-
fact, she called.
I'm going to mute this and we're going to go and see what leftist media is saying about the Iowa call.
Look at 2020, right? Joe Biden, she's about matching Joe Biden. Trump's at 46. I'm going to focus on him. So you come here, he's at 45. And then Berks County here, I come down to. I spent a lot of time in Berks County in this campaign, and it's gone back to being Republican. It was blue earlier, and we're at 92%. So
Right.
maybe a little bit there, Jake. We'll study a little bit more closely as we go through this.
All right, we have some projections right now.
Here we go.
CNN can project that Iowa will go to Donald Trump as expected. Iowa and
Already
its 6
called.
electoral votes will go to Donald Trump, CNN can project. CNN can also project that Kansas will go to Donald Trump. Kansas and its 6 electoral votes will go to Donald Trump. So that's 12 additional electoral votes for Donald Trump, who now has 207 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 91 electoral votes. There are 270 electoral votes needed to win. Donald Trump holding a sizable lead in the electoral vote as of now, but we are expecting more votes to drop in Democratic strongholds in key battleground states. We're also counting down to the next round of poll closings at 11 p.m.
This is so planned and scripted with all the music. Oh my gosh, it makes me sick. And people take this seriously.
West in California. That's all ahead.
Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant are coming out. We've got the Ultimate Warrior coming down from the top rope, and the crowd goes wild.
On that campaign tonight, is if you want to win the campaign, so she's got to run the tables here over the next hour or two, over the next day or so, if we're hearing correctly about Wisconsin. But it does not look as promising as it did a few hours ago.
Let's head back to Bill real quick. Bill, can we dip into Virginia?
Welcome to the Dog and Pony Show.
Say it again, Brett. Sorry about that. Oh, sorry. That's okay.
I just want to remind you all, Virginia was called by Decision Desk HQ 2 hours ago.
On up the Atlantic coast here, okay? This is Georgia. Too soon to call.
I don't know
Ask
why.
yourself, why can't you call it? There's still some vote out there. The question is, where is the vote and what's going to come in? Trump's up 3.2 points statewide.
Georgia's also been called.
So you come in here to the greater
Fox News, I'm going to be honest. I don't know if Fox News is pretending that these are competitive just for ratings, or if they have reason to believe something different than Decision Desk HQ. But Decision Desk HQ has long called these states. Virginia was called hours ago for Kamala Harris, and she is indeed now winning by 55,000 votes. Georgia was called about 20 minutes ago. Trump is winning there by about 150,000 votes, which is more than 10 times the margin of victory for Biden in 2020. I don't know what is the deal here with Fox News, but they are just going along, I guess, pretending that these have not been called. I don't know. It's all kind of weird.
here, okay? At this point, this is all greater Atlanta, a lot of population throughout the area. At this point, 90%.
Is there a problem, Kevin S? Is there a problem?
Did 4 years ago. So there's still a vote out there, too. And I mentioned Chatham County about 2 hours ago. That's Savannah. They counted slow 4 years ago. They're counting slow yet.
Oh, yeah. Charlie Kirk, where is he live streaming? Is he live streaming on X? Let's see. Does Charlie Kirk have his own show? Let's see. Disclosed TV. Max Blumenthal. Luke Radowski has his own. Owen Schroyer's doing behind the scenes coverage. Sticks Hexenhammer is so in the tank for, man, we need to at least catch up with the quartering, guys. I'm a little small channel and I'm down here at 1.1 thousand. Oh, I'll never catch up to that. I'll never catch up. Got Mr. Reagan, who's in the tank for, God, all these people. Gerald Salente, I don't think he's taking a position, is he? Hopefully not. I don't think Red Ice takes a position. I don't know about Naomi Wolf. Maybe she's pro. Let's just go and look at some of these. Let's look at some of these. Malcolm Flex
was saying about the punk rockers with swastikas. Okay, I started wearing Americana, American flag wear, when I was a teenage wannabe radical hippie, because at that point, wearing the American flag was associated with the hippies. It was Abby Hoffman. It was the Grateful Dead. And I've been very lucky.
All right, so let's get back to this. Let's see. I'm looking for Charlie Kirk. Yeah, give me bread and circuses. Yeah, I really think so, Dylan. All these people right here who are, I mean, I think it really separates the men from the boys. And by that, I mean, it separates people who really want the truth from fiction. When you consider that anybody can look at the fact that Donald Trump became, look at this. Tucker Carlson's got 2.7 million viewers just on X. Alex Jones has 2 million. Daily Wire, 1.2 million. Steven Crowder, 241,000. So I think that, you know, the thing that really distinguishes somebody who's going to be for you as opposed to those who are going to be against you is when you support the best sales representative that Big Pharma has ever had in the history of Big Pharma existence, that is Donald J. Trump. You give yourself away as a money grubbing shill, as far as I'm concerned. I don't usually say that. Let's look at Sticks Hexenhammer.
GOP wins Puerto Rico governor, says Pauline. Please DM me on Twitter. Yeah, let me open that up. If you have any further information, is that confirmed?
I don't, these guys aren't for freedom. These guys aren't for freedom. It makes me sick. They are not for freedom. They are for the military industrial complex, the big pharma industrial complex, the corporate industrial complex. Even the, look at this, even the Amish or Mennonite people are in on this. When you've successfully propagandized the Mennonites into voting for the chains of their own oppression, Houston, we got a problem. We got a serious problem. I don't know why it's not populating this now. Oh, here we go. Charlie Kirk. I'm looking for Charlie. Let's just look at Luke Rudowski.
Made it clear. Donald Trump wrote Project 2025. No, he didn't. So it doesn't matter that they're being fact checked. It's the sound bites that just continue to go viral, and it's the information bias, and they don't even look outside of it. They don't fact check their own resources.
It's the emotional manipulation. It's not about logic. It's not about what actually happened. It's that this guy is bad. This guy is the funny mustache guy from the 1930s. This guy will, of course, destroy your rights. When in reality, you look at his policies, his initiatives will free people. They will have less government in their lives. They will have less bureaucracy. They will have more freedom. They will have less taxes. That is something that, of course, the average kind of American is realizing is at play here.
What?
And they are overwhelmingly choosing to vote on logic rather than just emotion. And I think this is a larger kind of white pill. I think what we're seeing right now
Oh my gosh.
is kind of remnants of what we saw in 2016. I know a lot of people are scared because of what happened in 2020 and 2022. A lot of people are expecting shenanigans, but right now with the numbers, the way that they are, things are looking really good for America, its future, and the larger potential that could be unleashed.
What
once we
the
get rid of
hell?
the fluoride, once we get rid of the taxes, once Ron Paul and Elon Musk get in there and fire 80% of the federal workforce. That right there, that's a dream story for Ron Paul, by the way. Imagine living your entire life fighting government, and now at the end of your life going in there and firing 80% of it. That is a beautiful love story. If
This
I
is
ever saw one.
delusional.
That
This
is
is
a story that
delusional.
plays on my emotions and makes me feel something that I have.
Of course, we all hope that would happen, but you're talking about believing a psychopath, a liar.
I don't drink.
I haven't drank since John McCain died. You know, I was expecting to save this for when Joe Biden went, but I might actually have a
throw in the
today.
50.
I'm telling you right now.
We got the champagne
I don't
here.
drink, man.
Yeah,
I'm like,
we got it right here.
I'm like Muslim when it comes to that stuff. I might drink today. I'm in a good mood, man. This is gonna work out, man. Woo!
We literally got alcoholic and non-alcoholic champagne.
Yes.
We got the
Your
non-alcoholic
hopium.
for me and you, but
Somebody just-
with the way things are going,
Non-alcoholic, I'll do that.
Virginia's in play. Virginia's in play. We're only down by 53,000 votes. I think people are waking up. You saw what I think Myron tweeted about LeBron James, shut up and dribble. And it's true. People are not
This is stuff I'm for. I'm not for hopium. I'm not for trusting in the government. I'm not for trusting Operation Warp Speed, expecting him to get in there and make the economy better. The guy, Donald Trump, made the deep state deeper. He made the swamp swampier. He made big pharma richer. You're going to trust that guy? There's no objective criteria. There's no logic. There's no historical precedent to indicate that your hope is a well-placed hope. It's a misplaced hope. This is crazy. This is crazy. Of course, I hope it'll happen. And of course, I hope that I'm wrong, but it's a false hope.
Also need to understand that Project 2025 is valid because a lot of people don't know. Obviously, we know this, but for the audience that's watching, when Trump came into office, guys, in 2016, he had to go ahead and put a bunch of establishment shills from the GOP into his administration because he's not a politician. He was living in New York. He didn't have any contacts in DC. So when he came in, he
making
just kind
excuses
of
for
hired
Trump.
a bunch of people that were already there. And a lot of these
and I remember that. And I was calling him out specifically when this was happening. And I got a huge negative feedback from all the Trump supporters back then being like, you're wrong. You're crazy. I'm like, no, look at the people that he's surrounding himself with. He was doing a big dinner with Henry Kissinger.
Oh my God.
Celebrating Henry Kissinger. He was bringing in John Bolton, John Brennan, and all these horrible swamp monsters. And I was screaming at the top of my lungs. I got accused of having Trump derangement syndrome, but Donald Trump literally came out during this election cycle and said, yeah, I made a lot of mistakes here. Yeah, I hired some really bad monsters. Yeah.
And you believe him?
To put these people in. I was calling it out. I was right all along. And all these Trump people were freaking out. But now looking back at it, now Trump is even officially declaring, yeah, I made a lot of mistakes, which is key and important moving forward.
And no one talks about that, how his first administration was sabotaged by having all these unloyal fucking snakes that sabotaged his moves. They impeded his ability to get anything done for the first 2 years or so. So a lot of because here's the thing, the Republicans didn't even want him to become president. Like they were all against him. And then when he actually got the nomination, they're like, oh shit, we got to play ball with this fucking guy. So when he did go ahead and take office, and he put all these people in place, a lot of them sabotaged things that he was trying to get done. So Project 2025 was a valid response to bring Trump loyalists in that wouldn't impede his ability to fucking govern. So, and it was made up by a bunch of people that were loyal to him, McCarthy and all these other guys that helped him on the first time around.
Wow.
So when people say all this shit about Project 2025, it was a valid response to the fuckery that went down on the first administration. Now, going back to Gary's question about what I think is going to happen once Trump comes in, I think one of the first things he's going to do is end this Russia-Ukraine war. It's amazing to me that the American, normie Americans really think that we're winning that conflict. Ukraine is getting decimated. And
guys, who owns Donald Trump? Who owns him? We know who owns him. Who owns Kamala Harris? We know who owns her. All these guys, this is all you heard for 4 years from the Q crowd. Just make an excuse. Just trust the plan. I know it doesn't look good, but Donald Trump he's playing 6,000D chess, man. He's way above your pay grade. He's flying way up here and you're just a little ant on the ground. You have no idea what's going on. For 4 years you heard that. And then after he left the presidency, it's like they kept making excuses for him after he signed the $6.2 trillion scam, the CARES Act scam. And then piled $8.4 trillion in national debt onto our future unborn generations, our children and our children's children.
Shots. The State Department is literally going in there and saying, you're going to continue to do this. You're going to do this. You're going to follow these orders. You're going to advance. You're going to escalate here. You're going to, and Zelensky, I think he really doesn't have any other kind of way out unless Donald Trump becomes president of the United States.
My God.
He already kind of, had conversations with Zelensky. We saw the body language kind of afterwards with how that kind of transpired here. But truly, the lives of Slavic men are being absolutely obliterated and destroyed in Europe right now. For what? What is the reason for all of this? This doesn't make any strategic sense at all. It is disrupting the world. There are larger problems at play here that if we stop financing the larger kind of murder of all these young men karmically, energetically, I think things will also change very dramatically. As of course, Donald Trump,
I don't know what
he
that
wants to
means.
be a peacemaker. He said he wants to bring peace into this world. And I think if there's anyone who could do it, it's someone who has pissed off the military industrial complex to the point where there was 2 serious attempts on his life.
What?
And if you look at all the presidents that were assassinated, they usually go up against the military industrial complex or the big banks, and their lives are usually taken away. Donald Trump, very lucky to still be here. And I think the reason that they attacked him was specifically because he represents to be a larger peacemaker in that region.
Wow.
I agree with you that Zelensky is basically a pawn. I agree with that. I mean, he's what I mean by that is that he's basically the figurehead, but yes, he's being controlled by the State Department. He doesn't give a shit. He has a $1 million plus house.
I just can't even listen to it anymore. What happened to Jones?
It was literally that money off that helped us continue to.
Dang, man.
I mean, Trump is now up over 100,000. Oh, and we're going to come right back to you. This is very exciting here at the InfoWars News Center. Massive viewers, tens of millions tuned in right now on X alone and everywhere else. Real Alex Jones.
Tens of millions.
Quickly with Patrick Bet-David. Who's
Oh,
doing an
my
amazing
God.
job covering this election.
Patrick
As soon as they're ready
Bet-David.
and we're
Oh,
simulcasting, I'm here for them.
Wow.
Because they treat, I mean, those the terrorists, they treat us like non-humans. Non-believers, non-humans, let's kill them all. So he died like a dog. And I love this quote because he's very straight. That was argument against him, that the language he uses is not diplomatic, that he tweets mean tweets, that the way he speaks, it's not for the president. He's the president of the people. He doesn't have to do that. I mean, the amount of money he owns, he says that many times. I would be somewhere on the beautiful, sunny island, not Epstein Island, but on some island, and I don't have to do that. So I would answer and I would describe it as
Wouldn't be too sure about that.
And she has this, she has this primitive laugh. This laughter is just irritating everyone. And he's coming, you know, he's coming in, he's getting into the room, and you feel this sigma. You feel the man, you feel the guy who's not afraid. And now in 2024, we need someone who is not afraid.
This is cult talk.
Okay, I want to come to
Cult
Candace, but
talk.
before I do, there's a guy that wants to say hello to everybody.
Cult talk.
Rob, if you're ready, bring him on. Some of you guys may recognize this guy. Let me know if you recognize him or not. Rob, if you're ready, if it's in the Zoom, let the man in. He's in a cage. He wants to be free. Do we have him
This
on?
is crazy, man.
Patrick,
I
I'm
think
here.
Joe
We're
calls
so
this man a
outnumbered.
national treasure. Rob, if you have him
We're
on,
getting
just show
set
his
up.
face. The moment his
This
face.
is bad.
There he is. Woo, Alex. Yo, man. Alex, you're the man. Poland loves you.
Alex, how you doing? What's happening? How you feeling about tonight?
I'm watching the Second American Revolution take place peacefully. Even if they steal this, there's no reversing it. It's explosive on the street. It's everywhere. All the liberals that are good people are joining us. There's a global realignment, populist, anti-globalist being elected everywhere. Every broadcast that's been fighting tyranny for so long, like yours, is just exploding. The corporate old media has been dead for a while. Now they're just recognizing it. And we've got you and Tucker Carlson and Elon Musk and all of the cool, smart, hardworking, beautiful people of every race, color, and creed. And this is a magic moment, despite the wall of fraud and the illegals voting and all of the vote flipping and all of the scams. All the king's horses, all the king's men couldn't steal the election again. That's what it looks like. I'm very optimistic right now.
This is a big, big setup for something big and bad that's going to hit us right between the eyes. I'm telling you.
What happens tonight?
All these people have their guards down. Luke Rudowski, Alex Jones, Peter Bet-David, Owen Schroyer, Steven Crowder, everybody in the right, everybody in the left. They're just, we're going to get steamrolled.
Or you're pretty steady optimistic.
Well, look, I'm always optimistic when humanity's waking up, but the globalists are openly trying to accelerate war with Russia. They are openly trying to expand wars in the Middle East. They're flooding our borders. They are trying to consolidate power and control for their great reset. And so, yeah, we've got a lot of opposition, a lot of problems, a lot of powerful forces. But before, America was asleep. Now America has woken up. The sleeping giants rubbed the sleep out of its eyes, and it's focused, and it's learning fast, and it's very, very angry. And they've already tried to kill Trump twice. And it's twice.
You called all of your cousins? It's not them. I don't.
Do we lose him or is he still on?
LWC tips at protonmail.com.
Is he on or no?
Please make sure that you're still sending stuff in.
Is he frozen or no?
We're going to talk about here.
I'm here, Patrick. We got another show dialed in, another show disconnected. We'll reconnect with them in a minute. A lot going on.
Yeah,
here.
that was out on Alex
we
Jones'
had General
part.
Flynn break in earlier.
Well, go do your thing, Alex. Great to have you on. Take care, buddy.
We love you, brother. We love you,
Remember, Alex.
And then Stephen Crowder is on now. And there he is. We are very busy here tonight. I love Patrick Ben-David. I love Stephen Crowder. I
Guys,
love
for that, we'll
to
call
see
that
the new
whenever the
media
polls
being
actually
dominant.
close
What an
in
incredible time to be alive. And I can see Crowder there on screen. I think they're on break. Let's punch up Crowder real quick so everybody can see him.
Fever's just creeping up. It's like trying to not let an engine overheat. So I just took some fever reducers. I was like, okay, let me bring it down. Videos. We do have some videos on the ground right now in relation to Gerald. If you want to go out and talk with him. 1 second. You know what? Hey, there's Bill. Hello. Sorry, I was eating saltines. The fever's past low grade. It's getting there.
You need popsicles.
Trying to get you. Yeah, popsicles.
Popsicles, applesauce, and there's 3 things. Damn it.
What doesn't help if I don't have the third thing?
I think it's bourbon. Is that
no, I'm not doing that yet.
What the hell was it?
One thing, we're looking into some numbers here that are pretty damn interesting. I think my suspicions, not going to make any official calls, were likely correct as it relates to Miami-Dade, Broward, Palm Beach, and some of the swings that we're seeing. And if we can apply that, we're going to cross-reference it with some other counties.
Thank you,
that have already
Arrow.
been called, not necessarily in swing states, but in states that have already been called. So we can look at some definitive patterns and see that it may be the reason this election plays out the way that it will in swing states like Pennsylvania. So before we get to that,
Can I ask you a question, Stephen? Because when you do that, you cross-reference. Is that because the demographics are similar? Or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In other words, I'm going to look at some demographics here that we're looking at right now and see, okay, if there was some major trends in these counties where we saw some significant swings and we saw them in places, not only in Florida, but if that seems to check out consistently with places like New York, places that have already been called. In other words, I'm not talking about counties that Donald Trump wins, but if certain demographics have been swinging consistently with a pattern, that'll give us some interesting projections that we can make that other people are not going to be willing to make because they would consider it racist.
Are there states, a lot of Jews and Cubans, other than Florida?
Well, certainly a lot of states with a lot of Jewish votes. And if you're seeing enough of those right now, what may be the theme of this election.
Appreciate that
and I'm
work
just
for
telling
liberty.
people that there may be
Thanks
something
for
there
buying
is
me a coffee.
Enough Jewish voters peeling off from the Democrat base. And enough Hispanics may be peeling off, and that may determine some counties in these swing states.
I see.
Because a lot of people are afraid, based on certain areas that may be heavily Kamala not reporting yet. But we're seeing some numbers play
Areas
out
that may be heavily
remarkably
Kamala not
consistently.
Let's go back to.
All right, we're going to go back to Crowder in a minute. I was having fun with Patrick Ben-David, but I love these guys as well. They told me be on right there at 10. I'm ready to go. But we've had some feeds cutting out, and so I see some of our computer issues there. So we're going to wait while that goes on. Go ahead and bring me back on, feed his audio.
About my legal futures.
First of all, sense of humor
What?
is a function of
What?
intelligence.
How's this person going to get everything? I was making dick jokes, the local chuckle hut.
Hey, you know, juries love dick jokes.
It's true, they do.
Yeah, they do.
You would
They
be
do.
surprised. Yeah, I've been in enough rooms now where I'm like, oh, it just comes down to.
All right, let's go back to leftist media. What are
That
they
is with
saying?
88% of the estimated vote in from the state of Georgia. In North Carolina, another battleground where Donald Trump leads 50.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 47.8% of the vote. Donald Trump has a 145,388 vote lead over Kamala Harris right now with an estimated 85% of the vote in from the Tar Heel state. In battleground Michigan, Kamala Harris in the lead. She has 51.3% of the vote. Donald Trump has 46.9%. Kamala Harris is
That's not-
74,838 votes ahead of Donald
That's
Trump.
not true.
But that's less than a third of the vote counted there.
No, it's not true.
30% of the estimated vote in from
No,
the
fact checking.
state of Michigan.
That's not true.
In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Kamala Harris in the lead there still, but narrowly so. 50.1% of the vote. Donald Trump has 48.
I do think we are getting a sort of more accurate and up-to-date information from Decision Desk HQ, which has already called a lot of these races. The one really curious thing is that we have a bunch of the vote counted from Minnesota, and yet Decision Desk HQ has 0 from Minnesota. I just don't understand it. Over on Washington Post, also a bunch of that Minnesota vote is in and has been counted, but for whatever reason, Decision Desk HQ has none of it. None of it, none of it, none of it. We now are into the 11 p.m. hour in the East. Trump leads the popular vote by 6 million, but we are now going to start getting that California vote in, and that is going to certainly bolster Kamala Harris's numbers. But what we really care about here are 6 key states. Those are Nevada, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, and Pennsylvania. These are the 6 states remaining that are going to determine who wins this presidential election. We're also watching the Senate. In the Senate, the Republican Party has gained 1 seat so far, but that may indeed change as the night goes on. The last we looked at Pennsylvania, Donald Trump was leading by 110,000 votes. He is now leading by 161,000 votes, by far his largest lead of the night. In Arizona, Trump is still leading by 2,900 votes. Something is happening in Arizona where we have gotten basically 2,000 votes in the last hour. Something seems very wrong there. They're not only curing ballots, they're sautéing and air frying ballots, and that's why it's taking so long. I don't know. In Michigan, where Trump was leading by 57,000, he is now leading by 71,000 votes.
Yeah, Trump's being installed for sure.
Reporting. In Wisconsin, where Trump last led by 35,000,
50.4.
He is now leading by 46,000. Trump's lead is growing in most of these states. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. In Minnesota, where we last saw Trump leading by 75K, he has stretched that lead like a piece of saltwater taffy to a 90,000 vote lead with only 12% reporting. And we still wait anxiously for Nevada. Maine, by the way, as expected, has now come back to Harris. That's what we expected all along, certainly. And that's the way that we are seeing it right now. Let's check in on Fox News. Oh, I was recently on the Piers Morgan show with this guy, Kevin O'Leary, Canadian guy.
Process and anointed somebody. The analogy is easy to a Super Bowl. You arrive at the Super Bowl game, and by any measure, this is the Super Bowl of global politics, the presidential race. Your quarterback,
the Super Bowl of global
is injured.
politics.
He's taken out of the game. You don't bring a quarterback in that's never, ever, ever won any game anywhere. You run a process, and they missed that opportunity. This is a chance for them to, I'm not saying they're going to lose, but I'm going to those percentages and saying they get to reboot. They get to go back to the center. They get to scratch this whole thing, and the influences of a Schumer or a Pelosi or a movie star or an Obama deciding to anoint somebody, those guys are gone in 4 years. They won't have that kind of influence. This could be great for America because I'm an investor. I have to work with who's ever in the White House in January. But I care about policy. And when I hear policies coming out of a party that are so twisted against the American way of life, like basically taxing capital gains that are unrealized, that's not America. Or price controls, that's not America. 28% tax rate takes us to the bottom quartile of competition. That's bad. We can't do that. That would hurt the country. And all I do is work with entrepreneurs that want to build businesses. There's a reason people come here under barbed wire and drown in rivers to get into America. It's the American dream. It's the only thing the president has to do is to.
It's because they're incentivized by the people who are empowered by the banking elite who tell them this is what we're going to do to tear the country apart. That's how it happens. Because if you don't have money for it, then it's not going to happen. If there's nothing to incentivize people to come over with some kind of guarantee that they're going to get an Obama phone, government phone, housing, some kind of stipend, some kind of checks, clothing, anything, credit cards, from what I hear. We're going to bus you to this location right here, and we're going to drop you off here, and you can make a living there, and we're not going to have the authorities touch you. That only happens. That can't happen with the free market. It only happens with a meddled market, a fixed market, a rigged market.
Of the Harris campaign, an email was just sent out by Jen O'Malley Dillon, who directs the Harris campaign. Here's what they are saying. In Pennsylvania, they say they overperformed turnout in Philly, overperformed in Bucks County, don't have election day results from Philly, but overperformed turnout, overperformed large non-white student populations, and they're expecting higher turnout in Philly than 2020. They're saying everything in Pennsylvania is going as planned. Okay, I hope that that's true. I'm a little bit struggling to believe that that Pennsylvania is going as planned.
A little bit.
I mean, the
And the reason he's struggling to
is,
believe that is because he's a leftist statist, and we're going to go back to the rightist statist right now.
So look,
in the Alex Jones Show.
Minnesota, I'm still going to say is a long shot. Royce White, who we love dearly, and I want to see him in the Senate badly, still a long shot. But I mean, I expected maybe New Jersey might be the knuckleball, or maybe New Hampshire might be the knuckleball. Minnesota might be the knuckleball. And that would give you +3, because it looks like, unfortunately, Kari Lake is going to lose. And it also looks like the Democrat incumbents in Wisconsin and Michigan are going to hold on to their seats. So assuming we get the seat in Montana, which is safe, I don't know why they haven't declared the victor in Ohio for the Senate seat for the Republicans yet, but that looks good. Already flipped West Virginia. Trump could carry McCormick across the line in Pennsylvania. That's now +3. So we are on path to Republicans having, I'm going to say probably, now I'll get a little aggressive. I'm saying we're on path to Republicans getting the White House, +3 in the Senate, and +10 in the House. And so I don't give them any room to lie, cheat, and steal. I don't give them any room.
APAC.
Morning. I don't give them any room for any shenanigans if I'm Donald Trump. I get out ahead of this. I declare victory, and I say we won. We're not doing 2020 all over again. You're not counting votes all the way through the rest of the month. We're not playing that game.
Exactly.
And then
Owen,
maybe
this
go
is
from there.
so historic. I'm talking to folks at Mar-a-Lago right now. They're saying the same thing. We're going to come right back to you and Harrison Smith here very quickly. I'm about to talk to Stephen Crowder here in a moment and do that. But this is so massive. Everybody pray. This is amazing. And remember, they're trying to shut down InfoWars next week. We need your support. Folks out there, independent, real pro-American media needs the people's backing, just like President Trump. And the media backing Trump is critical to, once he's president-elect, exposing the deep state's plan. So please, InfoWars will be shut down next week. But our sponsors, the AlexJonesStore.com and DrJonesNaturals.com, are funding the new studios, hiring the crew, the uplinks, everything, so we don't miss a beat. Get great products now, T-shirts, supplements, you name it, at the AlexJonesStore.com and DrJonesNaturals.com. We'll be right back with Owen Schroyer, special.
Oh boy.
Pennsylvania. He doesn't need to win. Donald Trump doesn't need to win the Jewish vote.
Let's go back to Luke
You
Rudowski.
expect a dog to bark, you expect a cat to meow, and you expect a thief to steal. And that's exactly what the Democrats are. They're thieves, and this is what we expected. This is sad that everyone in this country who is on the right side of history knew this cheating would happen, and they're trying, but guess what? Ain't going to work this time.
We got 150,000 vote lead in Pennsylvania right now. Let's go.
Yeah, let's
God,
God, these people.
We're having some problems with Zoom, so just give me a second as I figure this out. You guys keep talking.
Yeah, so I'm just scrolling through and checking Orange Man's feed here. Has anyone hopped on a Truth Social?
I'm just looking at the pictures with Elon and Dana and Vivek and everything in Mar-a-Lago. It's like, I love it. Kamala's the Kamala headquarters hasn't tweeted in 3 hours.
Yeah, they're done. They're cooked.
There's
Back
all
to the
fake
kitchen.
news. It was all fake news anyway.
Yeah, we have a CNN article about their campaign just going quiet. Here's the clip.
Yeah, Jake, let me just
you
give
hear it?
you a gut check
I
here about
can't.
what we are hearing here.
But if you guys
as
can hear
we've
it
been
in-house,
sitting
you're
here
fine.
reporting from the Harris headquarters, and I think the operative word right now is silence. There's not a lot being said because the Harris team appears to be searching for bright spots in the map as these results very, very slowly come in.
Searching for bright spots and also very aware of the warning signs throughout the electorate in Virginia, in Iowa, in other places. I am told that Milwaukee and Detroit and Philadelphia, that is what the Harris campaign tonight is holding out hope for, more votes to come in. They have always said the blue wall was the most straightforward path. Now it may be the best, not only at all, because Georgia is also something that is developing tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I still hear from Harris aides that they feel good about Georgia, but it is very, very close. The blue wall still remains the best option for her in this moment.
Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of options for her as things aren't looking too good.
There's not a lot of options for America because we're talking about the rejuvenation of civil asset forfeiture, blanket qualified immunity for all police across the nation. We're talking about red flag gun confiscation laws, no telling what in place of the bump stock bans is going to be foisted on the American people. We're talking about more national debt, more transgenerational debt slavery. The list goes on and on. The biometric visa entry exit tracking system that will be on the land, on the sea, and in the air. Donald Trump wants the 5 A, B, C, D, E, F, G that he likes to talk about. The alignment with Elon Musk, it all just really spells doom. Same thing with Kamala Harris if she got in. It just all spells doom. But the thing that really is going to sink us is this belief that in the legitimacy of authority and in the position of the White House. It's crazy how all these what are we calling this? Alternative media? This isn't alternative media. They're working they're basically replacing what fake stream CIA infiltrated Operation Mockingbird MK Ultra Media was. They're trying to get you to approve of and demand tighter chains for your own oppression.
And also those type of countries. I don't want to see it here.
Disgusting.
Yeah.
I'm really happy with all of the people coming out. The silent majority. Remember, if you remember that slogan in 2020, we have all these people coming out. People aren't really afraid to endorse Trump publicly this time. Last time you didn't see, he didn't really have too many public endorsements, you know?
Let's go back to the map
it
here.
was different last time because I heard that Trump's a racist and all this stuff. You don't hear that anymore.
Yeah.
Because the Democrats have conceded, oh, we can't fool these black men anymore. So they stopped with the racist nonsense. They really have. This time it was about elect a woman. Well, we see what that got him.
Myron, do you think LeBron's a boule? I don't know if you know what a boule.
What is a boule? Please explain it to us, Robbie.
Yeah. Well, no, it's a secret society for black individuals. I don't know. Myron, have you heard of this?
I've never heard of that term. Is it basically for black entertainers that are bought and paid for?
All right, let's go to, let's see what's going on in the notifications column here. Rudy Giuliani, Max Blumenthal. Max Blumenthal might be doing, let's see. This might be.
And then we're moving.
Oh, he's got Jimmy
left.
Dore on.
If you can't get her to disavow a genocide while she needs your vote, don't you think it's crazy that somehow you're going to have some kind of control over her after you give her your vote?
Yeah, I think it's pretty unlikely. But again, the thing is, you look at Donald Trump and many people see 0% chance because of the people he's surrounded by and the things he says and his record in office. So my point there is the choice was really bleak. You had 2 pro-genocide candidates.
There you go. There you go.
I don't
talking truth.
I don't think that voting Trump in is gonna make things any better for Palestine. And
unfortunately,
yeah.
Well, no one's saying that, but this is a repudiation. And Michigan has gone up 5 points for Trump. I mean, it was considered a shocker in 2016 when Donald Trump won Michigan. Consider how many Lebanese Americans live in Michigan who are furious about this. Consider that Donald Trump campaigned in Dearborn at the end while Kamala, at the precise moment.
I will be so disappointed if I hear that Max Blumenthal and the gray zone is going to push voting for Donald Trump.
And if they want to take a lesson, they have the Democrats should take a lesson here. There was a red line established by a voting bloc, and they punished them. It does appear to be clear. Now, I could be proven wrong when everything's said and done, and we look at the granular details of what took place in Michigan and beyond, but it really does look like there is a new red line. The red line that the Democrats were running on was abortion. They were telling women to try to run up the vote of women, particularly single women, and say abortion is the main issue. It's the only issue, not the post-birth abortions that the Harris-Biden, Holocaust Harris, genocide Joe Biden administration is administering in the Gaza Strip to tens of thousands of children. And right now there are thousands of children under the rubble who we can't even hear their screams. Rescuers are blocked from even going to the rubble in northern Gaza. We're not hearing a peep out of Washington right now. So people are furious. And I always would ask liberal women,
I don't know what gray zone and Max Blumenthal's position is on voting and participating in the political ritual.
Viewed about that being a right, like a civil liberty.
I would say no, he doesn't, based on what I know about him, but I haven't been keeping up with him either.
Saying about Israel.
So many people have changed in the last 4 or 5 years.
Democratic nominee, maybe like in the future, or Kamala Harris herself said, I respect the Dobbs decision to send abortion back to the states. Would you still vote for them? And they say, I don't know. I mean, they would never do it. They would never do it. Or they say no. And then I say, well, that's how we feel about this genocide being administered in the Gaza Strip. And they just don't know what to say there. So I think this represents a fundamental change. But of course, the Democrats will probably never learn.
Well, I hope
we don't want to assume that Palestine was a decisive factor across the country.
It's like a macro trend.
Yeah, it very may well be in Michigan. But overall, I mean, I agree with you guys. Like this, the contempt for neoliberal elites because of their condescending attitude toward
while they're talking about this, let's take a look at the
that
heat map
impact
again.
people's lives, their embrace of all these obsessions that wasted everyone's time and made the world more dangerous, like Russiagate. I mean, there is widespread dissatisfaction with that, and I think Kamala Harris, just like Hillary Clinton in 2016, is paying the price tonight for just being in lockstep with neocons and neoliberals and not offering enough people much in the way that speaks to their daily lives and their real issues. And
Wisconsin has 65% reporting, and this is 10 electoral votes with Donald Trump up 50.7% to 47.8%. Minnesota has still got Donald Trump up with only 16% reporting. Not really even worth mentioning what the percentage difference is there. With Michigan with 31% reporting. I mean, think about it. You got almost 70% reporting left on Michigan, so I wouldn't be taking a lap yet. Pennsylvania 76% reporting, and he is widening his lead. Got 3.1% lead so far. North Carolina goes, Georgia goes, Trump, and Virginia is still only at 76% reporting with Arizona. And, just you're talking about less than 3,000 votes. So which one will be selected tonight? 64% reporting in Colorado. Of course, that's going to go the way of the blue wave. Nevada, results expected soon. Of course, California. But look at that. 60 to 37%, 60% to 37% with 16% reporting. And of course, Washington in the tank for Democrats.
Significant role, for example, in these huge swings, these districts where there are a lot of American Jews.
Yeah, I don't think that's speculation. We've already seen that swing in the polls. And so I think that's a game changer as well. But what I think you're seeing is just a political realignment with all these famous Democrats and liberals that have souls joining Trump. And I just think that the people get it. They can smell that, that there's no future with Harris, and that Trump's not out to get him, and Trump doesn't want World War III. So absolutely, I think that's a big part of it. And like you said, he's got all these Muslims endorsing him in Michigan, and people just are sick of the current power structure. But then they're going to try to block this. They're going to try to impeach him again. They've reportedly already drawn up articles of impeachment if he is, getting back into office. It looks like Republicans are taking the Senate, expanding in the House. That's just as important. So if Trump does get in and has the trifecta, he better drain that swamp, and he better deliver. And he's being handed, as you know, an economy that's got fire coming out of the engine and smoke shooting out its ass. So this is a crazy ass situation.
Is that good?
Yeah, can I before I want to see if I can, hey, Toolman, if we show this clip out of Georgia, will Alex be able to hear it?
I can do that, yeah.
Okay, so Alex, we have something breaking right now. You wouldn't be able to see it, but would you like to be here to hear? Let me set this up for you. Right now, this is some exclusive testimony video that we have that has gone through our team right now to vet it. So this is from someone named Devin. He went to go early vote in Georgia on the 21st of October, okay? They told him, oh, sorry, you were deceased in July of 2023. So he was allowed to take this photo of the screen, which you can see in the video, and he was given a provisional ballot, told that his vote may not go through, but you'll be registered for next time. And we actually have a clip right now that we can play. You won't be able to see it, but hear it.
Oh, I'll show it to you.
Okay, you'll be able to see it.
See it too.
Let's show it to Alex.
Hey, my name is Devin Hare, and I'm dead. I went to go early vote 21st of October and found out that I was deceased, and that was why it wouldn't work. I was listening to the podcast. Y'all were talking about, hey, we need to double check that we're registered to vote because there's strange things happening. I said, okay, I'll just go check it out on the website. I should be A-okay. My name does not come up. Show up the 21st, say, hey, here's my driver's license. They say, we can't find you in the system. Let's get you over to this other lady. She's got a computer. She's got all the back-end information. She can tell you what's going on. And she goes, hey, yeah, no, sorry about this, but you're dead. You are not alive anymore. You have been since July of 2023. I would hope I'm still alive. And she said, yeah, it's just that system is not working. You're still alive everywhere else, but the voter registration side, you're not here. My official status for voter registration is canceled, and the reason is that I'm deceased. She said, your vote might not go through this year. As of today, my name is still not on the registration list, and it's not on the I voted list anywhere. So bravo, Harris County.
So there we go. And again, we can't, like we said, just like I couldn't confirm when we were doing the election, I believe we crossed streams in 2020, where I got a ballot to an old address in Michigan that was in process, along with, by the way, my relatives in Michigan who did vote where it said in process. The only confirmation that we have right now is a complete lack of confirmation. And to me, this is an example of, hey, Donald Trump may win this in spite of some shenanigans that are taking place.
Let me add to that.
At all with Georgia?
Let me add to that, because it's confirmed reports in all the battleground states, and it's almost only happening to Republicans, just like MTG on my show 2 weeks ago said she's getting constituents saying the machines are flipping from straight Republican to straight Democrat. And then later it happened all over the country. They said, oh, it's just a glitch. It is happening. So that's confirmed. So they tried to deny all this 4 years ago. Now it's all out in the open. And then all over the country, it's being reported that Republicans that have been registered already voting are told there's a problem, or they're not on it, or sorry, you're not in the database. Here's a provisional. And so you kind of go to timeout. So there's all sorts of ways that they're doing this. But as you said, the shenanigans are out in the open. I mean, they had all these federal judges rule illegals can vote, stay on the rolls. The Texas Secretary of State said 5 weeks ago, you can vote with a non-citizen ID. Then the Supreme Court comes in and says about last Monday, to Virginia, okay, the illegals do have to come off the rolls. So people have been denying that, even though, James O'Keefe gets the footage of it happening. No, this is really going on. So regardless of what happens with this election, I believe Trump's about to win. That's what it looks like right now. It's been just the mask is off here. And so much the fraud did get caught. And a lot of states took off, just in the aggregate, millions and millions of dead people and illegals and crazy stuff. And as you know, Michigan, 500,000 people that weren't on the voter rolls and weren't voters and registered in the database, but they're just there and they get to still vote. I mean, so right. This is wild. I mean, this is crazy.
Yeah. And even if, as we've called Georgia for Donald Trump, like you said, Michigan is one of those. I mean, we already know, look, like you just said, there were voter rolls that had some, I don't remember exactly if it was redundant votes or they had non-citizens or voter rolls that should have been purged that they didn't purge. Yeah. But we do know that at least one Chinese national voted, even though they weren't a citizen.
API is giving Trump so far 230 to 187, while we've got Fox News over here still down at 216 to 193, which is pretty interesting. Let's go to see what the Counterfeit News Network is saying here. Oh, why did they go off? Oh, here we go.
As we united, all the workers and the parties, I think that it's extremely important that we were in the same page and that we had an agreement and everything is going well.
What did you make of this? I know Ron Johnson came out, a Republican.
Bitcoin is pumping. Let's see. Oh, shoot. Why did that turn off like that? That's weird. Bitcoin. Ah, yes. Congratulations, owner. Look at this. This is in 5 days. It's up 7.37% in 5 days, 20% in a month. Year to date, year over year, it's up 113%. 113% with a low of 35,000 and a high of probably right now 74,000, almost 75,000. Yeah, so we had a high of 74,739 for Bitcoin. Wonder what Ethereum's doing. Yeah, your Ethereum not as good, but it's bumping up too. But geez, look at that. Far from all-time highs. Far from it. So if you're a Bitcoin holder, congratulations. Pennsylvania, 76% reporting. They're pretty frozen on 76% reporting, and we got a wider disparity between the percentage on here. And closing out North Carolina, South Carolina, they're still debating Georgia on CNN.
Was very, upset with all of this and was sort of making hay about it. What were your thoughts on what happened with these machines?
Well, there was a human error in part of it. So when it was caught, we just simply did a rerun on the with the processing and the tabulators, and even probably some of the tabulators should have seen it, but it was caught by one of the observers who brought it to the executive director's attention, and it was acted upon immediately. We took care of it, and yes, we anticipated much further delay than we are, but I think we're right on schedule where we anticipate to be.
Doge is up 30% today.
You see around and
No
look
way.
at the poll workers at work. We both have Democrats and Republicans working side by side, and many of them have been doing this for many years, and they've become very efficient about it, and they're with their integrity from each group. So I think we're going to be getting those numbers
Holy
fairly
cow.
soon. I don't want to say as early as we
Holy
would like,
cow.
but I think it's going to be earlier than what we thought before we had the hiccup, so to speak.
Just to both of you, what do you think of this, the number of voters? Are you seeing the
That's
numbers
crazy.
larger than in 2020? And what are you seeing now?
I'm not seeing as large as I thought before, but I was doing. Most of us were going
Doge
out to the
is
polls
up
earlier too.
30%.
The polls were a steady,
around.
nice flow. What I did see is a high volume of same-day registrations. That seemed to be a much more increase at all the polling sites, and not just one geographical area, whether it be a.
CNN is not willing to give up North Carolina or Georgia yet, and they're not even red hash marking Pennsylvania when it's so
Registration, we
close.
saw that also in Cedarburg today, a lot of people coming and registering and voting. Thank you both so much. We should just make very clear, you heard it here from a Republican and a Democrat who are election commissioners, that there was an agreement. This is going to be a free and fair election here in Milwaukee. People are watching every single bit of this and agreeing that things are going as smoothly as possible after that hiccup earlier today.
All right, Sarah Seidner in Milwaukee. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Let's take a look at Milwaukee and Wisconsin at large. Donald Trump in the lead with 66% of the vote in the state in general. Tell me about the WOW counties, if you could.
So you're right around Milwaukee or the WOWs. Let me get to it in just a second. I just want to interesting. Number one, we've learned about Senator Johnson in recent years. He likes to put out press releases before he knows what the facts are. Sorry, it just happens to be true, especially about voting integrity. That's how it's supposed to work. A Democrat and a Republican standing side by side, Democrats and Republicans throughout the room, they're fine. They're doing what they're supposed to do. They had a human error. We're all human, and they're fixing it, right? That's how it works. Sometimes it means you wait a little while, but you have people in the room, eyeballs, both parties, eyeballs on everything. Yep. Everything's going to be fine. But the point Mr. Hague made at the end is instructive to me in the sense that if you come to here, you're down, you're the vice president, you're losing by just shy of 60,000 votes. This is the number one county. It is 17%, 17% of the state population. You're getting 66%. So you say, okay, there's still 40% of the vote to come in. But Mr. Hague just made a point. He said anything turnout was great. Well, let's see what these final numbers are, because if you look at that number right there and look at 176,000, right? When Joe Biden carried Wisconsin 4 years ago, it's at 317,000 and it's 69% of the vote, right? So 317,000 and 69% of the vote. She's at 66% of the vote. And the raw math, right? You need the higher percentage, but you need that raw math to overcome what is happening in all this red, right? Especially, one more check and I'll get you to your wows. Dane County is 95% in, right? This is Madison. This is the University of Wisconsin. Young voters, college area, tends to be more liberal. 74% for her, 242,000. Again, Biden's number's higher and the math is higher. That's what happens in battle. That's how you win or lose battleground states.
Get out the vote and get out the vote and
in the right
with a higher
places,
percentage.
Right.
Yeah.
And so in a place where the state won by 20,000 votes, you saw the margin even just right there. So let's go to the wows. You're going to go to Waukesha County, was just here recently, right? This is a place the Harris campaign was hoping, hey, women, you don't have to tell your husband who you're going to vote for. If you believe in reproductive freedom in a conservative county, vote Harris. Just don't tell your husband about it. This is one of the places they thought the Dobbs decision, reproductive freedom, abortion rights would help them cut into the margins. Well, we're at 91%. We'll see. But 40% is her number. If you round that up, we'll go back in time. It's a tiny bit, but it's not a significant jump from where the president was 4 years ago. And Trump's at 60% if you round up then. He's at 59. So a little bit, maybe a tiny inroads there for her. So you're moving around up here. You go up to Washington County. This is a big 70% of the vote here for Trump. Let's just double check it and come back.
He improved
up a little bit. He improved a little bit. And then you come over here to the O. I did wow backwards for you there. I put the O at the end.
Yeah.
But you come over to Ozaki here, and the former president is at 55% of the vote in 2020, and he's at 56, roughly the same, but a little bit. So Trump is not underperforming. It's maybe within the margins, but when you see that well behind where President Biden was, and now you're waiting on this. I mean, there are some other small things. Let's take a look and see what else is out there. But as you can see, the biggest thing is here. And some of these votes up in here, if you're in the Trump campaign, we're talking about, can she come back? But if you're in the Trump campaign, you're also saying, do we have a cushion? Is there more coming in for us? And the answer is yes.
They got all that Green Bay vote.
The answer is yes when you look.
Who here lives in one of the battleground states? And if so, what state do you live in?
How many votes? What is her percentage? How does it affect the statewide math? And then how much is left?
Yeah.
How much is left? In your biggest area, you have to turn them out. Because then again, I just want to come up here and look at this. Again, Brown County, this is Green Bay, blue collar workers. Trump's getting 61. The vice president's getting 37 or 38 if you want to round that up. That matters.
Oh my God.
It matters.
He almost shot almost 10 points. Right. 9 points.
Right. In a battleground state, he's up and she's down in a place where, if you're the Harris campaign, the Biden campaign, you're not going to win here. You're not going to win here. But if you make it that race, if you make it that close instead of that close, you get a better result, period. It's simple math.
Let's go on to the third of the blue wall states, Michigan. Jim Sciutto is at a vote county center in Detroit. And Jim, you have an update on the vote in Wayne County. Tell us.
Let's see. I'm going to put the invite link. I'd like to just, talk about, the issue at hand here. There's the invite link. If you're in a battleground state and you want to weigh in on what's going on in your neck of the woods, and let us know what you think.
Very soon. We know they're working hard, calculating those numbers.
The link is in the room.
Counting those votes, and that there have been no issues. They're not encountering any issues with machines, etc. This is just a process of getting the work done. We've also been in touch with Macomb County, where we were outside of Detroit earlier today. They are also expecting, they say, another batch of votes to be reported quite soon. And here where we are in Detroit, this is the location where they've been counting the absentee ballots just in the last hour, another 2,500 or so absentee
Schmill's
ballots.
here from New York. What's up, Schmill?
What's up, Brian? What's going on? How's everything, man?
I loved your video today, man.
Yeah, man. We had a lot of people everywhere. I'm really surprised how New York didn't turn red. It's like,
Oh, really?
yeah.
85% or 84% reporting with 56 Kamala Harris and 43 with Donald Trump. So why do you think that?
Because the people that I seen on the streets and people that I know mostly, were voting for Trump. They vote for the Trump, basically. A lot of people, all the polling stations that I went around kind of, got a feel of it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and you had the Madison Square Garden event, which, man, it was just crazy. And like you said, you were outside and there was just overflow. And anytime you see a man on the street interview in New York, there's way more Trump supporters than Kamala supporters. So I guess you're right.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Let's not forget the past Sunday was full packed. The streets were blocked. Arena was fully packed with people. And I'm really surprised how New York didn't turn red. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah,
it really doesn't make sense.
I would think it would be closer than 56 to 44%.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, brother.
Yeah, and one thing before I go, the police will, I think you and I had the conversation. If Trump really takes over, the way I play around with police nowadays, I'm not going to be able to do that under Trump administration. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, you're talking about the blanket federal qualified immunity for all cops on top of the qualified immunity they already have.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not going to be able to poke around with them, to poke a little bit fun, harass them, so to speak, the way I do it now from time to time when I feel like I want to have a good time with them. But yeah, it's going to be really rough for especially for auditors to do what they do now, with cops. It's going to be really challenging times for them to do audits, so to speak. So I'm just going to leave it at that. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate you, and have a great night.
Hey, thanks, Schmill. Thanks for your work. Take care. Leroy Truth says, I received numerous reports at New Jersey that polling workers were telling people that they had to vote for Kamala Harris. What's up, Derek Morris?
Hey, Brian. How are you, buddy?
Good. How are you?
Hey, yeah, the reason I'm calling, I live in Pennsylvania, and I've been seeing a lot of Trump signs. Obviously, I live in southwestern Pennsylvania, and just talking with a lot of people I know across the state, I've seen a lot of
Uh-oh, you cut out. I've seen a lot of, that's where you left off. Are you there? You might
Can you
be
hear me
having-
now?
Yeah, there you are. You seen a lot of what?
Oh, I just was saying I talked to a lot of people across the state and I've seen a lot of support for him. So I think he's going to get Pennsylvania. I just wanted to let you know, I checked into Chat GPT about.
You cut out again, man. You checked with Chat GPT about what? I don't hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Let me say, we must be on a delay. I checked Chat GPT about an hour ago and it said Trump had a 93% chance of winning approximately, and that Kamala had approximately an 11% chance. So I'm behind you. I'm going to let you go, Brian. Thanks for having me on.
Okay, brother. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, here's Poly Markets. It looks like it was the highest. It's the highest now that it's been all night. 94.8% to 4.4, 3.8, 95 to 3.8 right now. And the gap is widening, which is very interesting. Censored one. I can't add you to the stage for somebody. Let's see. They will need to connect their mic and cam before I can add. Censor one, you gotta install your mic and your camera, it looks like. What's up, D?
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Excellent. So we've got here in Arizona, it's not as purple as they're making out. What it is it's corrupt as hell. If you look around, I've been here for a year and a little more, and even with me and my sons, we were driving around looking for anything that looked like it was supporting Harris because they keep trying to say it's a purple state.
Yeah.
Never saw a bumper sticker. Finally saw like a yard sign, one in the whole, and I'm in the heart of Phoenix. I'm in the area near Scottsdale, but I mean, I drive around here a lot, going different places, and literally looking for any kind of support like that, and it's not here. This is dogs and guns, and it's Arizona, for God's sakes.
Yeah.
So I mean, the story that they're telling.
So where do you think the suppression comes from, and where do you think the numbers come from? Because it looks like Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are neck and neck with 904,000 to 901. It's very close.
Yeah, I call bullshit completely.
Where does
especially because like
suppression
okay, so I'm not a voter, as you know.
Yeah,
and neither is my girlfriend, but her sister is, and you know, they were in the middle of it last time where they went down there to vote, and of course the machines didn't work. No, there is all that ballot fuckery and pardon my language and everything that went along with that. And no, there were like huge amounts of people that came out for Trump, and same thing with Carrie Lake, and they couldn't vote. They couldn't get their ballot in. They couldn't cast a ballot, because there was all the confusion and so forth. Nonsense. What they were doing is rigging the vote. And if you take a look, oh shoot, I can't remember the woman's name, but she went down to the Maricopa County Board of Governors or whatever they're called here, and none of them have oaths of office, right? And then Carrie Lake lost to the woman who counted the votes. Like, that woman is also horrifyingly corrupt, and I knew her from before she was governor, when she was Secretary of State.
Yeah.
They're rigging it here, period.
How many vote? Okay, so Arizona supposedly had 7.4 million people. How many of those do you think are voters? About 30 to 40%?
Yeah, somewhere around there.
And we've
also
only got, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Okay, I was going to say that the other thing, they're talking about the you know, the migrant crisis or the immigrant crisis and so forth. Well, I certainly don't see them here in Phoenix. I mean, you see the normal Mexicans hanging out in front of Home Depot or whatever, Lowe's, to get work and so forth. But I mean, there's not crowds of Mexicans here or crowds of immigrants here, or, you know, hundreds of Venezuelans homeless on the streets. It's not happening.
Interesting. It'd be interesting to hear from somebody. So you're in the Phoenix area?
Yes.
And like you said, driving around, you hardly see any support for Kamala Harris, but there's a ton of support for Donald Trump.
I don't see much Trump. I don't see a lot for Trump, but I mean, you see stuff for Trump. You don't hardly ever see anything for Harris.
Right.
And, and then it was cute the other day. These people had yard signs out for along the main drag. I can't remember the name of the street, but anyway, they had all Trump signs out, and then somebody came and put all Harris signs next to the Trump signs.
Oh, interesting.
But other than that, there, I mean, seriously, you see a little bit for Trump. Like, people aren't wearing their politics on the sleeve out here that much. But almost never see anything for Harris.
Interesting. So if you're out there and you also live in Arizona, you know, give us a ring and see if that matches up with what's going on, or people seeing.
Because that's just my point of view, and I'm a little biased, right?
Yeah. Well, I appreciate it, D. Thanks for coming forward, man.
Yeah. And then the other thing I was just going to say is what we have here today, as you well know, is the trick to get the American citizens to surrender and waive their unalienable rights and trade them in for U.S. citizen Fourth Amendment slave rights from the Constitution.
14th Amendment. Yeah.
They don't care about your vote at all. It's 100, in my opinion, it's 100% rigged. What they want is your consent. And when you sign the form and you register to vote, you're swearing that you're a U.S. citizen. 100% fraudulently, by the way, because none of you are living in D.C., which is part of the qualification, right? So anyway,
Yeah,
you know the story.
Yeah, well, it's a very serious thing to get somebody to voluntarily demoralize themselves
Yeah,
and
exactly.
vote for somebody they know is a liar. So it's a crazy thing.
Yeah.
All right, brother. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. LK says, don't vote, guys. Let communists take over America. LK, come forward. Join the here. I'm going to put the link. Here's the link, LK. Make your strongest case for how voting works and how you can maintain integrity voting for one of the two candidates that are posed by the Democrat and Republican corporations. All right. K-Rod, how's it going, man?
Hey, how's it going, Brown? It's been a long time.
Good, man. What state are you in?
I'm in Florida, surprisingly.
Okay. So what's on your mind?
Personally with me, I think based off of like what I'm seeing, this is kind of similar to like a I should say kind of like a Barack Obama versus John McCain type of situation. I think if anything, Donald Trump, in my mind, could potentially get the victory, but I just think based out of how everything's being prioritized, it's very delusional where a lot of people are basically on the suicide mindset of saying if Trump wins, this is going to happen, vice versa with Kamala Harris. So I think the main issue is that the state has now done its job to try to fear people into divide and conquer. And this is very common in third world countries too. And I think if that does continue to feed into a lot of Marxist driven ideals where people are getting into the class consciousness of creating class divisional based warfare tactics, I think that's a very, very huge red flag, for the Western world, especially in America, where if that does get out of hand, you will see the death and destruction that people fear to see. And I think that's where America is actually heading to that potential direction.
Do you think it matters whether Kamala Harris or Donald Trump is the president?
I would say no, because to a particular degree based on policy, yes, but as far as the long term effect of what the political elite wants to do, that's gonna be a much bigger impact, and I think that's a bigger dreadful long term effect that people don't want to see. And I think that's what what the state is good at doing to try to hide that hide that type of exposure away. So I think based out of the outcome of any US presidential election, that's not going to matter. What will matter is the evil downfall of the statish corruption that will be applied to people in the long term.
Well, man, I appreciate you lending us your thoughts.
All right, yeah.
All right, man.
Yes, sir. I appreciate
All right,
it.
have a good one. Bye. Urban Legend, you're up, man.
Hey, how you doing, Brian?
Good.
Really not sure where to start off because just been kind of demoralized lately just with the massive realization of the massive psyop that the entire country, or for that matter, the world has been under. Whether you go from John D. Rockefeller pumping the pharmaceutical meds to the pharmaceutical industrial complex with his big oil, or the fact that they control the educational system. They didn't want a nation of thinkers. They just wanted workers. And I'm from Pennsylvania, right by Lake Erie, actually, where it looks like it's pretty blue. And I've noticed a trend up here over the past 3.5 years, where we've probably gotten several thousand, probably around 5,000 Middle Eastern, Somalians. And I see them on a day-to-day basis. And I was doing a little security gig at country fair gas stations, and a lot of the associates, wherever I was being stationed at, when they would come in, I'd we would have a little code because cashiers could look at the receipt and see what their remaining balance is on like EBT cash or the food stamps. And it was always in the thousands of dollars for cash and thousands of dollars in the food stamp. When you compare that to like an average person, they're getting like, $150, $250, but these people are getting thousands and thousands. I know I kind of went all over the place, but there's just so much on my mind and it's just so frustrating.
So the population of Erie County is about 946,000. You said there was an increase of about 5,000 migrants from Somalia. Is that what you said?
Yeah, Somalia in the Middle East.
How did you determine that there were that many, and where do you think they came from?
Well, they had Brian Shank was a representative up here, and they had this huge Trump gathering down at the dock, and I went down there and was discussing with them, and they were showing me paperwork in reference to the illegals that were coming in, and they had pictures on their phone of the hotels they were staying at. So I actually went to some of those hotels, like the Sheraton right by the dock, and they're usually, depending on what time you go, but if I went around like 8 p.m., there would be about 50 to 60 clearly migrants speaking the language, wearing their garments, the whole nine. And right around closing time, 9 o'clock, they all would walk over to the Sheraton, pretty expensive hotel. And they were doing a lot of the other hotels around Erie County, and some of the school gyms are being closed to house migrants on top of that. And I went to all the locations and I seen it for myself. And even the food pantries throughout the city, you go to those or the churches on Monday morning, and it's just a line of bunch of people wearing sheets over their heads and everything else, and no one speaks English, and it's just unbearable what the city's coming to. And I know it's going on all across the U.S., and it's just sad and pathetic.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to get a lot of boots on the ground and try to figure out what's going on there. The complexity there would be when you follow them to your hotel and you try to get into a dialogue with them, whether they can speak English or not, they're going to pretend like they can't understand what you're saying. So to get some kind of answers, or to find out who's behind it, who's funding them, what the goal is would be very, very difficult, I would think.
Yeah, that's what I came across when I would stop at the hotels. It seems like all of the staff were prepped to be silent to anybody, but I'm generally pretty good at I'm just good with communication. So I was able to talk to some of the staff, and they would give me winks or nods, or on their smoke break.
Talking about the staff of the hotel?
Yeah, like the bartenders or other staff at the hotel. They, on their breaks, they would confirm it to me, or they would wait till their shift was done when they were off. Because I had one person that we were just having a simple dialogue on their break, and the manager came out and reprimanded them, and you can't be talking to him. And I just thought it was pretty odd, because that's happened several times where a manager would come out and reprimand whoever I was talking to. And it's not like I was wearing like a Trump shirt or Republican or anything like that.
Yeah, you're just a dude asking questions.
That's it. That's it. 'Cause I'm just so concerned.
I would definitely like to talk with you more about this, but I got a lot of people in line to come up. But thanks for calling in, man. I want to know more about this, actually.
Well, I definitely plan on getting more information, and I definitely plan on calling in on a regular basis to give you updates on whatever I find.
Yeah, or email me, contact@highimpactflix.com, because I want to hear what you got.
Absolutely will do, Brian. Thanks very much. Keep up the great work, and I'll talk to you soon, my friend.
All right, brother. Stay warm
Thank
this
you,
winter.
brother.
Take care.
Yep. Thanks. Bye.
Kelsey, how's it going?
Hey man, how you doing today?
Good.
First, I just want to kind of start off kind of a joke. I want to say Brian in Dakota for president. So that could probably save us, actually. But
a blind, incontinent Chihuahua would be way better than Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. I'll tell you that.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine? No, I did have a question though. Why do you think? Going to give people motion sickness. Why do you think so many people don't want to open their eyes to the fact that Trump and Kamala are both evil? No matter what you tell them, it's like they just want to ignore it and say, nope, this guy's worse. Sorry, he's perfect. What do you think about that?
I just think the propaganda campaigns and the combination of the indoctrination process and the fact that people really want to have hope and kind of offload their own personal responsibility onto somebody else who's going to do the job and make our lives better. I think there's an appeal to the savior complex, you know. It's like Elon Musk is going to give us free speech online. Donald Trump is going to give us better oil and lower gas prices and food prices. We got to have somebody do something for us. It almost like politics just paralyzes the adult mind and turns them into a child on some levels, you know?
Yeah, it kind of makes me think back to the saying, you know, people, it's easier to deceive people than convince them that they've been deceived. You know?
Yeah. And think about this. When you were a kid, when you were a teenager, like say 13, 14 years old, you had it really good because you were in your mom and dad's house, you know, assuming you had, you know, kind of a halfway decent family. You and your mom and dad's house, you didn't have to worry about insurance, putting food on the table, paying the car payment or rent or keeping anything going. All you had to do was, you know, get up, go to school, come back home, eat, and go back to bed. When you have to turn from that to adulting is a little bit harder because now you have personal responsibilities that you have to take care of. And if you don't, you're going down. I think politics kind of suspends that and brings us back to childhood and puts somebody else in the parent seat. And I think people are really, really comfortable with that. And I can kind of see how they would be. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's a lot to do with all the propaganda that's constantly pushed on you your whole life in school, outside school. I mean, I wasn't awake, you know, to all this stuff until probably 10 years ago. And my parents just think I'm nuts because I don't vote, because I think everything's, you know, I think Trump's evil and I think Kamala's evil and I think nothing ever changes. And they just look at me like I'm crazy. And I'm thinking, isn't it more crazy to think voting for someone's going to change something when it hasn't? How many presidents are we on now? This will be 46 and nothing's ever changed except for the worse.
Yeah, it gets worse. Exactly.
Yeah, it doesn't ever get better. Notice that. I mean, it might for the rich and powerful, but
Kelsey, it's going to change this time. You know why? Because it's the most important election of our lifetimes. That's why.
I'm 40 and that's the 10th time I've heard that. So you know what I mean?
I know.
And one of your podcasts, I even heard somebody was talking about, you know, the $6.2 trillion stimulus you bring up a lot. They were talking about how, I don't know if this is true, I just want to say that first, but how Trump, after signing it, then turned around and started handing out $800 pens. If that is true, think about this. The American public got $1,200 and all his cronies got $800 pens just for starters. So,
I never did look into that. I wonder if that's true. I guess
I tried to look it up. I couldn't find it. Maybe you can. I don't know. But that kind of baffles me because here in the last few days, I've been seeing a lot of people on my Facebook and, you know, just YouTube in general talking about, oh, Trump's great, Kamala's great, or vice versa. And I brought up a lot of the points you try to bring up about how red flag laws and bump stock bans and how he wanted to take the guns first and due process second. And it's funny to me that Trumpers ignore that just as much as Kamala fans want to ignore the bad things that she's done, you know, or how she was just basically given the nomination. No one voted for it. It was basically Biden was just a potato, so we just put you in instead. So
it gives the participants in politics the ability to pretend righteousness when nothing could be further from the truth by hiding behind the team red, team blue moniker. Because let's face it, another really powerful psychological thing that we have going on in our brains and our psyches and our genetic code or something is the tribal mentality. And when somebody can actually successfully co-opt that and tap into that and then use that to work for the, say, psychological engineers, it can be a very powerful and effective tool to get the person who's being manipulated to not even realize that he's being manipulated.
Yep. And I think that's, like I said before, it comes back to it's easier to deceive someone than convince them they've been deceived. It's like people don't want to realize, hey, we've been had. You know, they just want to keep going with the delusional thought that Trump's going to fix everything. Prices are going to get cheaper when he's in office, when really, in reality, when he signed that $6.2 trillion stimulus, That devalued the dollar more than anything Biden ever did. It flooded the market with currency that wasn't earned or backed by anything, making the value even less, or making the dollar even less valuable.
Yeah.
So,
And not to mention on the other, he increased spending on the other end too, with the $8.4 trillion in national debt, like a 10% increase for the military industrial complex. And it's just, the whole thing is just so bizarre to me that people will think that the person who acted like a devil is actually going to be an angel and he's going to be our savior. It's just crazy.
well,
to
I had
me.
this argument earlier with somebody. I went to high school with this guy, and he's a big Trump fan, and he was in the military, and he's real big on guns. And I thought, all right, well, I'll bring up some of Brian's arguments. So I brought up the argument, you can articulate much better than I can. So I like to use a lot of what you say in life. But I brought up the fact, the 2A thing and how he wants to take the guns. I even posted a video on his page. And then he started talking about the national debt. And I started saying, well, actually, Trump spent in 4 years almost as much as Obama did in 8. And they just ignore all that. And they still say, well, Trump's going to fix everything, even though he's the reason we're having all these problems in the first place. Like he brought up, well, the last 4 years were definitely worse. And I said, well, did you think maybe that stimulus Trump side had something to do with that? Or
Yeah,
ignore it.
Yeah, well, their mind can't go there. That's where the cognitive dissonance kicks in, and they just can't get beyond that mental wall.
Yeah,
but I got.
You say you're not for Kamala or Trump, they don't know what to attack.
No,
you know what I mean?
No, they don't. It's like, okay, this is a new animal. I've never had to deal with this before. All right, brother. Hey, I appreciate it.
Hey, maybe next time, man. Have a good night.
All right, see you later. Work for Liberty. How you doing, man?
Good, brother. How are you?
Good.
A little sleepy, to be honest. And that brings up my point that I'd love for you to chime in on. So I'm sitting here yawning. I'm thinking, oh, the map's been stalled for probably 2 hours now. We're going on the 7-hour mark of the live stream. Like, it's almost predictable, right? They're going to stall the map. Everyone's going to get tired, go to bed. Then the real shenanigans can start to happen. So I was thinking to myself, I'm like, well, is that just coincidence that daylight savings time, the time shift happens right before the election? Well, look at these dates, and this will be brief. Daylight savings time was first implemented in the United States in 1918. Imagine that. Who was the sitting president then? Woodrow Wilson. Who signed the Fed into law? Woodrow Wilson. And I'd love to hear your 2 cents on that.
I don't even know what else to add to that. There's nothing else you can add to it, really.
Right. It's just we haven't just been under these psyops for the past decade, the past 2 decades, the past 40, which is 4 decades. It's been going on since the Fed was implemented back in 1913. And, that explains a lot to me. My own mother sent me an email, and not a super aggressive email because she's a very kind person. But she was just flabbergasted that I'm not going to vote this election cycle after being a staunch Trump supporter for a lot of years, as you know. And it makes sense to me, that she was so aggressive in the whole voting thing, just because she's been under the same psychological operations that I was my entire life. She's been under it her entire life as well. And it makes me sad in a way, but it's just reality. And, the truth is uncomfortable, and it's unpleasant to sit in the truth a lot of the time.
Yeah.
And I just have to come to grips with that and just love her as my mother. I mean, she gave me life, but I also have to detach myself when it comes to her cognitive dissonance, because if I don't, then I'm going to get sucked right back in, and that's not where I want to be. I want to live in the truth as much as possible.
Yeah, and especially with family, you don't want to be like, if it's as far as it depends on you, you don't want to like damage a relationship because of politics. Now, if they keep hounding you and they keep giving you a hard time, you can always, retort with a kind word and go, it probably wouldn't be a good idea for us to talk about that right now because my position hasn't changed and I can see your position hasn't changed. And let's just love each other, Sometimes it doesn't go like that, though. That's for sure.
Right. We've had some good discourse via email over the whole thing. And, she's been very graceful to me, and I likewise have been very graceful to her. I am the type that can be very abrasive without trying to be. But I've really tried to check that and just be respectful to her as my mother, hear her side, but also not concede to her side, and be gentle in my argument as to why I no longer vote and no longer engage in the immorality and the evil, to speak frankly.
Yeah, it's because I mean, people have to ask themselves the question. I mean, who do we think we are to ask for somebody to rob and rule somebody else when they might not want to be robbed and ruled? It's like it breaks all the rules of the natural code. You know what I mean? Politics just breaks all the rules because it's founded on deception. It's fomented on euphemism. It's just downright evil. It facilitates war, money printing, just everything that's dishonest. Everything that if you had a good parent, they teach you to do the exact opposite of what politics is. I'm not a politician because I ain't gonna rob, cheat, and steal. That's the bottom line.
Right. Well, thanks,
So,
Brian.
brother,
I appreciate you, brother. Have a
yeah,
good
thank you,
one.
man.
I'll let someone else get on. Okay.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it, man. Take care.
Have a good night. Cheers.
Here's to you. How you doing?
Hey, Brian. I'm good. Sorry, I'm a little sick. I called in last week. So I'm in Georgia. We are anxiously awaiting the results. I haven't checked the live coverage in maybe 30 minutes or so I don't even know if they've called Georgia yet. But I can tell you, I think for a lot of people, when it comes to politics, myself included, it really is about brand loyalty. And that has a lot to do with it because I said last week when I called that for me, Trump just has better branding. And I know Republicans, like I didn't vote, I'm not even registered. But I know Republicans, who don't like Trump, but, they're Republicans. They think that, his policies are better than Kamala, so they're going to vote. But for a lot of people, it's just about, brand. So when you're out there talking to these people at the rallies, you're not really going to get through to most of them because when they're there, and I'll be honest, I went to a Trump rally here in Atlanta during the summer, and they're fun. You feel like you're a part of a cause that's bigger than yourself.
Yeah.
You're all dressed alike. You're wearing the same, attire. You can talk about things. You feel like you found your tribe, right? And you feel like, it's like this movie villain thing, like us versus them. And so it appeals to people's senses. And so, for a lot of people, that's hard to come out of. I mean, even for me, like I'm not a Republican or a Democrat. Like I said, I'm not even registered to vote in this state. But if I had to pick, a side, I probably would pick Republicans just because,
because it's normal. They don't want to change their kids' sex. They don't want filthy crap read in school. Yeah, it just seems more normal. I agree.
Yeah, and it is, and I will tell you that from personal experience, some of the nicest, kindest people that I've met have been Republicans.
Yeah.
Like just the normal people. Like I work in two different parts of this in two different cities in Georgia. Not maybe like 30 minutes apart from each other. One is very liberal, the other. Some parts are conservative, some parts are liberal, but it's definitely there's definitely a difference between the two. And the part that the city that's overwhelmingly liberal, I'm telling you from personal experience, that the party that totes that they're tolerant, that they're loving, accepting. I have yet to see many of those characteristics from those people. But on the other hand, the people who I'm supposed to believe that are racist because they're Republicans, they've been some of the nicest, kindest people that I've ever met. And
I totally agree. That's my experience when I've gone up against a Kamala crowd or a Trump crowd. It's more welcome, even though they disagree with me, it's more welcoming and I don't get cussed out and dogged by the Republican crowd. But the Democrat crowd, oh, they'll just let you have it.
Yeah, and it's a total illusion. I mean, I definitely know some liberals who are well-meaning, and I think there are decent people. Like I'm not gonna, blanket all of them that way. Same thing with Republicans. There's definitely some Republicans out there who are, very snooty and all that. But
Yeah.
just from my experience, over the years, that's just been my experience. And there's a pattern there. So it just goes to show you, I feel like if you have to constantly, boast about how tolerant and loving you are, I mean, you're really the opposite. Because if
Yep.
you're really that way, that's going to show in your heart,
Yep.
and in your actions. You don't have to post signs in your yard about it or constantly talk about it to other people or virtue signal that that you have those values. It's just going to naturally be in your being, and people are going to see it. People are going to see those characteristics. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's I am rooting for Trump just because I want to see a lot of liberals mad. I'm just being honest. That's very cardinal
You're
of me.
so mean. Gosh, you're so mean.
But I'm telling you, Brian, some of these liberal women especially, I feel like it's mostly the women. I don't hear too many of the men talking about Kamala unless they're, gay men. It's mostly
Yeah.
the women who are pushing for her. And these women, I'm sorry, but how are liberal women literally voting against their own life? A lot of these liberal women who want these abortions and stuff like this, they have families, they have husbands. You're literally voting against your way of life. I don't understand that. I really don't understand it, Brian. I mean, I think I don't know if it's delusional. I'm sure like there's like evil mixed in there, but I feel like from what I read online from feminists, a lot of them feel like they've been duped. A lot of them really wish if they could go back in time. A lot of them really wish they wouldn't be married. But I think out of societal pressures, they feel like they, have to get married and have children because otherwise they'll be looked at as weird, right? But a lot of them, I feel like, really resent their life, being a wife and mother and having to work. And I feel like a lot of them do. And so they're just so angry and, a white man and the patriarchy that they want to tear it all down. And I'm like, if you tear it all down, what's going to be of your life? Because women haven't, built anything significant. You know what I'm saying? Like the houses and infrastructure. So I just don't understand what their goal is at the end of the day if they burn it all down. And a lot of them get divorced and then they go online and they talk about how hard it is that they're divorced. And I'm like, well, what did you expect? So it's all crazy, Brian. And I mean, I don't think Trump is going to make maybe any significant changes. I mean, things may even get worse. I don't know. Things may get worse.
Mhm.
So I don't know, but I would much rather have, him in there than her. So, yeah.
Well, I'm one of those guys who hopes I'm wrong about everything regarding Trump. I hope he gets Ron Paul in there. I hope they get rid of 80% of the government. I hope he eliminates income tax, but I just don't believe it. I don't believe it's going to happen.
No, he's not going to get rid of income tax. That's not going to happen.
If he does, I will come online on a live stream and profusely apologize for the way I treated Donald J. Trump.
If he gets rid of income tax, Brian, then you can expect like there to be like a heavy tax on all the things that we buy because the money's going to get made up somehow.
Yes, tariffs. Yes, I agree.
Tariffs, or they're going to have like every state's going to have like a minimum of 20% sales tax on every single thing you buy.
Yeah.
So it's just going to be transferred.
Yep.
But yeah.
Well, hey, I appreciate you weighing in. Good to hear from you again.
All right. Thanks, Brian.
All right. Have a good night.
Hey,
Justice for Peanut. Is this
the Nut House? Yes.
Yeah,
it
the
is
Nut
me.
House. You changed your name.
I was doing it for a joke, because of the whole peanut thing.
Yeah.
Peanut and the squirrel died. So
now you know what I heard the owner of Peanut was linked to some like what is that page called where you sell yourself?
I know it's like a sex thing, right?
OnlyFans. Yeah. Is there truth to that?
Actually, I don't even know that much about it. Just someone like texted me in the morning of that day, and they like, Peanut died, and then so I just kind of went with it, but I don't know all the details. I wasn't into it or anything. I just like taking advantage of the situation.
I got to be honest. If the situation of that story is as it was presented, that is irritating and infuriating, number one. But number
Yeah.
two, when I saw multiple news reports on this guy speaking, there was just something about him I didn't trust, man. There was something about him like,
It might be a setup. Yeah.
yeah,
Like a lot of
it's,
stuff is.
yeah. But what's on your mind, man?
Okay. I got a couple of things. One is, man, you make some brilliant points, Brian. You know that. Like when you're talking about the stimulus, I was like, you know what? You're right. That did lead to, like, the other things you brought up. It led to the inflation, like the added inflation. So my point is, I think it's a selection process. Do you agree or disagree with that, Brian?
Wait, you cut up. You kind of
Okay.
went electronic there. Say it again.
Yeah. Do you believe it's a selection process?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay.
100%.
Because I think the way to prove that, just one of many, is that that Kamala never brought up the stimulus, how that led to the inflation. She just took it like a champ. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And none of these people are stupid. They might portray like they're stupid, but they know that. That tells me she threw in the towel early on purpose. Otherwise, she should have said, "Well, wait a minute. You blaming my administration. What about da 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 da?" She didn't do that. That tells me the fix is in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because if you shine the spotlight on the policies that Trump did that could have led to inflation, then you're causing everybody to look at, turn the spotlight on the policies that you did to create inflation. Is that what you're saying?
Right.
I wish I'd have articulated. You did well. You did well.
Yeah, but I'm building off of your thoughts. But yeah, it just makes sense, right? And the other thing is, you guys were talking about the leftists. Like when you go to the blue rallies or whatever, the people are a little ruder, or I don't know, whatever the adjective is you're going to use. But like, I agree. So my point is, the part of the reason why they put Trump in my opinion, this is all opinion, but like, it's because they know that. So like the red side, they're more polite, this and the other thing. And so they're not going to turn over the shopping cart and throw rocks in the window and this, that, and the other thing.
Yeah.
They're not going to start the conflict that would lead to, a civil conflict, right? I'm trying to find the right words so don't get you in trouble. But like the left will. That's why they have to have Trump in. That's why they selected Trump. It's because it's easier to get the left to cause civil unrest than it is for the right. Because, like you said, in your own words, they're more polite, etc.
Yeah.
than the other side. The other side is they'll riot over a candy bar or something, like, you know what I mean? It's like they're so easy to trigger.
Right.
So that's my theory as to why they selected Trump. So I think they're also going to make the dollar crash. Oh, and also that guy was talking about communists. You get that a lot. I get that a lot. Like these people, they want to, like, they jump into their programming, and what it is that they want to feel like they're in charge. Like it's up to them. If they don't vote, that then they're not, holding up democracy or whatever the thing is. And they don't realize they're not in charge. No matter what they do, it's a scam. That there's the bankers that are the ones in charge, not them. But I don't know about you, but I've been there before, so I feel empathy for people like that, because it's hard to wake up and realize everything you've been told is a lie. It's not easy to do that.
Well, you're robbing them of their fictitious satisfaction. Like Mick Jagger said, I can't get no satisfaction. People are truly satisfied when they go to the voting booth, because it's like they get to go, well, I've done my job. Okay, now the ball's in their court now because I did my civic duty. And it's like, no, you actually did nothing but give away your consent to somebody is a bad person, and they're going to do bad things in your name now. What's up with that?
That's a great point, Brian. And the other thing I wanted to talk about real quick is that, like, because I'm almost done, but like, thanks for giving me this soapbox, though, is the guy was bringing up communists, but what's ironic and what you didn't really understand is how things are all interconnected. It was actually Masons that are interconnected with the communists. That's all that stuff is contrived. Communism doesn't pop up out of nowhere. It's all these things are interconnected to the power structure that really runs this world. So it's just kind of ironic that they're blaming communists when the same side you support is the ones who set up communism in the first place.
Yeah, and they need that participation from the general public to uphold the illusion, because without that, without the general public believing that they actually have the power to at least have a more comfortable life on the plantation while not necessarily being able to leave the plantation, although they think they do under a Donald Trump or a Kamala Harris or a Joe Biden. Nothing could be further from the truth. It's all fictitious, but you can't wake them from their fairy tale because they're peacefully asleep, warm in their bed.
Yeah, and the other thing I think is I see in this is that like where they're pitting blue as the enemy or red as the enemy, so they got this kind of dichotomy where choose your enemy or something.
Yeah.
And communism is the same thing. It's not just an organic structure that kind of popped up in the world. It's there to create like a greater global red versus blue, where you have and it's the same exact thing where you're like, okay, I don't like communism, I'll go for the capitalism. But it's like you're talking about the same differences on a bigger scale between I like red better than it's more normal, like and I get it than the blue is. It's the same thing. So it's kind of weird to me that someone would choose that vernacular.
You know, I mean, the communism socialism thing. I mean, we can sit here and give dictionary definitions, but the bottom line is it's a massive wealth redistribution program. But what really kills me about because even Marx said the stepping stone to communism is socialism, and the end of socialism or communism is a stateless society. Now, how do you have a stateless society without some kind of hierarchy behind the curtain running it? That just seems like conceptually that's an impossibility. I don't even see how that could possibly happen. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's kind of like an oxymoron or something.
But yeah, because there's somebody somewhere who's trying to keep in power this group of people who believes they have a higher claim over the life and property than others, to the point where they're going to distribute everything in a communist, stateless kind of style. And it doesn't seem like it would work unless you have statists operating the apparatus of the state.
Yeah, excellent point as usual, Brian. And I'm going to bail, but like again, thanks for having me up. But just the other thing I want to say is I feel your frustration, man, because like it's so hard to explain these things for people. You got so much like built-in obstacles to opening their minds to see the truth. I get that a lot too on a smaller scale than you. But like, I think a lot of us could feel that frustration when someone, I'm sure most of us can relate to trying to wake somebody up, trying to explain, and you see the same old things over and over and over again. Anyway, I'm gonna bail. Hey, Brian, keep up the good work.
All right, brother. Thank you very much. Take care.
Thank you.
F communism. How you doing?
I am well, Brian. Thank you for taking my call.
Good. How's it going?
Excellent. Thank you. Brian, I just didn't have really anything to say. I just wanted to do a courtesy update for you. You did ask me on the last call session that I recall who I was going to vote for, and I told you I had a list in mind. I just wanted to disclose that I waited an hour and 10 minutes in line to vote for President Andrew Jackson. So that's it.
Whose last words were, "I killed the banks," right?
You just reminded me of that. So
yeah. Well, I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Brian.
Take care. Bye. C Rob. What's up, C Rob?
Hey, Brian. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I've listened to you for several years, and I really agree on a lot of your points. And but I still cannot break out of that not voting thing. I still go and vote, but I don't, flip my hands and think that I've done my duty or anything. I really don't think it's doing anything, but I still go and do it. Like, I've talked to my wife a lot about it, about your views. She's watched you too, and we really do agree. But it's just so hard to break out of that. I guess it's cognitive dissonance. I'm not sure. But I still go and do that, even though I think all politicians are scumbags.
Well, I mean, let's kind of unearth that a little bit. I mean, you believe that, and you believe that your vote really doesn't count for anything. I mean, do you truly believe that it doesn't?
Well,
there's got to be something inside of you that goes, no, maybe it does. Maybe it does, right?
Well, yeah, you're probably right about that.
Yeah.
But I don't feel like I'm really accomplishing anything. Like earlier, you
Right.
were talking to the one guy, and you're like, people go in there and they're like, okay, I've done it, you know, I've done what I need to do, and they really feel like they've done something great. And I'm not feeling that. I go in there, I do it, but I don't get that sense of accomplishment or you know, civic duty or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I get it. And I don't, man, I hope I don't come across as dogging people who do vote. I just question why they do it and ask them to give me an argument, because I do want a good conversation. And I do want to, you know, I don't know if Samuel Adams or whoever said it, but it's not the majority who will prevail, but the irate and tireless minority who are keen on setting brush fires of freedom in the minds of men. It's easy to make an enemy, and it's very difficult to make a friend, because to make a friend, a real friend, then there has to be trust, and trust doesn't come cheap. You have to earn it. You have to earn somebody's trust, and you have to show somebody that you're trustworthy. But if you want to damage a relationship, God, any fool can do that. So I do like to dig down a little bit deeper and find out why people do what they do, and having a conversation like this, I think, can facilitate that, because I'm sure there's a lot of people out there in a position like you where it's like, I know they're psychos. I know they're going to let me know. I know they're going to ring up the transgenerational debt slavery, but God, I'm just a human being. I have hope, you know? So I figure that's where you're coming from on that.
Yeah, it's probably like growing up, you know, my parents and all the elders, you know, I'm probably close to your age, but like growing up, I would always hear everybody say, okay, if you don't vote, you can't complain.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, and when I was younger, I was more of a liberal type person, but not like liberals are today. I mean, you know, I
like socially liberal, like live and let live, right?
Yeah. Like sometimes I would vote for the heck of it, and sometimes I wouldn't vote, and I didn't really care. And as I got older, I felt like, oh, this is a thing I need to do. This is something, you know, it's like I can look back and see where the change started taking place, like where I'm not as liberal, I'm a little more conservative. You know, those days are gone, and you know, now I've got to like prepare my kids and all that stuff.
Yeah, and the if you don't vote, you can't complain makes sense if you don't think about it. If you just hear it and then you repeat it to other people and you expect them to believe it, but it's not until somebody goes, wait a second, wait, how does that even make any sense? That doesn't make any sense at all. If you vote, you can't complain if they do evil in your name. But if you didn't vote and they did evil not in your name, then you're the one who can rightly complain, you know?
Right. And I've recently started coming to that perspective, like, okay, if you don't vote, you have more of a right to complain than anybody else. But also, if we don't vote, one of these people are going to rule us, right? One of them's going to get in there, and we're still under their well, not necessarily control, but like under their rulings or whatever.
No, we are under the control of their delusion. They really believe they have the right to rule us. And the reason it works is because so many other people believe that they have the right to control you, that they kind of force your hand. And it's like, okay, now I live in a community of 20,000 people who believe that I should be ruled. And if I try to escape that rulership or keep 100% of all I own or whatever, now I'm seen as the bad guy and I automatically lose, you know? But with not voting, you have done one thing that they cannot possibly do because they voted, and that's maintaining your integrity and your righteousness. So if they are going to rule you, do you want it to be with your consent or without your consent? Because I would rather just stand against everything, you know? It's because you know it's bad, you know it's evil, but at least you didn't vote for it.
Exactly. And I like that thought, and I'm hoping this is the last time I did it.
Well, you know, a lot of people go, well, what good is that? What good is that? It's like, it's as good as the name you want to have. A good name is to be chosen rather than great riches, loving favor rather than silver and gold. It's like, I'd rather have love. I'd rather have compassion. I'd rather have faith. I'd rather have true relationships than silver and gold and materialism and Lamborghinis and mansions and all that kind of stuff. Because if you have all that stuff and you have a corrupt character, then they're going to have to lie about you when they eulogize you at your funeral. But if you have, let's say you die with just the clothes on your back, but everybody's like, I know this guy. I know C. Rob, and I know what kind of person he was. And let me tell you about it. And you're not going to have anybody have to read notes. You're not going to have to invite anybody to your funeral. You're not going to have to coax the tombstone writer on what to engrave. Everybody's going to know what to do because they're going to know what kind of person you were.
Right. Yeah. One other point I want to bring up is I don't know if you do it, but I know a lot of people will refer to George Orwell a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
something I read recently, just a day or two ago, was that Orwell was actually a socialist. He hated communism, but he was a socialist. I don't know how accurate that was. I think it was even on Google or Wikipedia or something like that. And so I don't know how much you can believe that. But we refer to George Orwell a lot in 1984 and all that stuff, Animal Farm,
Mhm.
and I've even like read the books and watched the 1984 movie and all that stuff. But then I'm thinking like, well, if he was a socialist and he hated communism, that's such a fine line. That's like a Democrat Republican almost.
Yeah, and it's kind of disappointing to hear that, but then you think, okay, George Orwell was just a human being. He was an excellent writer. He wrote a lot of good books, and he said a lot of good things. So truth dictates and wisdom dictates. Hey, okay, Benjamin Franklin might have been a 33rd degree Mason who was sacrificing children, but he did say, about the price of freedom, and he did say the things about if you give up essential liberty to get politically promised security, you deserve neither. So I'll just go ahead and pick that stuff up. And I don't have to endorse the man because he might have been a pervert. I don't know. But, those things are still right. And we can still put them in our knowledge banks and then execute them as far as wisdom and action in our own lives.
Right. And I just wanted to bring that up again. I don't know how accurate it is, but I do appreciate you having me on.
Yeah, it makes me want to do a deep dive into George Orwell and what he was all about. That'd be interesting to find out he was a socialist after writing 1984.
Yes, and I look forward to that one.
All right, brother. Well, thank you for joining.
Thank you.
Take care. All right, guys, let's get back to this. Let's see. Appreciate everybody calling in. Thanks for all the donations. Appreciate the support. Thank you guys for hanging out this late. It's 11:34 Central Standard Time, which means it's 12:34 on the East Coast and 9:34 in California. They've got 43% of the reporting done in California, they say, and it's no surprise Kamala Harris is up 60% to 37%. They still haven't closed out Georgia. They're still at 93% reporting. I'm going to refresh the page right here and see if that's moved any. Nope, the needle hasn't moved. Virginia, they say, went to Kamala Harris, and Pennsylvania's got 86% reporting right now with almost 51% to 48%. So Kamala Harris has caught up a little bit, but with 86% reporting and only 14% left, it looks like we can soon call Pennsylvania for Donald Trump unless some kind of funny business happens. 54% reporting on Michigan and 52.1% to 46.1%. That's a big margin right there. You got 6% with 54% reporting in a swing state, and you got Wisconsin. You got Donald Trump up in Wisconsin too with 82% reporting. Let's see what the Alex Jones crew is saying.
I was going to say pretty much the same thing, that it's going to be at exactly
midnight.
1. Leave it to 12 p.m. Or 12 a.m. Central Time. Apparently, Kamala Harris has announced she will not be speaking at her party tonight. So.
It's a Hillary Clinton phenomenon.
It's a Hillary Clinton maneuver here. Campaign official says large crowds have already begun to leave. So they're already clearing out of Howard University, where she was supposed to give her victory.
That's it. It's the final sign. Wow. Tell us where that's being reported.
Oh my God.
Just like Hillary, first time ever in modern history
CBS.
that a loser, Hillary did it in 2016, got drunk reportedly by her own people and threw fits and had to be restrained by the Secret Service. And so now, I'm sorry, report that slowly. I'm interrupting. Harris Smith, CBS reporting she will not speak to the deck of the Titanic.
Here we go.
Yeah. Woo, baby.
That's what it says. Large crowds clearing out. That's Howard University. I think that's the feed we've been seeing. So maybe we can watch as they clear out. I mean,
This will be a day long remembered.
Alex Jones is comedy gold.
Oh
He's
my God!
comedy
Now
gold.
the real war starts.
Now we're looking at a situation. If these things play out and we avoid any shenanigans, Republicans are going to have a decisive majority in the Senate with new leadership, a good enough majority in the House to control its fate. I hope Byron Donalds is the speaker, by the way. Hopefully with better leadership than Mike Johnson, who might be worse than McCarthy.
By the way, Hopkinson, thank you very much for those Here's the Deal memberships. Thank you.
Looking at the positives now, it's not, I mean, it's like, this is like 50% of everything we've been fighting for. I mean, we finally have a political movement that can save this country politically.
Oh my
We
God.
finally have end roads, a beachhead in the White House,
Mm.
in the Senate, and in the House that we can save our country politically. And we've got Elon Musk joining the team. We've got RFK Jr. joining the team. We have people who want to limit the government down to nothing. We have people that want to get rid of the federal bureaucracy.
God, they're believing this.
RFK Jr. that wants to make America healthy again. I don't have the relief yet, but I mean, we are looking over the edge. We are looking over the edge of everything we've been fighting for. And if we get this decisive victory tonight and the rest of these states go our way, Alex, it's what we've been fighting for.
Yeah, Warp Speed
it's the
2.0.
political movement. It's finally the InfoWars vision. It's finally the vision of a bright, prosperous, free future, common sense. And we're looking right at it. We can almost touch it. We can almost smell it. We can almost taste it.
As of 4 minutes ago, NBC News declares Trump the winner in Georgia. Okay, so they finally called Georgia for Trump. NBC News at least has. So, yep, NBC has called for Trump for Georgia. Georgia for Trump, rather. Very, very interesting.
And I guess that would tell me Pennsylvania is right around the corner. Guys, give me Pennsylvania on the big board.
86% reporting, 50.9%
explode
to 48.1%.
Give me Pennsylvania on the big board, please. Let's see here. Well, we've had a bit of a stall. Look, these numbers are insurmountable. It's not possible. Even with the late night ballot dump, I don't think they can bring this back to where it needs to be. And if Harris gets, I mean, she would need 65, maybe 70% of the remaining votes to win it. I mean, it's like, yeah, we'll wait and see what the next ballot dump does before they bring in all of their Harris ballots tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon or, next month. But if Trump gets to 3.3 with above 90%, then it's impossible. If Trump hits 3.4, I mean, the only way that they could do it at that point would be the most obvious steal that you've ever seen, even worse than 2020. So, and that'll be it. I don't know if Trump is waiting for Pennsylvania to be declared before he gives his speech, but if it's just like Georgia, we've been calling it all night, it's only inevitable. And then we'll be watching the Senate races, because let's be clear here, let's not sleep on these Senate races either. Let's not celebrate. I mean, we will celebrate Trump's victory, but then let's keep our eye on these Senate races, because they might pull some shenanigans in these Senate races to try to keep that Republican majority as slim as possible. Even though right now, I mean, we're looking at it, I would say at least +1, probably +2 or 3 even, depending on how things end up going in Wisconsin and Michigan, which are both trending on a Republican victory for the presidency and the Senate. Carrie Lake just, for whatever reason, can't win an election in Arizona. It's really unfortunate. It looks like she's not going to be able to beat the Lego. And then there's just not enough information in Nevada right now. But again, when you look at what's going on in Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania, current trends have the Republicans winning those 3 states at the presidential level and at the Senate level. Now, these are tight. But if the Republicans do that,
is that just an exceptionally tall woman, or
seat
she's
majority
standing on something?
And the mandate and new leadership in the Senate. This is beautiful. This is really
See what
beautiful.
Brian Tyler Cohen
and
is saying.
I hope that we're watching these campaigns. I hope that These
All right, let's go to leftist media. This is Midas Touch, leftist status.
99. So if you were to look at the graph, you'd see a big chunk of red and a small chunk of blue, and that obviously is going to make people feel things. But the point that we're trying to make, which is exactly the same as what happened in 2020, is that the votes that get counted first invariably are those red Republican votes. And so, it's going to feel like this for a while.
And just to what's something.
Oh, wait a second. They're not.
For you, we love you,
up.
and we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for watching.
Oh, they ended it? They ended their live stream. Let's see. Oh, Brian Tyler Cohen's still going.
Good
Let's
news for
see Brian Tyler Cohen moan.
The 3-4 o'clock in the morning range.
Oh man, people are going to be staying up all night for this. All night.
A quick note for anybody who wants to support this stream. I do not do paid ads or sponsorships. The best way to support this stream is just to subscribe to this channel. This way you can stay on top of my live streams, my breaking news, and the interview series that I do. So if you're not yet subscribed, please hit the subscribe button. It is 100% free.
$248 to $213. Not a lot going on in leftist media here. Midas Touch packed it in real early. Dave Pacman's no longer around. They're dropping off. They're dropping off like flies. Let's see. Alex Jones has the Dom Perignon sitting on his desk there. Oh, Martinelli's.
That reached the most people and took the hits and got this popularized so people could look at the globalists, what they were actually doing. They write books saying world government, they're going to kill us all with shots, and they start doing it. I mean, my job, I thought, wasn't hard because people need to listen, and see what the enemy's saying. And I believe if you saw it, you'd rally with me, especially as stuff got worse. I mean, they're to the making kids eat bugs now and next adults. I mean, it's here. And World War III with Russia, this isn't a game. And who knows what they'll pull now. I'm not saying we're out of the woods, but humanity itself is making a really good showing. The explosive awakening is incredible. So I want to commend everybody for this journey. Like Trump said on Sunday, very powerful part of the speech. He said, look, they're fighting like hell to steal about it. Still think we'll win, but if they steal it, I'm done because they're going to put me in prison. But
I don't see any left wingers pushing it.
And it's for our children, like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. said. And I admire RFK Jr. I'll leave it at that. I know he appreciates me. I'll just leave it at that. And
all right, let's see if there's some leftist media out there. Let's see. Let's go to who's that kid that they hyper popularized for Midas Touch. Dave Pacman. Let's see. Oh, Adam Mockler. Yeah, Adam Mockler. Let's see if he's still live streaming. Nope, he packed it in too. Oh, all the libbers have gone home. They take the ball and they go home. Live update. He's got 408,000 views on this live stream from 1 hour ago. This kid's like not even 20 something years old. Who's the other kid? He's the one that's backed by Pacman and the Young Turks, I think. Let's go to the Young Turks. Surely they're live streaming. Yeah, they're still live streaming. Here we go.
Very down on the Democratic Party now, and for excellent reason. But I don't, Michael. Can we name a single positive thing that the Democratic Party has done in California in the last decade?
Look, I
John?
certainly think they've done a lot for the environment. I think,
environment, abortion.
Abortion doesn't count. I mean, Jesus Christ, that's the bare minimum. But okay, the environment.
The environment. They've been leaders on progressive issues like marijuana, like gay marriage, like.
Oh my God! Just all the junk. Let's see. What's that other kid's name? Luke Beasley. Is he live? He packed it in 27 minutes ago. Yeah, he packed it in. How long did he stay? He stayed live for 8 hours. All the leftist media are packing it in.
Okay. There are a lot of people out there who are going to be delighted in your despair. A lot of people. If Vice President Harris loses and we're all
wait, I got to hear this. Okay. They've ended their live stream, but let's
you feel like, if Kamala were to win, but
okay.
would come of it.
I mean, if you look at the channels, this kid's almost got 1 million subscribers. It was only 500,000 not too long ago. And every time he uploads a video, look at this. A day ago, 781,000 views. 1 day ago, 636,000 views, 163, 681. This kid is raking in the dough just in Google AdSense. Amazing.
There's hope. And just never, regardless of this result, or if you feel like, oh, if Kamala were to win, but then we don't have the Senate, it feels like she's not going to get that much done. In any scenario, it's so important that we stay engaged. And
yeah, let me just say, myocarditis said I was right, because I've been saying all along that they're going to select Trump for Israel. They could have easily selected Kamala Harris for Israel. I'm the world's worst. I suck at picking who is going to be president of the United States. I thought for sure they were going to give it to warmonger McCain and not Obama. I thought that Obama would beat Romney, or Romney would beat Obama, and that didn't happen. So I'm the world's worst at picking presidents. I'm just like, it was 50-50. Okay, they're going to go for Trump. I think they're going to go for Trump because I was out there and I was talking to these people, and they're really dyed in the wool for him. It didn't seem like there was a serious commitment about Kamala. So, you got to kind of make it look like the voters have something to do with it. But, even still, we don't have a Trump victory yet. We don't see that he was the selected guy yet, but it looks like it's going in that direction.
what the Trumps of the world want is for people like you.
Here we go.
To be discouraged and to feel like it's impossible. And so that we can't let happen. And we'll watch this closely, of course. I probably imagine myself, if the election hasn't been called by the time I'm back up in the morning, getting onto the live stream. But y'all can just check the channel.
People love this guy.
Then one of the pieces of hope that I was contemplating, by the way, was we have to remember that Trump is incompetent. You know what I mean?
Sure. Well, and that's the thing. I mean, there's once we catch some Z's and then we see what the outcome is, we'll all be able to gather our thoughts on this. I guess the reason I was saying that, though, is what I don't want here. Okay, there are a lot of people out there who are going to be delighted in your despair. A lot of people. If Vice President Harris loses and we're all really upset, a lot of people are going to be happy about that. Do you remember when Donald Trump won the first time, right?
Yeah.
You know, the liberal tears mugs and all of that came from the Trump victory, that whole, schadenfreude. And there's going to be a lot of that on steroids. And the temptation is going to be not to give them any fodder, and I get that. But you shouldn't also treat it, I do not want to treat it as business as usual. If the worst case scenario happens, it's a pretty big deal for a lot of different reasons. But the race has still not been called yet.
Yeah.
There's still hope. As a matter of fact, before we sign off, we can do it one more time. We're going to see if we have any sort of updates.
Yeah.
At all.
Joe Rogan just killed Triceratops.
And again, I do appreciate to all of you, the many of you out there who've been watching. I appreciate y'all tuning in here. I know you have so many options. So that really does mean a lot. And keep your head high. I agree. We have to be.
They're trying to talk themselves into being happy.
What we're looking at.
This is pathetic.
But one thing I've also learned is I'm a huge worrier, and there's been so many events in my life where I worried so much and then the thing didn't happen. So that's why I'm saying the bridge, crossed it when we get there, because someone referenced this, but I think the Clinton election, and this happens a lot, you can head into a night and feel so sure of one result, and it goes the other way. And we know that, it's going to come down to the wire.
This is just...
Yeah, everyone try to get some rest. And we will both, on our respective channels, talk to you all. Wow.
Yeah. Appreciate it, everyone. Thank you. Please be sure to like and subscribe to both of our channels. Thank you for those who sent super chats and asked questions and stayed with us. And yeah, hopefully we'll have more.
Oh, God. Nick Shirley is live. Yeah, he's live in New York.
People over here at the Trump Tower. Let's see what they're saying.
Okay, so this is actually live right now. Nick Shirley is in New York City.
Trump's up. How you guys feeling?
Amazing.
Amazing. Look at this. People coming through here for Trump right now. I see that people are going crazy right now.
Yeah, this is voting Trump.
Let's see. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
Oh God. Oh my God. I mean, look at this. Look at this. This is live right now in New York in front of Trump Plaza. Man.
Look at these guys. They're loving it right now. Trump's up big right now. It's not up yet. What's he at? 246. Trump's at 246. Wow, you guys, it really is getting down. Let's see.
This is how easy it is,
Well,
guys.
at 210.
This is how easy it is, my friends.
People I hear. What makes you like Donald Trump?
You know, because he's the man. I mean, we had like peace in the Middle East and like, you know, this like not inflation and not worrying about like immigration. You know, there's a lot to it. I mean, like, yeah, you know, things are just honestly better. Like our dollar was worth more. There were like less issues to worry about. You know, the good diplomacy.
And Nick Shirley.
I gotta check something on the back end of this. Do some interviews. Talk to this guy right here.
Yeah.
From the music. Get away from the music. Talk to this guy right here.
Nick Shirley will not talk about substance. What about Operation Warp Speed? What about Father the Vax?
Because he's the better choice for this country. He is good for the economy. He's good for foreign policy. He's good for border policy. He speaks the language of the people. He understands the people. He's there for the people and for the country. He's not a scripted, deep state funded operative that is trying to erode this country to benefit those who want to be in power under the radar.
I think exactly what you just said.
Oh, God.
And I think why they're so afraid of him is because
God.
he's not a part of that deep state and he can
Please
actually say
help.
what he wants to say. What do you think about when Kamala Harris said
No,
she really
God.
can't talk or say what she really feels unless she speaks to the experts and gets a good feel before
the
she
experts,
can talk?
the experts, Georgetown, Washington, D.C., Georgetown, the experts, before she makes any decision, she goes to Obama. Obama goes to the experts. They get their consultation. They tell them what to do, and then they operate. Donald Trump destroyed this rule. That's why they want him out.
They want him out because he actually says what he feels. Do you think it's kind of weird that Harris didn't invite Biden to her little party tonight?
I don't think it's weird. I just think he's an idiot. Like, he's not capable of actually being there, showing it. They're all about showing off. They're about showing off with their scripted way of talking, with creating just an external image to portray something that does not exist.
It's all about.
So,
We'll get back to this in a second. That was live in New York. What happened to Luke Rudowski? Did he go offline? What happened? Luke Rudowski's off. Gray State is still talking, or no? Gray State is off. Steven Crowder is still alive. InfoWars is still alive. They're partying it up here.
They're behind Trump. We have Elon Musk on our team. We've got Vivek Ramaswamy changing the message for the future. We have J.D. Vance, who's about as down to earth as it gets. We have RFK Jr., who wants to take the fluoride out of the water, the microplastics out of the food. I don't know. I'm almost in like suspension right now. I can't even believe that everything we've worked for, everything we've envisioned, all the common sense barriers for us to take down to release the American potential, the potential of the American citizen. I hope, I really mean this.
This is
I hope
so
to all
horrible.
the brainwashed, deranged leftists that are suffering tonight, that this will be your last moment of suffering. I hope that they will join us in this victory. This is a victory for you too. We are freeing you. We are freeing your minds. We are freeing your bodies. We are freeing your souls. Join our team. We are raising the tides. We are raising all the ships. And
freezing your.
join the team.
We're freeing your mind, bodies, and souls. This is how deep this is.
Team Humanity,
Holy
join Team
cow.
Common Sense, join Team America. This could be the American Revolution 2.0. When America was founded, it changed the entire course of human history. We're doing it again tonight.
We're taking our country back. Yeah!
Jeez.
That's it. Anybody else?
Get in there.
Come on in.
Rex Jones. No, I'm all right. All right. What's up? Cheers. Anybody else want to
Rob, you want to scream? You want to let a...
I'm just going to say this.
Come
And
on,
I agree.
sit
I
down.
agree with your message. You know, with putting a hand out to these people who are under some serious mind control. There's a mind control going on in this country, and it's ending now. And people are going to see how much better their lives are going to be, because a lot of these leftists are into health. All right, they're into, and now when that RFK is coming out and he's going to be hardcore on what's in our food and getting that stuff, that's where it's going to happen. That's where these people are going to go, wait a minute, maybe I was on the wrong side. Maybe I didn't know what was going on.
Damn.
And, if they catch more of this cheating that they're doing, and we got to get rid of these goddamn election machines. These suck.
This is so
They
bad.
just suck.
They need
This thing where it takes 14. Yeah, it's got to go. I like one day, make it a national holiday, make everybody dip their thumb in purple ink, and let's just do it. You know, let's stop screwing around. There's no reason to be messing around with this anymore.
Dipping their
All right,
thumb
the
in
mainstream
purple
media
ink.
is defunct. They should be shunned. All these people should go away.
Is it-
They're
are-
disgusting.
Are we
And-
talking about biometrics here and fingerprinting?
We cannot
Wow.
let them get an ounce of breath at this point.
Fix bayonets in the info war.
Rob do.
76 Devastator.
Yeah, no, mail-in ballot without mail-in ballots and illegal immigration, this election wouldn't even be close at all. Everywhere is shift red. I hope this is utterly demoralizing for the left. I hope that they realize that it doesn't matter how many times you call us racist, how many smears you come up with,
my
how many
gosh.
lies you run with, how many scandals you fabricate from whole cloth. It doesn't work. The American people have risen up, so you can shut up now. You can just shut up. You can stop all of your little tricks. You can stop all of your little scams. It's got to be exhausting. You put a lot of work into it, and you fail. So enough. Go away. Leave us alone. Shut up. I'm not trying to be rude here, but it's time. It's time.
And come to our side. We're not going to bite.
Of course.
We just want to have prosperity and victory for everybody. That's how it should be. That's it.
It's very simple. And you're right about this is the unity ticket. RFK Jr.,
Yeah.
Tulsi Gabbard. I mean, the list goes on and on. Nicole Shanahan has been absolutely incredible. This really feels like the dawning of a new age. It feels like the awakening has happened. I mean, the fact you have Elon Musk and Ron Paul now on the same team with
stop the censorship and end the Fed.
Oh my God.
there.
I mean, this is more than we could have ever hoped for. I mean,
The
did you ever
excitement-
imagine such a thing happening just 10 years ago? I mean, this is
These people don't realize what's going to happen. That are all crying about this. They have no idea how good their life's going to get from this point on. And all we have to do is we have to not let up. We have to realize, we had this one chance and we won and we took it and we grabbed it. We grabbed the victory.
I'm just proud of
and we need
Americans
to do
and
it.
others not being bullied to these psycho demons.
Yeah.
You've been messing with us. How do you like it back? You think your intimidation works on us? It makes us fight you 10 times harder.
Yeah. All these people in the media that have lied to us continuously, they should never work again in that field. They should be gone because that's all they do is lie.
They're lucky. It's just like when we won the Revolutionary War, it's like, just go back to Britain.
Yeah.
just get out of here. And look, this is a beachhead. This is what tonight we'll celebrate victory. We celebrate victory for a whole week. Why not? But this is when we hit the ground running. This is when we need to do the things that Trump promised to do, the deportations, the reforming of the election. I mean, everything has to start right now. This is the beachhead. This is
Total
where
offensive.
The work begins. It's not over right now. This is just the beginning. It's about to get extremely dangerous. 76 days of hell, 79 days of hell, however many it is.
Yeah, and you know, back in here, we were hugging and stuff on camera. I'm going to give you a hug, Rob. All right, bro. Love you, brother. So much for going through. Hey, I knew we were going to win in Pennsylvania with that crowd.
Yeah. No,
this is beautiful.
I mean, you totally knew it. And you could feel it, especially in
Great job.
Pennsylvania.
I tell you guys.
And that's where they tried to get him. And they couldn't.
All right. Here, you get in here, guys. We're taking people's people. And then I want to get Owen back in here. And then I bet Trump's going to announce soon the victory.
Well,
gotta happen.
I don't even really know what to say. I think, something I've said about InfoWars and the InfoWar in general a couple of times, which rings true still, and I think always will, is that the InfoWars never won or lost. You're either winning it or you're losing it.
Right.
And we know what it's felt like to be losing the InfoWar, especially at the beginning of the censorship. And tonight we have crossed a threshold into winning. We probably crossed it months ago, if not years ago, a couple years ago. But it's obvious now that we've won a major battle. That is beautiful. But the war is still being fought. Oh my gosh.
Is that real
Oh my
gold?
God.
That is like 50 pounds.
Let's see.
That is wild.
Oh man, they made it for a child's head. Yeah, they found it at Epstein Island.
Yeah, no,
that's amazing.
No, you're exactly right. The info war will never end. We'll never be able to declare total victory because the price of liberty is eternal vigilance. And
yeah, we just won a major battle, and we can celebrate a little bit, but we got to watch for those surface to-air missiles.
Yeah, seriously. No, yeah. Trump is in great danger right now. We are all in great danger right now. For some reason, shockingly, they're actually stopping Antifa from rioting in Washington as we speak. So the leftist gangs, the militias, are already activated. But it's going to be different this time, and I truly hope that. And I truly hope that we have the fortitude to do what is necessary, and that we don't surrender to the fake impeachments and the bull crap that we had to deal with for the first administration.
By the way,
Trump.
Georgia now officially called.
Yep.
And I think,
An hour after Ratburger.
Pennsylvania is just inevitable at this point. You know, the big difference politically is that a lot of the Republicans in 2016 kind of bought into the bullshit. They kind of bought into the Russia thing. They were kind of scared. And so we don't have that anymore. They know all the attacks against Trump are illegitimate. By the way, you know, some of the things Trump needs to do day one, we got to pardon, free the January 6th political prisoners. We need to change our election system, get rid of mail-in ballots, go
Free
back to
Ross
paper ballots.
Ulbricht.
Trump knows that.
Get rid of the income tax, IRS.
I mean, there's so many things overnight. Shut down the border. I mean, day one, he's going to have a lot of things. And with this decisive
None of
victory,
this
there's
going to
a
happen,
mandate, and
guys.
He's got Senate and the House now.
But you know what the brilliant thing is? All of these problems that we have to deal with day in and day out, all of these existential issues that are just confronting us daily, the solutions are so simple. You shut the border, you start the deportations, you get rid of the mail-in ballots. I mean, these are not insurmountable problems. It's a matter of choice. We have chosen for the last 4 years to do everything wrong to destroy this country. Not us, but the people in power have made that choice on purpose by design. It's just a matter of making a different choice.
America got off its knees today, and we're taking our country back.
In a huge way.
And I wonder what the final tally for Trump is going to be tonight. Where are we at right now? 65 million. So the popular vote's still in play.
Yeah.
I think that, again, I'm thinking +2, +3 in the Senate is probably a realistic number at this point as
I was
well.
about to say, we got our 5 minutes of celebration. We got to start taking calls and talking to other folks. Men, battle stations, get back in your studio. Give us the data from there. Let's continue on. Let's get Roger Stone, General Flynn. Let's get them all on.
Yeah,
let's do it. We just had our celebration. Now to battle stations. We got to start wargaming the next enemy attack. Let's go, 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 go. Yes. All right.
Damn.
I promise you, globalists, the last thing I do, I'm going to politically crush your neck and pop your eyeballs out of your head.
Oh, God. This is crazy. This is crazy.
Yeah.
This is so surreal.
All right.
Damn.
I know Luke Radowski, great buddy. I've known this guy 19 years, is there. Luke, what do you make of this historic situation we're in?
Alex, this is absolutely incredible. We got non-alcoholic, alcoholic champagne. We're popping it right now. We're celebrating. This is this is an amazing moment for America, its country, its future. There's such a big pressure off of our shoulders right now.
This is embarrassing.
The FBI is not going to raid our home. The IRS is not going to audit us. We could finally have free speech. We could finally are able to solve our own problems. Ron Paul, of all people, will have this amazing victory in his life where he gets to walk in with Elon Musk, the federal government, and literally freaking fire 80% of the federal workforce. I don't know if that's not worth popping champagne, but give me a bottle.
We've been having the same problem here.
Let's go, guys. This is it. This is an amazing time to be alive. And this is
God, who did that?
Give me a
Did you
bottle
see
opener
that?
here.
Somebody was zooming in on Alex Jones.
Here, give me that one. Give me that one.
Kinda
Here you
weird.
go.
Trade
You need the real stuff. Hold on, Luke. Here we go.
Hold on.
I got this one.
We got a jam-packed house here. Andrew Meyer, don't tase me, but there you go. Yeah.
Let's go.
Careful with that computer.
Alex, I told everybody earlier, Alex.
I'm covered.
If you and me and Gary, the numbers guy,
They all got a seat at the table, guys.
same time screaming into these microphones, that's going to seal the deal for Trump, Alex. Are you
All
ready?
right,
Are you ready to go
1,
Super
2.
Saiyan with us?
Wow.
Yeah.
This is crazy,
will no
man.
longer be gay. We're going to end flora. We're going to end chemtrails. We are going to restore the republic. I am so fucking excited. I know we're on YouTube, but I am so excited.
Damn.
Never take our freedom. They will never take our republic. 1776 will live again.
Give us your war cry, Alex. For frick's
Already
sake. This is amazing, man. This is such a relief. There's so much joy and happiness here that you could see all around us. And truly, man, this has been such a hard fight. There's been so many ups and downs. There's been so many times where you're kind of like thinking, holy cow, things could go so bad. Things could be just so absolutely awful. But now we have this ray of hope. We have this situation where we get to decide our own futures. And that's an amazing feeling. And that's something that's a chance and opportunity that we never had before that we got to take full advantage of in the best way possible.
You know, the first time Trump won, I was happy as hell. I gotta admit, guys, if this thing holds, I think this is even greater than what happened in 2016.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Because he
Oh, yeah,
came
we've already
back
been through the
from
fight. Now we
people
know how
trying
real it
to
is. Sorry to
kill
interrupt.
him.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Alex.
No, finish your point, then I'll make mine. We should all talk about that. Yeah, this is way bigger.
They
Yeah,
tried to kill the
anarchists
guy.
don't
They
make
tried
money.
to basically put him in prison. They killed his.
You only make money when you pick a party and you align yourself with status and statism. That's what happens. That's the epic we're going through right now.
Side.
Yeah,
He's
this
the
is one
fighter
of
of
the
fighters.
greatest
Hey, we
political
punch it up. I want to
comebacks.
show you guys Robert F. Kennedy Jr. right there on screen. Trump's going to be coming out very, very soon. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. just came out. This is going to be wild. What do you think Trump's going to say, Luke and Candace, everybody?
Yeah, no, this is a chance to really unify everybody. This is a chance to really make people understand the full potential that we really have in front of us. I mean, I say he comes out as a unifier. He comes out and says, we did it. Now's the time we come together as America and we work on releasing all of the energy sources, releasing us from the bureaucracy, from all the government in our life, and allows us to actually move forward in a way that allows us to have total freedom and liberty from, of course, those people that were putting a boot on our throats before. Kristen Megan is also here.
1776 worldwide.
Damn right, Alex. Kristen Megan, what do you think? She's also been a part of this fight for a very long time with us, and I want to hear her perspective
Yeah,
as
I
well.
just want to say, Alex, Luke's studio is a lot warmer than yours. But, what I'm looking forward to is the Maha movement, because what we talked about on the show was the unifying.
The Maha movement. Live from McDonald's Theater, we bring you the Maha movement. God, this is so comical and sad to see people in their delusion thinking that all this good stuff that they're talking about is going to happen. Like they're going to eliminate the IRS, the income tax. They're going to bring in good health and healthy eating and get rid of the CHEM trails in the sky. It's almost like listening to a bunch of children just believing a bedtime story. Thank you, mommy. Thank you, daddy, for reading that to me. I believe everything that you said, and just taking Trump at his word as though he's not some kind of dude dangling from the APAC strings
right now.
And I agree. I think he's going to come out and he's going to bring the American people together. I think that we are sick of being divided, and then we can recognize that it's really the elites against the people, and he is the man of the people, and I can't wait to see him come out.
Well, the real work's about to begin because they're going to strike back.
That's gonna happen. Can we
That's
all
gonna
happen? It's gonna be free. Can we all just do the dance like right now?
Oh God.
Can everyone just do the dance? Like, let's
Come on, it's free Ross night. Ross is going to be free in a few months.
Yeah, we have to
Ross
celebrate our
night.
victories. We understand that there's a bigger fight at hand
They
here,
truly
but we got to
believe that
celebrate for
Ross Ulbricht is going to be free. I mean, I hope it happens, but geez.
a part of the January 6th insurrection. We got to celebrate for.
No, but Luke, I totally agree with you, but I want to say this.
I just need a glass.
I want to say this. We have the giant audience right now And so we need to look for what they're going to pull, what they're going to do, what they've said they're going to do, the 76 days of hell, the things they're going to throw, how Trump needs to make sure no swamp comes in.
God.
I'm just saying, right now, we've got the spotlight. I mean, this show right now, conservatively, tens of millions of new people have tuned in and have been watching. It's ridiculous. I think we've got just the videos we put out today about.
Now, be honest, okay? No judgment or anything. There's still a lot of people in here. How many of you are excited that Trump may potentially walk away with the victory tonight? How many of you are excited? Truly excited? Like you're not, you don't want to be excited, but you're kind of excited about it. I got to admit, I am, because the potential of, and I'm just a human being and I'm just being honest with you. I want to believe, I want to be a believer. I'm not a believer, but I do have an excitement of, I really hope that this kind of thing happens. So in that, yeah, Larry Fink for Treasury, hilarious. I really hope that Ross Ulbricht is freed. I really hope that the IRS is cut back. I really hope that 80% of the government is eliminated. I really hope that, Elon Musk isn't trying to pull the wool over our eyes, even though we know that he's one of the biggest subsidy recipients from the American government. I really hope that the income tax is abolished. I really hope that all these good things that they're hoping will happen, but I can't believe it. I just can't believe it. So I understand, I can identify with how they must feel right now. They're euphoric and they're really believing, but it's all a fiction, man. They're pinning all their hopes and all their happiness and all their joy right now on these promises that we know time and time again never come to fruition.
Well, I gotta say that,
and part of this should be
starting to breach potential landslide territory.
Jailing Clinton.
Trump is maintaining his lead in Arizona. He's getting a nice, comfortable lead in Nevada. We're closing in on 90% in Wisconsin. Trump is comfortably ahead. Michigan is extremely delayed, but Trump is up over 250,000. Honestly, I mean, they still refuse to call Pennsylvania, but that's effectively in the bag. That's over. So, I mean, unless they want to pull another 2020, everybody will catch them. Everybody will see it. Nobody will believe it.
Exactly.
Trump is probably going to win Michigan and Wisconsin, and he might pull Arizona and or Nevada as well.
It's like Christmas
this
once
is
a year.
huge. They're going to take the Senate.
You can suspend your disbelief.
Trump could win the popular vote. And I think that for everything that the left threw at Donald Trump,
if he takes the House, the Senate, and the White House, and they still don't do what they said they were going to do, I mean, they have all the power, but they're not going to do what they say they're going to do. You would think that that would cause people to at least pause for a second.
just let it go. And of course, the irony of them refusing to certify on January 6, 2025 is going to be hilarious. They will fail, but they will try. And I think we're going to have an inauguration next January. I think it's going to have 2 million Trump supporters in Washington, D.C. I don't think they have the numbers for all the Trump haters out there. I don't think they have the numbers they did in 2016. It's only the most deranged people left that still hate Donald Trump or whatever it is that causes them to go out and act like lunatics.
Oh, I want to go to Washington, D.C. during the inauguration.
This was a decisive victory. This was a decisive victory for Republicans.
Do some on the ground stuff.
And they have the mandate to do whatever they want legislatively, policy-wise, and there's nothing the Democrats can do about it. There's just nothing they can do about it. All their lies about Trump will fail this time. And so let's just pray for peace. God is in control. We need peace for the next 3 months, and then we take our country back.
Silence on the Alex Jones show. Silence. Ah, the good old cigar.
Just call it for Trump, you bastards. Just call it for Trump, you fake news media hacks. Call it for Trump, you cable news network news network, lying frauds. Call it. Give us the victory. You lost. You lost 60 Minutes. You lost CBS. You lost ABC. You lost New York Times, Washington Post, LA Times.
Wow.
You lost.
They're going to zoom in
It's
on its face.
over. Declare it for Trump. Accept your defeat. I'm sorry that your leader,
This is so
Kamala
cult-like.
Harris, is too drunk to speak tonight. I'm sorry that your leader, Joe Biden, is too tired to even be awake for this.
Man.
Donald Trump, I don't know what Trump's waiting on. I guess he's waiting for them to call Pennsylvania, but I'm really looking forward to his speech. I'll tell you that.
Who wants to stay around for
And,
Trump's
you know, we've
speech?
all been through a lot together. I doubt that we'll have any easy times, but the work really begins now. The work really begins when Trump takes office. We take over the media. We take over Congress. We take back D.C.
Might as well.
We take back our future. We bring back world peace. We bring back prosperity. We bring back common sense. And we bring back American culture and grit
The Federal Reserve,
and prosperity.
central banking, big pharma.
Let's just see. Let's just see. I mean, I don't know. I feel like the Democrats are just so down in the dumps they can't even do the screeching.
I just feel like what they have in their minds is I get to fly Air Force One. I get to be invited to the White House. I get to have all the accolades and the pictures of with the President of the United States in the Oval Office.
They just left the Harris event. They just shuffled on home.
Oh, and my friend, thank you. We'll go back to the numbers here in a minute. Great job, the entire crew. This is historic, but I want to, number one, thank God for leading, guiding, and directing us. We have all been incredibly persecuted. Owen put in prison, Steve Bannon, the total harassment, Roger Stone, General Flynn, the former head of the Defense Intelligence Agency, National Security Advisor to President Trump, who they tried to destroy, but we have been vindicated. And General Flynn said this morning he could feel God's spirit moving, and his gut told him Trump was going to win. And ladies and gentlemen, he has been working tirelessly.
Wow.
And he joins us now. He's been all over Florida fighting today. General, thank you for the times you've joined us today. You've been very gracious. Please, if you can, as much time as you've got, give us a 35,000-foot view.
I don't want to hear Flynn. I don't want to hear Flynn. Let's see what CNN is doing here. Let's see. They should be pretty down in the dumps right now. Man, we got a commercial going on CNN. Let's see.
Also, former President Trump, who
here it
is
is.
in a very good position to be the next president this evening as well, is heading over to the Trump
this is
headquarters,
Fox.
where there are a few thousand people
This
who
is
have
Fox
gathered
News.
for this evening. So we'll keep a close eye on that. Obviously, when he shows up there, we will take you there live.
Well, those guys had two Make America Great hats on.
I saw someone with a
front,
really
one
large
back.
one. Yeah.
As we look now at what we have, Pennsylvania. Is this a call, ladies and gentlemen? We are now projecting that Donald J. Trump will win the state of Pennsylvania. Former
There you
President
go.
Donald J. Trump will win the state of Pennsylvania, and thereby he is on his way to becoming the 47th president of the United States. With this, the path for Vice President Harris has narrowed, and there's really no path going forward. It's vanished.
There you go.
This is historic. Everything was about Pennsylvania. Everything from the beginning was about Pennsylvania. Now, former President Trump will win the state of Pennsylvania.
Let's see if they
and we
called
can
it.
make that call, the 19 electoral votes.
Fox calls
That puts
Pennsylvania.
him at 267, not officially over the 270, but the path that it takes to get to 270, he is well on his way to becoming the 47th president of the United States in what is going to be the biggest political phoenix from the ashes story that we have ever seen, ever. I mean, I'm going to say it's more than Grover Cleveland in
1892.
Yeah, I don't think that, Grover Cleveland was not the subject of a Russia investigation, 2 impeachments, 2 assassination attempts.
Indictments.
They have indictments, 91 indictments, convictions, and there is almost nothing that hasn't been thrown at this former president, and his tenacity in wanting to go back and run again, which he announced immediately after he
James
lost
Freeman.
in 2020.
Women build
This
significant
is a huge,
sandwiches.
historic moment in the United States of America.
That's
as the former
WBSS.
President Trump is closing in with just a few electoral votes away
All right,
now
we got the
from
Trump
clinching
crowd rowdy
270
because they
as
just heard that
Pennsylvania is called
Pennsylvania was
for
called.
Donald Trump.
We're looking live, 1:21 a.m. in the morning at Trump headquarters. The cheers coming up. We're told the former president is there, as well as J.D. Vance, Senator J.D. Vance. They are getting ready to hear from former President
All
Donald
right,
Trump.
so,
Again, at 267, not there yet, but looking at where that vote is in Wisconsin, where the vote is in
Here we
Michigan,
go.
where the vote is in Nevada.
That's what I always,
and in
yeah, that's what I
Arizona.
say.
There is no path.
All this
Hume,
stuff that they say
for
he's
Vice
going to
President
do, he
Harris,
could have
and
done,
just
but he didn't do.
30,000 feet. What this means.
Well, I'm old enough to remember when Richard Nixon was declared dead in 1962. Remember the famous speech he said, "You don't have Nixon to kick around anymore." No one could imagine after that failed race for governor that he could have come back in 1968 and been elected president. That was a hell of a comeback. This, to my eye,
Oh God,
was a man who
This
was
guy.
faced with many more slings and arrows than Nixon had been at that time, hated though he was by the Democrats. This surmounts that. This is an extraordinary comeback.
I want to see what CNN's saying.
He campaigned so energetically,
So energetically, he was so energetic.
fiercely, and with more joy than Kamala Harris. And it was so
Precision
clear
does.
that Joe Biden was not going to be able to go the distance. If Joe Biden were still on the ticket tonight, who knows what tonight might have even looked like. That he has been able to accomplish this, it is nothing short of astonishing and amazing. And also, I think about Susie Wiles, who's his campaign manager. Very quiet, does not like the limelight. Chris LaCivita, who works on it. All of those people who work so
Okay,
hard
here's-
were stuck
here-
by Trump.
here's
No
CNN.
matter what was said
from blue
about
to
him,
red.
they were called
Trump has
every
flipped it
name
back.
in the
You
book,
see Trump at
including
57%, 58 if you want to round that up. Again, this will be the conversation after. If this race continues where it's looking right now, 41% for the Democrat in Macomb County right now, 45% for Joe Biden 4 years ago. So pick your challenge. Black
They
voters in
still
the
haven't
urban
called
area,
Pennsylvania on CNN.
cities in general, blue-collar workers in places like Macomb County, blue-collar workers in places like Luzerne County or Lackawanna County. You keep going on. She's underperforming where Joe Biden was 4 years ago. There can be many reasons for that. I would say one of them was a very effective Trump ad, what she said on The View when they asked her, what would you change? She said, not a thing. Trump campaign. Trump himself, flawed candidate, although people are going to say, you all said he was a flawed candidate. This looks pretty impressive. But Trump's the ad messaging, the cost of living thing, where she said, not a thing. She tried to amend that answer later.
They still haven't received Pennsylvania or released Pennsylvania, even though Fox already called it. They're not giving him Pennsylvania yet. on
But they
CNN.
turned that around pretty quickly.
It was, without question, and we've been saying this all year, the most professional campaign that Trump has had in his 3 runs for president. I came over here because I want you to show me, even in the blue states, what's going on. Let's, like, for example, take me to New Jersey.
What's
all
he saying?
That's a state. I mean, just look at that. 51. It's with 80%, 88% in, so not all the votes in, but 51% to 46%. How did Joe Biden do?
5 points. 5 points better for Donald Trump. Look at him more than him. If you're a Democrat in a blue state, you're trying to figure out what's happening to my party. Is it all Trump? And I mean, there's a separate fascinating conversation going because a lot of the people who are going to be in that Republican Senate with a President Donald Trump, if this continues to go where it's going, as well as I do, a lot of them don't like him. They wish he was not the leader of their party, but he is, and there's nothing they can do about it, and they know that. And so they're going to work with it. But again, the Republican candidate for president 4 years ago got 41% in New Jersey, and the Republican candidate for president this time is getting 40.
Oops, what just happened? What just happened? Where are we?
47% in New Jersey. There'll be all sorts of, nobody spent any ad
Oh, I see.
money there. Nobody focused on the presidential race there. Make all the excuses you want. That's a problem.
But it was a 16-point spread last time. Yeah. And it's a 5-point spread now. What about New York? Take me
No,
to
I
New
know
York.
Trump victory was calling
in.
Pennsylvania, but
the Empire State.
Okay, so she's up by 11 percentage
But,
points. Donald
CNN's
goes in
not-
92%.
not
So
calling
11
that.
points. How did Biden do?
Yeah, a lot more.
23.
23.
From 23 points to 11 points. So, I mean, it's not, and actually, you know what? Show me some of the counties. Can you go into like Queens and.
You can come down here and you can get into Manhattan here.
So Manhattan.
And Manhattan is not Donald Trump territory.
Right.
It wasn't then.
I mean, like Queens, Bronx.
Now, you can wander around in here if you want to come over here to Bronx. So 27% for Donald Trump. Yeah.
83%.
Yeah.
So he made
Yeah,
inroads
just
in
trying
these
to
outer
grasp at
boroughs
straws here.
as well. It's all about the blue wall as we wait for a final verdict in the battlegrounds of Pennsylvania and Michigan and
They're
Wisconsin.
still waiting
three
for a
potential
verdict in
deciders
Pennsylvania.
in this presidential race. We're expecting
CNN.
Donald Trump to speak any moment, but first we're going to squeeze in a quick break. We'll be right back.
President of the United States after everything that we saw in this election.
5 good things. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's see.
Every week.
All right, so let's go back to Fox News because they're going to broadcast the Donald Trump speech.
It would have been one thing for him to come back from a single defeat
Brit
to be
Hume.
elected again. But when you think about it, he came back from a series of them. I mean, his party lost in the midterm when his
2018.
They lost in 2018. They lost the presidential election in 2020, and they had a major disappointment in 2022. Which one might have thought after all that the party wouldn't turn to him again, and yet in the face of that, plus all the things that Martha enumerated, the indictments, all the other troubles that he had, for him to come back from that is really quite striking.
And think about how toxic he was after, say,
Thought to
January
be,
6th.
Yeah.
And
He was
then
so
you're
toxic.
looking at races now in states where Donald Trump very well may drag Republicans, and he's overperforming in a lot of places fellow Republicans.
It really does.
Big thanks to all the super chats, all the support on Cash App, and buy me a coffee. I appreciate
We
it.
had hostages.
Stay tuned because we have Donald Trump's speech coming up.
Very high inflation and a malaise in many ways in the country that I think these people who have been called a lot of names have had enough of. What is your impression of what this means tonight?
Well, I think this means a lot to a lot of people. I think the working class are looking for a renewal of American jobs. I think people are looking for a border that is sane and an immigration system that works. I think a lot of people over in the Middle East are looking for Iran to pull back in the face of a president whom they fear. And, look, I think it's going to be incumbent on the Democratic Party to understand that the people have spoken and to dissemble and dismantle this lawfare system that they have built up here, which is going to raise a whole series of questions that are going to have to be answered now. But they cannot say that they are better than Donald Trump and recreate a system that does not recognize that he won and the people have spoken and he is going to be the 47th president.
We haven't talked about foreign policy a lot, but imagine the Saudis, making a normalization deal with Israel in the face of a new president here. Imagine
I'm going there tomorrow night.
Imagine a
Yeah, I was
Ukraine
there
deal
last week.
that Donald Trump talks about. Kevin O'Leary, what is the market going to do?
They're going to love this. What's happened here is the system self-corrected. When you try and break the American model, it fixes itself. And I think people should give credit within the Democratic Party. Donald Trump saved them tonight, too, because they're going to have to take a spatula to these policies and bring it back to the center over the next 4 years and in a way reset. And we talked about this earlier, but he saved entrepreneurship. He saved the entire model of the S&P 500 because taxing 20% higher was a really bad idea, and it self-corrected. Capital, and this is why I'm getting on a plane tomorrow night. I intentionally didn't leave till tomorrow night so I could go to Geneva, go to Abu Dhabi, go to Riyadh, and say it's 21% corporate taxes, 100% not going to change. That is very important for people like me that bring capital back to
Look
this
at that.
country.
Poly Market's
It
got
fixed itself.
99.3.
it fixed itself. And I think that's why America works. It has worked for 200 years. When it gets too crazy, it fixes itself. And whether you love Trump or you hate him, every Democrat owes him a thank you very much, Mr. President.
By the way, as the markets, the poly market and all these election markets were moving, Bitcoin went up exponentially.
Yes, I'm long Bitcoin.
Are you? So you're buying later.
You know, speaking of Bitcoin, I'm also struck by just calling Pennsylvania here, Dana. Trump embraced Elon Musk in an enormous way. A lot of stories were written that said that he was going to blow it in Pennsylvania, that the people who were working on his outreach teams didn't know what they were doing. He's going to
And he got a lot of criticism. Remember the $1 million giveaway for registered voters? But
court for that.
Selena Zito, who's somebody that we follow and we've had on the show many times, and she knows that area very well. She said the people of that region love somebody who is a big thinker, who wants to create jobs, who is like looking into the future, and they can get behind that. And they love somebody who can really lead. And leadership takes courage. And you have to be willing to make decisions where you are going to be criticized. I think this is one of the problems that Kamala Harris has always had. She doesn't want to take a position on anything. We haven't even talked about how in California, the law to basically make shoplifting illegal again passed overwhelmingly. And Gascon, our friend down, the DA in Los Angeles, lost by 22 votes. I mean, this is in California, so it was everywhere.
22 points.
And 2 days before, 22 points, thank you. She wouldn't even take a position on that. 75% of the people in California wanted it gone, and you can't take a position to be with them.
Not only that, you were part of Prop 47, which changed the law the other way.
Right.
When you were in office.
So not wanting to take a position and not being willing to be criticized is a problem if you want to be a leader at that level.
She had that affliction in 2020. Why didn't her own party say, you're not the right candidate? I mean, run a process.
Well, they did. They ran her out of town right before any votes were cast in 2019.
But the same affliction
out of there.
Hit her here. The same problem she had in 2020 hit her in 2024.
We're looking at
it's not
Fox
all
News
her
right
fault.
now. Let's see.
They put her in a race that we now know couldn't win.
Yeah.
But Karen, in fairness to Democrats, there's no doubt. I agree with you on the unrealized capital gains. We shouldn't be taxing that. But we produce more wealth, more innovation, more oil, more cures, more therapeutics over the last 3 years. So I hear you. Democrats are not bad.
Okay, we're just going to go ahead and pause that, or not pause it, but mute it. Let's see what's going on over here.
Establishment. You know, I feel like we have a new stance now to go on the.
Let's see what's going on
right now. But can we go to Maine district Maine?
What are they using, an abacus to count this shit?
Yeah.
So there was a bunch of, I believe, shooting threats in Maine earlier today.
Yeah, those are
another
angry
day.
deer.
Which totally makes sense.
Yeah, it's Maine.
You know how dangerous it is with the lobsters and the shootings.
Well, this doesn't show us which one is which district. But again, it's not like with Maine. The reason they separate, it's not like Maine, the 2nd district is when we're going, well, wait, we have to wait for all those big city votes.
Yeah, right.
The Bangor vote.
Yeah,
Bangor. Exactly.
That's where I went to school.
I don't think that Bangor is 2nd district. I think that 2nd district of Maine, if I'm not mistaken, is almost entirely rural, which is why
Bangor's it's the only town.
It's the only town. Yeah.
Right next to the school. Orono is the
Bang. Come on, man.
And you feel like maybe
people don't know what to say. They're just stalling until Trump comes on.
Adamant. For me, just getting our country back on the right track, I think would be enough. Maybe that changes as we get the power we deserve. But I just think about all the people that have been illegitimately hurt by this
and I
corrupt
totally
establishment.
agree. Trump is coming out any minute now because I called it, but it's gone past now. So you lost because I'm still forward. But Owen, put that Olympic relay back up. We just passed the baton on the final lap. We've got another lap, so we don't stop when somebody hands you the baton. You explode. Do you get my point?
Oh, sure. The real work begins, and it just feels nice. You know, I think that, I've witnessed it firsthand with you and InfoWars and at times myself, where it just feels like we've been doing all of the heavy lifting and we've been running front lines into the battlefield, the infantry. Jeez. And it feels like the reinforcements have finally arrived. It kind of feels like and I'm not saying it's over, the real work begins, but, you know, we were really up against it. I think Elon Musk, Joe Rogan, everybody understood this. It was make or break this election. And, you know, it's kind of like that moment. We could use movie analogies all day long, but I can't help but think about that moment of in the final Lord of the Rings trilogy where they're all kind of surrounded and they're looking at one another like, well, we're here now. It's not over. And then the reinforcements arrive and they overpower and win. So I just, you know, the reinforcements are finally here. People are finally stepping up. The people that we need. And there's a coalition around Donald Trump. It's not the swamp anymore.
God.
People see the problem. And I think that we're
It's
building
not
a
the swamp
team for the
anymore.
future as well. We've got a deep bench politically. We've got a lot of depth right now.
Come on.
And the face of the Republican Party changes tonight. The heart of the Republican Party changes tonight. I think that we're gonna have representation that actually has a spine and
Drowning
testicular
in
fortitude to do what this country is certainly a major step in the right direction.
Come on.
Mark Cuban has congratulated Trump. All of them have. And Elon Musk just tweeted this. I want to show it. Just put out a little while ago, 12 million views. It says, let that sink in. And it's an image of him in the Oval Office with a sink in his hand, his symbol of, you know, cleaning out Twitter. And, you know, that's there. And you notice Elon got more and more hardcore. Like his brother almost had from the shot. They grabbed his son away from him and, you know, cut his dick off. Sorry to talk like that. It's true. That kind of, you're like,
What
whoa,
the
this is
heck?
all real. And then I was talking to him and explaining what happened. He goes, oh, God, it's the same PR firm attacking me. Oh, the same law firm. He goes, oh. And, you know,
I
so
agree,
you see what
D-Ray.
happened
I
after
agree.
that. And so, and God stuck me in Austin, Texas. You know, my family's from here, you know, 9 generations, my daughter's kids. But the point is that it all came to me. It all came to us. We were here, and it's happening. And then Joe Rogan, I've done for 26 years, moved it down the street. You know, it's all right here. It's the epicenter, and it's strange. I'll just leave it at that. But I see God's hand completely on all of it, and it's just a magic. It's a magic moment. But yeah, we better get ready for the enemy attacks. But I'll say this again: if you don't back InfoWars, and we survived the last 14 weeks with all the attacks, I mean, crazy stuff. It's next week, and if a good buyer doesn't get it, there's some people that say they are. We'll see what happens. But stuff's so rigged, who knows? We're just going to continue on. And all we need is one thing, your word of mouth, your prayer, and you to support us. We want you to get a great product so you like it, and we have a relationship. Like a restaurant, I want you to come get good, tasty food with great service so you come back over and over and over again. And I eat at my own restaurant. That's how we all operate. We're building a community here. We want relationships. We're not here to knock you on the head and run off, you know, with you or, you know, throw you in a ditch. And we're not the globalist, okay? And it's not like I just showed up here. I've been on the air for 30 years. And it's been people agreeing with me and what's funny?
Drudge Report, Alex. It's like 2016 all over again. You and I sat in these studios 6 hours ago.
I sat where you are. Roger Stone sat next to me, and you were in the other studio. Yeah, you're right where I was sitting.
And what did we say? We both predicted a Trump victory. So, yeah, if you believe the fake news media, if you're totally a brainwashed stooge, if you don't get it yet, then you're in shock tonight. Not us.
A brainwashed stooge, says the guy who.
Candace, you want to comment? Harrison
voted for Operation Warp Speed.
General was saying, which was to take the win humbly, because if the whole point is to unify everyone, stop the divisiveness, beat the powers and the elites and everyone that is anti-America, then we have to welcome in the people that are probably a little pissed right now. So instead of gloating or rubbing their face in it, like, haha, I told you so. It's like, okay, how can we get more people onto the team? And I think that's one of the beautiful things about Trump is even in the beginning when he was first running is the Republicans weren't too happy with him either. So it's like, take some notes. How can we get more people on our side and on the side of freedom and on the side of America?
And now he's gone through so many lies and hoaxes, and we have too, being accused of being Nazis. We're battle hardened to it. It's the Nietzschean, that which doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Great point. Look, we got a mid-air refuel. Let's air the new ad for the Lost InfoWars, Alex Jones tapes and some of that. Because, I mean, folks, it's literally, we need the funds, plus they're great products. Go there. We're going to come back. Trump should be out here soon. I know he's waiting for Pennsylvania to get called. He's already won it. It's a done deal. Drudge has capitulated. The Democrats, MSNBC, CNN, they're all capitulating, but they're not calling it. And maybe it is a sucker punch. Like, oh, maybe they're thinking about a sucker punch. But Kamala, when I heard 45 minutes ago that she canceled her, victory speech, there. I said, that's it. And I announced Trump's won. It's 100%.
Paula's trainer. He's all wrong for us.
We've still
I
got to
don't
be
want you
really,
messing
really
with
concerned.
Southpaws. They're going, Kamala's all wrong for us. We don't need to back the hoe.
She thinks it's a goddamn fight.
Yes, yes, yes.
Now let's do this bum and go home.
I watched you hit that man with everything you had. I watched you try to.
I don't know what the heck is going on there.
And I want to take your calls. And I want
Come
Owen
on,
to launch
Trump.
X Spaces. Yeah, this is a marathon. So you're tough. I didn't sleep last night, so here we go.
I didn't either.
I'm gonna need some more coffee here in a minute. Only had like 8 cups today, but whatever.
That Pennsylvania got called for Trump.
It happened.
Yeah. Well, this is from Gads. Gadsad just tweeted, and
It just happened. Hey, look, Owen, check it right now.
just got called for Trump.
Get on the big board. Oh, there it
Yeah,
is.
I mean, it's,
Fox. I mean, yeah. So they got caught 4 years ago cheating it. So now they've called it. Yeah, well, Owen called it 3 hours ago. There you go.
True,
Well, and let me just say this, Alex. Let me just say this. If Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada go the way of Georgia, they're going to call those states for Trump. And here's an even bigger piece of news that I'm monitoring right now. And we got to keep an eye. I'm going to keep an eye on these Senate races. The Republicans at the end of this night could end up with 56 seats in the Senate. I think I think right now 52 is a guarantee. 52 is a guarantee. 55 is a realistic number. 56 could be your maximum. So, I mean, this is huge.
And if the Republicans get that and don't do anything with it, like eliminate all the bureaucracy and the Federal Reserve and the IRS and the income tax and property taxes, then guess what? You should know after that what's going on.
We are, I mean, this is as hard as it's been compared to what other people have gone through in history, this is a cakewalk. And
I mean, think about it, guys. How do you have all the power? You got the House, you got the Senate, you got the Oval Office, you got the President, the White House, you got the Supreme Court stacked in the favor of the Republicans, and they're not going to eliminate the IRS. They're not going to eliminate the income tax. They should do that. If they have all that stuff, all those ducks in a row, they should do that the first day. Release Ross Ulbricht. Just really give a free pass to Edward Snowden and Julian Assange.
Boom, you're on. 877-789-2539. 877-789-ALEX. And we'll get Chase Geiser in here. He's good at running the spaces. We'll fire that up and take some comments there because this is history.
You know, let me go ahead and make a prediction. I almost hope that Trump does get selected here so that he becomes president, and then they have the House, and then they have the Senate, and they have all the power, so they have no excuses. Secure the border, IRS, income tax, property tax. We're going to get it all off your back because we're in the power. We're doing this. And then you're going to find out real quick at the end of 4 years, oh, I still got my income tax. The IRS is powerful as ever. You've devalued our dollar and you haven't stopped the wild spending. You put Elon Musk in there to, basically clean things up and Ron Paul, and nothing happened. It just got worse. And we have more debt, more deficit. That's what's going to happen, guys. That's what's going to happen. And these people are acting like it's not going to happen, that we just entered a new golden age of America. What the hell is going on?
Up World War III. Harrison, you want to comment? Candace, you want to comment?
I'm really hopeful. I love the team around him. And yes, I agree he has to stay safe and not put himself out there more than is necessary. But I think that's what helped him win this whole thing. It's the incredible people around him. And Danica Patrick had a great part of her speech where she's like, you're really getting like 5 presidents when you vote for Trump. So yeah, he made an incredible decision. I think the American people support him. And I want to see everyone come together at the end of the night.
Absolutely. I'm going to just be 100% clear. This is so historic. I mean, words can't describe it. Looking at all it's so much data. You call it your gut, but it's really just total commitment and reading hundreds of thousands. I mean, just so much data and stuff on the street and just all of it integrated. Trump, they're saying this is the biggest election turnout in history. So what percentage, 67, some percent, whatever it is. Guys, look up what the current percentage of the people, of adult voting age people turned out here, of men and women. That's what there is, men and women, not other things, not 50 sexes. Trump got, in my view, probably 65, 70% of the vote. And they just skewed everything. They stole, they lied, they flipped. But when this is what all the experts have broken down. We've gone through the mathematics. When you get crushed with a giant landslide, you can't worm out of it. You get caught, which they did the numbers. When they saw it was so big, they had to stop because then it's 100% clear. And they've already gutted themselves, blown their feet off with a shotgun with all the fraud they did. I mean, they shot the wad. Okay.
Trying to call the Alex Jones show.
I mean, this is big. And so we've got to press the attack. We got to fight through it, as General Flynn said. This is it.
789.
We need to be on the air after next week to protect Trump and protect this victory. I suggest you invest in supporting us with word-of-mouth prayer and drjonesnaturals.com, thealexjonesstore.com. Candace, how do folks find your great podcast?
Chattingwithcandace.com. And anywhere you get podcasts, YouTube, all that good stuff.
And all the great crew, great people. Whatever happens to us, whatever goes on, we're going to continue on. Owen, how do people find you? Harrison, everybody.
Be so great if we could get through.
Best place to find me is on X at Owen Schroyer 1776 or on Rumble at rumble.com/Owen. I'll let you know Harrison Smith has departed for the evening.
Think
he'll be back on the air tomorrow morning. So
I'll try it back in a second, but I think
how dare him? He was here at 6 a.m. for the morning show. He's got a wife and 3 kids.
Alex Jones and Owen Schroyer would be for
all right,
federalized qualified
let's hear a few
immunity for all
promos, come
cops.
back, take calls. Let's punch up the Trump.
It's a very dangerous thing for all
it's,
Americans.
Trump's
They already
waiting for the
whacked out.
Fox
The
called it, but Owen, real quick,
American
Pennsylvania's
police
not been
force
called a
acts
state though officially.
horrible right now.
No, not officially, but I mean it's insurmountable. I don't understand. Again, it's virtually the same situation in Georgia. It's an insurmountable number at this point. So really, I'm just monitoring Michigan and Wisconsin, even though it's inconsequential to the presidential race. Those Senate seats are going to be key. And we're still winning those seats. I'm crunching the House numbers right now.
Thanks for that super chat.
Oddly enough, the Republican victory in the House is not as big.
Well, MAGA is a cult.
As I can read it right now, not
MAGA
as big as the Senate. I think it's going to be a smaller margin in the House.
Clapping, so I
potentially.
wonder what's going on
So
here.
I'm still crunching those
But not
numbers.
smaller than it is now.
No. But I still
12:49
think
Central Standard Time.
4 might be the number that we're looking at here. But a lot of races are still going on the West Coast. So I'm just kind of monitoring these races, trying to crunch the numbers here.
All right, we'll do that. Trump should come out any minute now.
No, I don't want a
not name it,
psychopath
thought I
to
would.
rule me.
But I know that just things are in flux. Let's air these promos. We're refueling.
No,
keep us on
Kamala
air.
is
Please
evil
take
too,
action.
Happy.
This is not a drill. It's not a simulation. It's a real world. This is Netflix. This is a real show. This is the admitted zenith point and genesis point of the resistance. Thanks to all of you. And we'll be right back with your phone calls and more and the latest. Stay with us.
Oh boy.
We've had a lot of listener requests over the last few years to try to find.
All right, let's see what we got here.
To be so dang perfect. Heck, we've all lied. For example, did you know there's only 10 ingredients in my secret blend of 11 herbs and spices? 1 for each finger. Yeah. Think of that when you're at the ballot box this November. In our country, will be just as good as finger-licking chicken. So this November, do the right thing and do something bigger. Vote for Kamala, because she's half-a. This ad's paid for by the Colonels for Harris Family Pack Bucket. Oh, it's just a regular pack?
Did you know Earth is made of 71% water? Doctors recommend we drink at least 1.2 liters of water a day, just to be on the safe side. That's a
So we got a bunch of commercials going on here. Let's see. Did they come off the Pennsylvania on this map right here? No, they have not. They're still hanging on with that 247 to 214. We're waiting for Donald Trump to come up, step up to the plate, and take a swing. Fox map has 277. Let's see. Fox map. Where's Fox? Where's Fox? There it is. Oh, yeah.
Detractors have described him as being now that he is liberated.
Yep.
If I'm wrong, you
Fox
can hold me
map
to
has
that. But I think,
277 right there in the
think
lower
he will,
corner right there.
A liberated Donald Trump is going to shock his detractor.
He has said that the assassination attempts had an impact on him. We saw him in many ways return to the very rough and tumble style that we've seen in Donald Trump towards the end of this. But now he will take the stage tonight as the next president of the United States. And
take the
he will
stage
not
already.
Be able to run again.
Jeez.
Yeah. And I think that is another liberating factor potentially for President Trump. Katie.
We'll never underestimate the power of unfinished
Got all these
business.
people
This
just
is a
standing
president who was
around
caught
waiting for
lightning in a
the
bottle
leader.
twice, and the second time around, he now has a MAGA mandate. He will have a Senate
Oh
that he
God,
can
I'm
use
so
to push through
happy
his
that
cabinet
Donald J.
appointees
Trump is going to be
who
the
can work with
president
him
of
on
the United
legislation,
States.
who could potentially replace a number of justices on the Supreme Court.
Who could build a wall.
He could build a wall. He has a working group in Washington, D.C. We'll see what happens with the House, but he also has been working very hard on his transition.
You could build the
get right people
biometric
around him. He
visa
talks about the
entry
lessons he's
exit
learned about the
visa
first time
tracking
in
system.
the White House. So this is a mandate tonight for him.
I'm looking forward to
And I
that.
think you should get a lot of credit
Aren't
for
you guys looking
doing the
forward
work
to
on the
the
ground, going to these states to pull
biometric
these Senate candidates
data
across the line
visa
with
entry
them.
exit tracking
What do
system
you think the
on land,
analysis is going to be? There's going to be a
on
lot of
sea,
time to
and in air?
digest all of this.
I'm looking
We're
forward to
focused
that.
now
That's
on
my
what the
favorite part.
incoming president is going to say. What do you think the analysis is going to be on the Democratic Party and what went wrong there?
Well, I think it's going to be, agonizing. I think it's going to take a little while for
court or a federal
consensus
court.
to
It is the
to
true
form
court
about
of
what the
last
party
resort
needs to
for
do.
Sorry, I
judicial
got
relief.
two things
What it
going
did
here.
all
Secondly,
this
most
time.
states also have a
Yes.
Supreme Court that is the highest court.
Stay tuned for more. It'll be
Barely
grudging
Legal
at
with
first.
half-Asian lawyer Bill Richmond.
Hey, boo, Petro, not the boo, not today. You're not sending your best. I'm gonna send you.
With the globalists and Soros and Obama and the New World Order and BlackRock. They've declared war on us, and we accept the challenge.
It would be so hilarious. Well, no, it wouldn't be for America, but wouldn't it be funny if the very first thing that Donald Trump does when he comes into office is he appoints Larry Fink as the Treasury Secretary? Larry Fink, the CEO of BlackRock, is the Treasury Secretary. I would not doubt. I would not be surprised in the least. I mean, can you get a bigger swamp thing than the leader, the CEO of BlackRock? Man, you've lost all credibility with me with your attitude. I have unsubscribed. Well, before you leave, Squidly, here, tell me why you're leaving. There's the link right there. There's the link. You don't have to show your face or anything. Just tell me why you're leaving. I've lost credibility with you because of my attitude. So tell me what my attitude is. Tell me what my attitude is. Squidly diddly. There it is. There's your opportunity. Call in. Call in. Let us know. Please, no, don't leave. No, please. No, don't leave. We're taking a break at the Alex Jones show. You so pathetic, Brian. How dare you? Says anti-globalist. Oh, so pessimistic. How dare you? Squidly, please. Squidly diddly. Please tell me. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. That wasn't the link. Oh, crud. Here, sorry. Here's StreamYard link. Darn. I just gave. Here's the StreamYard link. I was putting the wrong link in the. Squidly might have been trying to get come aboard. Oh, what? Everybody's got their red hats on. Stop messing with my Kool-Aid. Thank you, Bill. Come on, Trump. Jeez. It's going to be fashionably late. Squid, where are you, Squid? Oh, I guess Squid's not coming up to tell me why he's on. I've unsubscribed from you. Doggone ya. The delusion is real. Come on, what's going on?
On a warrant, then it comes out in the news. Oh yeah, right. It's all been God.
We're just waiting for Trump at this point, guys.
And just like
Sorry, I wish I could bring him out. Here, I'll make a phone call.
People saw it and then supported him.
I'm going to try Alex Jones one more time.
That's the case, but I'm telling you, I'm getting tortured.
They put the number up there.
Running around trying to gear up and do all this stuff because they, I had backups and things, and I fought them with everything I had, and I'm out of money. So if you go to alexjones.live, that takes you to a subpage of alexjones.network. This is a key coordinate if you really want to support alexjones.live. And Bitcoin's up 8, 9, 10% right now. Some of you folks, whether it's little or big, come in, help me, make a donation. You've got my commitment. 100% of the Bitcoin donations will go to the fight. Remember in court 3 years ago in Connecticut, they said, you got a $9 million Bitcoin donation. I said, yep. What'd you do with it? And I said, I put it in the company and gave the crew some bonuses, small ones, and I bought $25,000 of editing software for my house so I could do a home show if I needed to. And the former federal prosecutor that specially putting innocent Republicans in jail, like the governor of Connecticut, he goes, Chris Maddy, he goes, really, some agencies are going to be interested in that, some groups, because if you're lying, you're going to go to prison for perjury. You want to change your testimony? Because they didn't believe somebody would do that. And I said, no, I'm not changing my testimony. And he goes, you fly around a lot of private jets, don't you? When you start doing that? And I said, well, I've had some sponsors help me go to events on them, but just in the last few years. He goes, really? I go, well, I guess I've been on a hot air balloon and, flown around on a Cessna with my dad. My dad owned a Cessna. And that was a big joke about hot air balloons. But it's just, it'd be fine if I was flying around a private jet, but I'm not, because I use all the money to fight the tyrants. When I tell you, you want these supplements and you want the product.
You're not Squidly. You're not Squidly Diddly, Cesario. Cesario, you're muted.
Oops, sorry about that.
What's going on?
Oh, well, I said on two. I don't know, I'm getting feedback. I don't know if
you sound like you're far away, but I can hear you.
Okay, let me see. Maybe click off some. I think it's better now. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I had too many tabs open. Sorry. Well, I was on 2 of your live streams in a row. Well, at least for me, I think I missed maybe 1 or 2. But anyways, I said on 2 of your live streams that the only way you're going to be selected is if you're related. I looked up Harris for several times. I couldn't find that she was related. So that's the only thing I can say is how Trump is president, because he's related to the Queen all the way back to John Henry. And I said before that one girl who did the genealogy, she found all the presidents are related. So because Harris isn't related, she cannot be president. It's really obvious.
Yeah, I don't know if correlation is causation, but they definitely need somebody who's going to bow down to their plans, and Trump will definitely do that because he did it in the first time around. Why wouldn't he do it the second time?
Well, I mean, even if she was related, she could be selected as president, but she would do the same thing.
Yeah,
whatever they tell her to do. So yeah, there's no such thing as a president of the corporation, the U.S. Not doing what the Federal Reserve tells them what to do, or whoever's in charge of them.
Yeah, and they don't put these guys in. They don't put them in these positions of puppet power, I call it, for nothing. I mean, Sheldon Adelson's widow, Miriam Adelson, didn't shovel $100 to $500 million over to Donald Trump and expect nothing in return.
Right. It's all fake. You know, pushing the health thing, pushing McDonald's fries. Like,
know.
really? That's health? That's what you call health? Get out of here. It's all nonsense.
It's almost like they want to make it really, really obvious that it's idiocracy just to see if the idiots will fall for it again. And they do.
Well, of course, just like that meme you have of the salt for the slugs. Oh, man. I mean, how much more in your face can it get? And you'll still do the same thing. They know people are dumb.
Yeah, they do. And they capitalize on it because it like the ritualistic shame muzzle, they love to see people demeaned and demoralized. I'm going to the salt thing. That's the first. Had you ever seen that meme before?
I never did. So that's great. I'm glad you showed that. That's great.
I had never seen this either. This is exactly what you're doing. I've got it pulled up on the screen, Cesario. This is exactly what people do when they're asking for a political puppet to rule us. Salt is not kind to the skin of a slug. Politicians are not kind to us. It's like, what part of this do people not get? After what? 250 years of all this nonsense and things just get worse?
Well, when you have Edward Bernays telling you what's going on, when you have Albert Pike wrote a book before World War II telling you what's going to happen, and you still are dumb enough to believe that that's not real. And after it's all scripted. Sports is scripted. Elections are scripted. So you can't, not you, but anybody can't call entertainment rigged. That's impossible. You can't rig entertainment, just like you can't rig a movie. A movie is scripted.
Yeah.
If you go to the show, if you go to see a movie, not you, but just in general, go to see a movie and you're disappointed because the script didn't go out the way. Okay, whatever. But it's still a script. It's a movie. The same thing. You got Donald Trump. He's got his name, his star in the Hollywood Walk of Fame. He's an actor. You know, if you ever saw that movie, The Game, did you ever see that movie?
No.
Okay. Well, anyways, what happens is the guy goes to a doctor. Michael Douglas is the main character, and Sean Penn's the main character too. So he goes to the doctor or whatever, and then he leaves because it's all a big game. That's why it's called The Game. So after he leaves the doctor, sometime later, he sees that same guy on TV pushing some commercial. Finally, he gets it. He said the guy's an actor. He gets all angry and finally catches the guy. So, I mean, that's the same thing. People don't realize these are all actors. It's not real. None of it. It's all fake. They can't believe it's an act. They're actors. The movies tell us, you know, with Operation Mockingbird, once they infiltrated, or maybe it was always designed that way, from TVs to movies, that they'd always been influencing how we're supposed to think, conditioning us what to think. You know, Larry Fink was on one of those forums, the World Economic Forum, and he says, we're going to change people's behavior. We're going to shape their thinking. Mm-hmm. I mean, he's you can look him up when he says it in the interview. So all of this is an illusion of choice. Coca-Cola, Pepsi, all fake. They're all, you know, they're all owned by the same people. So yeah, we don't have a choice. There's no choice. You can't, if you ever did come up with something alternative, they will buy you out and then maybe kill you, or maybe just buy you out and then you walk away and that's it. So they'll own everything, even new ideas. Either they'll shut you down or buy you out. So that's just how it goes.
Totally agree, man. Totally agree. Well, we're still waiting for Trump to come out. Hopefully we'll see him here pretty soon and close this up. Appreciate you joining, Cesario.
All right. Thank you.
Take care. Bye.
Okay. Bye.
Hank Hill.
What's up, man? How you doing, bro?
Good.
Yeah, I really like the point that someone made earlier that, you know, it's like tracking Santa Claus, and this whole, you know, wrestling match, it just takes me back to the 90s when I still believed in wrestling. And
Yeah.
I don't really care
There's
what happens. Go ahead.
there's something wrong with your audio. It's like it's like it's on the end of a recording needle or something. It's really difficult to hear what you're saying.
I apologize. Please go to the next person. Peace.
Oh shoot! I hope you get that corrected. I wanted to hear what you had to say.
Oh, well, I don't know how to correct it. I could just get out and get back in. That's all I know how to do.
Okay, man. Bye.
Thanks.
Nate, you're up. Nate, you're on, but let's see.
What's up,
there you
buddy?
are. What's up, man? Hello.
Not a lot. Just watching the clown show.
Yeah, what's on your mind?
So I wanted to ask you the Bill Gates Trump thing. Do you know what that's called or the name of that project?
Are you talking about Gavi? Are you talking about the VAXX Alliance?
You had is that what it is? Because you had mentioned a couple live streams ago that Trump got together with Bill to censor the internet.
Oh no, he suggested getting together with him because we have to quote shut down certain parts of the internet. And did you see that clip where he was saying that?
No, was that from a few years ago or?
Let me see. I'm trying to find it on my X page because I posted it there not too long ago, but I post a lot of stuff there and it's hard to find. So I'm going to try to find it for you. I'm not sure what the year was, but I do. All I have to know is what his intention was. And if you say something like that, I can only imagine because it's on your heart. And then 3 times he mocked somebody who would say, "Oh, free speech, free speech." Only a fool would say that. And he called people who would champion the cause of free speech fools 3 times. It's just where Trump's heart was. As far as when that was, it was probably during his first term.
All right, cool. That's fine. I'm going to try to look more into that, but it kind of reminds me of his whole snake speech.
I know.
You know what I'm talking about? Where he's like, "You knew I was a snake, and I bit you anyway."
Yep. He said you should have known I was a snake before you let me in.
And then I know in the past you've appeared with No More News, but he has mentioned a few times they're kind of just like they've been setting up Trump. You know, Zion Dawn is what they call him.
Yeah.
What yeah, that was interesting stuff because, I mean, I don't put too much merit into predictive programming, but there's a lot of predictive programming behind Trump. Even before he ran, like in the early 2000s, there was like these teaser like interviews of like, well, if you would run, what would you do? And that back then he was a Democrat, but not like that even really matters.
Yeah. Yep. It's all it's just like I hate to hear myself talk about it because I say it so much, but it is a dog and pony show. It's just this thing to get our minds off of what's really going on behind the curtain, and in the hopes that we'll never understand and we'll never realize and we'll never come to the conclusion or use our cognitive abilities to realize that, hey, Oz is behind the curtain running the entire show and you think it's something else.
I think
yeah, well, it seems like everyone else is a tin man because they can't pull their head out. When they he was on his Truth Media a few months ago and he was like, "Oh yeah, I want to give unlimited aid to Israel HE double hockey sticks."
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Well, man, I got somebody else waiting. I appreciate it, Nate.
Okay, good talking to you.
All right, you too. Bye. Kelsey again. What's up, man?
No, nothing. I was just been watching a stream and I was kind of thinking of a few things that people have said and you've said, and it was about the everybody being, I don't know what the word would be called. I guess fooled by all the propaganda, really. What really did it for me the other day. What was it, like a week or two ago? Biden called Trump supporters garbage, and then Trump showed up in a garbage truck.
Yeah.
Like, that's just like the dog and pony show, like playing out right in front of you. If you don't wake up from that, like, man, what's it going to take? Like, yeah, the idea that Trump's ever been in a garbage truck before is just funny to me. You know what I mean?
Well, plus the like you saw the Good Liars, which is, I think they're part of the Young Turks. I'm not sure, but I'm not for them, but it was pretty funny how they exposed the Trump supporters coming out in garbage bags saying, why are you out here dressed the way Biden described you and not the way Donald Trump describes you? Pretty funny. Pretty funny.
Yeah, it's all that propaganda again. You know, it's like, I don't know. I said it a few times in the chat. I was kind of being annoying about it, about Mark Dice and how he had a video today. And I saw it the first thing when I got up. It was called Urgent. And in the first 20 seconds, I wrote it down because I was so blown away by it. He starts out by saying, you better vote today because if you don't, you're worse than Democrats.
Oh my gosh.
What does that even mean?
when we get done with this conversation, I'm going to pull that up.
I'm glad you saw that because I really wanted you to at least see it because it relates to everything we're talking about. And it's just like in the first 30 seconds, you're like, holy cow. Like, how do you even believe this?
You mean with the Mark Dice thing?
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't seen the Mark Dice thing yet. Matter of fact, I haven't watched Mark Dice in I don't even know how long.
That's it right there. Just watch the first 20 seconds and tell me what you think.
Okay. Sounds good, brother. Thank you.
Yep.
Take care.
You too, man.
Well, if you haven't voted yet, you better vote today because if you don't, then you're really worse than the Democrats because you know what they're doing is wrong. You know that the fate of the country hinges upon what happens today, and you're still too lazy not to do it. So I'm going to address the people who aren't going to vote because they think that it's going to be rigged again and why even bother, and those who live in blue states who say that their vote doesn't really matter, so they're not going to vote either. And even the
Man. I mean, it is just so simple-minded. It's being like a little child. Come on. Operation Warp Speed. Mark, what's going on with you? Who paid this guy off?
The Jehovah's Witnesses. But first, if you haven't voted yet, I've mentioned this a couple times at the end of previous videos, but not everybody watches every video. Not everybody watches all the way to the end. So it's critically important to vote for Republicans in local positions as well. And a lot of those positions, some of them, don't have party affiliation next to their name. So how are you going to know, unless you've done all the research, which one are the communists and which ones are the patriotic Americans for school board, for judges, for the sheriff positions, okay? They don't have the party affiliation next to their name. So your local Republican Party, most of them have done the work for you. So whatever major city is in your area, look up the Republican Party for that city, official voter guide or endorsement guide, and they should have it put together. Print that out and bring it to the polls. A lot of people leave those sections blank because they just go and vote straight Republican, and they're not familiar with the names, which many people aren't, on those other positions. They just leave them blank. But if we're going to restore America, all politics are local, and you want your local community to be run by normal patriotic Americans. And so it's critical that we fill out those positions on the ballot in the proper way as well. Now to the naysayers who say that the Democrats stole 2020 and they're just going to steal this one again, so why even bother? That is a pathetic and loser mentality. Now, I'm not saying that there wasn't a lot of shady business in 2020 or that there's not going to be shady business going on this year, but most likely it's only a certain percentage. And so we just have to overcome the margin of fraud. People always hear about the margin of error in the polls. We have to overcome the margin of fraud at the polls. If you're not voting, then you're contributing to a very terrible self-fulfilling prophecy, because if you actually would have believed that your vote mattered and then actually got to the polls, or at least filled out your ballot, spent 5 minutes and just mailed it in, you don't even have to put a stamp on it, it's already paid for, then those votes could have very well changed the outcome of the election. But if you just think that the whole system is corrupt and you're too lazy to even try because you've given up and you're pathetic.
Wait a second. If you believe that the whole system is corrupt, that doesn't make you lazy for not trying. That makes you wise because you don't want to participate in a corrupt system. There's no logic in this.
Loser, and you are, you know, they don't sugarcoat things, then you are part of the problem. And I guarantee you that that loser mentality manifests itself in numerous other areas of your life. But you're in such denial about it that you just blame other people for your own shortcomings. Your own.
Okay, I got to see what kind of comments he's got here. I'm trying to stay on top of this Trump coming out. Let's see. Okay. I'm voting for Trump so we can be unburdened by what has been with the spoof on Kamala Harris. I'm Native American and blue rainbows. I'm in a blue state hellhole, voted for President Trump. Come on, let's see come on. There's got to be some kind of criticism. Hey, black pillars, now you don't get your vindication and have to live with the fact that you're pathetic and weak cowards. We made it too big to rig, and we got the Senate and looking to lock the House as well. We did it, and all you did was try to pull us down with you. Be gone, never show your face again. So you're a nihilist because you're a realist. Gosh. Trump won. Steven Crowder called it minutes ago. How do you like my... Brilliant. We love you, Mark. There's just nobody. Let's see. I don't have this connected to my Firefox browser because on my Firefox browser, I've got the extension that shows the dislikes, but I bet there's very few dislikes. He's got 43,000. He's got more likes on this video than I will get on my channel all month long. He's got more likes on one video. People love this stuff. What's Owen Schroyer?
Was true. And I want to see the culture shift and the political shift after this.
Is he answering phones?
This is truly a victory that shifts it all. This is a victory that shifts the culture. It's a victory that shifts the politics. And the Democrats are going to really have to look themselves in the mirror and say, where do we...
I can't even listen to any more of Mark Dice. That was just so shocking to me. Yeah, there's a way to see dislikes. It's called reveal YouTube dislikes. As a matter of fact, here, let's see. I'll get this link right here and I'll put it... Oh, that's not... Put it there. Oh, shoot.
This has been a fight. And every American is a veteran of psychological.
Yeah, let me show you this here. I'm going to bring my Firefox browser over to this window so you can see it. It's called See YouTube Dislike or something like that. What's it called? What's the extension? Where is the extension? It's called Return YouTube Dislike. It's an extension right here. So see, it's only got 545 dislikes to 43,476 likes. So people love what Mark Dice says because there's a lot of people who think along this same lines. Vote Trump. Vote Trump, not the tramp. My wife and I voted yesterday. So did my parents. All Trump, of course. Put off my cancer surgery till next week so I could vote for Trump in person. My God. Oh, geez. There's so much craziness going on.
They tried to hire me many times just to show you how real this is. It's already out in the open.
It's got 3.1 million viewers at 12 o'clock in the morning. It's 1:20 Central Time.
When they told me
Come on,
20
Trump.
years ago, 25 years ago, 15 years ago, 10 years ago, they haven't really tried since then other than the different.
It's wild and it's heartbreaking. I agree. This is wild.
I was like, yeah, right. Put a gun to my head. Never.
Come on. We're waiting for
They
Trump.
were just flattering me 20 years ago when they were like, listen, you understand how it all works even better than some of our top analysts. You can like literally be at the top of this thing. And I didn't understand my potential then. I knew I was doing important work. I believed in the people that I was going to try to empower. But these people have demonic understanding. They don't have over the horizon discernment and the things that God gives us, but they've got their devilish understanding. And I point that out to let people know that they saw the potential, and they saw 8 years ago in InfoWars, and our staff and our crew and our guests and our family of listeners of activists, they saw high noon to vampires. They saw silver bullets to werewolves.
Imagine
they saw their Waterloo.
And they look at these coattails with not only the popular.
Another giant victory, even bigger. I mean, we were on with Luke Rakowski earlier, and then one of the guys was like, I forget his name is. He's a bunch of co-hosts, great people. He's like, well, I think this is bigger. Like he was making an argument in the 2016. Yeah, that was Trump starting to wake up and not getting it going in, and then all the things that happened, but then him being a fighter and not giving up through the process, all of this, and us waking up, not just, obviously we're already awake. We've gotten way more awake too. It's a process.
We're all waiting for Donald Trump to come out and declare victory. Let's go ahead and look at the board. See if
They
it's
know no
changed
matter
any.
what they pull, what they do, because weather weapons are real, and they do manipulate storms, and they could kill the storms. But
They're
I mean,
still
do
not
we
giving up
know
Pennsylvania
that
on this.
Both hurricanes that hit Florida and then hit the South were them. I didn't even need to go on air and say the government did it. Everyone said it.
Let me just mute Alex
98%
Jones
of
here.
people everywhere.
Yeah, it looks like he's with 90% reporting in Wisconsin, and with him having a commanding 125,000 vote count lead with 51.3% to 47.3%. Wisconsin is going to go to Trump. Michigan, unbelievable. I wonder what the Gretsch thinks about that, or is the Gretsch in on it? Do you think the Gretsch is in on it? I don't know. Say the time so everybody knows it's live. Yeah, it is. We're live right now, guys. We are live. It's 1:22 a.m. Central Standard Time. Michigan, 72% reporting. Michigan and Wisconsin are definitely going to go to him, and Pennsylvania has already been called by Fox News, although for some reason AP is not calling the race or Pennsylvania. Arizona looks like it's going to go to Trump. Well, there's 52%, so it's a little bit soon on that. 80% reporting in Nevada. And we've got Trump up 51.6% to 46.7%. Yeah.
Those two things you would think is classically bad. Mean and liking to fight, and women and
where's Trump?
Silver tongue, and all of it. But God's like, well, because I don't want a Pharisee. I don't want some fake person that's up there who secretly is 10 times worse than you, 100 times worse, who acts like they're pure. You're the guy I need to get the average person who they can see themselves in you to join me. And only at like 50 did I, because God was always telling me all this. I just didn't even know how to understand it. And God's like, look, I made you. I know how you are, son. But you love me and you repent for what you've done. Just like we had a guest on
President
there.
had hats made with 45-47.
But they use the analogy.
He's been wearing his for a
campaign.
while.
He's
Yeah.
been wearing for a while. Now it is true.
Sons of God.
He will win the popular vote. He's likely going to win the electoral vote.
Made the image of
the
God.
Dow has jumped 800 points in futures this evening.
The Dow has jumped 800 points in the futures.
And King David did lots of bad things. King David sent his best friend off to be killed.
God, he is just rambling. Gosh. The Dow has jumped 800 points in pre-market trading. No, I'm not going to give up. We're going to listen to Donald Red Flag Law Trump. Trump is getting circumcised for the next 4 years. And all right, let's hear it. Come on.
Nightmare movie like Creep Show from the 1980s. And then all the stuff and them lying in the filings. I know that was worse than prison for you because I know how it is to see them lying.
Oh, here he goes. Here he is.
Know they're that criminal.
Here he is. can't play this because I'll get a strike. Okay, Donnie. You're up, Donnie Chimp.
Thank you very much. Wow.
Okay, I'm going to be quiet.
Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you.
Oh, we're gonna have banker debt like you've never seen.
Winning the
banker
popular
debt.
vote was very nice, very nice. I will tell you, it's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room, with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that?
He shakes. He gives her a shake.
Oh, no, she's done a great job. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous. And we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance.
Go Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel's in the White House now.
And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like that. Sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fun. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it. And then he just goes and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words here.
Wild.
Wow, that's all it takes. These people are so easy.
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
Vance is a very, very good speaker.
And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Right? Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate. And he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at this. She's shot. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago.
Oh, God.
And I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down.
Oh, my God. Not this again.
Left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big.
Not this story.
And it came
again.
down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again. So I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor. Do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody.
Oh, man, what happened? Oh.
And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene
Fox glitched there for a second.
hit North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water, this was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so.
I bet everybody on the stage is like, can you please speed this up? I mean, it is late. We got to get to bed.
But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer, slightly longer than me. Hits the ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls.
Look at that ear.
Oh, he's on the way.
Look at that perfect ear. What a perfect ear that he has on the side of his head. That.
Oh, look at him. He had a great. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a Mandana White who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him Marines because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him. Dana,
please. Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hardworking man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelt boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the boys, and last but not least, the
Joe
mighty
Rogan.
and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
that is a piece of work. Now he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like really, I probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hardworking people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in, and he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid
My God, he's the same
gold than
stories.
any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time. But we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So there you have it. The words of the President of the United States, the 47th President of the United States, leaving on the song from the Village People.
For a reason in those 2 assassination attempts. He said promises made,
That great and beautiful song from the Village People
on that stage, and said success will bring us together, trying to bring the country together.
All right. Yeah. We know. And just checking in real quick with the, let's see. Yeah, everybody's so proud.
Before we go to something that I've been wanting to run for 4 years, we might have run it on a scrapyard. The rent follow-up for the last election. By the way, Half Asian Bill, you're in this one.
Yeah, I
you did the
remember.
backup vocals. Think about this for a second. Look.
All right, done with that. Well, guys, if you stayed, that's 9 hours and 57 minutes of live streaming. I really appreciate you guys. If you haven't done so already, we got a road ahead of us. Do I hope that he fulfills those promises? Well, hoping that he's going to fulfill promises and knowing that he's not, based on past track records of past presidents, including President Donald J. Trump. I don't expect any of that stuff to come to pass. But what I know will come to pass at the end of 4 years, because we have a history for it, is the national debt will go through the roof. The military-industrial complex will be taken care of, and we will see the devaluation and maybe even the moving away of the American dollar. Just wait for it. It's coming. You can pretty much bet on it. So I appreciate you. Don't forget to hit like, share this video with everybody you know. Subscribe to me on the Here's the Deal channel and the Disturbing Illusion channel. Never, ever give up your integrity. I will see you guys in the next live stream. Take care.